A global catastrophe has begun in the world, during which the temperature on Earth has become unsuitable for life. 95% of all residents died in the first minutes after the disaster began. The survivors tried to do everything possible to avoid dying from lack of food resources. People began to lose their minds, and many created their own colonies, where they killed and robbed everyone they came across, and then ate them. Alex was one of the few who survived the beginning of the disaster, but died a few days later due to his naivety. However, he was reborn before the end of the world and received the power of the cosmos. He also had a lot of his own savings, so he decided that in this life he would do everything he could to survive and then have a blast. However, his last day of his past life was not at all joyful, as a gang of cannibals broke into his apartment and dragged the guy out of his shelter along with all his supplies. Alex screamed in pain as one of the bandits cut off his arm. Suddenly, a familiar girl, Evelyn, appeared in front of him. She said that it was she who lured Alex out, so she was also entitled to a share. As the hero watched his severed hand being handed to the girl, he thought that he had been too naive. He decided that if there was life after death, he would make these people pay 100-fold. A moment later, Alex wakes up in his apartment safe and sound before the great disaster even began. At first, he couldn't understand what had happened, as he thought that those monsters had killed him. Looking at his phone, he finds out that he was reborn at a point in time when there was about a month left before the disaster. He couldn't believe that he could be reborn. The cause of this global cataclysm was the fall of a meteorite in 2050, due to which the temperature on Earth fluctuated between -60 and -70 degrees Celsius. The blizzard lasted for more than a month, covering the city with a blanket of snow and ice. Alex cursed, because in his past life he was able to survive thanks to the supplies he kept at home, and those freaks just kidnapped him and wasted him. Alex decided that he must now ensure his safety and stock up on supplies as quickly as possible, and then take revenge on the bandits who killed him. He also understood that in addition to protection and food, he needed to take care of weapons to repel attacks from those people if they tried to penetrate to him. Suddenly, he felt something get into his eye. Suddenly, he found himself in another dimension, which looked more like some kind of virtual world. He wanted to equip it as a warehouse with various resources. Alex thought that if he could transfer all his supplies to this dimension, then he could easily survive decades in such harsh conditions. After this, Alex decided that during a global apocalypse he would no longer be able to enjoy various delicacies, and the first thing he decided to do was to get his fill of his favorite food. He went to one of the most elite restaurants in the city, where he ordered a bunch of different food worth several tens of thousands of yuan. Alex greedily devoured everything they brought him, thinking about how during the disaster people would pray to try at least some noodles. A few hours later he left the restaurant and the waiter offered him a VIP customer card, but Alex refused such a gift. Alex's friends were passing by and accidentally noticed him and thought that he was not as poor as they imagined. When the girls decided to say hello to Alex, he saw Evelyn, the very girl who got him killed. At first he became gloomy, as he was uncomfortable looking into the eyes of the man he liked, but who eventually betrayed him. However, Alex did not dwell on this and told his friends that he was heading to the store to buy a few things. The girls said that they were just about to buy a few things and decided to go shopping together. Entering one of the nearby stores, they were surprised that Alex began to buy almost all the products in the store. Alex said that different things can happen in life, and you need to be prepared for everything. For example, a global catastrophe. The girls did not take Alex's idea seriously and offered to treat them to dinner as a thank you for their help, to which Alex suggested having a joint dinner next month, since he had a lot of urgent matters to attend to now. Evelyn's friend Kylie couldn't contain her emotions and said that Alex went to the store and bought so much food by himself. Evelyn asked Alex not to take her friend's words seriously, and then kicked Kylie in the shoulder. The girl immediately began to apologize to Alex, saying that he was a very good person. Alex looked slyly at the girls and said that everything was fine. A couple of hours later, Alex and his friends were about to leave the store with carts filled to the brim with various products. They arrived at the residential complex where the hero lived. Alex noticed the puzzled looks of the passers-by, but he didn't care, as he was only concerned with the thought of survival and revenge for his death. At that moment, an old lady, the administrator of the complex, Abigail, passed by with her little grandson. They were surprised by the large amount of food that Alex bought. She asked if they were bringing food again, since they had just recently bought groceries. Then Evelyn said that these were Alex's purchases, and they were just helping him. Abigail was both surprised and horrified that Alex could easily leave people without food while her grandson tried to steal a candy bar from Alex's cart. Alex noticed that someone wanted to steal his chocolate and immediately took it from the child. Then the child started yelling at Alex and threatening to kill him if he didn't give him the chocolate. The little thief's words did not frighten Alex, and he threatened the child in response. The child in tears grabbed onto Abigail, who began scolding Alex for scolding her grandson. Abigail then said that she was going to buy chocolate from Alex, promising to bring him the money later. Instead of giving her the chocolate bar, Alex handed her the phone and told her that she could either pay for the chocolate right now or go to the store and buy the chocolate herself. Abigail became even more angry and began to threaten Alex that he would still pay for his greed, but Alex no longer paid attention to her. After some time, Alex was already home with all his purchases, and Evelyn continued to ask him to invite her over. After that, Alex decided to check how food would be stored in his dimension, and then he was going to start looking for medicine. He also had to think about heating and insulating the house. Alex didn't forget that he needed to get a firearm as soon as possible, as it would be very difficult to get one now, while getting a melee weapon and a bow and arrow was not difficult. He sat down leisurely on the sofa, realizing that he had another month to spare, and he could also sell his assets. The next day, Alex decided to check what happened to the food he left in his dimension. He noticed that the meat and vegetables were fine, but the fish had gone bad, as time flowed differently in his dimension. Alex then decided to conduct the same experiment with finished products. Alex called the restaurant on the phone and said that he was throwing a big party for his friends. The administrator replied that his order would cost at least 1 million yuan, and that he needed to make an advance payment of 200,000 yuan. Alex transferred the advance payment and then went to the bank to put his house as collateral. After Alex mortgaged his house, 6 million yuan was deposited into his account. He then began to calculate the further expenses for home repairs, medicines, and weapons, from which he concluded that he would not have enough money for all expenses. At that moment, a man approached Alex who wanted to offer him the services of the company he works for. Alex was glad that he had found a way to quickly get a large sum of money, so he agreed. After some time, this man brought Alex to his boss to discuss all the conditions for issuing the money. The director began to find out from Alex how much money and for what period he would like to receive. Alex said that he needed as much money as possible as quickly as possible, and that he would return all the money within 3 months, regardless of the interest rate. Before signing the contract, the director asked Alex to provide something as collateral. Alex offered to mortgage his house and expensive car, which together cost more than 5 million yuan. The director began to doubt that Alex would be able to return all the money on time. Then Alex tried to convince the director to at least slightly reduce the total loan amount to 4 million. At first, the director refused, but Alex asked to give him 4 million on the condition that he return 7 million yuan. The director accepted these terms and Alex signed the agreement and then left the office. Alex was pleased that the director actually gave him those 4 million, as he was sure that less than a month later, these people would die after the disaster began, and he would not have to return the money. The director and the bank employee decided to check if this stupid guy had any other assets. Meanwhile, Alex got into a taxi, very happy that he was given such a large sum of money. After that, Alex decided to go to the office of one of the largest security companies, Jianlong, which provides high-class protection to various celebrities and politicians. In his past life, he heard that a tycoon's son had built himself a billion-dollar hideout. The manager of the commercial department of the security company approached Alex and greeted him. Alex immediately asked him about creating a shelter that could withstand any consequences of the end of the world. The manager said that their company could do everything necessary to create such a shelter. After that, he provided Alex with several drawings of different shelter options. Among the features of the shelter in the plans were very thick steel walls, bulletproof glass, a high-tech ventilation system, an advanced video surveillance system, and armored doors. Looking over the plans for the shelter, Alex thought that the most important thing for him was to make his home a large metal box that could withstand extremely low temperatures and through which no one could penetrate. And although the man didn't know Alex's true goals, he decided that this client was definitely right for them. The manager added that their company is able to create a shelter almost anywhere, regardless of the size and location of the home. In passing, the manager told Alex that before becoming a manager in this company, he was an international mercenary and therefore knew a lot about such shelters. Alex was very interested in these words and decided to ask the manager if he could get him a firearm. The manager replied that he couldn't resolve the issue right away, to which Alex said that he had recently accidentally run into several guys with machine guns. The manager thought he had contacts with people who could provide the gun, but he was also concerned that he couldn't just hand the gun over to a stranger. The man told Alex that the construction of the shelter should take up to 2 weeks, and during this time he would try to resolve the issue of obtaining weapons for Alex, for which he was very grateful. Alex then decided to start purchasing melee weapons such as axes and clubs. After some time, Alex went to a hunting store to buy a crossbow and arrows for it. He promised that he would use his purchases wisely. Luckily for Alex, he had a hunting license, which meant he had peace of mind if someone found a crossbow on him. About an hour later, Alex returned home, where several trucks with food and an astonished crowd of residents had already gathered. Alex approached Uncle Aaron, who had met the courier, and told him that he was the one who had ordered such a large delivery, and that the trucks could go further. Meanwhile, the neighbors discussed how much Alex could spend on such a large order. Among the neighbors was Evelyn, who was also in shock. She thought that Alex really had that much money, and that she shouldn't embarrass herself in front of him. The hero asked the couriers to take everything to the warehouse first, and he would take care of the goods himself. Alex noticed Evelyn among the crowd, but pretended not to notice her, and thought that at the first opportunity, he would send her to the next world. A few minutes later, Alex had a pile of boxes with various culinary delicacies from the hotel in front of him. Looking at these boxes, Alex couldn't stop thinking that all these goodies now belonged to him, and that he would be able to enjoy them for the rest of his life. Then he immediately began to transfer these boxes to his dimension. He was very happy, anticipating his future carefree life. The next day, construction workers and engineers from a security company came to Alex's home to turn his apartment into a shelter. Meanwhile, Alex's neighbors began to suspect that he had become somewhat abnormal, as he began buying large quantities of food and turning his house into a fortress. At this point, the manager wrote to Alex to inform him that one of his acquaintances would be delivering a firearm to Alex within 3 days. After this, Alex informed the security company that he would be moving to a hotel room during construction. As he walked down the corridor, he thought that soon he would definitely prove to everyone that he was not as stupid as they thought of him. Later, Alex went to the warehouse where he worked and then went to see a man who was the warehouse manager. He wanted to take the entire contents of the warehouse for double the price, and also take a short vacation. Having received approval, Alex said that he would transfer the money to him immediately. He then headed down the stairs to get his goods. Once in the warehouse, Alex realized that he had enough food, tools, and other things that would be useful to him during a disaster. He decided to put on a cap so that if anything happened, no one would realize that it was him. At the warehouse, Alex noticed that Carl, one of the warehouse workers, was going to invite Evelyn to a concert on the weekend. However, she replied that she already had a date planned for this weekend. At this point, Carl noticed Alex and began to blame him for the fact that their trip to the store yesterday had caused Evelyn's back pain. This happened because he forced the girl to push his grocery carts. Then Alex realized that Evelyn had blabbed everything to everyone yesterday. Evelyn interrupted Carl and said that she didn't have any pain, but just a slight tingling in her lower back. However, Carl did not stop blaming Alex and demanded that he give Evelyn 500 yuan for the doctor as compensation. Alex told Carl that Evelyn had decided to help him herself, and that Joe had no right to tell him anything. Carl was very frightened by Alex's behavior and advised Evelyn to stay as far away from him as possible. Evelyn was also scared because she noticed how much Alex had changed in the last few days. Soon, Alex, as promised, went to the hotel while his apartment was being renovated. That same day, Evelyn decided to write to Alex and personally find out from him what had happened to him and why he had changed so much in a short period of time. She said that she felt lonely because they had become less in touch, but Alex only read her messages with a smirk and did not respond to her. Evelyn was very annoyed that she decided to text Alex first and he completely ignored her messages. Then Evelyn decided to ask her friend what she personally thought about such changes in Alex. She suggested that he was really preparing for some terrible event. Kylie said that Alex was just crazy and that Evelyn shouldn't focus on it. She said that if the world was facing something serious, it would be on all the news channels. About a week later, Alex received his shipment of firearms, with which he would be able to fight off anyone who tried to break into his home. A little later, another courier arrived to the hero with a huge box. Alex received a large parcel containing various medicines and essential items. After that, Alex said that he needed to order some more things and asked the courier to help him with this. The courier agreed to help, and at that moment Alex received a message from the manager of the security company. It said that the transformation of Alex's house into a shelter had already been completed. A few minutes later, Alex was already in his apartment, where all the walls were covered with a thick layer of hardened steel. The manager also explained how his workers installed an advanced ventilation system in the apartment and improved the thermal insulation system. They also installed bulletproof armored glass in all the windows of the house, which was even stronger than all the steel cladding in the house. In addition to this, workers equipped the entire building with a video surveillance system with 300 cameras, which could monitor all floors simultaneously. Alex thanked the manager and his company for such a good result. When the manager left the apartment, Alex felt sorry that the manager would hardly be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the bunker when the end of the world came. At this time, Alex finally received his last order in the form of a whole truckload of pure water. He ordered this because during the apocalypse, getting water would be the hardest thing. A man named Aaron, who was very kind to Alex, decided to ask him why Alex ordered so much water. The hero knew that in his past life, Aaron gave his last reserves to a mother and child, and he himself died. Alex told Aaron to stock up on food and water quickly before they became too expensive, as very cold temperatures were forecast for the winter. Aaron asked if this information was true. Then Alex replied that he had decided to prepare thoroughly and suggested that Aaron also stock up on water. At this point, Aaron's boss intervened in the conversation and assured him that Alex could not be trusted under any circumstances. Aaron said his boss had simply gotten a little carried away and asked Alex not to hold it against him. In the remaining days, Alex decided not to waste money and spent all his savings down to the last yuan in various bars and restaurants. Alex also continued to buy mountains of food from stores for his warehouse. He learned to shoot a gun and went to the gym so that during the disaster no one could resist him. 3 days before the disaster, Alex came to work early so that no one would suspect him of the disappearance of most of the things from the warehouse, and added sleeping pills to his colleagues' tea. A few minutes later, Alex returned to his colleagues and invited them all to take a rest and have a cup of tea. All the workers, without exception, decided that it really wouldn't hurt to rest a little, and they all sat down to drink tea together. Alexa knew that the sleeping pill would take effect in 30 minutes. Half an hour later, all the warehouse employees were already fast asleep, and then Alex began stealing things from the warehouse. Before taking all the items from the warehouse, Alex turned off all the security systems and all the CCTV cameras. Then the hero decided to activate his super ability. After that, Alex began to transfer all the boxes from the warehouse to his dimension. In a matter of seconds, Alex collected absolutely everything from the warehouse into his dimension: gasoline, toys, food, household goods, and much more. He decided that he would first move everything to his place and then sort it. After a few minutes, Alex had transferred almost all of the things to his dimension, leaving one small load in the corner. Alex decided to look at the contents of the boxes. Inside, I found sets of clothing that can withstand extremely low temperatures. He decided that this could be very useful in the face of the end of the world. After that, there wasn't a single box left in the warehouse that Alex didn't take back to his dimension. Later, Alex returned to his sleeping colleagues and removed the traces of the sleeping pills so that no one would think that it was he who stole all the things from the warehouse. He also drank the drink to pretend that he too had fallen asleep. A couple of hours later, colleagues began to wake Alex up. They told him that someone had stolen all the items from the warehouse. The hero put on a surprised expression and immediately ran to the warehouse. When Alex arrived at the warehouse, he pretended to be very shocked that someone had completely robbed their warehouse in such a short time. Then one of the employees approached Alex with a phone in his hands. Alex picked up the phone and heard the director's voice, who wanted to know what was going on in their warehouse. Alex said that they don't know yet how it happened, and that in the last 2 hours, all the items have disappeared from the warehouse. Hearing this, the director's voice became even more angry, and he began to blame Alex for everything that happened. At first, Alex didn't know what to do. He even thought about turning himself into the police. Then Alex tried to convince the director that he could not have emptied the entire warehouse alone in those 2 hours. Alex also added that they themselves would not be able to figure out the reason for the loss of such a large amount of goods, and that they needed to contact the relevant authorities so that they could investigate and sort it out. The director agreed with Alex's proposal and said that he would contact the CEO to get him to contact the necessary people for the investigation. After the call, Alex told his colleagues not to worry about what was happening, and that the director would send specialists to conduct an investigation. Alex also told the staff that everything would be fine if they cooperated with the investigation, and that it was not their fault that they all fell asleep on the job. Soon, one of the representatives of the investigative commission told Alex that if he learned any details about this, he should tell them. The representative of the investigative commission also asked Alex not to leave the city until the investigation was completed. However, Alex had no intention of leaving. As Alex walked down the street to his house, he saw on the building's big screen a news story about the theft of a large batch of goods from one of the city's warehouses. He understood that there were only 2 days left before the global ice age. However, the temperature outside had already dropped sharply, and it even started snowing. People on the street began to panic and urgently return home to avoid freezing. They didn't understand why the winter was so cold this year. Alex also didn't stay outside for too long and decided to return home, still thinking that in a couple of days the world familiar to everyone would cease to exist. 2 days later, due to the explosion of the star, the temperature on Earth began to drop sharply, which caused a real ice age. People were in a panic, and no one wanted to leave their homes to avoid freezing to death on the streets. Alex watched everything that was happening on the street and realized that the time had come for the great extinction of humanity. That same day, Alex was sitting at home, reading messages from friends who continued to be surprised by the weather. However, the main character already knew that this was only the beginning. Alex knew that it would snow continuously for at least 3 months, which would cause the temperature to drop even further. The next morning, there was so much snow on the street that people could not leave their homes. The thing is that the snow completely blocked the doors. Even in their homes, people continued to freeze. Nobody knew what to do about it since most people didn't have warm clothes. Meanwhile, Alex slept peacefully in his bed, and the problem of global cooling did not bother him at all. Suddenly, someone decided to call Alex in the middle of the night. It turned out to be Evelyn. She wanted to ask Alex if he knew in advance about the beginning of the global cataclysm. Alex replied that he had once heard about it by chance from a friend. The girl screamed, saying that she now understood why he had stocked up on food. Then Evelyn decided to ask why Alex didn't warn her about the beginning of the disaster. In response to this, the hero only chuckled, saying that he had nothing to answer her. Alex cut off the conversation and hung up, which really scared Evelyn. She felt that Alex had gone crazy, and that she urgently needed to do something. The hero decided that he had miscalculated, since he did not think that the girl would pester him with questions. Alex decided to ignore Evelyn and planned to watch the news over breakfast. He ate steak, washed it down with wine, and watched the news about global cooling. The news strongly recommended not to leave home unless absolutely necessary, to dress warmly, and under no circumstances to believe rumors about shortages or sharp increases in prices for goods. Of course, Alex didn't believe that the snowfall would end soon, since everything happened the same way as last time. During this time, Evelyn wrote to Alex asking him to share his food with her, promising that she would cover all expenses. Alex just smirked at Evelyn's naivety, thinking that he would just give her some of his supplies. Instead, he decided to tease Evelyn and sent her a photo of his steak and wine. He knew that in this life he would not give her a drop of help. At first, the girl was glad that the guy answered her, but then, when she saw the content of the message, she got angry. Evelyn was shocked that while she was starving, Alex had the decency to send her such a photo. Out of anger, Evelyn wanted to send Alex an offensive message, but at some point she thought that she couldn't allow him to completely stop communicating with her. After texting with Evelyn, Alex threw his phone aside. He decided to look through the CCTV system to find out what the current situation was in the building. Through the cameras, he saw Abigail trying to convince the residents not to leave the building until the snowfall stopped. Abigail assured people that the snowfall would end in 2 or 3 days, and that they did not need to go to the stores for supplies. People tried to pass by, saying that no one knew exactly when the snowfall would end, and that if they did not have time to prepare supplies, the prices of goods would rise sharply. Abigail continued to discourage people from going to stores, fearing shortages and rising prices. She said she would report it if she saw anyone trying to stock up on food. At that moment, Alex emerged from the crowd and addressed the manager and the residents. He warned Abigail that if the snow continued to fall continuously and people began to die of starvation, then she alone would be responsible for it. People supported Alex's words and tried to find out from Abigail what the plan would be if everyone started running out of supplies. Abigail tried to calm her disgruntled neighbors by telling them that the snowstorm would soon subside and that no one would be short of supplies. After that, she asked Alex not to sow panic among people because, according to her, he was breaking the law in this way. Alex turned towards the elevator to return to his apartment and said that under no circumstances would he go outside. Abigail was very angry with Alex's behavior and began to think about how she could get revenge for it. Meanwhile, several days have passed since the beginning of the cataclysm. Alex, as if nothing had happened, just sat on the couch, ate various treats, and played video games. Alex thought that it was much easier and more enjoyable for him to spend time playing games than to maintain any kind of relationships with people. At some point, Alex received a message from Abigail. She asked him to remove all the snow from the entrances to the house. Alex thought that Abigail had deliberately written this request into the general chat, which included all the residents of the building. In response, Alex wrote that there was no point in clearing the snow now, and that it was better to wait until the snowfall ended. The residents of the house supported Alex's words, which angered Abigail even more. Then she decided to write in the chat that Alex wanted to turn all the residents against her, and that such a young and strong guy like Alex should take the initiative and help his neighbors. She then ordered Alex, on behalf of the district committee, to go out and clear the snow from the street. Alex realized that she was hiding behind her position and was going to turn everyone against him. The rest of the residents were waiting for the moment when Alex would resort to rudeness and insults. Alex then wrote that there was not a single rich person on the list of people she had chosen to clear the snow, hinting that she was simply afraid to tell them anything. People again supported Alex, noting that when everyone is in danger, Abigail only sends middle-class people to do hard work. In this same house lived Otto and Matteo, two influential people who had certain connections and strong influence. Alex suggested that Abigail ask these people to help her clear the snow. The hero remembered that it was Otto who knocked down the door to Alex's apartment with an axe, and Matteo was the first one to stab Alex, which is why he died in his previous life. Alex was serious about dealing with these people once and for all. Abigail was very annoyed by Alex's stubbornness, and thought that he deliberately used Otto and Matteo as an example so that he himself would not go outside. Abigail also began to worry that if she gave in to Alex, she would no longer be taken seriously. Later, Otto noticed a message in the general chat. In it, Abigail asked him and Matteo to go out and clear the snow outside. Otto was outraged by this decision and decided to tell her in the most aggressive form what he thought about all this. Later, Matteo told Abigail that he was not going to go outside in such cold weather, and that he would rather spend the whole day in bed. Lying in bed with the girl, he cursed, saying that he was paying Abigail money, and she imagined herself to be a queen. However, he was not concerned about the lives of the poor. In addition to this, Matteo decided to send a video message to the general chat, in which he informed the residents of the house that others should go and clear the snow. Abigail became even more angry at Alex for turning such powerful people against her. While Alex was preparing himself lunch, Abigail called him. She said that he tries in every way to complicate her life and relationships with her neighbors. Alex replied that the whole point of her life was for someone to scold her. Alex also threatened Abigail that if she didn't leave him alone, she would regret it greatly. Aunt Abigail was extremely unhappy with what was happening and really wanted to teach Alex a lesson for his disobedience. Meanwhile, Otto tried to break into Alex's house, wanting to talk to him about those messages. He said they would discuss it while Otto was killing him. Alex got up from the couch, picked up a loaded crossbow, and prepared to finish off Otto. Alex was ready to shoot if Otto managed to break through the door to the apartment. He aimed at the door behind which the man stood. However, Alex felt that simply killing Otto would be too boring. He decided to mock him by aiming at his leg. A few seconds later, Alex shot Otto in the leg through one of the holes in the door. Otto fell to the floor in incredible pain, blood flowing continuously from the wound. The hero watched the man's torment through the peephole of his door. Alex was sure that with such a low temperature and a deep wound, Otto would not last long. Meanwhile, Otto was struggling to get to his apartment to treat his wound. His chances of survival were not great, as without emergency care, the infection would have set in quite quickly. Finally, a frightened and seriously injured Otto reached the elevator. He couldn't believe that this kid was actually going to kill him. When the elevator reached the desired floor, Otto tried to call an ambulance so that doctors could help him with his wound. However, due to the severe weather, no one answered his call, and he had to provide first aid himself. Returning home, Otto began looking for a first aid kit. He also decided to try to pull the arrow out of his leg himself. At some point, Otto thought that if his leg was still frozen, he could just pull the arrow out with his hands. Soon, Otto finally pulled out the bloody arrow. When the threat to his life was over, he decided to write to Alex in the general chat that he would deal with him personally, to which Alex replied that if Otto tried to break into his apartment again, then next time he would simply kill him. Everyone was shocked that Alex not only fought off Otto, but also wounded him. After this, Otto called his men and said that they had to get rid of one guy who had wounded him in the leg. A few minutes later, a group of men with weapons arrived to see their boss. They then went to the desired floor. The group stood at the door of Alex's apartment and demanded that he come out. Without waiting for an answer, one of the bandits tried to break down the door with a huge cleaver. However, despite the powerful blow, the door was not damaged, and the cleaver flew back, almost killing one of the bandits. The group of bandits were surprised that such a simple guy had such a strong door. At this time, Alex was playing video games and watched as a group of bandits unsuccessfully tried to break into his apartment. He laughed at them, saying that they had not eaten well enough and therefore could not knock down his door. At first, Alex decided to use firearms against them. However, he then changed his mind and decided to pour cold water on the bandits. Alex connected a hose to one of the holes in the door and began spraying the bandits with cold water. From this attack, all the bandits were soaked to the skin, fell to the floor, and gradually began to be covered with a thin layer of ice. They screamed and called for help, but no one could help them, as they were all injured. After the water attack, Alex returned to the couch and continued to watch the bandits through the cameras. At this time, several bandits were sitting in Otto's apartment and trying to warm up after Alex poured water on them. The man absolutely did not understand how a whole gang of his people could not break into the apartment. They explained to Otto that Alex's door was too strong to be easily broken through. Despite his failed attempt to deal with Alex, Otto did not despair, as he was sure that sooner or later Alex would leave the apartment. So Otto ordered his men to watch Alex around the clock and kill him as soon as he opened the door to his apartment. At this time, several neighbors went outside and began to clear away snow. But despite their best efforts, the snow was falling much faster than they could remove it. And without a snowplow, it was almost impossible to remove such a thick layer of snow. Alex looked at all this and thought that these people simply did not understand the full scale of the disaster. With such efforts, they will not be able to avoid the cataclysm. Later, Alex sat down to watch the news, which reported the numerous victims of the disaster, the number of which reached between 10 and 20 million people around the world. Alex looked at all this and understood that the number of victims of such a cataclysm would only grow rapidly. Meanwhile, Aunt Abigail continued to insist that the snowfall would soon end, and that there was no need to go to the stores and stock up on food. A little later, Alex wrote to Evelyn to see if he was okay. But Alex knew she would ask him for supplies again. Then Alex decided to tease Evelyn again and sent her a photo of the lobster he had just eaten. Evelyn and her friend were shocked that instead of helping them, Alex only mocked them. Then Evelyn's friend wrote to Alex that his actions had greatly upset Evelyn. Alex in turn wrote that Evelyn's mood is constantly changing, and that it doesn't bother him at all. Kylie tried to play on his pity and make Alex feel ashamed for sending such photos while they were both starving. She also added that he was extremely frivolous about Evelyn, but these words had no effect on Alex. Alex confirmed Kylie's words that he was completely indifferent to Evelyn, which only angered her more. Evelyn asked Kylie not to talk to her about Alex anymore. After such an unpleasant correspondence with Alex, Evelyn's friend decided to find out if she had anyone else she could turn to for help. Evelyn then remembered Carl and immediately called him to ask for help. A couple of hours later, Carl was already at the door of Evelyn's apartment with groceries from the store. When he left the apartment, the friends looked at each other. Evelyn was a little scared that Carl loved her so much that he left the house in such a cold weather, and even went to the store to buy supplies for them. 3 days later, the electricity suddenly went out in all the apartments. Alex understood that the main fun was just beginning. The residents of the house began to panic. Many people ran out of supplies and began to think that they urgently needed to stock up. Women couldn't even prepare formula for their babies. People understood that without heaters, they would have a very bad time. They also didn't understand why no one from the management company had come to save them yet. At this time, Alex thought that in such a situation, the management company would no longer be able to help them. After a few minutes, Alex got out a couple of generators and turned them on so that he would at least have some source of electricity. Thus, light appeared in his apartment again. Meanwhile, Aunt Abigail, sitting under the blanket with her grandson, couldn't stop thinking about how just a few days ago everything was fine in their world. Abigail noticed in the general chat that people were starting to talk about the need for supplies, and decided that she needed to stock up on everything she needed before panic began among the residents. She told her grandson that she would be back soon. The woman was determined that she must protect herself and the boy. Abigail then wrote in the general chat that the problems were temporary, and that everyone should cooperate with the management company. Otherwise, the residents would be turned over to the police. People did not pay attention to the appeal of some old woman, since it did not change their difficult situation in any way. Meanwhile, Otto read all the messages and did not understand how this old woman could command them in such a situation. Otto's henchmen only complained that they were out of medicine, and that they couldn't get out of there, to which Otto only yelled at his subordinates, calling them useless trash. Meanwhile, Alex continued playing games. At some point, Aunt Abigail wrote to him, stating that since all the residents were in such an unpleasant situation, everyone, including him, should send all their supplies to the management company, which, in turn, would divide them equally among all the residents. The hero realized that the situation was repeating what happened in his past life. Before Alex could finish reading the messages, he almost immediately received a couple of new private messages from Abigail. In these messages, Aunt Abigail asked Alex to share the supplies that he had recently bought in whole baskets. Alex remembered how last time he was also asked to help with supplies, and then he shared what led to his death. He told her that she should share supplies too. He did so since she was one of the reasons for his death. This only made Aunt Abigail even more angry. She was furious that someone like Alex, who was in charge of the warehouse, couldn't share the supplies. However, she understood that she couldn't give up, and decided to come up with something else. She then threatened Alex that in such a situation he was going against the orders of the management company. Alex replied that he was indeed short of supplies at the moment, and that Abigail could share her supplies with him first, if she decided to take the initiative in distributing the common supplies. Such statements made Aunt Abigail even more angry, and she said that if Alex refused to cooperate with the management company, he would be punished. Alex, in turn, told her that she was just an employee of the district committee and could not pose any serious threat to him. Abigail hung up and started cursing Alex. In her rage, she began to think about how she could influence him. She wanted to turn her neighbors against Alex, but then she thought that this way people would understand that they didn't have to give their supplies to everyone. Later, Alex watched through cameras as neighbors voluntarily donated their supplies to Aunt Abigail. Alex thought that these people were to blame for giving her their supplies so easily and obediently. This way, the food will be consumed faster, which will lead to their quick death. Soon, Abigail and her grandson took over all of their neighbors' supplies instead of distributing them among the residents. The woman laughed, saying that she would never take food away from her grandson for these people. At that moment, Aunt Abigail received a call from someone, and it turned out to be Otto. The woman was a little scared when she saw the bandit's name on the screen. Otto told Aunt Abigail that she was doing well off the neighbors' supplies. Abigail tried to justify herself by saying that all of her neighbors' supplies were currently in her storage. After this, Otto demanded that she share her supplies with him. He threatened that otherwise his men would break into her house and take all the supplies. The man's henchmen, hearing his words, smiled slyly, anticipating something interesting. Within minutes, the henchmen had broken into Abigail's apartment and were about to take all the supplies. Abigail tried to stop them, but at that moment she received a strong punch in the face for deceiving all the neighbors and trying to keep all the supplies for herself. Alex watched all this through cameras and received incredible emotions from what was happening. Alex then came up with the idea of posting it in the general chat so that everyone could see how greedy and cruel Abigail was. He anticipated the vivid reaction of the rest of the residents. While Abigail lay on the floor, Otto and his henchmen began searching the apartment for supplies. At that moment, the woman stood up and pitifully grabbed the man's leg. Abigail begged Otto to leave some supplies for her and her grandson. But instead, Otto pushed Aunt Abigail so hard that she flew across the room and lost consciousness. The woman's stunned grandson watched everything that was happening. Then Abigail's grandson decided to avenge his grandmother. He took it and hit one of the bandits right in the buttocks. The bandit immediately turned around and hit the boy in the stomach with all his might. From such a blow, the boy flew into the wall, lost consciousness, and fell on the sofa with a lifeless face. The bandit laughed, saying that he must document this professional beating. Abigail, with tears in her eyes, tried her best to bring her grandson back to consciousness, but her attempts were unsuccessful. At this point, Otto and his henchmen took out all the supplies they found in Aunt Abigail's apartment and left it. They said it was her price for deceiving everyone. Meanwhile, the neighbors in the chat did not stop discussing what happened to Aunt Abigail and her grandson, and Alex was quite happy with this outcome of events. At the same time, Alex knew that very soon all his neighbors would suffer the same fate as Abigail, but fortunately he didn't care. A little later, a message from Abigail came into the chat, in which she asked the neighbors to provide medicine so that Dr. Scarlet could perform an operation on her grandson. The hero knew that Scarlet was an emergency doctor at the local hospital who saved people during the disaster. She was one of the few who treated Alex with kindness. At this point, Abigail continued to ask her neighbors for help with supplies, to which people responded either with ridicule or condemnation for trying to appropriate someone else's supplies. Alex was amazed by Scarlet's honesty, who even in such difficult times did not stop providing medical assistance to people. Some time has passed since then. During all this time, so much snow fell that the first floors of multi-story buildings were very soon covered with a thick layer of snow. The snowstorm began last week and covered the entire world, with temperatures reaching more than 100 degrees below zero in some places. Those people who did not have time to return home and take shelter from the cold died very quickly from such frost. Meanwhile, Abigail began asking her neighbors to share food for her and her grandson, and one of the residents responded by offering her a couple of packs of noodles for 1,000 yuan each. Someone replied that they were willing to buy noodles from her for 2,000 yuan. People in the chat began to reassure each other that winter had simply arrived a little early this year, and that it wasn't the end of the world, like some kind of zombie apocalypse. Mateo never ceased to be amazed at the naivety of people who still believed that this would soon end. Later, Mateo decided to write to the girl that he was ready to buy these noodles from her at any price she named. He thought that this money would not help anyone survive this cataclysm anyway. A little later, a single mother with a child wrote to the general chat, saying that she and her child had nothing to eat, and that these noodles would be their salvation. The single mother begged her neighbors to help her because her daughter was only 9 months old, and the mother could not feed her milk because she had not eaten anything herself for a long time. Alex understood that this single mother was not as simple as she seemed, because last time she also fought for her life and the life of her daughter to the last. About 10 days have passed since then. Evelyn called Alex again. According to Alex's calculations, all her supplies should have run out by now. Alex answered the video call to tease Evelyn and her friend about his supplies. Both were shocked that Alex still had supplies. Alex told Evelyn and her friend that he had a lot of fast food at home because he was too lazy to cook regular food. Alex also wanted to show off his fireplace, which keeps his house warm. Evelyn couldn't help but start calling Alex nice names while begging him to let them in. Looking at the girl now, the hero absolutely did not understand how he could have run after her for 2 whole years. Alex, not wanting to help Evelyn, told her that in such weather she had better stay home. Alex then decided to continue to tease Evelyn and Kylie, and noted that judging by their appearance, they were now very cold. The fact that Alex not only refused to help Evelyn but also bullied them made Evelyn very angry. Alex then decided to remind Evelyn that her friend Kylie had not helped her like last time. Alex wanted to make it clear to Evelyn that he was under no obligation to help her in this situation, and then he hung up. This only further angered Evelyn, who still had not received any help from Alex. The girl threw the phone aside in anger. Kylie said that they failed to immediately understand Alex's intentions to prepare for the cataclysm, and that now they have forever missed the opportunity to escape. Evelyn's friend added that Alex is now even cooler than Carl, because now his money won't help in this situation. Because of these words, Evelyn attacked her friend, which caused them to start fighting with each other. At this time, Alex was watching the news, which was broadcasting information that the authorities would now provide electricity only for 1 hour a day. This will be done so that people can charge their phones, put on kettles, and use other small household appliances. Alex realized that the situation was becoming so critical that it was not even being hidden on television. After watching the news, Alex decided to find out what his neighbors were writing in the general chat, and when he went into it, he saw how people kept offering their noodles at inflated prices. Alex felt both ashamed of them and amused that, despite the seriousness of the situation in the world, people continued to try to make money that would soon become useless. Meanwhile, Dr. Scarlet arrived at the building and provided assistance to Otto, but Abigail's grandson continued to feel ill. His condition worsened. After the fight, Evelyn and Kylie began to think about who else they could turn to for help. Then Evelyn decided to get into Alex's apartment by any means necessary and asked Carl for help. An hour later, Carl was already in Evelyn's apartment, where she told him that Alex had deliberately humiliated her and teased her with his supplies. Carl said that he would do everything possible to make Alex deeply regret bullying Evelyn like that. Evelyn told Carl that if they could get rid of Alex, they could move into his apartment, which had a lot of supplies. Then Carl, Evelyn, and Kylie went to Alex's apartment to kill him. A few minutes later, they pulled out a baton and a pair of knives and prepared to wait for the moment when Alex would leave the apartment. Alex noticed that Carl had come to him and realized that he clearly came with bad intentions. Taking a closer look, Alex noticed that Carl had come with Evelyn and her friend with weapons to kill him and take his supplies. When the hero realized their true intentions, he became furious. Then Alex decided to pour cold water on them, like on those bandits who had recently come to him. However, he remembered that he had a whole bucket of waste, which he decided to use against the uninvited guests. Meanwhile, Carl was telling Alex that he was running low on supplies at home, and he decided to ask for some supplies. At this time, Alex was pushing the hose through the doorway. Carl believed that now Alex would open the door and they would have a chance to finish him off. But contrary to Carl's expectations, Alex did not come out, and instead a pile of rotten waste fell on them. The girls began to scream in horror when they saw a pile of waste and mucus on their hands and hair. Carl then began to threaten Alex that he would kill him, while the girls felt sick from the waste and retreated to a corner where they vomited. Alex then said that these were the supplies he wanted to give them, and that they should be grateful to him for such a favor. Then Carl decided to break into Alex's apartment on his own. He touched the handle of his door but received a very strong electric shock in his hand. From such pain, Carl immediately fell to the floor, which made Alex laugh a lot. After that, Alex leaned back on the couch with the thought that he might never leave his apartment again in his life, and that he could just watch what was happening without any fear. The next morning, Alex was awakened by very loud sounds. They sounded like gunshots, and he decided to find out what was going on in the house. Alex decided to look through the CCTV cameras to find out what exactly happened in the house. When Alex picked up the tablet, he saw Otto's henchmen collecting snow from the street to melt and use as water. Alex lay in bed and thought that the inhabitants of the third floor were doomed. Most of them had already run out of supplies and had no way to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Otto sent several photos to the general chat, one of which showed the bodies of a young couple he had killed in their own apartment. The man wrote that from now on, House 25 was under his control. Alex was somewhat surprised by Otto's determination, which once again proved that he could afford a good life even under such conditions. However, Alex also understood that Otto had a very limited amount of ammunition and would not be able to shoot all the inhabitants. At that moment, a new chat appeared on Alex's phone, in which all the neighbors were discussing a plan to resist Otto. At some point, Aaron wrote his proposal in the chat, which really interested Alex. He said that if they did not unite against Otto, he would simply kill all the neighbors, and offered to take all the supplies from Otto. Aaron offered to take the initiative and lead a group of volunteers to help him defeat Otto. Many supported Aaron's idea and began to offer him various types of assistance in the form of providing weapons and developing a further plan of action. Then Aaron wrote that he would also need several people, since he could not cope alone. But despite this noble attempt to get rid of Otto, there were those who considered this idea to be another scam, and they recorded voice messages recalling the recent case of fraud with supplies from Abigail. A major argument broke out in the chat, where everyone began to indiscriminately blame each other for everything. Meanwhile, Alex read all these messages and realized that he shouldn't have expected any other reaction from the residents. While eating, Alex kept thinking that all the people accusing each other in this chat without good reason deserved to die. Meanwhile, Otto and his bandits continued to kill their neighbors to take all their supplies. During the robbery, one of Otto's subordinates complained of extreme fatigue and suggested that they have a snack with some of the supplies they had obtained. Then Otto pointed a gun at him and threatened him with severe punishment if he continued to whine. The subordinate stopped complaining and continued to dump the corpses of his neighbors into one pile. When everything was ready, Otto praised his henchmen, saying that their efforts would not be in vain. At that moment, Otto wondered what they would have done to him if he hadn't had a weapon and would have listened to him at all. Alex watched Otto's actions and realized that he was deliberately leaving all the corpses in one place in case there were no supplies left, and then he would have to eat these corpses. Alex also thought that if Otto decided to come to his apartment this time, he would simply kill him and all his bandits. The next day, one of the residents tried to call her neighbors for help to help her deal with Otto. However, despite all her attempts, Otto's men were still able to break through the apartment's internal barricade and storm into it. One of the subordinates grabbed the girl by the legs and pulled her out of the apartment, while her neighbors continued to discuss that this girl fully deserved such a fate. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Kylie thought that if Otto's men had started robbing and killing women, they would soon get to them too. Then Evelyn decided to tell some people that Alex had supplies so that they would try to break into his apartment with her. A little later, Alex was added again to a new chat created by Evelyn, in which she asked Alex for help. Alex immediately realized that Evelyn had already blabbed everything, but at the same time forgot to clarify that it was he who was able to hurt Otto. Alex sent a message in the chat saying that he was fine alone, and that if he got bored he would definitely let me know. In response, Chat participants began writing about how selfishly Alex was behaving, while one psycho was breaking into other people's apartments and taking all their supplies. To this, Alex replied that in such a situation, the life of each person depends on his personal abilities, after which he left the chat. The others were extremely unhappy that Alex was behaving like a complete egoist, despite the fact that they had all known each other for a long time. One of the girls asked what they should do about his intractability. Then they decided to stop trying to negotiate with Alex in a good way and go on the attack. One of the guys said that he used to work for a company that specialized in breaking locks of any complexity, and decided to break the lock of Alex's apartment, after which they would all get rid of him together. A few minutes later, they were all waiting for this guy to break into Alex's apartment, while the others were preparing to attack. The girls also held umbrellas in case Alex decided to douse them with cold water again. They didn't expect Alex to do anything more than splash them with water. Alex noticed them trying to pick his lock. Then he activated the high voltage on the door. After the security mechanism in the door was activated, the guy who tried to break Alex's lock received a very strong electric shock. At first he screamed and asked for help, but then he fell to the floor unconscious. The electric shock was so powerful that the guy's arms were simply torn off. The other burglars began shouting words of condemnation and contempt at Alex. They said they just wanted to talk things over with him peacefully, but he just kills them. Then Alex took out his crossbow and prepared to defend himself so that none of them would continue to try to break down his door. Alex shot one of Evelyn's partners with a crossbow. An arrow pierced his shoulder and the man screamed in pain. The guys then decided to stop trying to break in and return to Evelyn. However, a few seconds later, Alex fired several more shots, which wounded 2 more people, including Carl. Then they decided that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. A couple of minutes later, everyone was in Evelyn's apartment. One of the girls, Laura, tried to pull the arrows out of the boys. However, when trying to pull out the arrows, the girl noticed that Alex had deliberately used rusty arrows so that they could not be pulled out. The boys thought that without medication, the rusty arrows could cause an infection that could kill them. Then everyone started blaming Evelyn for that. Laura slapped her, scolding the girl for not warning anyone that Alex had a crossbow and that he could fight back. Evelyn said that she herself did not know that Alex could have a crossbow, since the last time they came to him, he did not have any crossbow. Carl tried to explain to everyone that Evelyn really didn't know anything about Alex being armed. However, everyone understood that the wounded needed immediate assistance. Then Laura decided to ask Scarlett for help. A few minutes later, Scarlett was there. Scarlett noticed that she was again helping a patient who had been struck by an arrow. Laura thought that Alex had already shot someone in this house with a crossbow, but Scarlett reassured the girls and said that they had already seen such patients in the hospital. Scarlett later told the residents that without special medical equipment she would not be able to help them. Scarlett also added that without medication and antibiotics, she would not be able to simply pull out the arrow, and then the wounded would not be able to survive. The doctor thought to herself that she had seen similar wounds on one of the residents, and believed that this was definitely Alex's work. Finally, she said once again that removing arrows without medication is very dangerous. Evelyn interrupted Scarlett and said that she herself saw how before the cataclysm Alex received a very large batch of medicines that could help them. Evelyn told how, a month before the cataclysm, Alex bought various supplies, such as food, water, medicine, and other useful things, almost every day. Scarlett assumed that Alex knew about the impending danger and must have had a lot of supplies, which probably included antibiotics. Then the wounded decided to turn to Alex for help as soon as possible, completely forgetting that it was he who almost killed them with these arrows. At first, everyone doubted the reliability of such a plan, but Evelyn said that they would not try to harm Alex and were even willing to share their supplies with him. Evelyn added that this time they would try to approach Alex with kindness so that he would understand that they were not his enemies and he had nothing to fear. Then everyone suggested that Evelyn herself should turn to Alex for help, since it was because of her that they found themselves in this difficult situation, and it was with her that Alex communicated most often. Carl said that he had been unfair to Evelyn and added that they could only live in safety if everyone tried. Hearing this, the girl timidly agreed to the conditions. Evelyn decided to try calling Alex. She wanted to convince him to lend them some medicine. When Evelyn reached him, she reported that one of her friends was already dead and the rest were struggling to survive. Alex asked Evelyn if they could survive in such harsh weather. He knew that since the beginning of the cataclysm, snow had blocked all entrances to the city, turning it into a kind of island. By this time, many had already run out of supplies, and even if they did not die from the cold, due to the lack of food, they would still die very soon. Evelyn, still crying, began to beg Alex for forgiveness, promising to improve and not do it again. She reminded him that if they did not take action, they would all die, and promised that if he gave them medicine, she would not bother him anymore. Then Laura simply snatched the phone from Evelyn and told Alex that they were all in a hopeless situation, and asked him to put his insensitivity aside and finally help them. Alex refuted her claims of being insensitive and laughed. He said he used rusty arrows and didn't kill them on purpose so he could see the fear on their faces. These statements really scared Laura, and she screamed that Alex had gone completely crazy. After this, Alex allowed Evelyn to come to him for everything she needed, provided that she came alone. Evelyn was very happy that for the first time in all this time, Alex finally allowed her to enter, and promised that she would carry out all his instructions. After this, the hero said again that she could come. When Alex allowed Evelyn to come to him, her friend also began asking him to let her in. However, Alex said that they would not need extra people, and Evelyn promised to do as he wished. Evelyn immediately ran to Alex's apartment while her friend tried to stop her. Evelyn tried to break away from Kylie, saying that she was tired of living in such conditions. Then Laura slapped Evelyn in the face and started saying that she wouldn't go to that jerk after everything he'd done to them. And Carl didn't understand how it was possible to so easily ask Alex for help after everything Evelyn had promised him. Evelyn replied that it was not strange for her to look for a way to avoid a cruel death. Evelyn then went to Carl and told him that he was a good man, and that he should let her go if he wanted the best for her. Evelyn also added that she was very grateful for the care and help, but Carl could not offer as much as Alex could. Then Kylie ran after Evelyn, not understanding why she should get everything. She pushed the girl to the floor, not letting her leave. The tenants then decided to lock Evelyn in the room so that she could not escape and share their fate with them. Scarlett demanded that they stop fighting because they needed to think about how to get the medicine first. Suddenly, one of the guys remembered something. He said that Alex had a fireplace, fuel, and a lot of different supplies. Since they can't handle Alex themselves, they can tell the rest of the neighbors about his supplies, hoping that they will also want to try to get to Alex, after which they can split the supplies equally. Evelyn was totally against this plan because she just wanted to live with Alex, not kill him and steal his supplies. Laura wanted to shut Evelyn up and hit her again. However, despite all the words said to him earlier, Carl stood up for her. Carl said that if he tried, Evelyn would love him too sooner or later. Laura decided not to argue with Carl and began to implement the previously proposed plan. A few minutes later, the girl posted photos of the food Alex had sent them in the general chat, so that the neighbors would understand that he now had a lot of supplies. All the residents, including Otto and his henchmen, saw this. When Otto saw these photos, he decided it was time to get revenge on Alex for everything he did to him. Meanwhile, the residents turned to Alex for help in the general chat, hoping that he would still help them at such a moment. Mateo even promised to give him all the shares of his company if Alex shared with him. However, Alex did not forget how in his past life he shared his supplies with everyone, and when he asked everyone to share their supplies, they simply killed him and tore him into pieces. He said that the rest of the neighbors were not his friends, so he was not going to help them. After people realized that the plan didn't work and Alex wasn't going to share his supplies, the neighbors started insulting Alex. They scolded him for his indifference, calling him a monster and threatening him with retaliatory violence. The general indignation of the neighbors towards Alex increased. However, he did not even pay attention to all the negative reactions directed against him. Alex got up from the sofa, looked out the window, and thought that he was a little tired of sitting at home. Then he remembered that he had a couple of snowmobiles. He decided that he could use them to safely leave the apartment and have fun outside. At this time, Scarlett wrote to Alex. She reported directly and without further ado that she had run out of food and medicine. Alex remembered that the last time Scarlett died was because she was distributing her supplies to those in need. And despite her stern and cold appearance, during the cataclysm, she showed her best qualities, unlike the rest of the inhabitants. Alex first thought about helping her, but then he thought that the smarter a woman is, the easier it is for her to betray someone. However, he didn't want to die because of her possible betrayal. The hero thought that even though he was confident in the girl, he could not let her inside. Alex wrote to Scarlett that he could give her some of his supplies if she gave him something useful. Scarlett asked Alex for supplies as an advance payment since she had nothing left. Alex then invited Scarlett to get some of his supplies if she would fulfill his request. The girl was embarrassed by this whole situation, since she had never asked a stranger for help before. Alex offered Scarlett two options. He offered her to betray the inhabitants and become his ally, or to unite with the crowd and try to destroy him. After some thought, Scarlett decided to join Alex and tell him everything the neighbors were planning to do, which made Alex very happy. He told Scarlett to come and exchange information with him whenever she had useful data. After that, their conversation ended, and Scarlett decided that she needed to immediately begin fulfilling her part of the deal. At this time, Alex received a message in which one of Evelyn's friends continued to ask him to share supplies. In response, Alex simply wrote that even if all the neighbors wanted to burn down his apartment, no one would get his supplies. After such a rude refusal, the guy created a new group chat in which he was going to discuss with his neighbors the further plan to seize Alex's apartment. Otto said that he was willing to help the neighbors on the condition that they forget all the murders that he and his bandits had committed earlier, and that he would take half of all the supplies they found in Alex's apartment. Aaron and Scarlett were unhappy with what they read and decided to tell Alex about it. Scarlett reported everything to Alex, but he already knew the situation and prepared to defend his apartment, taking out all his weapons. Alex also warned Scarlett not to come to his place with the rest of the neighbors under any circumstances. He said that she better watch the upcoming show. Meanwhile, many neighbors headed to Alex's apartment, carrying various items such as knives, machetes, steel pipes, and aluminum batons. They were determined to get into the hero's apartment and take his supplies. Some tried to knock down Alex's door with all their might, but their efforts were in vain. Alex watched as the villagers tried to break down his door and decided to shock the door with an electric charge. At that moment, one man swung a hammer at Alex's door. A moment later, he was shocked by an electric current and screamed in pain. After one of the blows, an electric current struck not only the person who hit the door, but also the people standing nearby. Soon, the unharmed people saw how those who had just been electrocuted died, their bodies covered in burns. This sight greatly frightened the other residents, and no one understood how they could break through such a door. Neighbors told Otto that electricity had been applied to the door. When the man saw that one of the neighbors wanted to escape, he put a gun to his head, asking where he was going. Then one of the neighbors suggested taking revenge on everyone because Alex had killed several innocent people. Then people decided to use wooden objects so that no one would get an electric shock during the attack. They decided that they had endured cold and hunger for too long, and now they had to break down this door. Several men took a large log and began to break down the door of Alex's apartment. At this time, Alex was not at all worried that these people could damage his door. Instead of taking any action to stop the neighbors, Alex decided to drink a glass of cognac and listen to loud music. He deliberately turned up the volume so as not to hear the noise coming from behind the door. The neighbors still couldn't stop trying to break down the door and shouted that Alex would pay for the deaths of those he electrocuted. However, they soon became very tired and stopped trying to break down the door. One of the neighbors decided to examine the door and told others that such doors are usually used in bank vaults. The residents asked him what they should do in such a case. Then the man said that such a door could not be broken through even with explosives, and even more so could not be broken through with a wooden log. At that moment, Alex, standing right behind the door, was ready to shoot the man with his crossbow. While the tenant continued to talk about breaking down the door, the hero opened a small window and aimed the crossbow there. A moment later, a crossbow bolt pierced the neighbor's throat. Then the neighbors realized that Alex had a weapon. The residents were very scared and started running away from Alex's apartment. Alex continued to kill his neighbors with precise shots, which only increased the fear among the residents. After several shots were fired, there were only a few people left in the corridor who no longer had a chance of survival. Suddenly, one of the men shouted that he had an idea. He said that this door was made of a special alloy so it couldn't be opened just like that. The residents then decided that attempts to break through the door were useless and decided to try to break through the walls. Several people began to hit the walls with all their might, hoping to successfully enter Alex's apartment. They were determined to get revenge on Alex for everything he had done to them during this time. However, after several minutes of trying to break through the walls, residents noticed that the wall was not giving in. The residents did not understand why the walls were so strong. Then they noticed that the walls were also made of the same steel alloy as the door. They couldn't understand why anyone would want to build an apartment made entirely of steel. Despite this, people continued to try to break into Alex's apartment with various tools. Alex soon informed his neighbors that his walls were covered with a super strong alloy, 20 centimeters thick, that could not be penetrated. Alex looked at what was happening outside and thought that if the neighbors continued to try to break into his apartment, they would soon become exhausted. At this time, the neighbors remembered that several weeks before the disaster, Alex had completely renovated his apartment. Then, one of the neighbors said that Alex knew in advance about the approaching snowstorm, and specifically decided to protect himself and his apartment without warning others. Neighbors were furious that Alex had not warned them about the approaching storm, and that he had deliberately chosen not to tell anyone in order to remain the only survivor. They cried and wanted him to pay for the suffering he had caused them all. Otto then told the neighbors that even if the walls of Alex's apartment were protected, they could try to break through his ceiling and floor. He divided the men into groups and sent them to specific apartments to break through the floor and ceiling, creating a hole through which to get into Alex's apartment. Several people went to the desired apartments and spent several minutes trying to break through the floor and ceiling to create an opening on the other side and enter Alex's apartment. Alex heard the neighbors knocking on the ceiling and floor and thought that Otto was a little smarter than he thought, but the neighbors still wouldn't be able to get into his apartment. When the neighbors were finally able to break through the floors and ceilings of the apartments, they discovered that behind them was the same super strong alloy that covered the interior walls of Alex's apartment. Neighbors were shocked to find that Alex's entire apartment was lined with a strong alloy, making it look like a large, impenetrable box. While the neighbors tried to break into Alex's apartment from different sides, many of them began to lose strength, and their desire to eat increased with each passing moment. They even began to look at each other, seeing their neighbors not as people, but as meat. However, they tried to push these crazy thoughts aside. People were so tired that despite the very low temperature, many began to overheat, and only this could warm them up a little. Some people panicked, not knowing what to do with all this. Many people started to get hysterical and shout at Alex that he was an egoist who was not going to help his neighbors. Then one of the neighbors suggested that the others get into Alex's apartment through the balcony, through which they could easily enter his apartment. The rest of the neighbors then thought that they should have tried to get onto Alex's balcony from the beginning, since there should no longer be a protective covering there, and then they could easily get into his house. A few minutes later, the neighbors laid down a board that led to Alex's balcony, and soon a small group of them took turns moving onto the balcony. Despite the fact that the neighbors were approaching Alex, he did not even get up from the sofa and continued to drink his coffee. A few minutes later, an angry crowd appeared on Alex's balcony and tried to break through the bulletproof glass, but Alex was still not afraid. Every minute the number of neighbors on Alex's balcony increased, and more of them tried to break into his apartment. The hero only watched them with a grin, saying that if there was a funeral today, it would definitely not be his. A few minutes later, Alex got up from the sofa and headed to the kitchen. He took a bottle of flammable liquid and set it on fire. After that, Alex went to the wall and threw the bottle into a special compartment, through which the bottle with liquid was supposed to end up on the balcony. Less than a second later, the neighbors on the balcony saw the bottle fall on them. In the blink of an eye, the bottle fell on one of the neighbors, and he immediately burst into flames. The rest watched in horror as one of their comrades burned alive. While the neighbor was burning, he experienced such severe pain that at some point he simply fell from the balcony. The hero knew that being burned alive was the worst and most painful death of all. Alex kept throwing bottles of liquid onto the balcony, and just a few seconds later, all the neighbors on the balcony began to burn alive. Alex watched with pleasure as the neighbors, who had wanted to kill him just a minute ago, began to beg him for mercy. Alex still refused to let his neighbors into his house, and they decided to try to return back. But the people who remained in the neighboring apartment were afraid that the burning neighbors would approach them. As the burning people began to approach, one of the neighbors tried to disperse them, and many of the burning people fell from the board several dozen meters down. After a few seconds, the remaining burning people stopped showing signs of life. The people who remained in the neighboring apartment brought several burnt corpses to somehow warm themselves. However, after some time, the corpses stopped burning and turned into pieces of ice. Then the next group of people headed to Alex's balcony. Unlike the previous group, this group came to Alex's balcony without weapons and began begging Alex to give them at least some food. However, such actions did not cause any pity or compassion in Alex. He continued to eat the noodles he had prepared earlier and watch these people. Then the people kept begging Alex to share the food with them, saying that they would do anything to get at least something. Alex thought that he could now easily manipulate these people based on their hunger and decided to give them a chance. The hero walked up to the balcony and said that he would give a packet of instant noodles for a week to anyone who brought him Otto's head. The group of people on Alex's balcony looked at Otto's people. They felt that if they did not want to die of starvation, they had no choice but to kill Otto. At that moment, Otto realized that they were up to something bad. A group of hungry men approached Otto to kill him, but his bandits tried to stop them. While Otto and his bandits were defending themselves from the attackers, Otto noticed that a new message from Alex had appeared in the general chat, in which he wrote that he would give instant noodles for a week to anyone who brought him Otto's head. Otto realized that Alex was trying to turn the remaining people against him, and tried to return home as soon as possible to think about what to do next. The next day, the group of people Alex had spoken to were waiting in the hallway to catch Otto off guard and kill him. A few minutes later, Otto went out into the corridor to go outside and remove the ice that was preventing him from going outside normally. A group of people waited for the most opportune moment to attack Otto. A few seconds later, they raised their weapons and attacked him from behind. Otto's henchmen, hearing the sound, turned to look at their boss. They saw two armed men flying towards him from behind. However, Otto managed to react in time and shot at those who tried to attack him. Otto's bandits took the bodies of the traitors, thinking they would do the same to anyone who wanted them dead, and tried to kill them and their boss. However, despite the failure of these men to deal with Otto, one of them still managed to leave a serious deep wound on Otto's back. The wound was very deep and large and also bled heavily. One of Otto's thugs took him to one of the apartments while Otto called Scarlet to bandage his wound. Sometime later, Scarlet arrived at Otto's apartment, and after bandaging the wound, she demanded payment for her work. Otto offered to pay Scarlet with meat from the corpses of her neighbors, but Scarlet immediately refused, stating that she would rather die than stoop to cannibalism. Otto said that he didn't want the only doctor in the house to suddenly die, and added that Scarlet shouldn't worry because if he had to sacrifice one of the residents, he would leave Scarlet with a chance to survive. But Scarlet didn't like Otto's behavior and she hit him on the hand. As Scarlet was about to leave, she was suddenly stopped by bandits. Otto pulled out his gun and said that he couldn't let the doctor leave until his wound was completely healed. After this, Otto began to discuss further plans of action with the bandits. At some point, Otto suggested leaving this apartment and moving to the next one, waiting for the moment when Alex would leave his apartment. Scarlet decided to tell Alex about this. She told the bandits that she just wanted to go to the toilet. But in reality, she went to the bathroom to text Alex that Otto was going to move as close to him as possible. To catch the moment when he left his apartment, Alex asked her to continue to monitor the situation and inform him of further actions. After some time, Otto and his bandits broke into the apartment where the young couple lived. When they left the apartment, they were not very upset. The thing is, they knew they had a small supply of food that Otto didn't know about. However, a few seconds after they left the apartment, 2 bandits immediately hit them on the head. They fell in front of Scarlet, which startled her. Otto told Scarlet that he couldn't just let them go. They need to replenish their supply of human flesh to avoid starving or freezing to death. Meanwhile, in the apartment of one of the neighbors wounded by arrows, one of the guys felt ill from unbearable pain in the shoulder area. When he took off his clothes to look at the wound, he saw a huge infection left over from the time Alex had hit him with a rusty arrow. Seeing this, the boy began to cry from helplessness. The other guys also had the same big wounds that became infected, and no one knew what to do next. Feeling the inevitability, Carl tried to convince Laura to let Evelyn try to talk to Alex again, to which she, not wanting to talk to him, responded that they should stick together. A few days later, Alex decided to follow the actions of Otto and his bandits through the cameras. Alex saw Otto threatening his neighbors and robbing their houses, after which he killed some people. However, despite all his influence in the situation, Otto was afraid that the number of bullets in his pistol was decreasing, and the supply of human flesh was starting to run out, and so he had to kill more and more people to avoid starving to death. Alex watched what was happening to Otto, and thought that Otto was just a common coward who was intimidating people so that they would not try to resist him. At that moment, Alex received a call from Scarlet. She reported that Otto's bandits had started to go crazy, robbing and killing people. What especially frightened Scarlet was that the bandits were deliberately hunting other people, killing them, and using the flesh of the corpses as food, which was extremely disgusting to her. Scarlet also said that she was starving, as she had not eaten anything for 2 days, and wanted to ask Alex for help. Alex felt that he should not let Scarlet die, since in the current situation it was very difficult to find a good doctor. He also felt that he should not miss the opportunity to teach Otto a lesson. Alex told Scarlet that he could help her if she completed one task. At this time, Carl began knocking on Alex's door, having been trying for a long time to attract Alex's attention. Alex walked to the door and asked Carl how he was doing with such a big wound. The hero said that Carl's wound was too serious, and if infection or other microorganisms got into it, he would die in the next few days. Alex also said that Carl's wound was in such a state that no medicine would help, which scared Carl greatly, and he began to shout loudly at Alex, threatening to kill him. Alex then suggested to Carl to do something that he had not dared to do until now, and Carl fully agreed with Alex's demands. As the man walked down the corridor, he thought that he would soon die, so he had nothing to fear. Carl calmed down and headed towards the apartment where Evelyn was. A minute later, Carl entered Evelyn's apartment and knelt down in front of her. The girl covered herself from the guy with her hands, not understanding what he was doing. Then Carl did what he had been afraid of for the last few years. He asked Evelyn to marry him, but she turned him down. Evelyn was angry with Carl because he, like the last selfish person, offered her this at a time when the world was collapsing and people were dying every minute. Out of anger, Carl grabbed her by the neck and began to talk about how they would go to hell together. She was frightened by this behavior and the unpleasant smell coming from Carl, so she hit him hard. In response, Carl began to strangle Evelyn while she accused him of being a useless loser. At this time, Scarlet could not stop thinking about the risks that threatened her, despite her promise to help Alex. At some point, Scarlet noticed one of the bandits making soup from human flesh and told Otto that she would go help with the cooking. Otto was pleasantly surprised that Scarlet had finally decided to do it, even though she was still disgusted by the thought of cannibalism. Scarlet then told Alex that she just didn't want to die, and so she had to. After this, Otto decided to leave the girl and his man and went to rest. Scarlet pretended to help in the kitchen by preparing firewood. A few minutes later, the bandit who was making the soup asked Scarlet to watch the cooking while he went off to do other things. At that moment, the girl realized that Otto and his bandits did not see her as a threat, and decided to take advantage of this. She took a bottle with some liquid and poured it into the soup. After that, she began to cook the dish, covering her nose from the terrible smell of human flesh. Soon Scarlet brought Otto and his bandits a cup of human meat soup. Otto laughed, saying he never thought the doctor would join them. When everyone started eating, Scarlet said that she was going to eat in the other room, but no one paid much attention to her and everyone was happy to eat soup. After this, Scarlet went into another room and waited for her sleeping pills, which were supposed to take effect soon, to take effect. She knew that the men would have to sleep for at least half an hour. A couple of minutes after everyone had eaten the soup, Otto and his bandits began to feel sleepy. When the bandits fell asleep, Scarlet was about to ask Alex what to do next. When she asked Alex what to do next, the hero told her that she had to drag everyone she had put to sleep to the balcony. A few minutes later, Scarlet dragged Otto and his bandits to the balcony, as Alex had requested. At this time, the hero went out onto his balcony to make sure that the girl had completed the task. After that, Scarlet wanted to know from Alex what he was going to do with them. Alex threw Scarlet a rope and said he wanted her to kill them. He also told Scarlet to find Otto's gun and tie him up with his bandits. The girl said he was too cautious and was angry that he didn't even want to help her. However, the hero answered her that safety was above all else for him. Scarlet then tied up Otto and his bandits tightly. After that, she took Otto's weapon, which he kept on his belt. When Scarlet pulled out her gun, Alex told her to remove the magazine from it and throw it to him, after which she could leave. The girl asked why she should trust Alex, but the hero replied that she had no other options. Scarlet, without thinking, took apart Otto's pistol and threw it and the magazine to Alex. When Alex caught the weapon, he noticed that it was very similar to the one he had seen Otto with before. After this, Alex returned home, which interested Scarlet a little. A minute later, Alex returned to the balcony with a long hose from which a strong stream of water was pouring. He directed it at Otto. Scarlet looked at this and thought that Alex was a real madman, since he decided to kill Otto and his bandits with frostbite. Otto was horrified when he woke up and found himself sitting on the balcony, tied up and completely wet. A few seconds later, Otto's bandits were also horrified by what was happening. At first, the man did not understand what was happening. He began to guess that they had been put to sleep. He then noticed Alex spraying him and his bandits with water from a hose. When Alex saw that Otto and his bandits were awake, he said that they were being too noisy. He then increased the water pressure in the hose to get them as wet as possible. After a few seconds, Alex decided to stop watering Otto so as not to waste the water supply. Soon Otto and his bandits froze to death, icicles hanging from their faces. After this, Alex called Scarlet and said that she had proven her loyalty to him. The girl sank to her knees in resignation and said that she would come to him now. Soon the girl reported that she was standing right outside Alex's door. Alex saw through the cameras that Scarlet was already standing at his door. He noted that there was nothing in her hands. The hero stood at the door with a gun in his hand in case Scarlet tried to attack him, after which he allowed her to enter. Scarlet slowly walked into Alex's apartment, seeing him pointing a gun at her. When she entered, she immediately took off her coat. She immediately felt a warmth that she had not experienced since the beginning of the cataclysm. Then Alex came up behind Scarlet and started checking her for dangerous objects. The hero asked how she could prove to him that she was not dangerous. The girl asked him what he wanted her to do. Alex told Scarlet that since he allowed her to live in his apartment, she had to prove to him that she was not a threat. A few minutes later, Scarlet stood in front of Alex in her underwear, after which the hero was finally convinced that she did not pose a threat. Alex gave Scarlet a towel so she could wash herself in his bathroom in peace. He took Scarlet into the bathroom and told her that he had prepared some clean clothes for her that should fit her. He said that if it didn't suit her, he would look for something else. While Scarlet was taking a bath, Alex checked her pockets for useful items and found several syringes. A few minutes later, Scarlet came out of the bathroom wearing the clothes Alex had prepared for her. A long, off-the-shoulder blue sundress. The clothes fit her perfectly, both in size and visually. Alex sat Scarlet down on the couch so she could blow-dry her hair. While Alex was drying her hair, he began to list the rules of her living in this house. He warned that if she broke even one rule, he would not spare her. Alex also indicated which room she would be living in, and that the house was equipped with CCTV cameras. The walls and doors were made of impenetrable steel, and that leaving the apartment was only possible with Alex's permission. Scarlet listened carefully to everything Alex said and replied that she was ready to follow all his instructions. The hero said that the only right choice for the girl would be to cling to him. After this, Alex was going to reveal to Scarlet his secret, which he had never revealed to anyone. Alex said that keeping secrets is an important step to strengthen their mutual cooperation. He told Scarlet that the first thing he wanted to do was kill those who tried to kill him. Alex explained that the disaster occurred after an unknown space emission, which caused not only climate change, but also biological changes, changing the internal structure of some people and giving them incredible superpowers. Alex then pulled out food from his pocket, demonstrating to Scarlet his ability to store items in his pocket space. He handed the food to Scarlet and said that all the food in the house was only a small part of the supplies in his pocket space, which would disappear if he suddenly died. Scarlet looked at the food and realized that Alex really did have superpowers. After that, Alex finally allowed her to eat the food. Scarlet, without thinking, tore open the package and began to eat greedily. As Scarlet washed down her meal with water, Alex pointed out that despite such a service as helping to kill Otto, she still had not won his complete trust. The hero also said that since the sewerage system had not been working for a long time, she would now be responsible for cleaning the bathroom. Alex then asked what sacrifices Scarlet was willing to make to continue living in warmth and comfort during the disaster. Scarlet realized what Alex was getting at and began to undress, and soon she and Alex moved into the bedroom to make love. The next day, Alex woke up before Scarlet and had already prepared breakfast for both of them. When breakfast was ready, Alex woke up Scarlet. The girl reluctantly got out of bed, got dressed, and went to the living room to eat. During the meal, Alex ate his food slowly, while Scarlet quickly and greedily devoured her entire breakfast. After breakfast, the hero asked Scarlet if she was full, to which she replied that she was not full and could have eaten much more, but decided to stop because of the risk of causing gastroenteritis. After breakfast, Alex gave the girl her raincoat so she could put it on and go outside. The girl asked the hero what they were going to do. Alex then took a baseball bat, went out onto the balcony with Scarlet, and told her that they were now going to go get ice. Alex handed the bat to the girl and ordered her to smash the frozen corpses of Otto and his bandits. Alex said that even in this state he felt disgusted to look at these corpses, and he wanted to get rid of them. When Scarlet came outside, Alex said she had to show the rest of the neighbors that it was dangerous to deal with him. Scarlet had no choice but to follow all of Alex's orders in order to continue living with him in warmth and comfort. The girl moved to the neighboring balcony, where the frozen corpses of Otto and his bandits were located. Then she swung the bat and started smashing them. While Scarlet was breaking the frozen bodies, Alex was filming the events. At first, the girl was not happy that Alex started filming her, but he said that it was necessary to show the neighbors that Otto and his bandits were dead. After this, Scarlet stopped arguing with Alex and continued smashing the corpses. When she finished, the hero immediately uploaded the video to the neighbors' general chat. The neighbors watched the video and were incredibly happy that Alex had finally dealt with Otto and his bandits once and for all. After this, Alex sent a voice message to the general chat, in which he said that now, after the death of Otto and his bandits, the entire house was under his complete control. Alex read the messages in the chat and saw how the neighbors began to praise him for freeing them from Otto's merciless tyranny, and those who ran out of supplies kept begging Alex to share their food. While the hero was reading all these messages, Evelyn called him. Alex was a little surprised that she was still alive and answered the call. Evelyn asked if she could come live with him now that he had sorted things out with Otto. Alex asked Evelyn how she was still alive, and Evelyn thought that Alex was worried about her, and stopped texting her thinking that she was already dead. Evelyn tearfully begged Alex to kick Scarlet out and let her move in with him, with the pretext that they would definitely be happy together. Evelyn was so engrossed in her conversation that she didn't notice an angry Kylie and Laura approaching her from behind. Alex heard her neighbors attacking her, telling her she deserved to die, and then the call was cut off. Scarlet snuggled up to Alex and said that she wasn't as selfish as Evelyn. The hero's face turned slightly red from such a tender scene. Then Alex thought that if he sent Evelyn a photo of himself with Scarlet, Evelyn would just go crazy. While Evelyn was arguing with her former friends, a new message from Alex arrived on her phone. Evelyn immediately ran away from the girls and grabbed the phone. However, all she saw was a message with a photo of Alex and Scarlet sitting together and hugging. Evelyn immediately became hysterical and wanted to convince Alex that he couldn't do this to her. However, Alex said that he and Scarlet were happy together and had no intention of leaving her for Evelyn, and that there was no point in him keeping in touch with her. Evelyn was very upset because Alex used to run after her for 2 years, and now he lives happily with another girl. Evelyn began to blame Scarlet, and instead of words of support, Kylie and Laura began to laugh at her, saying that she more than deserved such an ending. After this, Alex decided that there was no point in continuing to communicate with Evelyn and blocked her. The hero then decided to ask Scarlet if she considered him a cruel person after this act. However, Scarlet responded that she did not think he was cruel and thought that Alex probably had his own reasons for his actions. Alex was pleased that Scarlet understood his motives. After a while, Scarlet prepared dinner and invited Alex to the table. However, Alex decided to have a snack of a regular apple, because he read messages in the general chat, in which Aunt Abigail wrote that if the neighbors did not listen to her, she would contact her relatives to the police, and after the storm was over, the police would shoot everyone. Scarlet thought that Alex was afraid that she wanted to poison him, but at that moment, Alex was thinking about how Abigail survived Otto's attack on her and her grandson. Scarlet said that when she came to see Abigail's grandson, she felt sorry for both of them and gave them some of her supplies. At first, the hero did not understand what she meant. The girl began to justify herself, saying that everything was just beginning then, and she could not predict how circumstances would develop. However, the hero said that this was not the problem. Alex said that most likely Aunt Abigail and her grandson had long ago eaten all the supplies they received, and he did not understand how they were still alive. Scarlet added that Abigail's grandson died a week and a half ago due to a lack of medicine, so she was able to eat her grandson's supplies to survive. At that moment, Scarlet noticed a man standing from one of the windows of the neighboring building. This was a man. He was standing on the windowsill and laughing hysterically, and then suddenly jumped down. He finally lost his mind and decided to end his suffering. Scarlet asked Alex when the storm would end, to which Alex replied that he didn't know, and all they could do was wait. After that, Alex received a call from Aaron, and he answered it without hesitation. Alex immediately said that Aaron could leave all the formalities and directly tell him what he needed, and he would be happy to help. Aaron was one of the few good people who could be useful to Alex. Aaron said that his girlfriend's daughter Lucy has a high temperature and they have run out of medication. They are very worried about the child's condition. He asked the hero if he had any medicine. Alex thought that Aaron was a lonely man and Lucy had a good figure, so Aaron decided to take care of her and her daughter. Alex said he had the necessary medications and Aaron could come get them. Aaron was very grateful to him, and then the hero said that the man could ask for help at any time, since he was even closer to Alex than his own uncle. When Alex finished the call and hung up, he thought that Lucy was not as simple as she might seem at first glance. Aaron was the only person who listened to Alex and had prepared a certain amount of supplies in advance, and therefore he was the best option for Lucy and her baby. Then Scarlett decided to ask how close Alex was to Aaron. Alex replied that in such a situation one must constantly think about personal gain. Alex said that Aaron is a good person, and he doesn't want Aaron to end up in a hopeless situation and become like his neighbors, since there were very few good people like him left in the disaster. A few minutes later, Aaron finally came to Alex to get medicine for the child. However, the hero noticed that Lucy and her child came with Aaron, which he did not expect at all. Aaron said he came because Lucy asked Alex to help her and her baby. A few seconds later, Alex walked to the door, threw the baby's medicine into the hallway, and asked the man and Lucy to come home. Aaron thanked Alex for his help and was about to leave. However, Lucy suddenly jumped to the door and asked Alex if she could leave the baby with him for a while, as it was too cold in their apartment. Alex thought Lucy had gone too far because he thought that if he took the baby, the mother would start asking him to let her in too. The hero said that he could not take the child because he had almost run out of fuel to heat the house, and the temperature in the house was the same as the temperature outside. Aaron told Lucy that Alex had already done everything he could for them and suggested that they return home as soon as possible. Then Lucy started crying and said that the man would hardly understand her concern for the child, and then continued to beg Alex to take the child at least for a short time. The hero asked why he should agree to this, being in the conditions of the end of the world. Alex said that most of the people in that building wanted him dead, so he couldn't risk his life like that. Aaron also said that the guy had already helped them by giving them medications that were now hard to come by. However, Lucy asked Alex why he allowed Scarlett to live with him, to which Alex replied that they were dating. Scarlett heard what Alex said about them, and even though he just said it, she was pleased to hear it. Aaron then told Lucy to come home as quickly as possible, telling her that Alex had already helped them a lot. The man hugged Lucy and the baby and told Alex that he had helped them a lot and asked him not to pay attention to Lucy's behavior. Alex replied that he understood that Lucy was worried about her baby, and then they said goodbye. After Aaron and Lucy left, Alex returned to Scarlett thinking about how unbearable this woman was. Scarlett said there are a lot of women now who are worried about their children. The hero replied that he should under no circumstances break off relations with Aaron. When Aaron and Lucy returned home, Lucy put her daughter to bed, after which Aaron began to express dissatisfaction with her behavior today. Lucy began to justify herself, saying that she was doing all this for her daughter, so that she would be in more pleasant conditions. Aaron then told her that he understood that she was worried about her daughter's life, but he also said that any kindness has its price. He added that if Alex had not warned him about the impending threat, he would have died long ago, and then Lucy would not have been able to live with him and her daughter. Lucy then told Aaron that she actually doubted that Alex deserved such praise because of his overcautiousness. These words made Aaron very angry. The girl said that Alex simply did not want to help them. Lucy also said that Alex uses such small favors to then take advantage of Aaron, believing that if Alex was a good person, he would not be so cruel to the dozens of people who died because of him. After this, Lucy started to say that Alex's apartment was big enough for them to live with him. But Aaron was already so angry with Lucy that he simply interrupted her and told her to shut up. He told Lucy not to say such words about Alex, as he himself could distinguish good from evil. After this, Lucy's child began to cry, and the girl apologized to the man, saying that she was just worried about him. Aaron, not wanting to continue the conversation with Lucy, said that he would sleep in the living room that night, after which she left the bedroom. Lucy thought that she could not allow herself and her daughter to continue living in such conditions. She promised her daughter that they would definitely live in Alex's apartment. The next day, a group of former construction workers forced their way into the building where Alex lived. They intended to find supplies here. The chief builder ordered his subordinates to begin the search immediately. Seeing one of the residents in the corridor, they immediately chased after him to neutralize him. The man tried to run away from them, but he failed. The bandits dealt him a fatal blow with a shovel right on the neck. The builders decided not to touch the dead tenant for now, and leave the body in place until they finished their work. A few minutes later, the builders climbed to the 24th floor. As they approached the door of Alex's apartment, one of the construction workers prepared an explosive device to blow the door apart. When the explosive device went off, there was a large explosion. This caused a loud sound that woke Alex up. The hero took the weapon and checked the CCTV cameras to check the condition of the apartment. The walls of the apartment and the door withstood such a powerful explosion. Alex then saw on CCTV cameras a group of construction workers trying to enter his apartment. He saw that the builders had various construction tools such as shovels, rebar, and axes. Alex remembered that shortly before the disaster in the neighboring house, someone hired a group of builders to repair the building. Then the hero made a logical conclusion that since these builders came to him, they knew about him far beyond the boundaries of this building. After such a powerful explosion, the builders were surprised that the door to Alex's apartment withstood such a powerful explosion. They suggested that by the time they reached the building, the explosive device might have gotten wet and therefore become less powerful. At this moment, the hero approached the door and prepared a special chemical solution. It was white phosphorus, and it was as destructive as standard construction explosives. When Alex had prepared his special solution, he threw it and the flammable liquid into the corridor. When the builders saw the flammable liquid with the chemical solution flying towards them, they immediately started running away from Alex's apartment. However, the destructive power of the chemical solution in combination with the flammable liquid was so great that all the builders began to burn alive. At some point, a group of construction workers tried to leave this floor as quickly as possible. However, Alex took a gun and started shooting through the door at the builders. He began shooting everyone in his field of vision. The builders were confused due to the lack of understanding of where the shelling was coming from. Within seconds, half of all the construction workers who had made it into the building were lying on the floor in the corridor with burnt skin and bullet wounds. Alex thought he was lucky he didn't buy a machine gun, as the bullet consumption from a machine gun would have been too high. Alex also thought that the cold outside had neutralized most of the potentially dangerous people, and now only the most brutal enemies survived, so Alex needed to deal with them as quickly as possible. He was also surprised at how well the builders had prepared before breaking into his home. After Alex managed to fight off the attack of the builders, he went to calm Scarlet, who was very scared. When he took the blanket off her, he saw that she was so scared that she was almost crying from fear. Scarlet quickly calmed down and said that she thought there was an earthquake and decided to hide. Alex told her that even if it was an earthquake, they would still die. When Scarlet finally calmed down, she sat down next to Alex and asked him what really happened. When he told Scarlet everything that had happened, she said that these construction workers were even more dangerous than Otto and his men. Alex said that without weapons, these people did not pose a threat, and that, in order to avoid dying in a disaster, people who did not know each other began to gather together, forming a kind of family or pack. But despite this, Alex was glad that he was able to protect himself from a potential threat again. Scarlet said that they must definitely take revenge for this, and the hero completely agreed with this idea. But revenge should be not only for their sake, but also for the sake of the rest of the inhabitants. After this, Alex noticed how the neighbors in the general chat began to worry about the sounds of explosions and gunshots. He wrote that a group of construction workers broke into their house to rob and kill them, but luckily he managed to fight back and neutralize most of them. Then the neighbors started writing words of gratitude to Alex in the general chat, and said that as long as Alex is with them, they are not afraid of any external threat. However, Alex also informed all neighbors in the general chat that his ammunition was running low, so now everyone must provide their own protection from the potential threat. After this, he received another call from Aaron, who was concerned about Alex's condition and started asking if he was okay. Aaron said he had gotten along well with these guys before and couldn't imagine them being capable of such a thing. Alex said that he was fine, but he didn't have a plan for further protection yet, and he also asked Aaron to tell him everything he knew about these people, so that Alex could develop a plan of action. Alex said he wanted to join forces to deal with the threat as quickly and effectively as possible. Aaron initially suggested posting about it in the general chat to find volunteers, but Alex said that was unnecessary, as it would only increase people's doubts about his efforts. Alex assumed that the builders would probably return for revenge, and sooner or later the neighbors themselves would want to turn to him for help. Aaron was quite satisfied with this plan, after which Alex ended the conversation with Aaron and turned to Scarlet. He said that because of the personal hatred of some of his neighbors towards him, he cannot do some things on his own. So he asked Scarlet to gather information about the builders together with Aaron, in order to get rid of them as soon as possible. A few days later, Scarlet, dressed as a maid, gathered all the information she could get with Aaron. Scarlet informed Alex that a group of construction workers had arrived from Building 26 and were heavily armed, some of the construction workers even carrying firearms. Besides the construction workers, the threat was posed by two leaders from Building 21, who had formed their own gang, consisting mainly of young and motivated guys. Alex also learned that in the remaining residential buildings, most of the inhabitants had either died from extreme cold, exhaustion due to lack of supplies, or committed suicide. Alex then told Scarlet that they needed to continue gathering information on any potential threats to minimize any risks. Meanwhile, a group of construction workers continued to break into residents' apartments, kill them and rob them in the hope of finding at least some supplies. The men decided that soon everyone remaining in the building would be begging them for mercy, The neighbors began to worry greatly that the builders might break into their apartments and kill them, and believed that Alex was to blame for everything that was happening, so he should surrender to the builders. Alex and Scarlet got out of the shower. The hero picked up the phone and realized that the neighbors reacted to what was happening faster than he himself expected. Alex wrote in the general chat that if the neighbors could not protect themselves from this danger, then it was their own fault, and that he was not going to give up. Alex was very disappointed with the behavior of those neighbors who still continued to blame him for the fact that he was the only one of all the people who was safe. The neighbors then said that at any moment these construction workers could come to their house and kill them, to which Alex responded that he could potentially kill every person in the building, which greatly scared the neighbors. People began to worry that after Otto's death they were still not free from any threat. They hoped that the snow would melt soon, otherwise they would all soon die. At that moment, Alex called Aaron and said that it was time to start implementing their common plan. Aaron said he was ready to do it, and then proceeded to implement the plan. He wrote in the general chat that if everyone united, they could easily resist the enemies. Then Aaron wrote that due to the fact that many people had no supplies left, some would not be able to put up adequate resistance, and suggested turning to Alex to lead all the neighbors. Aaron said he would personally try to convince Alex to help his neighbors. After this, Aaron personally wrote to Alex, and the hero said that everything was going according to plan, and when the time came, the neighbors themselves would join him, and together they could save the building. After this, Alex notified all his neighbors in the general chat and said that he was ready to offer them his help and listen to any suggestions on how to deal with the threat. The neighbors said that as long as Alex didn't let them die, they were willing to follow his instructions. The hero then asked the neighbors if they were ready to arm themselves and confront the gang if he gave such an order. In response, the neighbors doubted their choice, and then Alex suggested that his neighbors wanted him to act against the gang alone, and then there was no point in him going and saving them. Alex also said that otherwise the neighbors might just sit and wait for their fate. Then Aaron entered the conversation and asked the hero not to hang up. He said he was willing to make an effort to survive, then asked his neighbors why they wanted to just sit by and do nothing. Alex said that from now on all the neighbors must obey him and follow all his instructions, and if someone does not make an effort, then no one will receive help from Alex. After that, he ended the conversation. After this, neighbors began writing in the general chat that they were ready to listen to Alex's instructions and follow them. Alex also wrote that he would give away some of his supplies to those who would join him and follow his instructions. Meanwhile, he felt that he absolutely had to make sure who was capable of fighting, and so he had to go out to get supplies and weapons. Alex decided that the best option for moving freely along the snowy street would be to use the snowmobile he had. The hero thought that thanks to the snowmobile, he would be able to easily cover long distances along the snowy street in a minimum amount of time. Meanwhile, the neighbors wanted to know from Alex if he could really go out and get the necessary amount of supplies to provide for all the residents of the building. Alex wrote in the general chat that he worked in a warehouse for several years and therefore knows several places where supplies are stored. At this time, Abigail was thinking that because of her position as manager, she would sooner or later be forced to take responsibility for each resident. After this, most of the neighbors said that they would definitely make every effort to survive. Scarlet was very glad that the neighbors sided with Alex, but Alex himself said that for him, all these neighbors are just meat and cannon fodder that will be spent sooner or later. However, Scarlet still had doubts about whether Alex was really going to go outside. The hero told the girl that he just needed to find the right moment to go out. He also noted that he and Scarlet now have more than enough supplies. At first, the girl said that she would go with Alex, but he was categorically against her going out with him. Alex felt that Scarlet thought that he did not trust her. Then he said that they were in a relationship and he trusted her completely, after which he went to the exit of the apartment. When Alex left the apartment, Scarlet was still upset that Alex wouldn't let her go out with him. A few minutes later, Alex went down to the 4th floor and saw that all the walls and floors were covered in blood. Alex opened the window, climbed out, and found himself on the street. It was very difficult for him to move through the snow, which could reach up to the 4th floor. Then Alex decided to look around to make sure no one saw him. After making sure no one noticed him, he pulled out a snowmobile from his secret dimension, which was fueled and ready for use. However, someone did see Alex riding a snowmobile out of the building. While the hero was riding a snowmobile, he was haunted by the thought that someone had noticed him, and now he would become an important target because of his snowmobile. Alex thought about how long it had been since he had been outside, and how now he had a great opportunity to ride a snowmobile. After some time, Alex was able to reach the Tianhai police station. Alex didn't hesitate to break one of the police station windows. After that, he walked inside and found himself in an empty lobby. Inside, he saw several police officers frozen to death in one of the corners. Alex suggested that when the cataclysm began, these policemen remained on night duty and waited for their death. After this, Alex covered the bodies of the police officers with a towel, expressing his respect for those who defended this city before the cataclysm. While he was covering the policemen's bodies with towels, he noticed something shiny on one of them. This shiny thing turned out to be a bunch of keys, among which were probably the keys to the armory. Alex began to search among these keys for those that would open the doors of the arsenal. After a couple of minutes, Alex was able to find the armory and open it to find as many useful weapons as possible. The hero was delighted to see among the entire arsenal various automatic rifles, shotguns, pistols, explosives, and even a sniper rifle. Alex was very glad that in addition to firearms, there was also ammunition and special equipment. The hero held the rifle in his hands and thought about how his shooting accuracy had improved significantly lately. After Alex had looked at the entire arsenal of weapons and equipment, he immediately placed it all into his pocket space. The hero decided that he also shouldn't forget about his cannon fodder. He then headed to one of the suburban supermarkets to get food which he intended to give to his neighbors for their protection. A few minutes into the drive, Alex arrived at what was supposed to be one of the suburban supermarkets. Finding one of the supermarket windows among a pile of snow, he smashed it. He then made his way inside by climbing down the rope. Alex walked through the expensive clothing section and thought about how the clothes he couldn't afford before had turned into ordinary trash. However, Alex still transferred all the clothes into his pocket space. He then went down to the floor below where one of the grocery stores was located. Most of the products in the store are already unfit for consumption, but Alex didn't care how spoiled the food he was about to give to his neighbors was, and began collecting all the food he could see. He decided that this would be quite enough for his neighbors. A couple of hours later, Alex returned to the building with supplies of weapons and food, which he intended to give to his neighbors. Several of the construction gang noticed Alex returning home on a snowmobile, and thought that if they could get the snowmobile, they would be able to get around town easily. Then several people from the gang of builders began to develop a plan to get rid of Alex. The hero looked up to look around the building and saw that people were leaning against the windows and looking intently at him and his snowmobile. Meanwhile, Aaron came down to meet Alex and said that he was really well prepared for this cataclysm. Alex entered the building through a window and told Aaron that it was extremely difficult to find any supplies in such conditions, and he found nothing. He then took out several bags of supplies and told all the assembled neighbors that he had spent a lot of time and effort getting supplies for them. Scarlett then took one of the bags and emptied the contents to show the neighbors how much food Alex had been able to obtain. People saw how much food Alex was able to get for them and began to praise him for his help. They began to praise him, saying that he had become closer to them than their own brothers. Alex told his neighbors that although he had gotten all this food for them, he made it clear that he was not going to feed those who did nothing. At this time, armed construction workers began to head towards the building to take away all the food that Alex had gotten. The hero then pointed out to his neighbors a group of builders, and said that the more builders they could defeat, the more food they would get. When the residents heard this, they immediately started drooling. The neighbors immediately rushed to attack the builders, hoping to get as much food as possible. The builders were very scared by how boldly the residents attacked them. Within seconds, a fierce battle broke out between the residents of the house and the builders. Alex and Scarlett watched as their hungry neighbors brutally murdered construction workers. Meanwhile, the number of neighbors participating in the battle against the builders kept increasing. The builders were unable to fight, as they were clearly outnumbered despite having weapons. After a couple of minutes of such a brutal and unequal battle, the gang of builders decided to retreat and run away. All the neighbors were very happy that this time they managed to repel the attack of the gang of builders on their own. Meanwhile, Scarlett looked at the bodies of her wounded neighbors and wanted to do everything she could to help them get back on their feet. However, Scarlett was sure that Alex would not allow her to waste her medical supplies on these people. A few minutes later, Alex gathered all the neighbors in the hallway on the first floor to inform them of the successful defense of the building. He told his neighbors that it was thanks to their courage and efforts that they not only survived, but were able to repel the enemy attack on their own. After this, Alex called out several men who killed the largest number of enemies. As the men approached, Alex presented them with several items of food in recognition of their significant contribution to protecting the building. The men were incredibly happy to receive their products and said they would now work even harder to keep the entire house safe. Then Alex looked at the crowd of neighbors and thought that it was the feeling of hunger that made these people stand up for defense. He realized that this was exactly what he needed. He then called the rest of his neighbors who had taken part in the battle and gave them as much food as they deserved for their participation in the fight. The neighbors lined up, and Alex gave each one as much food as they deserved for their work. Now every inhabitant of the house received food if he worked hard, and if someone did not make an effort, he was left without food. Alex wanted to pass the food to another neighbor, but one of the residents started shouting, asking where his food was. Then Alex looked at the man and threw something at his feet. As it turned out, it was just a regular candy. The man began to get indignant that Alex gave him only one measly piece of candy. Then the hero said that he personally saw how this man stood and hid behind other neighbors who took part in the battle. Alex also told the man that he only gave him that candy because he was kind today, thus shaming him in front of the rest of the neighbors. After this, the man began to justify himself, saying that the other neighbors had dealt with the builders too quickly, and that was why he had not managed to defeat anyone. But Alex replied that the result of the battle was important to him, not its process. Then this resident became indignant and stated that Alex was too biased towards him. Alex then challenged the resident to discuss how fairly he was treating him, and then called in several young men who had also taken part in the battle. The two young men threw the disgruntled neighbor to the floor, and Alex told him that he gives orders to everyone, and everyone must follow these orders, otherwise he will punish those who do not follow. He pointed a gun at a disgruntled resident and said that anyone who did not follow his orders would get what they deserved. Alex also pointed to the door and said that anyone who was not going to listen to him could leave the house without any problem. After that, he watched with satisfaction as his ungrateful neighbor was beaten by his subordinates. Then this disgruntled resident called Alex a liar. In response, the hero kicked him in the palm of his hand, causing the candy to fall to the floor. Alex took the candy from the disgruntled tenant and said that he expected him to behave more obediently next time. Alex then let the disgruntled resident go and told the rest of the neighbors that he didn't want anyone to behave like that. When the hero had distributed the food among all his neighbors, he decided to put the remaining food aside for storage. However, from the crowd, female voices were heard shouting that they had received nothing. It was Evelyn and Kylie asking Alex to share his food with them. Alex leaned over to the girls and said that he remembered them. He said he couldn't do without them. At first, the girls didn't like that Alex singled them out from everyone else. Then naive Evelyn, with tears in her eyes, decided to remind Alex that he had previously said that he loved her more than anything in the world. Alex then hit Evelyn in the face with the weapon and told her that he used to love her, but she never took his feelings seriously. He also said that Evelyn used him as an errand boy and added that he already had a girlfriend. Scarlett clung to Alex, and he said that Scarlett was 1,000 times better, so he asked Evelyn not to disturb them anymore. Evelyn started crying even more and screaming about how Alex had asked her to live with him before, while the rest of the neighbors started calling her a shameless girl. Alex then asked the disgruntled resident from whom he took the candy what the neighbors called Evelyn. The man replied that all the neighbors called her words like universal socket, bus, and Russian roulette. Then the neighbors started laughing at Evelyn, which made her cry even harder. Unable to withstand the strong pressure from the neighbors, Evelyn simply ran away from the corridor. Then Alex again gave the disgruntled resident a candy, and this time he thanked Alex for his kindness, saying that now he will try his best for the good of the house. Kylie also left the hallway without receiving any food. After Alex got rid of Evelyn and her friend, he began to develop a plan to fortify the entire building. Alex counted all the neighbors and found that among all of them, excluding children, there were 47 people left in the building. The hero suggested creating several groups of 7 people, and each group would be on duty at a certain time and place, while he, Scarlett, Aaron, and Lucy would perform other duties. Alex also ordered that the railings of the stairs be knocked on if any group detected enemies approaching the house. He clarified that he would now give food to those residents who could neutralize 5 or more enemies, and that during duty each group would eat only what it had. Alex then assigned Aaron to manage each group, and Aaron said he would take on that responsibility. A couple of hours later, Alex and Scarlett were already sitting in their apartment. Scarlett asked Alex what the situation was outside. The hero looked through his weapon and said that the cataclysm had completely covered houses with a small number of floors with snow. Alex also noted that even if the snowfall stops, it will take at least 2 weeks for all the snow to melt. However, he said the large amount of snow was not a problem for them. After that, he took out from his pocket space the entire arsenal of weapons that he had obtained from the police station. Alex told Scarlett that despite all the dangers, they were not in real danger. He picked up a sniper rifle from the floor and noted that at the moment the biggest threat to them were the people they might encounter sooner or later. He then went out onto the balcony to test the functionality of his sniper rifle. Through the scope, he saw that someone was on the street. After waiting a bit, Alex saw that the man was heading towards the garage where his snowmobile was supposed to be. Alex thought that his bait had worked, and that when the man got inside the garage, he would be in for an unpleasant surprise. At this moment, the hero received a call from Aaron. He wanted to thank him for the noodles he had given him, and apologize for Lucy's words, justifying it by saying that she had no words. Then Alex decided to ask Aaron why he was willing to raise someone else's child in such conditions. Aaron replied that it didn't matter anymore, and that he could find a nice girl like Lucy. In response, Alex said that he had completely underestimated himself and his capabilities, calling him a real treasure. Alex also noted that it was good that his destiny had worked out in such a way that he would not have to worry about wedding expenses and other problems that young couples face. Aaron said that they had enough to worry about with Lucy's baby, after which he thanked Alex again for his help, and Alex concluded by saying that he respected both him and Lucy, and hoped that they would be happy together. On this pleasant note, the conversation between Alex and Aaron ended. After the call, the hero told Scarlett that such things should never be rushed, with which she completely agreed. After this, the couple kissed. A few hours later, a group of construction workers again broke into the building, attempting to rob the residents. They headed straight for the stairs. While a group of builders were walking along a stairwell, a brick fell on one of the builders, but the builder managed to avoid the brick and survive. One of the residents continued throwing bricks at the uninvited guests and calling on the rest of the neighbors for help. The group of builders were surprised by how thoroughly the villagers had prepared for their arrival and decided to kill everyone they came across. Less than a minute later, a fierce battle began between the residents and the construction workers on the stairwell. But this time, the group of construction workers suffered serious losses, unable to withstand the full defensive force of the residents of this building. The construction team leader ordered everyone to leave the building as quickly as possible to avoid further losses. When the group of construction workers left the building, one of the residents offered to catch up with them, but everyone decided that it was better to stay in the building, as it was too dangerous outside. Meanwhile, Alex looked from the balcony at the group of retreating builders and thought about how a group of hungry grown men had attacked them again and been defeated again. At one point, he wondered if he would be able to hit at least one of them with a sniper rifle. Alex then took out a sniper rifle from his space. He loaded it with cartridges and prepared to make several accurate shots. Meanwhile, the group of builders managed to run away from the building at a fairly large distance. But despite this, Alex, using a very powerful sight, noticed them and aimed as accurately as possible. The hero pulled the trigger and instantly neutralized one of the builders with a precise shot to the head. The builders immediately stopped and began looking for the place from which the shot was fired. Alex was very pleased that he had managed to neutralize one of the builders so easily at such a great distance. Then he decided to fire a few more shots and kill a few more builders. This time he again managed to kill one builder with a precise shot to the head. With each shot, the number of corpses of builders from Alex's shots became more and more. Soon he decided to stop shooting, as he had already neutralized a significant number of enemies. At this point, Alex thought that now he would not even have to go outside to get rid of the invaders and keep the building safe. Some neighbors were scared by the sounds of gunshots and immediately realized that it was Alex, and were very surprised at how he was able to get rid of several builders at once with such ease. Alex thought about how much the sounds of his gunfire had scared the neighbors, and he figured that many of them would now be unable to sleep peacefully tonight. The next morning, Scarlet cooked breakfast and asked Alex not to criticize her cooking skills too harshly, as she was not a very good cook. The hero told Scarlet that she had enough time to practice cooking a little, because if they ate the same thing, they might get tired of it sooner or later. During breakfast, Scarlet asked the hero about the shots she heard during the night, and Alex frankly answered that he killed 7 construction workers with a sniper rifle who tried to attack and rob the residents the day before. In response, the girl said that Alex was amazing, and the hero asked her if she was interested in learning more. Scarlet replied that it didn't matter because she had complete confidence that Alex was doing the right thing. The guy was very pleased that Scarlet never showed excessive curiosity. Meanwhile, one of the leaders of the 26th building looked at the corpses of those builders that Alex was able to kill during the night. At this point, one of the residents informed him that most of the people were either dead or missing. The man began to think about how they could get hold of Alex's snowmobile, as this would be the only way to replenish their supplies. He asked to bring the body of one of the men to their house that evening. Meanwhile, Alex was about to go out into the street again to look for warehouses or stores where supplies might remain. Now all the inhabitants of this building clearly understood that if they wanted to stay alive, they had to not only obey Alex's instructions, but also not provoke him. While Alex was riding his snowmobile, he called Aaron and asked him to keep an eye on the entire building while he was away. Meanwhile, a group of bandits from Building 21 noticed Alex leaving the building on a snowmobile. They couldn't help but wonder where he might be hiding his snowmobile. One of the bandits noticed that the area was large enough for Alex to find some secluded place. The bandits believed that if they could get hold of the snowmobile, it would not only help them solve the problem of lack of resources, but also solve the problem of lack of people in their gang. One of the bandits especially wanted to get this snowmobile so that he could easily move between stores and take cigarettes from there, without which he was already going crazy. Alex spent several hours riding his snowmobile around the snowy city, trying to find some large warehouse or store from which he could pick up more supplies. Later, he remembered the main warehouse at the southern base, which was difficult to reach alone. He decided that there must be some supplies there. A few minutes later, Alex arrived at one of the largest city warehouses, from which all products were already being redirected to other city warehouses. Alex could feed thousands of people with these supplies, and he immediately tried to get inside. However, he noticed that all the easily accessible goods had already been taken, but still decided to go down to see what was left. As he walked down, Alex saw a bunch of expensive business-class cars and various sports cars in front of him. The hero decided to take all these cars into his pocket space just in case. A few minutes later, Alex took everything that was left in the warehouse and decided to go back upstairs, climbing out through the roof of the warehouse onto the street. He assumed that his fuel reserves were already running low, so he started looking around the city for gas stations where there might be at least some fuel left. After some time, Alex arrived at one of the gas stations, but as it turned out, there was almost no fuel left at this station. At first, the hero could not understand what to do. Alex couldn't believe he still had to save fuel. Lying in the snow, he thought that if there were a small group of people here, it would be easy to dig an entrance. At some point, Alex realized that he really had to dig his way to the gas station. He understood that the snow had fallen less than a month ago and had not yet had time to freeze. Then he stood up and took out the excavator from his space, which he had hidden before the cataclysm. After this, Alex filled up the excavator and began digging a path to the entrance to the gas station. Luckily for Alex, he had already worked with similar equipment in the warehouse. Once the excavator's engine had warmed up a bit, Alex immediately began digging up all the snow that had accumulated around the gas station. After a few minutes, he managed to dig out all the snow that was in the way, and he immediately decided to go inside. Upon entering, Alex assumed that all the fuel must be stored at the very bottom, and decided to go down to test his theory. Soon Alex found one of the doors leading to the basement of the gas station and decided to try to open it. When he was able to open the door, he went downstairs to check if there was any fuel supply. On the ground floor, Alex saw several tanks of fuel that should last him the rest of his life. Then the hero decided to check how much fuel was left in these tanks. At that moment, Alex thought that since he got here so easily, all these fuel reserves now belonged to him. Alex was incredibly happy that now all the benefits of civilization, which remained under a thick layer of snow, and which no one else could get so easily, now belonged only to him. After a few hours, Alex was able to move all the fuel and food supplies into his space. After that, he set up a tent at a gas station and decided to rest, planning to go to the place Aaron had mentioned the next day. Then he climbed into his sleeping bag and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Scarlett came to one of the girls with a child to check on the baby's condition. Since he was sick, Aaron decided to go with her. Even though Alex left some food for the neighbors, he took all the medicines, making it difficult for Scarlett to treat the child. At that moment, Aaron appeared and gave Scarlett some medicine to cure the child. The girl was worried about the baby's condition, and Aaron tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine. When everything was ready, the girl thanked Scarlett and Aaron for their help. Scarlett told her that if Alex hadn't given them the medicine, it would have been much more difficult to cure the child, and so Alex was the one to thank. After this, Scarlett and Aaron went down the stairs. At this moment, Scarlett noticed that someone was very quickly descending the stairs and approaching the girl with the child. It was Abigail. She was holding a knife and screaming that her grandson was dead because of them. After this, Abigail plunged the knife into the girl's neck, and out of surprise, she accidentally dropped her child. However, Scarlett managed to catch the child, and then the wounded girl asked her to take the child and leave as quickly as possible. Then Abigail pointed a knife at Scarlett and demanded that she give up the child. Scarlett refused to give the child to Abigail, to which she said that if her grandson was dead, then this child should not remain alive either. Abigail tried to attack Scarlett and the baby, but Scarlett covered the baby with her body and ran up the stairs. However, the woman caught up with them and swung a knife at Scarlett, saying that she should die for not saving her grandson. The girl was already preparing for the blow, but at that moment Aaron appeared, stopped the crazy Abigail and snatched the knife from her hands. He pushed the old woman away from the girl and covered her with his body. After this, Aaron asked Scarlett if everything was okay, to which she replied that she and the baby were okay, but the baby's mother did not survive. Scarlett said it was entirely her fault, but she didn't expect Abigail to be able to go without food for long. At this point, Abigail came to her senses and began to blame Scarlett for the death of her grandson. Abigail began to speak louder and louder, saying that everyone was to blame for her grandson's death and that everyone should die. Aaron couldn't take it anymore and told Aunt Abigail to shut up immediately, since it was Alex who saved them all from Otto, who had been keeping all the residents in fear for a long time, and she should be grateful to Alex. Scarlett also told her that it was not Alex's fault that he did not give her the medicine, however. Abigail continued to claim that her grandson died precisely because Alex refused to help her. Scarlett then said that she managed to persuade Alex to provide medicine for Abigail's grandson. But when she arrived, her grandson was already dead, and it was she who killed him. However, Abigail continued to claim that she did not kill her grandson, and that they killed him. The neighbors, looking at Aunt Abigail, began to loudly condemn her for daring to torture her grandson and ultimately killing him. One of the guys added that he was surprised that this old woman remained alive after everything she did during the cataclysm. At that moment, the other guy took a lighter out of his pocket and said that he hadn't eaten for several days, and Abigail looked quite plump. The next morning, Alex woke up, got out of the tent, and was ready to go to the place Aaron had talked about. The hero left the gas station and headed to the place Aaron had indicated, where various ammunition was supposed to be. When Alex arrived at the site, he noticed that there was also a lot of snow here and decided to use the excavator again. After a few minutes, he was able to break through the entrance and entered the building. When Alex entered the building, he noticed that the place looked very protected and didn't understand why there was no one there. After looking through all the rooms, Alex did not find a single person, which scared him a little. He suggested that the people who were here might have left earlier. Perhaps they knew about the beginning of the cataclysm in advance. They took all the ammunition and hid somewhere to wait out the storm, and then restore the previous order in the new world. After inspecting the building from the inside, Alex returned outside and thought that armed men could be the most serious problem he would have a hard time dealing with. Then the hero got into the excavator and after a few minutes began to break down one of the walls on the other side of the building. After some time, Alex was able to break through the wall of the building and found himself in one of the rooms, which he could not get into from the inside. Passing through the wall, Alex saw in front of him a room completely filled with various ammunition. The man was very happy with such a big find, because among various pistols, machine guns, shotguns, and cartridges, he found many sniper rifles and even grenades. A couple of minutes later, Alex took all the weapons and ammunition along with the explosive devices. After that, he got on his snowmobile and rode home, thinking that if he ran out of ammunition again, he would definitely need places like this. After some time, Alex returned home and told his neighbors that he had carefully examined many places, but could not find anything useful, and next time he would try to look in other places. The neighbors were extremely unhappy that they would have to go hungry again until Alex went outside again. Alex couldn't help but notice the obvious discontent on the part of his neighbors. He decided to remind them who saved them from certain death. Alex said that so little time had passed and his neighbors had already become so angry, and when the situation improved, he would stop helping them, and everyone would look for food for themselves. One of the neighbors told Alex that he had simply misunderstood them, and that they understood perfectly well how difficult it was to find supplies in such harsh conditions. After this, the hero decided to return to his apartment and told his neighbors that they were all free for today. Many of them looked at Alex and thought that he treated them like cattle, even though they were risking their lives. One of the neighbors, holding a knife behind his back, invited Alex to go outside with him in a small group. He said Alex's snowmobile could fit 2 more people. Several people supported the idea and said they were willing to help Alex find supplies. However, Alex realized what these people were up to, after which he took out a gun and immediately shot one of the neighbors right in front of everyone. Alex said he didn't believe a word they were saying and decided to remind them of their unconditional submission. When the hero pointed the gun at the rest of the neighbors, they began to say that they actually wanted to offer him help. Alex said that if he didn't kill these people who just wanted to kill him, other people wouldn't understand that they better not get in his way. After a few shots, he dealt with those who wanted to get rid of him. After the shooting, Scarlett and Aaron came to Alex to see if he was okay. The man said everything was fine and he only got away with a couple of scratches. Alex also said that he had always been a good person, and so he would simply forgive the rest of the neighbors for their failed attempt at rebellion. Lucy, who was passing by him, silently thought that he was not quite as kind as he said. On the way to his apartment, Alex thought he needed to clean up the cannon fodder a little. When they arrived home, the hero decided to first ask Scarlett what had happened in the house during his absence. Scarlett told him about a recent incident where Abigail killed a girl and was killed the next day. Alex said that out of all the neighbors, Abigail was the one who deserved to die the most. Scarlett also told Alex about the man from Building 9 who wanted to negotiate peace with him. However, Alex did not quite understand what this man wanted to talk to him about. Scarlett then said that she didn't know all the details, and that the man wanted to personally discuss future cooperation with Alex. The hero replied that he did not need anything from this man, and that in any case, these people could only wait for their death. Scarlett thought she should tell these people that Alex wasn't going to talk to them. However, Alex said that he would first like to learn everything about these people from Scarlett, in order to better understand who he would have to negotiate with. As it turned out, Leilani was the head of one of the largest cosmetic companies, the value of which exceeded $200 million. But later it turned out that the entire company was one big financial pyramid. Leilani was in good shape despite her age, and had about 10 survivors from Building 9 under her command. Scarlett also added that Leilani is in charge of the entire 9th building. Alex thought that even a woman could show some form of leadership in such conditions, and realized that this woman was not as simple as she seemed. After this, Scarlett asked Alex if he had decided to meet with Leilani. Alex replied that he first needed to understand the overall situation in order to better understand what this woman wanted to achieve from him. Then Alex saw messages on his phone that Leilani and someone named Carter had added him as friends. The hero thought that he had already met this man. Alex accepted the applications, and at the same moment Leilani wrote to him to discuss their joint collaboration. Leilani offered to call, but Alex replied that if she had something to say, she should say it directly, and without unnecessary words. Leilani felt that Alex was a very tough person, and that he should be approached with extreme caution. She had heard about Alex that he had killed a lot of people, and that he had a snowmobile and a sniper rifle, so she had to choose her words carefully when talking to him to increase her chances of a successful deal. Leilani wrote to Alex that she had admired him for a long time and would like to collaborate with a person like him. Alex thought Leilani had been very persistent when she wrote that if he and his snowmobile would help her and her people on forays, she would provide him with labor later. Leilani reminded Alex that his people were extremely negative towards him, and as long as he helped her and her people get supplies, they would remain neutral. Alex then assumed that Leilani was trying to intimidate him and decided to ask her about it directly. The girl answered him that in this situation the best solution for both parties is cooperation, in response to which Alex told Leilani that this was the first time he had seen such a confident and purposeful person, after which he added that he would definitely think about her offer and answer her. After that, Alex looked out the window at the 9th building and thought sarcastically that if these people and his neighbors really turned against him, there was nothing he could do about it. Then he thought about his chances against these people if they all attacked him. He believed that these people would not be able to destroy the building with their bare hands, and, due to the lack of fuel and electricity, would not be able to use heavy equipment. Alex tried to understand what consequences might await him if he continued to persist in his opinion. He didn't want to risk killing thousands of innocent people. While Alex was considering his next steps, he received a new message from Carter on his phone. The man immediately wrote to Alex that he would like to cooperate with him on mutually beneficial terms. Carter wrote that in the 18th building, where he is responsible, there is a well-coordinated team, and he is ready to provide Alex with labor and other resources in exchange for food. Alex felt that Carter was a very talented performer who could get the most out of a minimal investment. He then asked Scarlett if she knew anything about Carter in Building 18. Scarlett said she had heard from some of her neighbors that Carter was a very charismatic person, and that almost everyone in the building was kept alive because of the team's solidarity and the even distribution of resources among the residents. Alex felt that Carter was a very good leader, but he believed that it was not enough to survive in such conditions, after which he wrote to Carter that he would consider his proposal. Carter then sent the hero a list of his demands and conditions, which did not seem too difficult to Alex. He hugged Scarlett and told her that he could either start a war between the buildings or agree to a truce in cooperation. Scarlett thought she was lucky that Alex respected her, because she felt like there was something wrong with his head. At one point, Alex asked Scarlett what he should do, and this really scared her. The girl, trembling, replied that if Alex started a war, he would waste a large amount of valuable ammunition, and if he gave food to the inhabitants of another building, it would be a waste of resources. Panicked by the fact that the guy was clinging to him too tightly, Scarlett suggested that they move out of the building. The hero thought it was a good idea, but he wouldn't be able to create the same bunker elsewhere. As night approached, Alex asked Scarlett to cut the bulletproof vest into several pieces of fabric to later make regular clothes out of. Meanwhile, he wrote in the general chat that people from other buildings wanted to attack them and take all the supplies. After this, the neighbors wrote that they could not allow this to happen, and that they needed to prepare and fight back. Alex also suggested that the neighbors divide up all the supplies and hide some of them in case people from other buildings were able to grab some supplies. At that moment, he received a message on his phone about entering into a conversation with the managers of residential buildings. Alex accepted the invitation to join a group of building managers, and someone immediately began listing the terms of their joint cooperation. Among the conditions, the housing managers specified that in exchange for personal safety, Alex must provide them with some of his supplies and his snowmobile. The hero, of course, did not want to agree to such conditions, and felt that it would be much easier to get rid of the residents of other buildings and their managers. Then it suddenly dawned on Alex that he could just lure all these people into a trap. The next day, the hero armed himself with a melee weapon, and went outside to prepare for a possible attack from residents of other buildings. Alex realized that the leaders of these buildings were only hiding behind the idea of peace talks to find out his full combat readiness, and he wanted to surround these people and get rid of them as effectively as possible. He planned to throw a grenade at the surrounded and trapped people to get rid of as many people as possible at once. And even if Alex failed to destroy all the attackers with the explosion, no one would dare to attack him anymore. Meanwhile, Aaron was distributing the food Alex had given him to feed the villagers a little before the fight. The neighbors ate and thought they had made the right choice by listening to Alex's instructions. When the hero found himself among the neighbors, they began to ask him about the results of the negotiations, and whether they would be able to return to normal life after everything they had experienced. Alex informed his neighbors that if the negotiations were successful, the residents would no longer have to worry about food shortages or constant attacks from residents of other houses. Alex hoped for a bright future, and thought that this nightmare would soon end. People followed him with the hope of victory, but Alex himself understood that not everyone would return alive. Soon the hero went out with his neighbors to prepare for defense. However, as soon as Alex and his group stepped outside, they immediately noticed groups of residents from other buildings approaching them. Alex didn't expect the residents of the other houses to show up so soon. The neighbors also didn't know what to do in this situation. He then ordered Leilani's group to return back as quickly as possible. After this, Alex called Aaron and said that there were too many enemies and he needed reinforcements. After that, Alex hid in the snow, took out a sniper rifle and prepared to defend himself from potential enemies. The rest of the group of residents began to suspect that the residents from the other buildings clearly did not come here for negotiations. Aaron then told the villagers that they had nothing to worry about, as Alex must have had some kind of plan. One of the neighbors pointed out to Aaron that there were too many of these people, to which Aaron replied that their main goal was to not give Alex a chance to stand up to them. However, he said Alex assured them that they had nothing to worry about and they should trust him. Standing in front of the group of people were the building managers, including Carter, Leilani, Evan, Jose, and Andrew. Alex looked at Leilani and wondered if they could handle the ambush he had prepared for them. He also thought that under any circumstances, he should not allow these residential building managers to attack first. Meanwhile, Jose pointed out to the other managers that their tenants would be enough to wipe out all of Alex's building's residents, and they sensed that Alex was afraid to negotiate. Leilani told the other managers that they shouldn't rush to conclusions, and that they should first discuss everything and the terms of further cooperation with Alex. Jose then shouted to Alex's men that they had come here for general negotiations. Aaron noted that the composition of the residential building managers was different from the one Alex had agreed to negotiate with, to which Carter responded that they had decided that the full number of managers would not be practical for the visit. Aaron then told the building managers that only 5 people could enter, and they had to be screened, and the rest should step aside. Jose felt that Alex was too bold a man because he ordered an audit of the apartment building managers, and at the same time dared to put forward his own negotiating conditions. At this time, Alex overheard the entire conversation of the managers through Aaron's phone, and thought that these people decided to intimidate him. At this point, Alex started a dialogue with Aaron, to which Jose responded that they had come here to negotiate, and therefore were not going to wait that long. Aaron said he understood everything, and then asked all the managers to step back a little. The managers did not understand why they had to move away, but they did not argue, and decided to fulfill the request. Alex watched the situation through the scope of a sniper rifle, and waited for the moment when the managers of the residential buildings and their residents moved away to a sufficient distance. When the leaders were far enough away, Alex gave Aaron a whistle signal. The leaders did not understand what was happening and began to look around. Then the hero said that a little surprise awaited them all. After that, Alex took out a grenade, pulled out the pin and threw it towards the residents of other buildings. Within seconds, the grenade reached residents of other buildings, and people began to panic. However, despite attempts to escape, no one could escape the explosion. And a second later an explosion occurred. A crater was formed at the site of the explosion, next to which lay the bodies of several dozen wounded or dead people. After the explosion, Aaron took out his phone and called Alex. He asked the managers how many people were left. Jose told Alex that they came here solely for mutually beneficial negotiations. Alex then asked the managers of the residential buildings for what purpose they brought their people here. Alex also added that these people would interfere with the negotiations, and so he got rid of some of them. At this point, Leilani interrupted him and said that they had come here to improve relations between the managers of the residential buildings. After that, Alex told the managers that he was expecting them in 5 minutes on the 30th floor in one of the apartments for negotiations. He looked at the remaining people below and thought that he would have to get rid of them anyway, but it would not be easy to get rid of them all at once. Alex then prepared the meeting place by setting up a table and some chairs in the center of one of the apartments. 5 minutes later, the managers, tired from climbing the stairs, entered the apartment. One of the managers, Carter, introduced himself to Alex and asked him to begin negotiations as soon as possible. Then the hero thought that he would still have to come up with another solution. Sitting down at the negotiating table, the managers of the residential buildings informed Alex that a critical situation had arisen in which resources and supplies were no longer sufficient for normal life. The managers also said that due to a lack of food and other resources, their residents were slowly dying of cold and hunger, and so they would like to negotiate, hoping that Alex would provide them with the necessary resources under certain conditions. Alex stopped listening to the manager's complaints and took out a gun for a few seconds and then put it on the table. The managers of the residential buildings were frightened at the sight of the gun and said that they wanted to resolve all issues peacefully. Alex said that the apartment building managers should not be afraid because the gun had already started to bother him, and he had removed it. Alex then tried to calm the managers down and asked them to sit down. He informed them that he did not at all like having to distribute his supplies unwisely between the managers and their inhabitants. However, he understood that the people who ran the buildings were not so stupid. Alex also noted that he understands that they are doing everything possible to take care of their residents even in such harsh conditions. After that, Alex said that he would offer his terms, and if at least someone did not agree to fulfill them, he would start a full-scale war between the buildings. Alex's first condition was that he was willing to provide the managers and their residents with food, but in reasonable quantities, and they should decide for themselves how to distribute the supplies. Alex said he could provide food for up to 300 people, but Leilani did not agree to such conditions. She said there were about 100 people in her building, and she didn't know how she would distribute supplies among her residents. Then Alex said that there was no point in this empty talk and suggested moving on to the next conditions. At this point, one of the leaders said that they did not need to rush. He said they really need to discuss stock distribution again. Jose added that this is indeed not enough to feed all of its residents. Then Alex started loading his gun and asked the managers if it would be easy to provide food for 300 people every day. A frightened Carter suggested dropping the issue and moving on to Alex's next condition. The hero wanted to clarify with the managers what they were willing to do in exchange for providing supplies. He took a handful of seeds from his pocket and said that if they wanted to survive and provide themselves with food, they would have to grow plant food. However, the managers looked at this handful of seeds and did not understand how they could grow food in such conditions. One of the managers began to complain about the conditions for growing food. Alex then said that sooner or later the food and fuel supplies might run out, and if they wanted to survive, they would have to look for alternative solutions to the problem. He also told the managers that if they sent workers every day and it produced results, he would provide them with all the resources they needed. He added that if they succeeded, he would give them cigarettes, alcohol, clothes, and medicine, which greatly interested the two managers. One of the managers asked Alex to give him at least one cigarette as soon as possible. Then Alex took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and gave one cigarette each to the two managers. While the managers were leisurely and happily finishing their cigarettes, Alex decided to ask them if they agreed to carry out all his instructions. Carter wanted to speak out about the terms, but the smoking managers interrupted him and said that they were ready to do anything if they were given cigarettes. The managers then said that they would carry out all the instructions if each of them received 2 packs of cigarettes every day. However, Alex replied that he was willing to give no more than 1 pack a day, and they both agreed. Alex told the other managers that he was glad they were able to reach a compromise, but the managers realized that they had not been able to get the terms they had originally proposed from Alex. At this point, Jose shouted at the others, saying that they had no time to waste and they needed to act. Carter said the conditions were too harsh and unfair for anyone to cooperate. Carter was very annoyed at how quickly the other 2 managers changed their minds, naively believing that this would somehow save them. Evan said that they shouldn't try to solve the current problem so frivolously, but Jose reminded them that they had agreed in advance to make such decisions together. Meanwhile, Alex went out onto the balcony and noticed that many people were moving towards the building. In a fit of rage, Alex pointed a gun at one of the managers and demanded to know how they dared to send more people here. Jose told Alex that if they did that, they would be taking a big risk. Then Alex replied that he wanted to check something before they left the building. At this point, Carter suggested stopping everything, as the risk to ordinary citizens was too great. However, Alex became even more angry and ordered everyone to sit down. At that moment, the building's residents burst into the apartment and tied the managers to chairs. When the neighbors brought in and neutralized the leaders, they immediately began searching them. Meanwhile, Alex took out a sniper rifle and prepared to shoot at the advancing crowd. Alex took aim at one of the people and fired. The bullet hit the man standing in front of everyone right in the head. A second later, Alex shot at one of the people standing next to the leader. The people in the crowd panicked and many of them ran away in hopes of being saved. But Alex didn't care much about who was running away and continued to shoot at people with maximum accuracy. With each passing second, the number of lifeless bodies lying in the snow with no signs of life became more and more. The managers could do nothing but sit still and listen to the shots from Alex's sniper rifle and the screams of their residents getting louder with each shot. After a few minutes, Alex stopped shooting and again asked the managers if they were ready to accept his terms. Jose and Andrew said they fully agreed with Alex's terms. Without further ado, Leilani and Evan raised their hands to show their agreement with Alex's terms. Carter also raised his hand and said that he too was ready to carry out all of Alex's instructions. After this, Alex informed the managers that they would start working from today, and tomorrow he would tell them when and where they could pick up their supplies. The hero walked past Carter and told him that he would keep an eye on him, hoping that he would not make such mistakes again. The managers went outside, where residents of other buildings were already waiting for them, eager to find out how the negotiations had gone. Alex surprised his neighbors by announcing that he had managed to reach a compromise with other apartment building managers. The neighbors asked how he managed to convince the managers to agree to his terms, to which Alex replied that he simply intimidated them a little. He said that from that day on he would provide food for 300 extra people from other residential buildings, and in return, they would grow plant food. Some residents were a little afraid that if Alex started providing supplies to more people, his neighbors would get less. Alex then said that if he did not agree to provide supplies to the residents of other buildings, then sooner or later his residents would fight to the death with the rest of the residents. Alex also noted that although he would survive in any case, he was still not sure that his neighbors would cope on their own. Alex then reassured his neighbors by telling them that they should not worry, as he would do his best to find food for his neighbors and prevent them from going hungry. The neighbors were very touched that Alex was willing to help them and continued to receive food from him. Many people shouted that Alex's desire to help his neighbors was worthy of respect. And in this way, Alex once again strengthened the trust and loyalty of his neighbors. As the neighbors went about their business, Alex noticed a strange expression on Aaron's face, which made him think that Aaron was unhappy about something. However, Aaron said that today was just an unusual day that somehow didn't fit Alex's style. He said that he made the right decision to cooperate with the other apartment building managers. Alex also told Aaron that he originally planned to get rid of all the managers at once to create chaos among their residents, and then easily deal with everyone. However, contrary to Alex's expectations, only 5 managers showed up, so he decided to find a compromise and wait until he could get rid of all the managers at once. Aaron said he didn't fully understand Alex's entire plan, but he was completely confident that Alex was doing the right thing. The hero explained to Aaron that since food supplies were very limited, it would be problematic to distribute food among the residents of other residential buildings. Aaron realized that the inhabitants would destroy each other if there was not enough food for everyone, and he said that this was simply a brilliant plan. Alex walked out onto the balcony and told Aaron that he was absolutely confident of his victory, as he had enough ammunition to face the managers and their residents. Looking at the corpses of the killed residents of other buildings, Alex thought that he significantly outnumbered them in firepower, and they would not be able to resist him while they were experiencing a shortage of food. Alex also noted that he could even defeat a world champion if he did not eat for 30 days. He said he could not be defeated by an army of people who had not received any nutrients for a long time. Alex believed that these people were not as stupid as they might seem. They probably understood his plan, but they weren't the only ones interested in such payment. The hero also thought that if these people really wanted to survive under such conditions, they would definitely not do anything provocative or radical. However, Aaron did not fully understand how one could farm in such conditions, to which Alex replied that he was only doing it to exhaust them as much as possible. Aaron said that he now fully understood Alex's plan and would do his best. Then Alex just asked him to keep the plan a secret and just follow it. Returning home, the hero thought that the enemies might be not only outside, but also among his neighbors, who still wanted him dead. When Alex returned home, he saw Scarlett doing yoga. Scarlett, doing the splits, saw Alex and said that she was glad that she finally came home. She hugged Alex and asked how his negotiations with the managers went. The hero, seeing Scarlett, picked her up and pulled her towards the bed. He laid Scarlett on the bed and told her that she should not leave the apartment for a few days. Alex told her that if everything went according to his plan, then soon all their problems would be solved. The next day, residents from other residential buildings came out onto the streets to begin work. A huge crowd had gathered in the street, and every person in the crowd was armed with shovels and other farming tools. Many were glad to have gathered in such a large group to work for the common good. While other residents worked, Jose and Andrew smoked cigarettes and watched their neighbors work hard. Alex soon left the building to check on the work of residents from other buildings, and to conduct reconnaissance in search of supplies. Jose and Andrew saw Alex and began offering to help them find supplies, hoping to find out where Alex was hiding his snowmobile. However, the hero reminded them that he had a snowmobile, and he would be able to bring the supplies he found himself. Alex then shouted to the residents of the other buildings, saying that when he returned, he would be sure to check their work according to his instructions. They began to work even harder, hoping that Alex would provide them with many different supplies for their labor. Jose then told Andrew that he had searched every possible place where Alex could have hidden the snowmobile. But Andrew still thought that they were looking for a sled, not a snowmobile. After some time, Alex arrived at one of the local stores. He broke into it to find various supplies. Once inside, Alex found an abandoned pharmacy. While searching for supplies, Alex found a special medicine that had neither taste nor smell. Alex thought that with this medicine he could easily poison all the residents from other buildings, and without medical intervention, they would die in a matter of minutes. He decided to take the entire supply of the medicine for himself, believing that even if it did not kill these people, it would definitely cause serious harm to their internal organs. The medicine was supposed to work within the first 15 minutes of application, and Alex thought he needed to lower the guard of the residents of the other buildings as much as possible. He decided that it would be better to soak all the food for the residents of the other buildings with this medicine, so that they would all be poisoned as quickly as possible. The hero assumed that right now people were probably in despair, since after such a hard day the food still had not arrived. After some time, residents of other buildings saw Alex approaching them with several large bags of food. The residents were very surprised that Alex was able to get so much food, to which he himself replied that this time he had to go a little further than usual. Residents noted that such trips are more risky, but thanks to Alex and his snowmobile, they will all stay well fed. Alex thought he had done everything covertly enough that no one would suspect him of anything wrong. He pulled some food out of the bag and told the residents to line up for the food. After this, Alex threw the bag of food into the crowd, and many people began to form a huge line in front of Alex. As the villagers continued to crowd, Alex pulled out a gun and said that soon the relationships between everyone would become so strong that guns would no longer be needed. The residents were incredibly happy with Alex's help, and he began distributing food to residents from other buildings one by one. When Alex had distributed all the food he had collected, he sent them to rest and told them that they should work hard tomorrow. The residents dispersed, thinking that today they would sleep well fed. Alex just looked at these naive people and thought that very soon they would all find themselves in an extremely unpleasant state. Alex soon returned to his apartment. The first thing he really wanted to do was take a shower. While Alex was taking a warm shower, he thought that when all this was over, he would leave this place and start all over again. Meanwhile, one of the residents returned to Jose's apartment and immediately ran to get the bag of food he had received. Jose looked into the bag of food and began looking for his pack of cigarettes at the bottom of the bag. Soon, Jose finally found a pack of cigarettes and thought that Alex had kept his promise after all. However, at that moment there were several other people smoking in the apartment, and they also wanted to smoke. People began to beg Jose to share at least one cigarette, and he calculated that if he gave everyone a cigarette, he would have at least half a pack left. Jose gave everyone a cigarette and said that it was very difficult for him to get these cigarettes. He said he was willing to share them if everyone who received a cigarette worked harder in the future to continue receiving cigarettes. After everyone had received their cigarettes, Jose took the bag of food and called everyone present into the kitchen to share the food. After this, everyone present sat down in their seats and began to slowly eat the food that Alex had poisoned shortly before. Jose lit a cigarette and suspected that Alex might have poisoned the food. However, he decided to keep his men in the dark so that they would continue to work hard the next day. At this time, in another apartment, a young couple was discussing how if they worked hard, a life without hunger awaited them in the future. The next day, Alex was awakened by loud screams from neighboring apartments. He heard them when he came out of the bath. When Alex went out onto the balcony, he heard the residents of the other buildings arguing about who had worked harder and who had done nothing all day. Alex and Scarlett sat down to have breakfast together, and Scarlett was a little concerned about the people shouting on the street. So Alex told her to just ignore them. Meanwhile, on the street, a group of people continued their attempts to break through to the ground with unquenchable zeal. Alex walked outside with the thought that his plan was starting to come true faster than he expected. Before heading out again for supplies, he told Aaron that the other groups were experiencing a major food shortage, so he should try to stay out of trouble. After this, Alex went to other buildings to distribute poisoned food to local residents. Arriving at one of the buildings, he began distributing poisoned food to the hungry residents. Alex also learned from the residents that they were more than satisfied with the quality of the food they received, indicating that they had indeed eaten all the food they had received earlier. The hero then distributed the remaining food to the other villagers, thinking to himself that they would all soon meet the same fate. Meanwhile, some people from other buildings started fighting with each other, accusing each other of killing their neighbors. Many, in a fit of rage, began throwing each other off the balconies. At the same time, Alex prepared his weapon, listening to the screams of people falling onto the street from a great height. The number of corpses on the street near the buildings grew, and Alex continued to prepare his weapon and looked forward to the next day to see the results of his plan. The next day, Alex went outside with Aaron and a group of several residents from other buildings. Once outside, he observed countless corpses. Alex, Aaron, and a group of neighbors decided to take a short walk down the street and get a rough estimate of the casualties among residents of other buildings. Despite the great height of the floors from which people fell, there were those who did not die immediately, but only received severe injuries, due to which many could not even move and simply froze to death at night. Aaron asked Alex if he was going to send more groups of residents from other buildings to work. The hero answered him that if these people wanted to survive, they would have to work, and they would definitely go out for food. Alex also noted that if the residents of other buildings do not come to work, he will simply not give them food, and sooner or later they will either start working or die of hunger. The residents of the other buildings who came out with Alex and Aaron were very scared, and immediately began to prepare for a new working day. Aaron noticed that no group had come out to clear the accumulated snow, and suggested that Alex call the right group of people. But the hero said that these people were not currently caring about clearing the snow. Alex told him that this night was the beginning of the struggle between the common people and the leaders, and if they did not solve the problem of distributing supplies among the inhabitants themselves, then many of them would soon die. He added that if the situation continues to develop in this way, then soon these people themselves will die in large numbers. Alex also noted that it was none of their business now, and that the residential building managers had to sort it out themselves. And he then wrote to the group of managers that if he didn't see significant results from the residents' work tomorrow, he would stop giving them food and cigarettes. The next day, Alex and Aaron noticed that more residents from other buildings had joined the work. Alex noticed that only 60% of the total number of workers showed up, which indicated that his plan was working perfectly. At some point, Aaron wondered why many people, not knowing about the opportunity to get food, Do not begin to show due resistance and fight for their lives. Alex replied that it was not a matter of distributing supplies. The thing is that many people do not want to risk what they have left, and therefore such people try to avoid such disputes. While the hero was talking with Eren, Leilani approached them with an important question. She told Alex that she wanted to discuss their mutual cooperation. The girl said that if nothing changes, sooner or later someone will be able to rob them, and the number of victims will increase several times. However, Alex pretended that he didn't care, but deep down he was just waiting for it to happen as soon as possible. Leilani then suggested to Alex that he should think about expanding his territory, since the previous order had already been destroyed. They urgently need to think about creating their own kingdom, where Alex will be the boss, and she will help him with all her might. Alex couldn't take Leilani's words seriously, but she continued to prove to him that this was their only option to stay alive and continue their lives. Then Alex reminded Leilani that all those people who once listened to her and supported her soon lost their loved ones. He then asked her what guarantee there was that if he listened to her, he would not become one of those people. After that, Alex grabbed Leilani, threw her into the snow, and said that he was not going to become one of those unfortunate people. After that, Alex went further towards the workers, and Leilani shouted after him that she was ready to do anything so that he would listen to her and follow her plan. However, the hero no longer listened to her and simply watched as the residents from other buildings worked hard. He was surprised that there were still no casualties among them. A little later, Carter noticed Alex and asked why he had come to them. Instead of answering, Alex asked Carter how he and his tenants managed to achieve such a result. But Carter did not understand what he was talking about. Alex then explained that the residents of the other groups had fallen out with each other and stopped working, and he was curious how Carter had managed to maintain a calmer atmosphere between the residents. Carter replied that he simply told his tenants the results of the negotiations right away, and no matter how much food Alex gave them, he always distributed it equally among the tenants. Alex said that this was a great solution because no one would have to worry about someone dying of hunger sooner or later. Carter wanted to ask Alex for help, but Alex said that he couldn't help now, and then moved on. Eventually, he told Carter that if he continued to take care of his residents, he would be able to attract even more people, and thus increase the overall efficiency of the operation. The hero also told him that he did not want to be greedy in such a serious matter, and was unlikely to be able to save all the inhabitants. Carter, not wanting to fully accept Alex's words, began to think about how else he could solve this problem. Afterwards, Alex met Jose and Andrew, and told them that he would try to find cigarettes and alcohol during his foray today. Jose and Andrew kept telling Alex how kind and generous he was, and encouraged him to help them during their outing. Alex then pulled Jose and Andrew closer to him, and said that they were now brothers, and he would definitely solve any problems they had, realizing that he would soon try to get rid of them. After talking with the men, Alex began distributing food to residents from other buildings. While he was distributing food, one of the residents approached him and quietly asked if he could get some cigarettes. At this point, other people in the crowd informed Alex that they would also like to get cigarettes. Then Alex calmed the people in the crowd and said that he would try to provide cigarettes to everyone, starting from tomorrow. Hearing this, the people stopped shouting, calmed down, and returned to their buildings, after which two of Alex's neighbors asked him why he was so kind to these strangers, because providing food to these people is already a significant help. Alex replied that such demands were not that difficult to satisfy, after which Alex returned home, told everyone that the work for the day was finished, and everyone could go home. However, Alex's neighbors did not understand how he could perform all the privileges for strangers, while his neighbors worked day and night to avoid dying of hunger. Soon Alex returned home, lay down on the sofa and thought that he had little time left to implement his plan. The total number of victims of the internal conflict in other buildings exceeded 400 people, and Alex could not afford to wait until the vigilance of these people was weakened enough to carry out his plan. Alex decided that there was no point in waiting any longer, and was going to take action the very next day. That same night, he went to one of the stores to buy as many different tasty products as possible. Alex was sure that nothing would lower these people's vigilance like a variety of delicious food. Once Alex had collected the necessary products in the required quantities, he began adding rat poison to them, which would definitely kill all these people. At some point, the hero decided to light a cigarette and thought that his plan was going too well to be realized so easily. He also thought that all the previous disagreements were not the fault of these people, and perhaps he was just worrying in vain. However, Alex soon decided that he was doing all this for his own safety, and therefore should not stop under any circumstances. Alex was confident that no threat from these people could stand against his power and influence. In the evening, the hero returned home and called Eren and several neighbors to carry out his plan. Alex told Eren and the rest of the assembled neighbors to stand and wait while he distributed the collected food to the residents of the other buildings. Seeing a group of people approaching, Alex began to hand out poisoned food to them. He thought that very soon his plan would work. Soon a crowd of residents from other buildings near Alex formed. Then the hero continued to distribute the poisoned food to everyone, While Alex was distracted, Jose pulled a gun out of his jacket to kill Alex. Jose was ready to shoot Alex and end his reign. When the hero turned around, his face distorted in horror when he saw a gun pointed at him. However, at the last moment, Eren managed to cover Alex, and Jose accidentally shot the man. Alex couldn't believe that these freaks killed Eren, the only person who, despite such harsh conditions, still retained his dignity and kindness. While Alex was trying to bring his friend to his senses, one of his neighbors was also planning to kill him and end his reign as quickly as possible. At that moment, Alex said that he would not allow anyone to do that again, and then pulled out a machine gun from his jacket. In a fit of rage, Alex began shooting at everyone around him, regardless of whether they were residents of other buildings or his neighbors. Many people, armed with various weapons, continued to try to kill Alex, but he managed to neutralize every resident who approached him. Soon, many people decided that they could not defeat Alex, and all those who remained began to run away. They were amazed that Alex had such a machine gun and began to run away from him as quickly as possible. Alex quickly ran out of bullets in his machine gun, and instead of reloading it, pulled a couple of pistols out of his jacket and continued shooting at people. Soon the survivors were Jose, Andrew, and Leilani, who begged Alex for mercy and said that they had nothing to do with this mutiny. However, Alex had long since stopped listening to them and fired several accurate shots at Jose and Andrew. Of all the living people, only Leilani remained, who said that she didn't even know that they were going to kill Alex, hoping for his mercy. Leilani said she had a daughter she had been waiting for a long time. However, Alex had no intention of showing mercy and shot Leilani in the head without any regret. After the last shot, Alex said that he could not allow himself to repeat what happened in his previous life. Behind Alex lay the lifeless bodies of people he had helped survive in such conditions, and who were unable to appreciate all the help they had received. At that moment, Alex remembered Eren and immediately ran to him to try to help. Alex pulled out a syringe of adrenaline from his jacket and injected it into Eren's body. After that, he began to call other people for help. At this time, several neighbors were nearby who heard Alex's scream and decided to help save Eren. 2 neighbors carried Eren's body on a stretcher into the building and then carried it to Alex's apartment. Lucy was horrified to see Eren's lifeless body on the stretcher. She looked at Eren's body and thought that she and her child would not be able to feel safe as long as Eren was in this condition. Lucy, with tears in her eyes, said that he should not have protected Alex from the shot and proved his loyalty. Alex was very irritated by such statements, after which Lucy asked Alex if Eren would be able to get back on his feet, to which Alex replied that she should not worry. The hero told Lucy that he would take him to his home, where Scarlet would perform the operation, and he would be fine. Lucy then said that if Eren didn't survive, then she and her baby wouldn't be able to survive in these conditions. Alex was shocked that, even though he was still trying to save Eren, Lucy already believed that he was going to die. Then Lucy said that she wanted Eren to live a long and happy life with her and her child. As Alex ran into the apartment, all Lucy could think was that if Eren died, Alex would stop giving her and her baby food. When the hero reached the apartment, he told Lucy to go home, since she would not be able to help him during the operation to remove the bullet anyway. Lucy then got down on her knees and said that Eren needed her to be there, and that she could not leave him under any circumstances. Alex looked at Eren's body, and thought that if it was really necessary, he would have to let Lucy into his apartment. After this, Alex and his neighbors carried Eren's body into the apartment and opened the door to bring the body in and let Lucy in. As soon as they entered the house, Lucy finally felt the warmth that she had been missing for a long time. While Alex and Scarlet carried Eren's body into the apartment, Lucy just looked at the apartment and was surprised by the presence of heat, food, and a fireplace, and thought that she, too, wanted to live in such conditions. As soon as Alex and Scarlet brought Eren's body into the apartment, they saw Lucy greedily drinking water. After Lucy drank the water, she asked Alex if he had any powdered milk. Alex looked at Lucy and became more and more angry with each passing moment. Lucy, seeing Alex's anger, immediately said that she wanted to feed her child, who was very dear to Eren. Alex told her that if she didn't help, he would kick her and the child out of his apartment. He then entered the kitchen and took out surgical instruments and equipment from the space to perform the operation. After arranging all the necessary supplies, Alex set up a bed for Eren in the center of the kitchen. When Lucy saw Alex using his powers, she started asking him what it was and how he did it, but Alex didn't pay any attention to her. As the hero laid Eren on the bed, he told Scarlet that she had to save him at any cost, and if she needed any additional medication or equipment, he would definitely get them. Scarlet began the operation and said that she would do everything possible to save the man. When Alex asked her if there was a chance to save him, she replied that if the bullet had hit a vital organ, the chances of survival would be very low. At this time, Lucy began to cry and think about what she would do if Eren did not survive. Alex immediately tried to shut her up. He also told Lucia that if Eren did not survive, all responsibility would fall on her. The girl replied that if she couldn't help Eren, she would return home. She said that she didn't know how to treat illnesses or perform operations, and that if she stayed here, it would just be a waste of time. However, Alex grabbed Lucy and told her that Aaron's life depended on this operation, and so she had to stay here to look after him. After that, he pulled a gun out of his pocket and told her that even if she didn't know how to do anything, the best thing she could do in this situation was to stay close to Aaron. The hero told Lucy to stay in the apartment while he was away. When Alex went out into the hallway, he saw his neighbors, who kept insisting that they had nothing to do with this attack. Alex told the neighbors that because of the people from the other apartment buildings, Aaron is now in a bad condition, and those people should be punished for what they did to him. The neighbors were very scared when Alex told them that they would go on the attack today. Alex's neighbors didn't understand how they could attack these people. The thing is, they didn't know what they might be up to. Alex then said that he would attack these people himself, and at that time the neighbors would have to watch the building. He also pointed out the barrels of fuel to the neighbors and told them to kill anyone who tried to jump from the roof of the building. After some time, Alex and a small group of neighbors reached one of the buildings, and he ordered his neighbors to surround the entire perimeter of the building. Residents went out onto their balconies to assess the situation. Many of them were afraid of Alex's arrival, as they did not know how he would behave this time. However, most of the residents of this building were not afraid of Alex, as he came into their territory, and they thought that even if he entered the building, they would quickly defeat him. When Alex's men surrounded the building, Alex told them to watch the windows so that none of the residents could escape through the windows. While some of Alex's people were watching the windows of the building, one of the neighbors saw the hero climbing through one of the windows. Once Alex was inside the building, he looked around and made sure that no one was around. He then pulled out a lot of firewood and bags of fuel from the space, spread the firewood all over the floor, and placed the bags of fuel next to the firewood. After that, he began to pour gasoline on the wood. Residents of the building tried to find Alex on the street, not understanding what he was planning. Meanwhile, Alex had poured out almost all the fuel and was about to set the wood on fire. As he took the lighter out of his pocket, he thought that the inhabitants of this building should be very grateful to him for preventing them from dying of cold. After this, Alex threw the lighter into the fuel and began to leave the building. Soon the fire engulfed the entire floor. A few seconds later, Alex's men saw him emerge from the building unharmed. Soon the smoke began to completely engulf the building, and Alex ordered his men to watch the windows. Meanwhile, the building's residents began to choke from the approaching smoke and tried to open the windows. However, all the windows in the building simply froze over, and people began looking for a way to leave the building. Alex held the machine gun in his hands and remembered the times when he was in college. He often gathered around the campfire with friends and sat there until night. Alex looked at the burning building and thought that when he sat with his friends around the fire, the flames were smaller and less dangerous. Meanwhile, the first victims began to fall from the windows of the building, trying to escape the fire. Alex's men watched as people fell from their windows and thought that their home had become a trap that they were desperately trying to escape from. Within seconds, more and more people began to fall from the windows of the building, wanting to escape and not burn alive. One of the fallen began to crawl towards Alex's people and ask them for help. However, Alex's men remembered that he told them to kill anyone who fell from the building without thinking. Then some of Alex's men began to mercilessly kill the inhabitants of the building, leaving them no chance of survival. Some carried out the order without asking any questions, while others simply watched in horror as it happened. Soon Alex's neighbors approached one of the women and expressed surprise at how easily she dealt with the residents who fell out of the windows. The girl turned away from the corpses and said that she could not sit on the sidelines while the rest of the neighbors were making efforts for the common cause. Meanwhile, the bodies of residents of other buildings continued to fall from the windows. Alex watched as his neighbors dealt with the corpses. He also looked at the huge burning building and just thought that it would be nice to have such a big fire again to admire such a big flame. Residents of nearby buildings were shocked that Alex was able to set such a large residential building on fire in a matter of minutes, and most of them believed that Alex would soon reach their building. One of the neighbors suggested trying to fight Alex, but the other neighbors thought that if Jose couldn't handle Alex, then there was nothing they could do. The villagers then realized they had no choice but to hope that Alex would not harm them. When most of the residents of the burning building jumped out of their apartments into the street and died, Alex headed to the next building. When the hero and his group reached the next building, the locals begged him to spare them, claiming that they had nothing to do with the recent attempt to kill Alex. Alex then told the villagers that he had no intention of killing good people, and added that since they had survived this far, they probably had a few lives left. But in reality, the hero planned to kill all the inhabitants of the neighboring buildings, regardless of whether they were his loyal partners or traitors. Alex then proceeded to set fire to another building, most of whose inhabitants died within the first few hours. Carter was very scared that Alex had dealt so quickly with the buildings whose inhabitants had tried to attack him, and was afraid that he would soon come to his building. Meanwhile, Alex thought that he would not be able to get rid of all the inhabitants of the neighboring buildings, and decided to try to lower their vigilance. He took out a loudspeaker and told the residents of the neighboring building that he simply wanted revenge on those who tried to kill him. and said that if they were positive towards him, they had nothing to fear. The residents of the neighboring building were incredibly relieved that Alex was not going to kill them. Then the hero ordered his partners to return, but first they wanted to warm up a little by the fire of the burning building. Alex's companions said that when they returned home they would be very cold again, and they wanted to warm up a little before returning. They picked up the bodies of the inhabitants of the burnt buildings and threw them into the fire. Meanwhile, Alex approached several corpses. He wanted to know why these people decided to get rid of him. He began searching the remaining dead bodies of local residents for any clue to their plans, and found a phone that had survived the fall of one of the corpses. When Alex opened a private chat on the phone of one of the victims, he realized what really happened. After storming the nearby buildings, Alex returned home to check on Aaron's condition. When Alex looked at him lying on the machine, he thought he would be okay. He then walked up to Scarlett and thanked her for the efforts she had made to save Aaron. At this point, Lucy told Alex that she and her baby had not eaten anything for 24 hours and asked Alex to give them some food. Alex looked at Lucy's face and was again convinced that she was crossing the line. However, the hero decided to take pity on the girl and gave her one pack of noodles straight from space, which at first really scared Lucy. After that, Alex hugged Scarlett and went to the bedroom, while Lucy wanted to ask Alex if he had any other food for her and the baby. Alex got really angry when Lucy said she saw chicken bones in the trash can and eggs in the refrigerator. Then the hero couldn't take it anymore and told Lucy that he only had noodles, and if she didn't want to eat, she could return the package of noodles to him. Lucy then told Alex that she just wanted to know about his food supplies, and thanked him for providing the food. After that, Alex and Scarlett went to the bedroom. When they entered the bedroom, the girl told him that they needed to have a good rest, as they had been facing more and more difficult problems lately. When Alex started taking off Scarlett's shoes, he decided to find out how bad Aaron's condition was now. Scarlett told him that Aaron was very badly injured, losing a lot of blood, and at first she thought she couldn't save him. After this, Alex began to massage Scarlett's legs and asked her how she managed to save the man. Alex was shocked when Scarlett said that when Aaron's pulse should have stopped, his body began to recover rapidly, the wound healed, and the bleeding decreased. Alex realized that the main cause of the entire climate disaster was special gamma radiation from space, which also gave him special abilities. He then suggested that he was far from the only one who had been exposed to radiation, and that there were still people in the world with unique abilities. Alex also believed that in his past life he was in the same grave condition as Aaron was now, and perhaps this condition awakened his abilities. The hero believed that a person's near-death state could become a prerequisite for obtaining supernatural powers. He also thought that if Aaron had gained his powers in such a critical condition, perhaps it would be possible to preserve his ability to accelerate regeneration and at the same time save his life. After this, Alex told Scarlett that she needed to give Aaron more sedatives so that she could keep him under control. Scarlett suggested that Aaron might also gain some kind of ability. However, Alex said he had never seen anything like it, and believed that if Aaron became enraged, his apartment could be damaged. Scarlett then promised Alex that she would definitely take care of Aaron, but Alex told her to have a good rest. Then the girl began to worry that Alex had decided to entrust Lucy with monitoring Aaron's condition. The hero said that despite her excessive impudence, Lucy understands that if something bad happens to Aaron, he will kick her out of his apartment. After that, Alex returned to the living room, where Lucy was looking for something, looking around. Alex told her that she could now live with the child in the room where Aaron was lying, and from that day on she had to look after him. Lucy accepted Alex's conditions without questions, and immediately went to the room where Aaron was lying. When the girl and her child entered Aaron's room, the hero remembered that he had completely forgotten about the need to urgently deal with the traitors. As night fell, Alex prepared his equipment to once and for all deal with the man he had wanted to destroy from the very beginning of the disaster. After preparing everything necessary, Alex went to one of the residential buildings and got to the right apartment. The hero prepared a pistol, shot at the door lock, and knocked it down. As soon as Alex opened the door, an emaciated and disfigured Evelyn attacked him with a knife in her hands. However, despite the sudden attack, Alex managed to defend himself with a police shield, from which the knife fell from Evelyn's hands. After that, the girl fell to the floor, and Alex sarcastically told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He then noticed Kylie's corpse, which had no arms or legs, and realized how Evelyn could survive in such conditions for so long. Evelyn started yelling at Alex and wondering why he was still alive. Alex then took out a bat and told Evelyn that he had found out her secret plan to prepare for a rebellion, to which Evelyn replied that it was his fault that he did not allow her to live in his apartment. Then the hero swung a bat at her and said that he was not going to deal with her and her antics. Alex hit Evelyn with all his might, breaking her leg. After such a blow, Evelyn could not offer any resistance to Alex. Then the hero grabbed Evelyn by the hair and pulled her exhausted body towards the window. Evelyn begged Alex for mercy, but Alex had already opened the apartment window, stuck Evelyn's body out, and told her that she deserved the fate that awaited her. Then, without any regret, He let go of Evelyn's head, and it immediately fell down. A few seconds later, Evelyn's body with a broken leg landed in a snowdrift, and Evelyn stopped showing signs of life. Alex looked down with a smile on his face and said that Evelyn should be grateful to him for choosing such an easy death for her, after which he left the building and returned home. The next morning, Alex returned home, and by this time Aaron had finally regained consciousness faster than Scarlett expected. After hearing the good news, Alex asked Scarlett to closely monitor Aaron's condition. Scarlett then gave Aaron a sedative and after a few treatments completed her work. Before Alex left the apartment again, Lucy asked him to bring his phone charger and a pack of diapers for the baby. Alex looked at Aaron and remembered that sometimes people in a coma can hear everything that's going on around them, so he decided to use a little trick. He looked at Lucy and told her that he had some things to take care of, and promised that after that, he would definitely help her. As Alex left the room, he thought that he would soon be able to get rid of the annoying and irritating Lucy. After this, Alex went on another raid against the residents of nearby buildings. When another residential building was almost completely burned down, Alex told his subordinates that they could return. At that moment, one of his subordinates, Mateo, approached Alex. Apparently, he wanted to tell him something very important. Alex chuckled, wondering what could have happened that was so interesting. The man then told him about the hideout of Charles, the son of the richest man in the city, which his father had spent more than 1 billion yuan to build. Alex thought that the man would now tell him where the shelter was, but the first thing his partner said was that there were too many people in this place who could overhear them, and suggested that Alex talk somewhere else. When the hero and Mateo moved to a less crowded place, Alex asked him to tell everything in as much detail as possible. The guy said that the hideout was located in an estate worth more than 250 million yuan. Alex then asked his partner why he decided to tell him about this hideout. The man replied that he wanted to prove his loyalty to Alex, and that he wanted to destroy this hideout and take everything he needed from there. The hero immediately said that he did not believe his words, and even if he wanted to rob and destroy the shelter, he might not have enough strength and resources for such a dangerous task. However, Mateo told Alex that he knew where the hideout was, and that its owner had found out about Alex himself and decided to contact him. He also said that Charles suggested that he lure Alex into a trap to steal his supplies and snowmobile. Mateo immediately said that he had given up on the idea and now wanted to warn Alex about it. However, Alex pointed a gun at the man and asked how he could prove that he was not deceiving him. Mateo was very scared and begged Alex to spare him and let him live. As soon as he fell silent, Alex immediately fired in his direction. However, he missed on purpose to scare him a little. Mateo decided that Alex would shoot him next time and began to beg him again to let him live. Alex demanded that his partner explain why he should believe him. The man said he knew perfectly well that Alex could easily get rid of him, and even if he wanted to go over to the man's side, he couldn't live in his hideout for long. He then told Alex how before the disaster he served Charles, and at that time he had a very difficult time containing all the negative emotions towards him. Mateo also said that in the past, he often had to play the role of a pimp who had to find the best girls in town for Charles. Moreover, he said that during his entire service with him, he became a real laughing stock for the local oligarchs, and wanted to take revenge on Charles, even if Alex did not want to help him. After hearing his partner's story, Alex decided to ask him how exactly he was going to help. Mateo said that he could pretend that Charles had tricked Alex, after which they would get to the hideout, and Alex could easily take him out. Alex then asked him how advanced the security system was in this shelter, and how many weapons there were. In response to this, Mateo only said that he would tell Alex everything only if he agreed to cooperate with him, and after that provided him with food and clothing. In response to such an impudent demand, Alex again pointed the gun at Mateo, wondering why he needed such a partner. Then Mateo replied that even so he would not tell Alex anything. He added that Alex only gets rid of people who mean nothing to him, and information about the shelter is his only chance of survival. After these words, Alex put away the gun and told Mateo that he was much smarter than he thought, and that he was ready to help if Mateo agreed to his terms. The man was glad that Alex not only left him alive, but also decided to help him, and said that he was ready to fulfill any of Alex's demands. The first thing Alex said was that he needed more information about the hideout and its security system. Mateo said that he knew the hideout well, as he had been there many times. Alex also wanted Mateo to help him get rid of one man, to which Mateo only asked why Alex couldn't kill the man himself with his arsenal of weapons. Alex explained that he was having a very difficult time dealing with this man, and so he wanted Mateo to help him with this matter. Before saying the last condition, Alex asked Mateo to go with him so that he could bring everything he needed. A few minutes later, Alex returned to Mateo with a small suitcase. Mateo thought that the suitcase contained a special device that agents use. Then Alex pretended that it was so, and told Mateo that he wanted to go undercover at first. But since Mateo had seen through him, he would have to reveal one of his cards. While Alex was looking for something in the suitcase, Mateo thought that Alex might be a real retired killer, since he kills people very easily. Mateo also suggested that since he was on Alex's side, he would be able to survive this end of the world. A few seconds later, Alex pulled a syringe with some substance out of his suitcase and told Mateo that he had previously used such serums to restrain problematic prisoners. Mateo was scared when Alex brought the syringe close to his face and didn't understand what Alex was going to do with it. The hero said that if this substance is introduced into the human body, then without an antidote, the person will definitely die within a week. At that moment, Mateo fell to the floor in fear, and Alex told him that he would only give him the antidote after they infiltrated Charles's hideout and destroyed him. He then grabbed Mateo and held him down while he injected the substance from the syringe into his body. When Alex administered the substance, he told Mateo that he was now completely under Alex's control. After that, he tried to calm him down, explaining that after they dealt with the shelter, he would definitely give him the antidote. Mateo told Alex that they had to trust each other, and if he died, then Alex would have to die too. After this, Alex released Mateo, who said that he would definitely contact Charles and let him know that he and Alex would arrive soon. As soon as Mateo returned to his apartment, Alex thought that the man did not realize that he had deceived him. In fact, instead of a deadly substance, the syringe contained a special medicine that, in large doses, can cause some side effects, but does not pose a mortal threat. Alex believed that if Mateo still believed that there was a dangerous substance in his body, then the risk of him betraying him was extremely low. After this, Alex returned home and saw Lucy whispering something in Aaron's ear through the CCTV cameras. Then Alex entered Aaron's room and was very glad that he had finally regained consciousness. Aaron told his friend that he was very grateful to Alex and Scarlett for saving him, and wanted to know what the situation was outside. But Alex replied that Aaron shouldn't worry and should focus on getting better. Meanwhile, Lucy told Alex that she was very grateful to him for helping Aaron and that she now owed Alex her life. Suddenly, the hero told his friend that he and Lucy had recently talked about how he was now responsible for their family. Lucy was very glad that Alex himself decided to return to such an important conversation for her and her child. A delighted Lucy handed her baby over to Alex and asked him to look after him while she packed her things from her previous apartment. Before leaving, Lucy asked Alex not to lock the apartment door, to which Alex replied that he would never do that. Before leaving the apartment, Lucy thought that since her child was now with Alex, he couldn't help but let her back into his apartment. When the girl left the apartment, the hero sent Mateo a message that the person they needed had left, and now they needed to deal with him. He thought that he wanted to get rid of the child too, but he couldn't come to terms with it. Then he decided that he would simply find a new family for him. Soon Lucy returned to her apartment. When she opened the door, Mateo was standing in front of her with a sinister expression on his face and a kitchen knife in his hands. At that moment, Mateo plunged the knife straight into Lucy's throat. When the girl fell to the floor with a serious injury, Mateo told her that it was all her fault. After this, Mateo stabbed Lucy several more times, telling her that she should die. When the guy realized that the woman was dead, he smiled triumphantly and stopped hitting her. He then wrote to Alex that he had killed Lucy and was now waiting for his supplies. The hero immediately received the message and smiled, happy that his mission was completed. He then told Aaron that he wanted to let him live in his apartment with Lucy and her baby until the baby was grown and Aaron recovered. Aaron categorically objected to this proposal, as he was afraid that if they lived in his apartment, the consumption of food and coal for heating would increase significantly. However, Alex told Aaron that he shouldn't worry about it now, and that Aaron should focus on getting stronger and recovering. While Alex was talking to Aaron, Lucy's baby suddenly started crying loudly. Alex didn't know how to calm the baby down, and Aaron told him that Lucy usually calmed her baby down easily. After this, the hero ran to Scarlett, and she accepted the child. She said she didn't know how to handle children, and soon felt like she needed to change the baby's diapers. Then Alex handed her a whole bag of baby diapers. After this, Alex asked Aaron if he felt any unusual sensations in his body. Aaron replied that he wasn't feeling particularly well, and that his wounds were itchy, to which Alex replied that this was normal as Aaron's wounds were beginning to heal. When the baby finally calmed down and fell asleep, Alex began to worry that Lucy still hadn't returned home. Aaron thought something might have happened to Lucy, and asked Alex to check if she was okay. Alex then told Scarlett to keep an eye on Aaron and the baby while he was away. Before leaving the apartment, the hero prepared police equipment. While Alex was getting ready, one of the residents in the general chat of the area informed his neighbors that they needed to gather in apartment 1301, where he would distribute food on a first-come, first-served basis. Alex wrote in the chat that if the neighbors don't want to die, then they should stay home. After some time, a large number of residents gathered in apartment 1301, discussing that in order to survive, they needed to support Alex and help him in everything. At that moment, Alex approached the apartment and heard the conversations of local residents through the walls, making sure that all these people were very afraid of imminent death. He then took out a couple of grenades and threw them straight into the center of apartment 1301. The residents inside did not have time to realize what had happened, and then the grenades exploded. To avoid the shockwave, Alex protected himself with a police shield. When the smoke cleared, Alex entered the apartment to make sure there were no survivors. One of the men lay against the wall without his left arm and legs, and did not understand why Alex decided to kill them, despite the fact that they were helping him so hard. Alex then pulled out a gun, pointed it at the surviving neighbor, and said that they were only able to help him because he allowed them to survive, and then shot the surviving neighbor. When the hero left apartment 1301, he thought that now he needed to deal with Mateo, since Alex had already dealt with all his enemies from his past life. He realized that there were now only 5 survivors left in the building, so now his life is not in danger. Alex then began searching for Lucy's body throughout the building. Having found her body, he dragged it into one of the apartments and closed the door, believing that this woman fully deserved to die. After that, Alex returned to his apartment, and the first thing he wanted to do was tell Aaron the bad news. Alex punched the wall, dramatically showing his anger at Aaron, and said that all the neighbors were plotting to get rid of him and take his supplies, and that Alex was only able to eliminate a few people. Suddenly, Aaron started crying and said that he would definitely take revenge on these people who betrayed him. When Aaron began to blame himself for not being able to help Alex, he hit the bed he was lying on hard. Alex tried to calm him down by telling him that he himself was to blame for this situation, since he could have noticed the dirty trick on the part of the neighbors in time. The hero then looked at the deep dent in the table and was amazed at how quickly Aaron was gaining strength in such a short period of time. He also promised Aaron that he would make all his neighbors deeply regret ever getting in his way. Aaron was disappointed that despite all the help he had given his neighbors during their difficult time, they had the decency to do this to him. Alex said that he himself was to blame for what happened, since he did not expect that his neighbors could commit such a betrayal. The hero also promised Aaron that he would find him a new companion, to which Aaron sheepishly replied that he would prefer a mature woman. Then the guy promised Aaron to do everything possible to find him the perfect girlfriend. Suddenly, an alarmed Scarlet ran into Aaron's room with the child in her arms. Meanwhile, the baby was crying loudly and Scarlet didn't know how to calm the child down. Then Alex looked at Scarlet's chest and suggested that the baby needed to be fed. Scarlet blushed and told Alex that she couldn't breastfeed because she wasn't a mother. Then Alex realized that now was not the time for him and Scarlet to have children of their own. Alex took the baby and told Scarlet that he had to find a new family for the child, and was ready to provide everything necessary. The girl fully agreed with this plan and felt that it was necessary to find people who could take care of the child. After some time, Alex went outside with a small child in his arms to try to find a new family for him. He approached one of the residential buildings, which he decided to leave untouched, and the residents of this house thought that Alex was going to kill them and burn the building down. In response, Alex fired a shot into the air and demanded that the residents tell Carter to come outside and talk to him. After a couple of minutes, the man finally came out of the building to find out what Alex wanted this time. Alex first looked at him and asked if he was afraid that Alex could kill him at any time. Carter then replied to Alex that although he was surrounded by fear, he understood that it would not help him in any way, and he also understood that Alex did not come to kill his people. He said that since Alex came alone and with a child in his arms, he would not kill his people and hide behind a small child. Alex said that Carter was a really smart man and offered to give him the child. He then handed the child over to Carter and said that if he and his men took care of the child, Alex would leave them alone. Alex also gave Carter a large backpack containing diapers, baby milk, and some food for the baby. He then placed his hand on Carter's shoulder and warned him that he must be well aware of what would happen to him and his men if anything happened to the child. Carter told the hero that he shouldn't worry about the baby, and that they wouldn't let anything bad happen. After this, he went to his neighbors to hand over the child to them. When Carter returned to Alex, the hero asked how many neighbors he had left. Carter replied that there were 66 people left. Alex didn't understand how he and his people were going to survive, to which Carter replied that since they had lived to this day, they could cope. The man looked at his people and said he believed they would be okay as long as they had hope. Alex then said that the food problem was much easier to solve than he thought. He pointed to one of the buildings he had burned. He said there was enough food left after the fire for Carter to feed his men. However, Carter told Alex that if they and their men went into that building for food, he was afraid that if they went there, they would face the same cruel fate as the residents who died in that building. Carter also said that even in such difficult conditions, they intend to maintain their humanity, and even if death overtakes them, they will die with dignity. Alex listened to Carter and thought that even when the world was literally collapsing around him and his people, they still remained true to their beliefs and moral values. When Carter finished speaking, Alex said that he was amazed at how Carter and his people were able to remain the same as they were before the disaster. However, Carter regretted that he would not be able to improve the lives of many people in such conditions as Alex did. After that, he wanted to ask the hero something, but Alex immediately interrupted him and said that he already knew very well what he was going to ask. Carter didn't understand why Alex refused to help him, although earlier, despite having more people, he could still provide them with food. He also told Alex that it was because of him that all these people could survive, to which Alex only replied that Carter should stop thinking about it. The hero said that he was not God to help everyone around him, and that all people would suffer sooner or later. Most people are only concerned about food now, and no one wants to fight. Alex also said that in times like these, everyone should be concerned solely about their own lives, while they themselves plan to spend the rest of their lives in warmth and comfort. Before leaving, he asked Carter for several small bags of agricultural seeds as a parting gift. Alex said that he proved to him that even in such difficult times there are always honest and kind people. So he decided to give him and his people a second chance at survival. Alex gave a few more bags of seeds to Carter and his men so they could grow plants for further food. Finally, he told Carter and his men that if they wanted to survive, they had to do whatever it took. At first, the residents thought that they would not be able to grow anything in such harsh climate conditions. However, one of the residents, who used to work as a professor at an agricultural university, told other residents that they needed to collect the seeds and plant them as soon as possible. Carter asked the professor if they could grow these seeds in such unfavorable conditions for plants. The professor replied that if they had a chance to grow edible plants, they should definitely take advantage of that chance. Then the rest of the residents also began to quickly collect bags of seeds. Alex soon returned home and thought that, having dealt with all the problems, he needed to start thinking about capturing the shelter. Then he told Scarlett that he was very tired and hungry. Scarlett immediately went to the kitchen. She tied her hair into a ponytail and asked Alex what he would like to eat. Then Alex hugged Scarlett from behind and said that she was very cute. Scarlett was very confused and told Alex that he should wait until Aaron fell asleep. However, Alex replied that his apartment was well soundproofed, so they didn't have to worry about Aaron hearing anything. The next day, Alex woke up to messages on his phone, which turned out to be from Mateo. Mateo wrote that he managed to talk to Charles's people, and Alex told him to come to his apartment. A few minutes later, Mateo came to Alex's apartment and was incredibly happy that for the first time in all this time, he found himself in a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Then the hero approached Mateo and invited him to sit down to talk. A minute later, he sat down on his knees in front of the hero and wanted to tell all the details of his conversation with Charles as quickly as possible. However, before Mateo could explain everything, Alex asked him for his cell phone. Mateo immediately panicked, not understanding why Alex needed his phone. Then Alex said that he just wanted to look at his correspondence with Charles. Then he once again demanded the man's mobile phone. Mateo slowly and carefully took out his phone. Alex was annoyed that Mateo was taking so long and pointed the gun at his head to make him hand over the phone faster. Before Mateo handed Alex the phone, he said that he wrote all sorts of nasty things about Alex so that Charles would believe him. Taking Mateo's phone, the hero noticed that he had been communicating with Charles for more than 2 weeks. When Alex opened the correspondence with Charles, he noticed that Mateo had indeed written a lot of nasty things about him, and also pointed out that Alex was well armed and had a lot of supplies. When Alex asked Mateo how he was going to explain this correspondence, Mateo said that he wrote all this solely so that Charles would believe him. Mateo also reminded Alex that he had injected a poison into his body that would still kill him if he ever decided to betray Alex, and therefore he had no reason to betray him. Alex thought that from this correspondence Charles only knew about a large number of weapons, a snowmobile, and the hero's well-protected apartment. Alex felt he had to take advantage of this to lower Charles's guard and catch him off guard. He then gave Mateo the phone back and asked him to tell him about Charles's hideout and security system. He was especially interested in Charles's defenses and weapons. Mateo reported that Charles's shelter was built from the same strong materials used to build spaceships, and even a nuclear explosion could not penetrate such protection. He also suggested that Alex try to get into the shelter with the help of a well-armed crowd. Mateo added that despite Charles's lack of heavy weapons, his shelter had many poison gas dispensers, and flamethrowers were mounted at the entrance to the shelter, the temperature of which exceeded 2,000 degrees. When Alex finished recording, he realized that if Charles needed his supplies, he would probably want to kill him. Alex suggested that in order to successfully invade Charles's hideout, they simply needed to wait for the right moment. The hero also told Mateo that he wasn't sure Charles needed him alive, and so if he was caught, it would be the worst possible outcome. When Alex mentioned that the biggest threat was the trap at the entrance, Mateo said that they needed to pretend that he had caught Alex so that they could pass more easily. Alex also told Mateo that if he pretended that the gas had affected him, it would be possible to minimize the risks from the traps in the shelter. The hero promised that once they were inside the shelter, he would do everything possible to finish off Charles. Despite this plan, Alex decided not to tell Mateo that he had a gas mask to protect himself from the poison gas. After that, he thought about how to cope with all the difficulties with minimal effort. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into his head. In Alex's space, time always stands still, and so he can use his abilities in combat, giving him a huge tactical advantage. Alex thought that if he could use his abilities not only as a storage but also as a weapon, it could help him greatly in the future. He then turned to Mateo and said he would contact him in a couple of days. but the boy said the poison in his system would not wait. The hero said that the poison needs a week to take effect, and a couple of days won't solve anything. After that, he threw Mateo out of his apartment. When the hero was left alone, he thought that in the future he would have to find time to develop his abilities. Perhaps he had talent not only for firearms. Now, however, he had to think about how to use the space in a confrontation with Charles. Then Alex made a fire right in the middle of his apartment. He decided to try to absorb the flame that would burst out of the flamethrower using space. He thought that in theory he could do something like this. Since space is in a stable state, this can be done quite easily while maintaining constant kinetic energy. After this, Alex was going to turn this flame against his enemies. The hero decided that this was a great idea. He was pleased that the space had so many possible uses. He then decided to start training to use his opponent's attacks against them. Suddenly, Alex remembered how he experimented with his abilities on live fish, and wondered what would happen to a person who ended up in his space. Alex felt that he urgently needed to find people on whom he could experiment with his abilities. After some time, Alex found one person who was expelled by other neighbors, and decided to conduct experiments on him. He threw a stick at the man's feet and told him to attack him. Alex also told the man that if he could hit him at least once, he would give him a piece of bread. At first, the man did not believe his words. However, the promise of giving him food motivated him, and a second later he grabbed a stick and tried to attack Alex. However, at that moment, Alex reached forward and began to use his abilities, and at that very moment, he was able to pull the stick towards himself. When Alex started to pull the man towards him, he tried to run away, but did not have enough strength to break free. After a few seconds, the hero was able to completely pull the man's body into his space when he moved there. He noticed that the man had become completely motionless. The first thing Alex decided to do was check the man's pulse and breathing, but the man's heart was not beating and the pulse had stopped. Alex wondered if the man would be able to return to normal if he were released from space. A few seconds later, Alex released the man from space into the real world. At first, the worried man caught his breath and told Alex that for a moment he thought he was dead. The hero sensed that even now the man was still experiencing some of the effects of his abilities, and told him that he would indeed die soon. Alex approached the man and asked how he was feeling now. The man said he felt like he was inside a huge white cloud with a bunch of garbage falling into it. He also told Alex that he felt like he was in that state for an eternity, and then he thought he was just hallucinating. Alex realized that time in his space was passing hundreds of times slower than in reality. He thought that the longer a living being was in his pocket space, the higher the likelihood that it would experience a mental breakdown. Alex also wondered what would happen to a person if they were physically damaged in such a static state. Then he took out a knife and cut off 2 fingers of the man to test his reaction. The man immediately screamed and squeezed his injured hand. Alex then suggested that if he physically harmed a person in his space, that person would leave his pocket space. Alex then provided the man with bandages for his wounds and said that they would continue the experiments once the wounds were completely healed. After some time, Alex conducted several additional experiments, from which he received quite useful information about his abilities. While Alex was lighting the fire, the man sat nearby, eating the food Alex had provided and thanking him for his kindness. From his experiments, the hero learned that some objects, such as very large objects or living people, cannot be moved into his space. Alex also realized that with his ability, he could open a certain channel between worlds, and thanks to this, control the flow of his ability. After Alex had done all the necessary experiments with his abilities, he began to clearly understand how he would deal with Charles when he got to him in his hideout. Alex then approached the man and thanked him for his help with the experiments. He then pulled out a knife and instantly cut the man's throat. As the man's body fell to the floor, Alex told him that he was no longer needed for further experiments. At first, the man did not believe that he was finally dying. However, the man looked at Alex and thanked him for finally killing him. He said that he could now leave this cruel world, after which he closed his eyes and died with a smile on his face. After that, Alex headed towards his apartment, thinking that he needed to find more people for further experiments in order to be as well prepared as possible for the upcoming attack on Charles's hideout. 3 days later, Alex called Mateo and said that today they were going to take over Charles's hideout. However, Mateo said that his condition was getting worse every day, and Alex was surprised by how much Mateo believed that there was actually poison in his system. The hero decided to deceive Mateo a little and told him that he would first give him an injection of antidote to ease the symptoms of the poison a little. The man immediately extended his hand so that Alex could give the injection as quickly as possible. When Alex took out the syringe, he informed Mateo that he would still die in 5 days, even with the antidote in his system. However, he said he was not going to gamble with his own life. Mateo promised to do everything possible to make the attack as easy and effective as possible. He then called Charles to say that he would bring Alex soon. After the conversation, Alex began to collect everything he needed to attack Charles. At this time, Scarlet wanted to know what Alex was going to do this time, and Alex told her that he would tell her everything when he returned home. Before leaving, Alex left Scarlett and Aaron with food for 2 weeks in case he didn't return. The girl was very worried about Alex and hugged him tightly. She was very worried that Alex had decided to get involved in dangerous business again. But Alex assured her that he never does anything he is not sure about. Alex also said that he fears death the most and therefore does not intend to die. Afterwards, he kissed Scarlett before heading off with Mateo to Charles's hideout. Alex told Scarlett that when he returned, they would definitely continue what they had just started. When he left the apartment, Scarlett became even more worried that something bad might happen to Alex. When Alex got on the snowmobile, he pulled out the rope and asked Mateo to hold out his hands to be tied. Mateo felt that Alex still didn't believe in his help and thought that he was going to betray him. However, Alex said that it would be easier for him if Mateo sat with his hands tied and would look more convincing when he arrived at the hideout. Mateo had no choice but to agree, and Alex tied his hands. They then went to Charles's shelter. While Mateo was on the snowmobile, a strong storm started, and he asked Alex for a spare helmet, but Alex said that Mateo would look even more convincing like this. After some time, Alex and Mateo finally reached the prestigious area where Charles lived. Along the way, Alex admired how well the residents had chosen the location for such a premium area with views of the rivers and mountains. Alex also noticed the perfect terrain for shelter, and noted that the area had significantly less snow than other parts of the city. He was surprised that, despite the serious consequences of the cataclysm, the area suffered only minor damage. Mateo said that despite the luxury of the area, local residents still survived the horrors of the disaster, while Alex lives in warmth and comfort. After that, Alex and Mateo set off on foot, although Mateo thought it would be better to continue the journey by snowmobile. One of the locals, a red-haired girl, saw Alex and Mateo arrive on a snowmobile. She thought that a snowmobile was a necessary tool for survival in such conditions. The girl was also afraid that she and her neighbors would soon run out of fuel, in which case they would have to rely only on outside help. The girl believed that if she wanted to stay alive, she would have to take a risk. Soon Alex and Mateo reached one of the buildings, presumably the entrance to Charles's hideout. Alex pointed the gun at Mateo and told him to open the door immediately. Mateo then said that he would now open the door and walked over to the camera above the entrance to the shelter. At that moment, Charles looked at one of the monitors. He was surprised that Mateo arrived a day earlier than expected. Charles was also unhappy that they arrived without a snowmobile and decided not to open the door at that moment. Alex then told Mateo that if he didn't open the door immediately, he would shoot him. Mateo tried to open the door again. He looked at the camera and said that he had worked hard to get here and demanded that the door to the bunker be finally opened. Then Charles told him that if he tried anything unexpected, he would immediately set him on fire. After this, Charles finally opened the door, and Alex and Mateo were able to enter inside. The hero continued to hold Mateo at gunpoint. As they entered the shelter's corridor, Alex couldn't help but be amazed at how much money Charles had invested into creating this shelter. Mateo then pointed Alex to a door at the end of the hallway that would lead them to shelter. Through the security cameras, Charles saw Alex and Mateo in the hallway. He then decided to start releasing gas immediately. Suddenly, Alex and Mateo noticed that gas was coming from the ventilation system. They felt like they were in a desperate situation as the gas spread down the corridor. Alex told Mateo to open the door immediately, but he replied that he would wait until Alex died to take his supplies and snowmobile. Alex realized that Mateo wanted to betray him from the beginning and promised that he would kill him. However, Mateo said that even if Alex shot him, he would still die at the hands of Charles. After a few seconds, Charles stopped the flow of the sleeping gas and was satisfied that he was able to neutralize Alex and Mateo at the same time. When the supply of sleeping gas stopped, Mateo lay unconscious on the floor, while Alex, who had donned a gas mask, began to draw the remaining gas into his space. Soon the door of the shelter opened, and Alex decided to wait for Charles to come closer, which would make it easier to disarm him. However, Alex saw that instead of Charles, an unknown man with a knife and a rope entered the corridor. The hero cursed under his breath for the fact that Mateo hadn't told him that there were other people here. While the man was examining Mateo's body, Alex realized that it was the famous actor Leonardo. Alex remembered rumors that Leonardo and Charles were on very good terms, which is why Leonardo was in this hideout. A few minutes later, Leonardo walked up to Charles and placed the bodies of Mateo and Alex in front of him. He said that he dealt with this idiot very easily. Charles then said that he could have dealt with Alex himself, as he had invested a lot of money in the security system of his hideout. While Leonardo and Charles discussed their future plans, Alex released the sleeping gas he had collected earlier from his space. After a few seconds, Charles and Leonardo began to feel extremely tired and weak, and also began to see hallucinations. Soon they both fell to the floor unconscious. When Charles fell to the floor, Alex cut the ropes Leonardo had tied him with. Freed, Alex walked over to the neutralized bodies of Charles and Leonardo. After this, he tied them up and searched them, but found nothing useful. Then Alex decided to take a little look around the shelter to get a rough idea of its size. The first thing he came across was a huge room with a bar counter, and he couldn't believe that Charles continued to live comfortably even in such harsh conditions. Then he went out into a corridor where there was a spiral staircase and several more doors. Opening the next door, Alex discovered a large courtyard space in which a variety of plants grew, surviving even during the cataclysm. Alex was very pleased that this shelter was now entirely his. After this, the hero decided to go up to the second floor to find out what other interesting and useful rooms there were in this shelter. Once on the second floor, Alex was amazed by the number of rooms, including a playroom, a recreation room, a room for animals, and others. When Alex opened the door to the waterbed bedroom, he saw a huge bed with several girls in bathing suits. The hero thought that even rich people can have their own secrets. After this, Alex went to the animal room and was surprised that Charles actually breeds animals in such unfavorable conditions. However, when Alex opened the door to this room, he was very surprised. Instead of various animals, he saw several sleeping girls in different costumes. At some point, one of the girls woke up and seeing Alex addressed him as a prince. She admitted that they were wrong and began to ask for forgiveness and begged them to let her go or give her more time. When the girl grabbed Alex by the leg, he only kicked her and pushed her aside. He understood why there was not a single living soul left around. After this, Alex took out a gun and shot the unfortunate girls to finally put them out of their suffering. Then Alex found a very large room that looked like a security center. Another large room contained a lot of specialized equipment that was responsible for many of the processes inside the shelter, such as power supply and other vital elements. Through the surveillance cameras, Alex also learned that the hideout contained rooms such as a gym and a shooting range where he could practice his fighting skills. Alex also wanted to inspect a few more rooms, but access to them was closed. Then he realized that in order to fully explore all the rooms of the shelter, he would have to turn to Charles. Alex returned to the tied-up Charles and Leonardo and poured water on both of them to wake them up. When Charles finally woke up, Alex immediately told him that he needed his help. Charles was at a loss as to how Alex had managed to free himself and neutralize them. Alex only told Charles that to survive in this harsh world, you need to have a strong trump card in reserve. He then pulled out a gun and told Charles that since he didn't want to talk about it, it was better to change the subject. The hero asked Charles if he was willing to help and cooperate in order to stay alive. The frightened man told Alex that if he left him alive, they could discuss anything they needed to. Then Alex decided to immediately tell Charles that his main task was to find a stable place to continue living in such harsh conditions. He said that it was too dangerous outside, with very few supplies and the temperature too low, so this shelter was a great place to live in such conditions. Charles thought that Alex wanted to kill him and move here forever, but the hero said that he was not going to kill him. Alex also noted that Charles's hideout is large enough to house 100 people without problems, and that he doesn't like killing people without a good reason. The hero added that he hoped to become friends with Charles over time, which calmed the latter down a little. Alex also said that the cataclysm will end sooner or later, and he would like to be a good friend to someone like Charles who can help him in the future. Charles immediately told him that when everything returned to normal, he would definitely help Alex in everything. At that moment, the man thought that Alex was one of those people who hoped for the end of the cataclysm, and were afraid to return to the previous calm life that existed before the cataclysm. Charles then asked him what exactly he wanted, and Alex said that since Charles had agreed to cooperate, he would not demand much from him. Alex first said that they would now live together in this shelter, and then demanded instructions from him on how to use the shelter. Charles asked Alex if he would promise to spare his life if he provided information on how to use the shelter. Alex once again reminded Charles that he doesn't like killing people without a good reason, and hopes to maintain friendship with him when the cataclysm is over. Charles realized that he had no choice but to provide Alex with all the information he needed about the shelter. Then he agreed to the terms. After this, the men went to the observation center, where Alex received all the necessary data about the shelter from one of the computers. Within minutes, the data was transmitted to the shelter's control system, and Alex became the new full owner of the shelter. After this, Charles demanded that the hero untie him immediately. Hearing this, Alex chuckled and asked Charles to wait a little. Then he suddenly pulled out a knife and stuck it straight into Charles's throat. Alex ordered him to take a deep breath and relax. He said that at first he would feel a little dizzy, after which the pain would subside and he would die. Charles looked at Alex with a dead look, not understanding why he decided to get rid of him after everything he did for him. Alex explained that he had no need to keep unnecessary junk. When Charles stopped showing signs of life, the hero decided to clean up a bit and clear the traces of his crime. After he finished cleaning, he looked at Mateo and realized that since he had handled the hardest task, it would not be difficult to deal with Mateo. After some time, Mateo finally regained consciousness and tried to understand what had happened to him and where he was now. When he fully came to his senses, he was very surprised that Alex was able to handle Charles. Mateo decided to make sure Charles was really dead, and Alex said that Charles was just trash and he didn't need to know the details. Mateo was so happy that Charles was finally dead that he began to trample his body and insult him in every possible way. As the man kicked Charles's body, Alex pointed to the backpack that Mateo had left behind as a well-deserved reward for their successful cooperation. At first, Mateo was very surprised. When the guy opened the backpack, he saw a large amount of supplies and immediately began to greedily eat everything from the backpack. He told Alex that if he needed help in the future, he could feel free to contact him. Alex then informed Mateo that the shelter was running low on supplies and that the energy would only last for 5 years, so they would not be able to stay there for long. At first, Mateo didn't fully understand what the guy meant. Then Alex explained that during Charles' stay, most of the supplies in the shelter had been used up, and said that the supply he left for Mateo should be enough for a while. However, Mateo immediately started yelling at Alex, accusing him of wanting to drive him out of the shelter and stay here alone. The man also claimed that Alex had deliberately hidden all the supplies in order to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Mateo stated that he would not leave the hideout, as he was the one who told Alex about this place. Alex asked Mateo why he suddenly decided that Alex wanted to get rid of him, but the guy couldn't give a clear answer and only said that he had already gotten used to treating people so carelessly. Mateo also warned that if he was kicked out of hiding, he would definitely tell everyone what Alex really was like, and that sooner or later someone would come along and put him in his place. After this, the hero took out a gun and told Mateo that if he really wanted to do this, then he no longer had a reason to leave him alive. Alex then shot him and said that anger does not make a person strong, but only instills a false sense of justice and superiority over others. After that, Alex took the backpack that Mateo gave him and thought that he would like to keep him alive a little longer, but he himself decided to end it earlier. Once Alex had dealt with Mateo, the first thing he decided to do was to relax in his new place of residence. While resting, Alex thought that he urgently needed to go back for Scarlet and bring her here. The hero also thought that now that he had a new permanent place to live, he could transfer his apartment to Aaron. Alex believed that by handing over the apartment to the man, he would be able to thank him for his kindness, and, in addition, Aaron would be able to look after the apartment while Alex lived there with Scarlet. As he walked to the bar, Alex also remembered that he had promised Aaron to find a new woman. But now the hero realized that he had time to find a suitable companion for Aaron, and decided to first rest a little, as Charles did. When Alex found the TV remote and turned on the TV, he noticed that foreign channels were showing on the screen. Alex was interested in how Charles was able to set up the channels so that they could be watched even during a global cataclysm. At one point, it seemed to him that Charles had access to all the television channels in the world. Alex then went into one of the rooms, in the wall of which he found a powerful computing server. At first, he couldn't even believe that Charles was able to build his own server in the house. Although he didn't know much about the servers, he still understood that there was a very powerful network with a strong signal. Alex believed that such a powerful network would give him access to a lot of useful information. After that, he went to the computer center, and using reliable internet sources, learned that in the first month after the start of the cataclysm, almost half of the Earth's population died. Alex also learned from these sources that there are currently only 2 billion people trying to survive on Earth. And at this rate, in a year, the Earth's population will be reduced to 5%. He also found information about mutants and people with superpowers. After opening one of the articles, Alex learned that after the cataclysm began, some people began to develop various superpowers due to special radiation. However, in addition to people with super abilities, there were also those whose bodies were subjected to serious deformations and mutations. Despite this, there were very few mutants. Alex suggested that there might also be people hiding their superpowers. He then decided that since the situation in the world was becoming increasingly dangerous, he should remain in hiding. Soon Alex went outside and got on his snowmobile to go get Scarlet and bring her to their new place of residence. However, before he could start the snowmobile's engine and follow Scarlet, he heard someone's voice. In fear, Alex took out his gun, aimed it to the side, and asked who called him. There was a pretty woman standing behind Alex who wanted to tell him something. Seeing a familiar face, Alex assumed that this woman was the famous Chinese supermodel Julia. Julia was the dream of almost every man in China. Then the girl told Alex that she had not eaten anything for 3 days and asked him to help her. At first, Alex politely refused Julia. He said that if she wanted to go with him, she must have some serious reason. Then Julia admitted that she didn't want to die and looked pleadingly at Alex, saying that she was ready to do literally anything to survive. Alex couldn't resist Julia's gaze and still decided to help the girl. However, he tried to hide his emotions and simply told her to follow him. Julia notices how experienced Alex is when he enters Charles's house. As soon as the girl entered, she immediately felt warmth and took off her coat. She pretended to be surprised and asked if this was Charles's residence and what his relationship was with him. Alex didn't answer her question, but carefully asked how well she knew Charles. Julia explains that Alex doesn't really know Charles very well. She added that in their social circle, they meet at events and simply nod and greet each other. Alex poured tea, thinking it was a smart move. He passed the tea to Julia, saying that the place was now his, and she should not ask questions. Julia sipped the tea, enjoying its warmth, and noticed that it was the first cup of hot water she had drunk in several days. She then coyly asked if she could use the bathroom to take a hot shower, and Alex naturally gave her permission. Julia undressed and left her clothes in the living room, enjoying a long, hot shower. Her body instantly relaxed and she began to think about how to get Alex to take her side. She believed that with her beauty it would not be difficult to win him over. And compared to some of the men she knew, Alex was simply a find. She believed that her luck had not yet run out, and even if she had to be with Alex for several months, she was willing. After her shower, Julia walked outside barefoot, deciding that she would do whatever it took to stay. She had a clear picture of what was going to happen next, and was mentally preparing for it, telling herself that it was just a deal, that when the snowstorm was over and everything went back to normal, she would still be a top-class celebrity, and no one would know. She wrapped herself in a towel and approached Alex, asking if she could stay. Julia said that she needed a strong man like Alex who could protect her. Seeing that Alex remained unperturbed, she took his hand and began to ask for help, assuring him that she would not cause any problems and would calmly leave as soon as the snowstorm ended. However, Alex shakes her hand off, realizing that she views him as a means of protection and plans to leave once the snowstorm is over. He took a sip of red wine and quipped that he didn't know if the snowstorm would ever end, and if the world would ever return to its previous state. Julia suddenly starts to worry and claims that, of course, everything can go back to normal, as if to reassure herself. She was worried that if the world could not return to its previous state, then all her previous achievements would be in vain. Alex, not wanting to argue, says that if she thinks things can go back to normal, then they will. But for now, if she lives in his house, she will follow his rules. He pulls Julia close and she whispers that she understands. Alex decided not to stand on ceremony with her anymore and kissed her, throwing her onto the sofa. After spending the night together, Alex retrieves a piece of clothing from another dimension and throws it to Julia. She looks at him in shock, wondering what kind of superpower he has that allows him to conjure objects out of thin air. As Alex is about to turn away, Julia grabs his hand and asks him not to leave. He looks at her cheerfully and says that he has some things to do and will deal with her later in the evening. Then Julia blushes and explains that she needs to discuss something important with him. Alex, feeling a little hungry, agrees to talk while they eat. Julia obediently sits down at the dining table, and Alex instantly summons some food from another dimension and places it on the table. He calmly says that since they are going to live together, they need to establish some ground rules. He says his house is quite big and adding another woman won't change anything, but he only has one requirement: she must obey him. He expects her to understand what he means. Julia, of course, understands what Alex is getting at. He clearly set some unspoken rules, but she didn't become famous out of naivety either. The girl says she can agree to his terms, but she has principles that she hopes he will respect. Alex, amused, throws up his hands and tells her to continue. Julia seriously states that everything that happens between them will remain within the framework of this ice age. If they break up, he must not reveal what they have been doing, as her reputation will be ruined if people find out. Alex, eating casually, understands her concerns and readily agrees to her terms. Gathering her courage, Julia puts forward a second condition: he cannot force her to do anything she does not like or make outrageous demands. Having said this, she blushed and began to shift awkwardly from foot to foot. Alex looked puzzled, reminding her that she was the one who approached him and now she was acting like a victim. He pulled her close and told her not to act innocent, especially considering she was an actress. He wondered how she became a high-class celebrity with such poor acting skills. Julia remained silent, unable to answer his reproaches. Then Alex picked her up and sat her on the dining table, whispering in her ear that she shouldn't worry because he didn't have any weird fantasies. Early the next morning, Alex was getting ready to go out. He asked the girl to stay in the room while he was gone. Then he suddenly remembered that his friend Aaron was still single and asked Julia if rich women and celebrities lived here. She nodded, confirming that in order to live here, you need to be rich or a high-ranking person. Alex smiled and said that he had a friend who had recently been deceived by a scheming woman, and he could use some female companionship to heal the wound in his heart. He asked if Julia could help him find a suitable person in her circle. Hearing this, Julia looked at him in surprise. She explained that only slightly older women remained in the area. Alex said that Aaron actually preferred older women, so Julia readily said that this made things easier and said that she would contact one girl, Elsa. Alex's face lit up when he heard that name, because Elsa was a real goddess. When Julia spoke to her on the phone, the hero thought that Elsa is the dream woman for many. Soon the girl came to their house. Elsa, who had been hungry for several days, thought about the offer and said she was ready for anything. Without further ado, Alex pulled out food from another dimension, and Elsa immediately began to eat. Alex looked at both women, declaring that from now on he would be taking care of their food and survival. However, if someone leaks information, he will be obliged to take their lives. Meanwhile, the story moves to another village called Shu. Local young people were busy drilling into the ice layer underground. Soon a huge drill was brought to the drilling site. Several sleds with sled dogs were tied to it. The sled dogs ran with all their might, while the machine worked at full capacity. Suddenly, she broke the ice with a loud sound, Small fish immediately jumped out of the drilled hole, and workers went down to the hole to collect the fish. The young man asked his uncle if he thought the people in the city had frozen to death in such cold weather. The old man sighed and said that city dwellers didn't even know how to farm and usually depended on them for food. So they were probably starving to death by now, if they weren't already. He added that fortunately, in the countryside they had food supplies and the stamina to survive, although the cold was daunting. At that moment a rumble was heard in the distance. The uncle became wary, noting that in such cold it was rare to meet living people, and wondered if it was the sound of a snowmobile. At that moment, Alex rushed past on a snowmobile and was surprised to see that people in Shoe City were fishing by breaking through the ice. He also noticed their sleds and was amazed at how quickly people adapted to this ice apocalypse. Elsa, who was riding with the hero, was horrified when she saw the dogs. The villagers noticed Alex's snowmobile and, without saying a word, rushed in pursuit of their sled dogs. Alex quickly picked up speed, racing away with the girl. With 6 dogs and 3 riders chasing him, Alex realized that if he got caught by this group of people, he would definitely be in trouble. Suddenly, one of the fishermen threw a harpoon towards Alex, but he dodged it. Alex turned sharply, and the momentum threw Elsa to the side. At that moment, the hero realized that strangers with dogs were approaching them. The fisherman caught up with Alex and attacked him, demanding that he leave the woman and the snowmobile behind so that he could leave. Alex looked at them coldly and quickly pulled out his gun, pointing it at them. The fisherman suddenly became nervous and offered to talk, saying that there was no need for knives and guns. They also wondered where the guy got the gun from, to which Alex replied that he inherited it. However, when they saw the beautiful woman and the snowmobile, they did not want to let him go. They said that this was Shoe Village territory, and that he had to pay a toll to pass through. He must leave either the woman or the vehicle of his choice. Alex chuckled and asked what if he didn't want to choose either. The fisherman immediately became serious, and said that they had so many people and dogs, and he had a limited number of cartridges. Alex's eyes grew even colder. He realized that he had to end this quickly. Otherwise it would be difficult to escape if other fishermen from the village arrived. Taking a deep breath, he muttered that they had forced him into this. Then he pulled out another weapon and warned them not to blame him. He raised both pistols and fired at the strangers. Several people from the village immediately fell down. The male leader was shocked, realizing that Alex was serious. He ordered the dogs to rush at Alex, but Alex was already ready. He opened his palm, waiting for the right moment. With one movement, he activated another dimension, drawing in all 8 enraged dogs. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Alex lifted Elsa from the ground, started the snowmobile, and sped away. Looking back at the villagers who were arriving one after another, Alex thought that it was very close, and he was almost bitten by those mad dogs. But he was smart enough to use another dimension as a weapon. The villagers who came to their senses, seeing corpses on the ground, were shocked to realize that they had encountered such a cruel enemy. Looking around, they noticed that the dogs were missing. This seemed extremely strange to them, because the dogs were tamed and did not retreat without an order. They lamented the loss of 4 lives and 8 snow dogs, and they knew they were in deep trouble. The leader noticed that not only did this man have a gun and a snowmobile, but he had also killed many people from the Shoe family's city, which suggested that he might be unusual or even have superpowers like Joshua from their village. He advised them not to act rashly and to consult with the village elder. Back in town, the village chief gathered a group and went to Joshua, who was fast asleep, clutching a pillow with a print of a beautiful girl in his hands. The village chief blushed when he saw the room full of anime figures and posters. He scolded Joshua, asking if he was ashamed to furnish his room like that as a grown man. Joshua stretched lazily and replied that the village women couldn't even be called girls, and that was his hobby. In response to this, the man shouted, saying that his village was full of beauties. Then Joshua asked what they wanted from him. The headman said that this morning while fishing they encountered a young man who killed 4 people and took their dogs. Joshua thought that after the fighting with the neighboring villages had just ended, this was now falling on them. Then the elder said that the guy was incredibly strong and could have superpowers like Joshua. The village may no longer be safe. Then Joshua realized that this was clearly no ordinary opponent. He stated that this was entirely possible. However, the guy was sure that he was the chosen one, and God sent him here to make him stronger. At this point, there was an awkward pause in the room. Then the old man said that all the families in their village belonged to the same clan, and therefore they must avenge their sacrifices with blood. He then added that the man was too strong, and so Joshua had to deal with it. The guy said they shouldn't worry and promised to look into it. Meanwhile, Alex safely dropped Elsa off at the base of the residential complex. On the way, Alex told her that the man she would meet was in this building, and asked her to go upstairs with him. Elsa agreed, albeit reluctantly, deciding that in this apocalyptic world, having someone to team up with wasn't the worst choice. Alex soon entered the apartment, where he was happily greeted by Scarlet, who quickly helped him take off his coat. When Scarlet noticed the woman standing behind Alex, she felt threatened and immediately began fussing around Alex. She asked him if he was tired, if he wanted to drink, and if he wanted something to eat. However, Alex ignored Scarlet and asked Elsa to sit down. Scarlet sensed that something had changed in Alex and asked if he now preferred older women. Alex smiled and told her not to think about it too much, explaining that the woman had come to take care of Aaron. But she was right that he preferred mature women. Scarlet looked stunned, but Alex was more concerned about Aaron's condition. Scarlet replied that Aaron was almost recovered, which was a miracle, because it usually takes at least 3 months. She gave him muscle relaxants as prescribed, but they didn't seem to suppress his powers. Alex nodded, suspecting that Aaron had an enhancement-type mutation, and asked about his mental state. After some thought, Scarlet said that he was fine and his mental state was normal. No problems were found. Alex then walked into Aaron's room and saw that he was okay, which allayed his fears. He also told Aaron about how he had taken over Charles's hideout the day before. Upon hearing this, Aaron remarked that rich people knew how to have fun. Alex calmly replied that in this sense, it was easier for rich and influential people to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Aaron lowered his head and expressed his gratitude, saying that if it weren't for Alex, he wouldn't be alive now. Alex then asked Aaron if he had noticed any changes in his body over the past few days. Aaron lifted his shirt and explained that his body had changed. Despite severe gunshot wounds that should have taken months to heal, he recovered in just a few days. Moreover, his strength has increased significantly. To demonstrate this, he lifted the sofa next to him with one hand. Alex looked at Aaron with admiration. Aaron, feeling like some kind of monster, looked confused, but Alex reassured him, saying that he shouldn't worry so much, because he had just awakened a powerful ability within himself. Alex smiled and said that he too had awakened some abilities, and then took out some food from another space. Aaron was completely stunned, realizing why Alex always seemed to have endless resources. Suddenly inspired, Aaron gave a strong push with his hand, knocking over the bed and falling to the floor. Alex then advised him to get used to his new body before making any moves. Seeing Aaron's condition, Alex was overjoyed, deciding that the stronger Aaron became, the safer they would be. Meanwhile, Elsa and Scarlet were busy in the living room. Alex got back to business and told Aaron that he had found him a wife. Aaron looked at Elsa, his eyes widening in confusion at the sight of the girl of his dreams. Elsa walked up and greeted Aaron with a smile. Alex looked at both of them and suggested that given the exceptional circumstances that had arisen, they should unite and live together. The newlywed couple looked at each other with embarrassment. Aaron was clearly embarrassed to see such a beautiful woman in front of him. Alex said that he would leave the house to them, and he and Scarlet would move to a new shelter. Aaron became worried and protested, saying that he could not take the house from Alex because it was his safety. Alex reassured him by saying that he had found a better place to stay, and that Aaron could bring his wife to visit whenever he wanted. After setting up a home for Aaron, Alex and Scarlet went downstairs to head to their new home. Then Alex talked about the wedding gift for Aaron, getting a snowmobile from another room. Aaron was shocked and protested, saying that it was Alex's vital means of transportation, and he couldn't take it away from him. He asked what Alex would do without the snowmobile. However, Alex replied that he could do without it, and to prove it, he pulled out an SUV from another space. Everyone around was speechless at the sight of his extraterrestrial abilities. Soon, Alex and Scarlet drove to their new villa in an SUV. Scarlet curiously asked what the new house was like. Alex smiled and said that their new house was huge and much more comfortable than where they lived now. He mentioned that there was another person in their new home, which made Scarlet nervous, wondering if it was another woman, and if Alex had changed his feelings for her. Alex patted her hand, telling her not to think about it too much. He explained that he was simply worried that she would be too busy, so he found someone to help share the household chores with her. Scarlet finally relaxed and snuggled closer to Alex. He smiled at her and told her to be obedient, and then everything would be fine. As they were driving, the wind suddenly began to pick up, and suddenly a whirlwind hit the back of the SUV. Alex quickly realized something was wrong, noting that the snow was too unnatural. Then there was a loud bang as a gust of wind hit the car, causing it to veer off course. Alex gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressing down on the gas pedal and telling Scarlet to hold on tight. Extending his left hand, he opened a passage into space, drawing in the advancing snowstorm. The hero understood that they needed to leave here quickly. Alex realized it was a tornado. He noted that there had not been a tornado in the city for several centuries, decided that this was definitely an attack, not a natural disaster. Apparently, they were attacked by a person with superpowers. However, Alex calmed down, realizing that his ability was the highest level of protection. As long as he did not panic, the enemy would not be able to kill him. He thought about it and realized that the attacker must be somewhere nearby. The hero deftly turned the car and opened up the space again, drawing in the tornado. Meanwhile, Joshua in the shadows realized that something was wrong. The tornado hit the car and then suddenly stopped. The tornado had taken a lot of his energy, and he wasn't sure how strong his opponent was. The more Joshua thought about it, the more he became convinced that this guy was not that easy to deal with, and perhaps he also had superpowers. The two villagers sensed something was wrong and asked Joshua what was going on and why his superpower didn't work this time. Joshua replied that they were running into trouble and needed to find another way, suggesting they retreat for now. At this point, Alex was in the car ready for action. He understood that this tornado had taken a lot of strength from the attacker. He then took out a sniper rifle with a telescopic sight and took aim. After that, he got out of the car and again aimed at his opponents. Then he fired several shots. One of the villagers fell into the snow with a leg wound. Joshua and the other villager were stunned. They realized that the guy had a sniper rifle and could hit from such a long distance that it defied all logic. Alex raised his sniper rifle again, causing Joshua to hide behind the snowy mountain in fear. Alex smiled, noting that since Joshua was hiding, it was time to return the gift given to him. With these words, he raised his left hand and released the absorbed tornado. Joshua saw a tornado that looked exactly like his own superpower and was dumbfounded, thinking that the guy had the same superpower as him. Just as Joshua was about to be swallowed by the tornado, he gathered the last of his strength and released his superpower again. The two tornadoes collided and extinguished each other, and Joshua took the opportunity to escape. Alex watched the retreating figures and decided to let them go for now. He decided that he couldn't follow them into the village, especially with Scarlet in the car. After all, one small mistake can lead to disaster. He shouted that if they wanted revenge, they could find him, but next time it would be on his territory. Without stopping, he continued moving towards their new home. Meanwhile, he felt that he had learned a lot from this battle, realizing that the future world would most likely be dominated by people with superpowers. Scarlet, worried, asked if those they didn't kill would come back for revenge. However, Alex reassured her, explaining that their new shelter was very secure, and even if a superpower like a tornado buries him, it will not affect their lives in any way. He promised that with their ability they had nothing to fear. Meanwhile, the defeated villagers were heading back to their settlement. Meanwhile, Julia, dressed in her underwear, was lying on the bed. She was not used to the fact that she was suddenly kept like a bird in a cage, and she was thinking about how to while away the time. When the door clicked open, Alex walked in and told her to stand up as he wanted to introduce her to a friend. Julia was scared, thinking that he might be planning to set her up with someone else. Alex laughed at her reaction and explained that it was okay and she should even call her new friend sister. Julia, surprised again, nervously asked if this woman was his girlfriend, and instead of answering, Alex handed her the clothes. Julia began to think about the fact that she, a world-class star, was sharing a man with another woman. Determined not to lose to the other girl, she put on beautiful makeup, deciding that if she were to lose, it would not be in charm. Meanwhile, Scarlet was also preparing carefully, believing that feminine charm was the best weapon and that their competition was just beginning. After much careful preparation, Julia finally appeared in the living room. However, the moment the two women met eyes, they were both shocked to realize that they knew each other. Scarlet stepped aside in irritation, intending to leave the room. Then Alex asked with a grin if she really knew their new friend. Then Scarlet angrily told Alex that she was her own sister. However, the relationship between the two women seemed strained. Julia pulled Alex aside and whispered that whatever he did, he must not let Scarlet know about them. Alex scratched his chin and smiled, asking what exactly about them she shouldn't know. Julia, instantly angry, clarified the nature of the deal between them. It turned out that both of their families could boast of many talented people. Julia chose the entertainment industry to become famous, wanting to become an actress, and Scarlet decided to go into medicine. Meanwhile, Scarlet looked at Julia with disdain, saying that if Julia was truly talented, she would have risen through her own efforts. She added that people in high places mock their family because everyone knows that Julia is up to shady dealings. The shame she causes with her behavior is sickening just to hear, let alone see. Alex found Scarlet's expression a little funny. Scarlet continued to tell her sister that she only became popular because of her figure. At first, Alex thought the girl was right, but then he waved his hand, making it clear that he didn't care about their past grievances, since there were no more famous families here. Now they're just neighbors in misfortune. Alex then took them to an underground garden with vegetables and plants, telling them that their daily task, in addition to household chores, was to take care of these plants to ensure their survival. Both women nodded happily, glad to have something to do. After this, Alex sent Scarlet upstairs to tidy up the bedroom, leaving Julia by his side. She thanked him for keeping their secret. She asked that they keep their relationship a secret from Scarlet from now on. However, Alex had other plans, and he understood that in such a large shelter there were only 3 people, and it would not be easy to remain unnoticed. To express her gratitude, Julia offered to cook for Alex. He was somewhat taken aback, surprised that the star could cook. Julia then headed into the kitchen, explaining that not all celebrities are useless, and that cooking helps her relax when she's bored. However, to her misfortune, she discovered that there were no ingredients in the kitchen. Julia looked for anything but found nothing. Watching Julia pace back and forth, Alex couldn't help but admire her figure. He walked up behind her and breathed a sigh of relief. Julia stood up nervously and, leaning back, looked anxiously into the guy's eyes. Her face turned red as she asked him what he was doing, reminding him of their agreement not to behave like that and asking what if their relationship was found out. Alex smiled, making it clear that he couldn't do anything about it, as she was too captivating. He then pulled out a bunch of ingredients from the space and placed them on the table. Julia's eyes widened in surprise and she looked at the table. Alex playfully patted Julia on the thighs, assuring her that this was how they would eat from now on. After cooking, Julia called Alex and Scarlett to dinner. Alex looked with satisfaction at the dishes laid out in front of him. While Julia and Scarlett were thinking about their own things, the red-haired girl was worried that her sister might notice them. Scarlett then tasted the food and immediately frowned, deciding that it had too much salt in it, and wondering how anyone could eat such a thing. Julia felt a little guilty, realizing that it was not so easy to choose the right seasoning in such circumstances. Alex watched all this with a smile. He was deliberately stirring up rivalry between these two women in order to ultimately gain benefits for himself. He quickly picked up the dish with his chopsticks and handed it to Scarlett, hinting that this dish was less salty. The girl obediently ate the dish from the young man's hands. Feeling satisfied, Scarlett immediately began to feign love between her and Alex, claiming that food always tasted better when he fed her. Julia, sitting to the side, watched her sister's performance with a heavy heart. The hero thought to himself that competition is the best way to motivate employees. That evening, Scarlett asked Alex who he thought was better, Julia or her. Alex reassured her not to think too much and told her that she was the one he loved the most. Hearing this, Scarlett immediately hugged Alex tightly. Alex thought to himself that she was truly naive. Although he seemed passionately devoted to her, he was never truly in love with her. She simply satisfied his basic needs. For him, love was just a disease that makes people lose their minds. Alex had been slowly practicing his shooting for the past few days. Suddenly his phone rang. Just as he was about to answer, he realized that this was not a message, but a regular phone call. Considering that after the apocalypse all the electrical grids were turned off, and almost all his acquaintances disappeared, he became curious about this unfamiliar number. He laughed, saying that even if it was someone he knew, he shouldn't worry, and quickly hung up, blocking the number. However, 2 minutes later, the same number called again. This time Alex was alarmed, wondering what was going on since he had blocked the number. He thought he might not have blocked the number that time, so he blocked it again. Just then the phone rang again. This time Alex was in a real panic, wondering if he had imagined something. While he was going crazy, the phone answered the call itself. The voice on the other end of the line began asking Alex why he wasn't answering calls. Although Alex was panicking, he ordered himself to remain calm. He knew that this man on the other end of the phone was no small thing compared to the scum he had encountered before. The voice on the other end of the line began listing detailed personal information about Alex, from his date of birth and address to his current place of residence, and even his previous place of work. At this point, Alex could no longer contain himself and demanded to know who this subscriber was and how he knew so much about him. The man on the other end of the line chuckled and told him not to worry, because he was just his neighbor who lived nearby. He told Alex to just give him the supplies he had, and he wouldn't reveal any information about it. Hearing this, Alex laughed, asking if he really thought he could blackmail him based on this information. He challenged the caller, stating that he didn't care. The stranger then asked what would happen if people found out that he had supplies that had gone missing from the Southtown warehouse. Gritting his teeth, Alex began to play dumb, wondering how anyone could believe he had them. The man calmly told Alex that there was no point in trying to outsmart him, and stated that he had been around long enough and seen enough to know that Alex must have the items stolen from the warehouse. He claimed that he could gather a lot of information about Alex through his phone. Then the hero realized that he was talking to David, the chairman of the country's leading information security firm. Inwardly indignant, Alex decided that this damn blackmailer needed to be dealt with. Then he thought that if he could hack his phone so easily, then he could also hack the shelter system. However, the hero soon came to the conclusion that the probability of this was extremely low, because David was also trapped and did not have the conditions for such a thing. Realizing that he could no longer hide the truth, he admitted that he did indeed have some supplies. He lied that there weren't many items left, noting that his space was limited and he had already packed and sold the extra items. But David didn't care how much he had, as long as his needs were met. He threatened to leak the information, and that people with special abilities would persecute Alex if he did not agree. The consequences of this were obvious to the hero. Alex realized that this time he was facing a difficult opponent. Despite everything, he decided to deal with David once and for all. Agreeing, he said he could provide some supplies but demanded to keep the secret. Hearing this, David responded happily, assuring Alex not to worry, and stating that only they would know about it. He listed the things he needed: food, alcohol, cotton socks, and underwear. He ordered them to be sent to Villa 302, warning Alex not to try to be cunning, otherwise the information would leak and he would have big problems. Then the hero said that he would not do anything, because he just wanted to live a quiet life. After hanging up, Alex had already made a plan, deciding that David had to die. He walked into the living room where Scarlett was sitting on the sofa. The hero came to her and sat down on the sofa, taking a sip of water. He then told Scarlett that he needed to discuss something with her. As Scarlett leaned over, Alex explained that their location had been discovered. He briefly told her about David's actions, mentioning that David knew about a large amount of supplies and was trying to blackmail him. After listening to everything, Scarlett also realized that the situation was difficult. After thinking for a moment, she said that they had indeed encountered such people who were not as cunning as one might think, but were certainly very clever and had low moral standards. Otherwise, they could not be real businessmen. Alex was at a loss as to what to do. He really wanted to kill David, but he was afraid that the bastard might have a backup plan, and so he hesitated to act. The thought of being constantly blackmailed if he left him alive was unbearable for Alex. Scarlett nodded, agreeing that if the information leaked, it would definitely pose a threat to him. She recalled cases where corrupt officials killed internet moguls to get rid of evidence. The next day, these clues appeared online. Alex also heard similar stories. These desperate people always had a contingency plan. If something happened to them, they would automatically trigger an insider leak, causing their opponents to hesitate. A worried Scarlett rushed to Alex and said that even the death of that guy would not stop the leak. She suggested that if they couldn't find a good solution right now, they should leave things as they were and relax. However, Alex was in no mood to think about anything else while the problem remained unresolved. He knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for them. Just then, Julia walked in, and Alex decided it was time to sit down and discuss strategy. After hearing the whole story, Julia remarked that it was indeed a headache, comparing it to creating rumors that were easy to spread but difficult to debunk. In the entertainment industry, such behavior was completely despised. Suddenly, Alex became worried, realizing something. He realized that spreading information about him was akin to unethical media spreading rumors about celebrities. Scarlett dismissively noted that even if it was a rumor, people would probably choose to believe David. Alex propped his chin up and thought, although David had information about him, it wasn't conclusive proof. But if this information got out, it would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. Since he couldn't stop David from leaking the information, he decided to confuse the situation. Scarlett and Julia looked at Alex curiously, asking what he was going to do. Alex smiled mysteriously and turned to get ready. He headed to the control room and called David, who asked if his things were ready. The hero, laughing, replied that he should not hurry. On the other end of the phone, David burst out laughing, declaring that if anything happened to him, Alex's secret would be automatically sent to the phone of every person in the city. He warned Alex to weigh the consequences. At that moment, an idea came to Alex's head. He agreed to wait and bring him his things and then hung up. He turned on the computer and started typing something quickly. As it turns out, he posted a lot of threads on the few remaining forums. Alex created sensational news to bury the truth among lies. His goal was to make sure that even if David told the truth, no one would believe him. In this way, he will reduce his risk of being discovered. At this point, his efforts were finished, and he left the rest of the plan to its fate. Then, following David's instructions, Alex collected all the necessary things. The hero was determined to kill this upstart. He slowly left the villa and soon arrived at David's house and placed a bag of things on his doorstep. He then took cover behind a pine tree, aiming his sniper rifle at the backpack left by the front door. He planned to shoot David as soon as he came out to get the backpack. Having prepared everything he needed, he sent David a text message letting him know that the things were at his door. He then watched the entrance carefully, silently waiting for David to appear. Time passed and there was no movement at David's front door. Alex felt something was wrong and wondered if he hadn't received his message. He reached for his phone, intending to call, but then hesitated, realizing that doing so would reveal that he knew David had not picked up the package and would certainly arouse his suspicions. Alex sighed slowly, deciding to wait a little longer, confident that David would come out despite the risk. About 15 minutes later, the door slowly opened. First, the barrel of a shotgun appeared from there. Only after that, a short old man cautiously walked out into the street. At this point, David was jubilant, thinking that he had finally gotten his supplies and that his carefully laid plans had not been in vain. But just as he was about to pick up his backpack, a loud shot rang out, and a bullet pierced David's head. Seeing that his shot had hit its target, Alex quickly rushed towards the villa. Reaching David, he took aim at his forehead and fired a few more bullets, muttering to himself that the old bastard thought he could pull a prank on him. After that, Alex went inside and found David's computer. Just as he was about to smash it with his pistol, he hesitated, realizing that the computer probably contained a lot of valuable information. A sudden idea struck him. He decided to store the computer in an alternate dimension, preventing the transfer of information. Taking a deep breath, Alex decided that this was the best thing he could do. Having finished with all this nonsense, Alex would prefer to return home. He thought that even if the information leaked out, Alex was ready to brazenly lie and frame others. His goal was to clear his own name by any means necessary. Soon he returned home, stretching. he left the control room. Scarlet asked worriedly what he had been doing and mentioned that she had made him some soup. When the hero sat down in the chair, both women surrounded him. Alex asked if any of them had received messages on their phones. Julia looked puzzled, mentioning a bunch of strange messages. Scarlet also found the messages somewhat confusing and perhaps deliberately misleading. Alex explained that the messages were meant to mislead them. He released them as a smokescreen. From now on, hundreds of similar messages will be sent to all forums and to the phones of all residents. Since he couldn't stop David from sending out real information, he was left to cover the truth with lies. Scarlet looked at him doubtfully, wondering if this would arouse even more suspicion. Julia also thought that suddenly blowing the topic out of proportion would easily attract people's attention. However, Alex calmly said that attracting attention was inevitable. Whether or not he sent these messages, David certainly would have. So by sending smokescreens, he could at least confuse the situation. Most people had neither the time nor the interest to distinguish truth from fiction. Julia's eyes lit up as she looked at Alex, admiring his intelligence. She thought that this whole situation was tantamount to scandals in the media sphere. She thought that her judgment was correct. Alex was not only handsome, but also smart. At that moment, Scarlet looked at her phone and wondered if sending messages from his computer could allow someone to trace the IP address back to him. Alex continued to eat his soup without showing any emotion. Then Scarlet felt the change in the atmosphere and quickly apologized, deciding that perhaps she was too worried. She assumed that there weren't many people left in the city with enough experience to conduct investigations. She added that his approach is still very effective. Alex noted that unless a snow disaster returned the world to the Stone Age, it would be nearly impossible to completely cover up the traces. He had no illusions that he would be able to fool everyone completely, but by doing so, he would at least prevent most people from suspecting him directly. A clash with organizations with powerful cybernetic capabilities was inevitable in the future, and he was prepared for it. If David had not appeared, this day would have come much later. However, the shelter cost $1 billion and was rumored to be nuclear resistant. Given the endless supply of food, the only time he could truly worry was if he encountered a high-level military force. Alex smiled and glanced at Julia, warning her against being overconfident. Even though he was confident in the shelter's security, they would not remain idle in the coming days. Hearing this, Julia blushed, and her shy look revealed inappropriate thoughts. Alex was perplexed, not understanding what she was constantly thinking about. Then he snapped his fingers and said he meant something else. He clarified that he was talking about setting traps. However, Scarlet replied that they did not know how to set traps. Then Alex threw up his hands, explaining that although the house had top-notch security, it lacked measures against human threats. There was a lack of defensive weapons inside the shelter, so he planned to set up a dense network of traps around it. If anyone dares to attack him, it will be a one-way street. Hearing this, both women seemed to instantly perk up, both of them eagerly nodding, assuring him that they would do everything possible to ensure his safety. Julia added that she may not understand the pitfalls, but she will do her best. Nodding, Alex stood up and pulled out a large pile of dimension gear, mostly consisting of steel nails and animal traps. He picked up a steel nail and began instructing them on its use, reminding them to memorize the pattern of the trap. Scarlet and Julia, aware of the impending danger, were especially careful during their training. The hero said that such traps would create big problems for their enemies. Alex explained that simply scattering nails in the snow would not pierce anyone. He took out a wooden board and nailed a peg to it, explaining that this would pierce his foot, and that steel nails were too smooth and could be easily pulled out. He then pulled out a box of screws, stating that when combined with the screws, the traps would be much harder to remove and cause more damage. At least 1,000 of these spike traps had to be placed throughout the villa, leaving no blind spots. Alex picked up an animal trap, explaining that in this weather it was a great tool. If someone got caught in it, they were finished. He carefully explained to the girls how to set traps correctly and how to maximize their damage. Following his instructions, both women immediately set to work, enthusiastically creating a large number of traps. Alex also did not sit idly by the window. He got acquainted with the area surrounding them. There were 2 main routes to their villa. He remembered the 2 mines he had retrieved from the weapons depot, which could be ideally placed at these 2 access points. These detonating mines could instantly destroy tanks and armored vehicles. If a person triggered them, they would turn into shrapnel. Alex made a mental note that in the future he would have to be careful and avoid these mines. However, these booby traps only worked once and could be easily detected by the enemy. Alex needed a way to make sure that anyone who came close would not get away unscathed. In no time, a large number of traps were ready. Then the boys moved outside and Alex personally demonstrated how to set the traps, emphasizing the importance of depth. Due to the continuing snowfall, the traps could not be buried too deep or too high. Alex walked up to the important paths, dug a deep hole with a shovel, and carefully placed the mine in it, covering it with snow. Soon there will be a little snow, and their traces of the trap will be almost invisible. The next step was to counter any devices or tools that the enemy might use to disarm the traps. Alex came up with a brilliant idea to connect the prongs of hand grenades to steel wire and place them under the snow. If someone tripped over it, the steel wire would cause a chain explosion. This should serve as a serious deterrent. Even if someone managed to bypass the outer traps, there was still a protective corridor more than 10 meters long inside the shelter, which gave confidence. Besides, Alex had an ace up his sleeve, his spatial abilities. Returning to the house, Julia eagerly asked Alex when the enemies would arrive. Alex looked at the girl in shock. He would have preferred that the traps were just a show, but judging by her enthusiasm, it seemed like she really hoped that someone would attack them. He didn't think an attack would happen anytime soon, given how much time had passed since the apocalypse began. Anyone who managed to survive on their territory for so long was already considered an achievement unless there was an extreme need. No one attacked others. Julia rested her chin on her hand and began to think. She didn't know whether to hope that someone would fall into their traps, or to maintain the safety of their current surroundings. A piercing noise brought her out of her reverie, and turning around she saw Alex, who was using a welding machine to install bolts on the door in the hallway. Curious, she approached him and asked what he was doing. Then the hero said that the thick metal doors were no longer reliable enough. The recent incident with David made Alex more careful. As he worked, he explained that all the objects in the villa were controlled by computers. He noted that if someone hacked their system, they could easily open the doors. To be completely safe, he added bolts. Finally, he said that even if someone entered the corridor, he would not be able to quickly pass through the doors. It is always better to be safe than sorry. Julia looked at Alex with admiration. Although his methods seemed a little excessive to her, she believed that he would undoubtedly outlive most people. Reassured that everything was securely fastened, Alex's only worry was cybersecurity. He muttered that if only they had a computer expert with them, they would be perfectly safe. Hearing this, Julia's face became thoughtful. She remembered that Aurora was experienced in this area and regretted that she was not here now. Aurora is Julia's cousin. She was always frail. Her legs were paralyzed by childhood polio, but she was brilliant with computers. By the age of 16, she had won international computer awards and was considered the best hacker. Alex thought that if they could find Aurora, everything would fall into place. Julia shook her head and noted that she had lost touch with Aurora a long time ago. Especially after the snow disaster, she feared the worst. Alex noted that perhaps Aurora simply did not want to have anything to do with her, suggesting that, other than her beauty, she had little to offer a genius like her. Julia, puzzled, hit Alex in the chest, exclaiming that he was saying terrible things. Alex felt a hint of regret, thinking that if Aurora were alive and could join their group, it would be a great outcome. Moreover, she was paralyzed, so she could not pose a danger. Considering the appearance of the two sisters, the younger one would most likely be no less beautiful. Then Julia asked what they should do now. Alex replied that now all they could do was wait. As expected, after David's death, information about the hero leaked online. However, Alex had prepared a program in advance. He sent hundreds of fabricated messages, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to determine which of them was true. Meanwhile, Alex continued to practice with his bow and arrow. After nearly half a month of hard training, Alex seems to have expanded his spatial abilities, developing unique abilities. These abilities could be attached to weapons and projectiles, increasing their power and accuracy. With this ability, Alex could hit a target 400 meters away with one arrow. He thought about applying this ability to melee weapons or even his own body, and found that the results were surprisingly good. He fell in love with these abilities, noting their limitless potential for development. Alex then quickly took out 2 chocolate bars to satisfy his hunger, knowing that his abilities required a lot of food to maintain his strength. No matter how powerful his abilities were, he couldn't use them without food. Thinking about the inexhaustible reserves in his space, Alex felt invincible. At least he could wear down his opponents with unlimited supplies. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter, Roman, the leader of the Western Military District Organization, was worried about energy problems. Just then, Grace's secretary walked in with a stack of documents and reported that the information received had been reviewed. All messages came from the area of Villa Number 1. However, one message was special. It came from the mobile phone of David, whose home was in Villa 302. Roman took the report and thought for a moment, asking for a detailed report on Alex. Grace reported information to Roman, which indicated that Alex was just a small-time warehouse manager. Roman's expression immediately became disinterested. He treated Alex as a petty thief who most likely engaged in theft, using his position, and hid the stolen goods. Even if this matter had some relation to Alex, there could not have been so many goods at his disposal. Roman came to the conclusion that Alex was definitely not the mastermind behind the warehouse theft, and Grace immediately began to flatter Roman, agreeing that such a small boy could not have such opportunities. Roman suspected that this must be a foreign conspiracy. They must have obtained intelligence in advance, and thus seized the materials in advance. Grace continued to flatter Roman, agreeing that the leader's judgment was truly brilliant and that such little tricks could never fool him. The girl wondered whether it was worth looking for Alex, and then Roman decided that they hadn't combed that area yet. He ordered several men to be sent there, hoping that they would find clues about that batch of materials. After the last battle, Joshua's abilities were questioned by the villagers, which hurt him greatly, as he believed himself to be the chosen one with the highest level of abilities. However, he could not have imagined that he would be so vulnerable. One day, while scrolling through his phone out of boredom, Joshua noticed that the sudden influx of fake messages he had received a few days ago seemed unusual. He had a vague feeling that it might be related to the mysterious person who had scared him that day. Since he had some computer skills, Joshua quickly noticed something suspicious in the messages. His attention was drawn to a source of IP information that linked him to the warehouse manager and the Southern warehouse theft case that became headline news shortly before the apocalypse. Joshua had always believed that the theft was a self-inflicted farce, but now it seemed his opinion was not without foundation. The thought that Alex could empty the warehouse single-handedly delighted him. As a person with superpowers, Joshua found everything understandable. He imagined that Alex had awakened the ability to spatial dimension, like a vacuum cleaner with an infinite capacity, capable of sucking in a large number of objects. That day, the snow that Alex controlled disappeared before his eyes, but later reappeared. This indicated that his attack was directed into another space and then fired back. Joshua realized that Alex must have spatial skills. The goods stolen from the warehouse are most likely located in his alternate space. This revelation left Joshua feeling a huge blow to his self-esteem. He envied Alex's spatial abilities compared to his own ice and snow abilities, which he found too weak. Joshua's mood became very bad. He felt like a loser who was destined to become one of Alex's victims. Realizing that he would not be able to defeat Alex, Joshua decided to join him. He decided that this way he could remain a secondary character. Then the guy decided that they definitely needed to become friends with this guy. He jumped out of bed, deciding to urgently warn the villagers not to provoke Alex, considering that there were many fearless fools in the village. Joshua jogged to the house of the village chief Silas. Previously, the village chief had little concern for Joshua, but now that Joshua had awakened his ice and snow abilities and become the strongest fighter in the village chief had to show him some respect. Joshua immediately shared with the headman all the information he had. He said that they were no match for Alex, and advised the villagers to stay away from the estate and not to fish in the area. However, the village chief seemed indifferent to these warnings, more intrigued by the news of the sensational case of theft from the warehouse. Silas looked at Joshua, asking if he was claiming that the pre-apocalypse theft was done by Alex, and that all of these billions worth of goods were in his hands. Joshua nodded, confirming that Alex had most likely awakened his spatial abilities and was secretly storing all the goods in his alternate dimension. Hearing this, Silas's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself that with these goods in hand, his hometown would never have to worry about food again. Joshua was shocked by this reaction, believing that they should not think about Alex's products. However, Silas dismissed Joshua with a disdainful air, considering him too cowardly, saying that there were thousands of people living in their village, and they should not be afraid of one boy. He continued, reminding Joshua of past fights over water and land with neighboring villages that always ended in blood. He suggested that even if it cost a few lives, it would be worth it for the sake of their hometown. Disappointed, Joshua realized that his good intentions had not been realized. Meanwhile, Alex was enjoying dinner with her two sisters. Life at the villa seemed like paradise even to Julia, who always dreamed of leaving after the apocalypse, but gradually sank into this bliss. A sudden scream from outside disturbed their peace. Alex stood up, sensing that something was wrong. He ordered the girls to stay put. He then headed towards the balcony on the second floor. Taking out his infrared binoculars, Alex looked around the villa and saw a large group of people approaching it. Their identities were obvious. They must be the people of Shu. Alex pulled out a sniper rifle from his space, preparing to fight back against the attackers who clearly had ill intentions. He was ready to defend his peaceful life. Although these ordinary people did not pose much of a threat, the only thing that worried him was if there was a person with superpowers among them, and then he would take the opportunity to destroy him too. Meanwhile, the advance party approached the edge of the traps. They looked at the brightly lit villa in the distance, feeling like they were in a dream. Having survived the frozen apocalypse on food supplies and fishing, they could hardly imagine such a luxurious life. One of the villagers, deep in thought, walked forward and suddenly screamed from the intense pain that pierced his leg. The group quickly discovered that he had stepped on a trap and had thick, sharp nails embedded in his leg. The group leader immediately ordered the wounded villager to be carried away and warned the others to beware of traps. Upon hearing the news, the village chief, who was commanding from the rear, immediately gave the order to use branches and sticks to probe and slowly move forward. Alex watched from afar, amused by their intelligence. However, he realized that the show was just beginning. Even though they managed to disarm several traps, the villagers gradually approached them. As they saw the village chief deftly deal with the first wave of traps, their confidence grew. However, at the same time they began to lose their vigilance. At that moment, someone felt a sensation next to their foot, as if they had tripped over a rope. The next second there was a powerful explosion, instantly killing a dozen people. The villagers retreated in fear from the huge crater that was formed by the explosion. However, one man did not have time to go far when he suddenly felt severe pain in his chest and face. Lifting his clothes, he discovered that although he had managed to escape the blast, they had not escaped the shrapnel. The wounded resident fell to the ground in panic and began rolling on it and screaming. Suddenly there was another loud explosion as he inadvertently triggered a booby-trapped grenade. The frightened residents rushed back, but there were still many nail traps left on the snowy ground. In a panic, everyone was disoriented and the scene became extremely bloody and chaotic. After the first attack, the villagers suffered heavy losses, and the continuous explosions and nail traps created a terrifying sight. Some of the villagers began to retreat. Realizing the seriousness of the situation in previous battles, they had never found themselves in such a difficult situation. Realizing the need for additional help, they decided to call in Joshua, who could manipulate ice and snow. Fearing more victims, the villagers surrounded the village chief and quickly turned to Joshua for help. Silas, his expression darkening, remembered how Joshua had warned him earlier not to mess with Alex, and how he had scolded Joshua for being a coward. Alex calmly watched what was happening with a sniper rifle in his hands, wondering why the Iceman hadn't taken a single step yet. The villagers were less than 200 meters away, so they would be easy to kill even if the man attacked him from behind. Meanwhile, Silas, caught between a rock and a hard place, was reluctant to ask Joshua for help because of his previous boastful statement that he could handle Alex without any help. And besides, asking his grandson for help was simply unthinkable. Silas pulled himself together and loudly cursed the villagers, questioning their usefulness without Joshua, and remembering how they had dealt with similar traps in the past. He called the traps child's play, good only for fooling the boars, and declared that he intended to meet Alex directly. The man said that as long as this person was locked up, he couldn't do anything to them. He then handed a pair of binoculars to one of the villagers, telling him to take a good look at the villa and see what was inside. The man took the binoculars and aimed them at the windows of the house. When the residents saw the situation inside the villa, they were shocked. They saw a brightly lit house, a dining table laden with delicacies, luxurious furniture, and two fabulous women enjoying dinner. The sight tempted them, but they were still wary of the traps in the snowy ground. They decided it would be better to call Joshua, whose abilities allowed him to detect all the traps in the snow. The village headman, angered by the villagers' fear, scolded them for their cowardice. He threatened that if they got scared, they would return home. This speech worked wonders, and the villagers declared that they were not cowards. They picked up their tools and continued to clear the traps. Seeing this, Silas nodded with satisfaction, encouraging them that there was no need to be afraid of traps. If they were careful, they would be harmless. After Silas's speech, the villagers boldly continued to clear the traps. They began throwing snowballs from a distance, which caused several traps to be triggered. There were only 100 meters left to the villa, and they believed that all the food and beauties inside would soon belong to them. Silas also smiled smugly, assuring that there was no need to be afraid of children's traps. Meanwhile, people were getting closer and closer to the villa. Soon they found themselves almost at the gate. Alex watched them through the scope, noting their determination. Although their method of disarming the traps was effective, it hadn't occurred to him yet. But the real show was yet to come. Primitive methods could only disarm primitive traps, but the upcoming high-tech ones were supposed to be a real test. The shotgun team was ordered to keep up. One of the men readily volunteered to shoot Alex if he showed up. Julia, who had just finished eating, panicked when she saw the situation. She was afraid that if the villagers broke in, they would be doomed. Scarlet, on the other hand, remained calm, ridiculing Julia for her cowardice and wondering how, with such a lack of courage, she could follow Alex in the future. Once the villagers were within Alex's control, he activated the villa's noise cancellation function, causing the noise from outside to instantly disappear. Then Alex decisively pressed the mine activation button. There was a loud roar in the middle of the road, and the explosion illuminated the entire area of the villa. Although Alex didn't hear any screams outside, he could clearly see the horrific scene, with body parts and blood scattered everywhere. The hero thought that if he had more explosives, he could relieve all these people from their suffering at once. Julia broke out in a cold sweat. She had never seen such a scene. When she saw the man who was reduced to just an upper body, she began to vomit on the table. Even Scarlet, who had seen a lot, turned away, unable to bear this sight. Alex, watching this from the sidelines, did not experience any emotional distress after all. They had brought this on themselves. The elders commanding from the rear were stunned, their minds blank as they tried to accept the grim reality before them. The young man, driven mad by the blast, ran up, grabbed the village elder by the leg and began shaking him, stuttering that everyone was dead, their bodies blown to pieces, and calling for him to run away. Shocked by this scene, the village chief fell to the ground and asked if Alex was the devil. He lamented that they only intended to rob Alex's property, not expecting hundreds of deaths from his own Shu family. As a leader, he knew he could not escape responsibility, and stunned, he fell to his knees in the snow. Not wanting to leave the villagers alive, Alex took out a compound bow and commanded the shelter's AI system to open the front window. As the large bulletproof glass window slowly rose, Alex knocked 3 arrows to the bowstring. After more than 10 days of training and improving his spatial abilities, Alex learned to fire 3 arrows at once. Soon the arrows flew, instantly piercing the heads of 3 villagers. The modern compound bow, enhanced by his abilities, proving even more deadly. Silent arrows took lives one after another. The panicked crowd did not realize that they were being hunted until someone noticed. The villagers with shotguns quickly took aim, but in the darkness they were unable to determine the direction. But Alex aimed accurately with his infrared tactical scope. The villagers were puzzled by the bow's range, given the strong wind and snow. Silas remembered Joshua's advice with regret and slapped himself in the face in remorse. He realized how arrogant and self-righteous he had been, and admitted that Alex deserved to die for letting down the Shu family's ancestors. Seeing the man suffering, Alex decided to fulfill his wish and took out his bow, preparing to strike him down. He then drew back his bowstring, preparing to fire the arrows at the man. However, a strong snowstorm suddenly arose, quickly forming a tornado that blocked the path between the villagers and the shelter. Alex put down his bow and arrows, noticing that the Iceman had finally decided to intervene. Switching to his sniper rifle, Alex prepared for a new challenge, knowing that arrows were ineffective in such a storm. Joshua, knowing that there was a power gap between the villagers and Alex, knew that the storm would be a significant advantage. Mustering his courage, Joshua focused all his energy on fighting the snow. He shouted at the villagers to run, insisting that Alex would not last long. Seeing the obstacle, Alex stopped shooting, realizing that he was wasting precious ammunition blindly, especially since there were only a few hundred boxes left in the spare space. He thought that maintaining such a large snowstorm must be very tiring, and that the man would not be able to hold out for long. Thinking about this, Alex took various means of protection from his alternate space, and then, fully armed, went downstairs to say goodbye to the 2 girls, telling them to wait for his return. Meanwhile, Joshua was trying his best to hold back the snowstorm, and when he noticed that the shooting had stopped, he was secretly glad, thinking that his tactics had worked. However, there was a loud roar of an engine, signaling the arrival of an SUV from the snow. Alex turned on the autopilot and took out his assault rifle. After that, he climbed out the window and started shooting randomly. The villagers screamed in terror, calling on Joshua to use the snowstorm to stop Alex. Looking in the direction of the noise, Alex noticed the plump figure of a man. Thinking it was Joshua, Alex fired the bullet. However, it whistled past Joshua's ear, barely missing him, and Joshua broke out in a cold sweat from horror. Then a man on a sled approached him and invited him to climb on it. Alex saw this as a perfect opportunity to eliminate the resistant superhuman. With no reason to let Joshua go, Alex started the engine and gave chase. If Alex killed this mutant, the rest of the villagers would be easy prey. Even though Joshua tried to keep the snowstorm going around him and block Alex's line of sight, it was only partially effective. The blizzard's range was limited, and Alex's shooting accuracy remained almost perfect. Meanwhile, Alex watched with a sinister smile as Joshua wondered what was more important, his own life or the lives of the villagers. The sleigh carrying the villagers stood little chance against Alex's luxurious snow SUV. Moreover, they dragged the bodies of their relatives for burial, which significantly slowed down their movement. Then the hero decided that it was time for him to go on the attack. Realizing the problem, Joshua immediately ordered the villagers to throw out the bodies. People did not want to abandon the bodies of their relatives, but they reluctantly complied. Despite the small obstacle of bodies, Alex continued his pursuit. He leaned out of the window and started shooting again. His shots almost always hit their target, and the military sniper rifle, improved by his abilities, was capable of piercing 2 heads with 1 bullet. Seeing the villagers fall, Joshua was in agony. Everyone looked at him with pleading and hope. Then the boy turned to Silas again, saying that he had warned him, but they had not listened to him. In a moment of despair, Joshua had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, a blue light poured out from his eyes and palm. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ice right in Alex's path of pursuit. Under Joshua's continued efforts, the crack in the ice widened, forcing Alex to temporarily stop pursuing. Leaning out of the car window, Alex saw that the crack stretched for tens of meters, effectively blocking his path. Standing on the roof of the car, he felt that the human strength to break through such thick ice was enormous. He took a deep breath, coming to the conclusion that fighting on the ice was not an option. He had to return to the shelter. Despite the traps, the invaders' losses were small. Returning to the shelter, he saw that Julia was still weak after the terrible scene. Scarlet asked worriedly if Alex had dealt with the man. Alex calmly replied that Joshua was too cunning and his abilities made him difficult to kill. Alex admitted that he was too cautious and let him escape. Julia asked if they were being too cruel, and if Alex was afraid of being held accountable for his actions in the future. The girl thought that the snowfall would soon end, but now she was not sure about it. Alex casually touched her cheek, asking what she thought about it, but the girl did not answer. Feeling hungry after the ordeal, Alex asked Scarlet to cook something to eat. He asked for pig brains, duck stomachs, and intestines with garlic. Hearing the names of these dishes and remembering the bloody scene, Julia felt like she was getting sick again. Alex teased her, saying that she was weak and needed nutritious food to recover. Meanwhile, in the village, everyone was in horror. They expected the heroes to return with the loot, but instead they were faced with a disorderly retreat and the disappearance of almost half of the people. People were desperately searching for their loved ones. The survivors and the dead were deeply grieving. Joshua stood and watched what was happening, not knowing what to do. One of the men immediately grabbed his hand, saying that they wanted to see him. Silas, who was in critical condition, wished to see his grandson. Joshua hurried to Silas's house, where a crowd of villagers was waiting for him. The victims knew that Joshua had saved them, but many still felt bitter and blamed him for what happened. One woman, wiping away tears, accused Joshua of cowardice and failure to protect their family. Then a learned elder intervened in the conversation and ordered the residents to remain silent. He called Joshua inside and asked him to talk to Silas. Silas, barely clinging to life, expressed guilt and regret. He admitted that his refusal to listen to Joshua's advice led to the deaths of many members of the Shu family. The man said he had been too careless, but in reality, they were all ordinary villagers, and so their arrogance cost them their lives. Silas said that if they had anyone to blame, it was him. Now the residents were taking it out on Joshua because they had lost their loved ones, but the man hoped that he would not hold a grudge against them. Then Joshua said he understood everything. He asked Joshua to protect the family well, trusting him with their future. Silas's eyes filled with tears as he made this last request, and Joshua nodded in agreement. After this, Silas died. At that moment, the villagers rushed into the house and cried when they saw that the village elder had died. Joshua watched everything that was happening with tears in his eyes, and then headed towards the door. He quietly left the house, feeling the weight of the headman's last request. He knew that if that guy brought his people here, he wouldn't be able to resist him. Joshua didn't understand why so many responsibilities fell on his shoulders. As he walked back, he met a young woman who was waiting for him at the threshold. She introduced herself as Sally and expressed her gratitude for Joshua's bravery. She said that her father, who was wounded and could not come himself, sent her to thank him. Although they had nothing to offer as a gift, she appreciated Joshua's help. Joshua, touched by Sally's words, realized that he was not a sinner, but a hero of the village. He told the girl that they were from the same village so she could come to him for help any day. After that, they said goodbye to Sally. Sally's words reassured him, and he felt a deep sympathy for her, thinking about their future together. Determined to protect the girl's family and provide a stable environment, Joshua decided to protect them and build a future with the girl. Returning home, he began to strategize for future encounters, now acutely aware of Alex's terrifying nature. Joshua had promised his grandfather to protect the village, and now that he had found love again, he couldn't let Alex ruin his happiness. But he was afraid that Alex, in a fit of rage, might come and destroy the village. He pondered how to handle the situation, knowing that a direct confrontation would likely lead to his immediate defeat. After much reflection, he came to the conclusion that negotiations were the only way to finally resolve the situation. Inspired by this risky idea, he was ready to risk everything for the sake of his family and his beloved Sally. He hoped that she might be secretly in love with him. The next morning, Alex cautiously left the house to repair the damaged traps, deciding that the Shu family was unlikely to attack again. However, Alex prepared for a possible second wave of enemies. Ordinary people posed almost no threat to his shelter, but Alex was still afraid of the awakened superhumans. Thinking about Joshua, Alex still felt some admiration, noting that their styles were somewhat similar. Both were very careful with their lives, however. Since Alex could not use him for his own purposes, he would have to eliminate him. After work, the guy went back home. The girls immediately sat down next to him to give him a massage. At that moment, the phone call caught Alex by surprise. He couldn't understand who was calling him at this hour. The caller turned out to be Joshua, who wanted to discuss something with him. Alex became wary. After the attack on the village, he did not have good feelings towards them, and was wondering when to destroy them. Joshua expressed a desire to make peace and not bother each other in the future. Alex laughed, noting that he never bothered them, but they always provoked him. Joshua, already frightened, spoke in a trembling and submissive tone. He apologized on behalf of the village, admitting that their actions had caused harm and great loss. He offered to fulfill any conditions Alex set, hoping to spare the inhabitants of their village. Alex found Joshua's overly respectful tone strange, and wondered why they had sent such a negotiator. He asked if Joshua had the right to represent the Shu family city. Joshua then revealed his identity as a superhuman who fought Alex twice. This revelation made Alex think. He acknowledged Joshua's right to negotiate and asked if Joshua could accommodate any of his requests for reconciliation. Joshua, sensing an opportune moment, replied that they would try their best to satisfy Alex. Alex then recognized Joshua's abilities with ice and snow as potentially valuable in a frozen apocalypse, and if he could recruit Joshua, he would be a useful assistant. Then Alex said that he only wanted one thing from Joshua. Joshua, afraid that Alex wanted something indecent, explained that he was straight. Alex was speechless at first, but then assured Joshua that he simply thought his abilities were unique, and that if he sincerely wanted to make peace, he should come in person. The hero stressed that otherwise, if he was in a bad mood, he could simply destroy the village. He added that Joshua's abilities would be ineffective against him, and destroying the village would be easy. Joshua rose from his chair in horror, arguing that destroying the village would do Alex no good, and that the village and Alex's hideout were interdependent. They could help each other in the fight against external enemies. Alex dismissively replied that Joshua was his main enemy. He noted that if Joshua succeeds, he will be deprived of. Alex had supplies, and if he failed, he would seek peace. Alex had heard Joshua's calculations, and insisted that if he wanted peace, he needed to be sincere. He told Joshua to come to his hideout, stressing that only he should be present. He forced him to make a choice, stating that if he did not come, Alex would find time to destroy the village. Upon hearing this, Joshua was immediately horrified. Trembling, he agreed to come, after which Alex hung up. Joshua, stunned, fell to the ground, feeling that this was certain death. His love, his life, and his old beliefs seemed to be under threat. After hanging up the phone, Alex began to plan the meeting. He knew that Joshua's abilities had limitless potential and could pose a huge threat, but if he could become his subordinate, it would be a valuable addition. Alex decided to test Joshua, considering that Joshua's abilities did not pose a real threat to him. Based on the results of this meeting, Alex will decide whether to kill Joshua. After that, he went to the bedroom to rest, but fell asleep while reading a book. At that moment, Julia entered the room and said that she wanted to lie down with Alex. The guy stretched and said that he had things to do after lunch, and he didn't have an extra pillow. Then the girl put the guy's head on her legs. At that moment, the hero turned around and his face appeared under Julia's skirt. He asked to be woken up in 2 hours. The girl was very embarrassed, but she agreed. After resting, Alex went out onto the balcony fully armed, waiting for Joshua with his sniper rifle. He soon spotted Joshua through the scope. Alex aimed his sights at Joshua's head. He could have easily shot him, but before Joshua had taken more than a few steps, he slipped and fell. He couldn't believe that this was the same powerful Iceman with unlimited potential. Alex thought that he seemed to be very scared. Seeing that Joshua was not a threat, Alex relaxed and prepared for the meeting. Joshua then called Alex and told him that his house was surrounded by traps and warned him not to go any further. Soon, Alex appeared right in front of Joshua, and Joshua's legs started shaking at the sight of Alex. He didn't expect that the scary killer he imagined would turn out to be like an ordinary person. Mustering up his courage, Joshua said that he had fulfilled Alex's request and came alone, hoping that this would show enough sincerity to lead to peace. He stated that the battle had been pointless from the start. Alex laughed, noting that Joshua was the one who initiated the attack and now sought peace, calling the battle pointless. Joshua scratched the back of his head awkwardly and, smiling stupidly, admitted that it was indeed their village's fault. He asked Alex what conditions he wanted to make peace on. Alex wanted to know what Joshua could offer to earn his forgiveness. Joshua sheepishly replied that, other than the lives of his family members, they could offer anything. Alex, thinking that he had no supplies, demanded that the initiator of the attack be handed over, stating that he must die, otherwise there would be no deal. To his surprise, Joshua was delighted and told him that the village chief was the one who initiated the attack. Joshua asked if he was okay with that. Alex was speechless. The day before he had killed more than 100 people, and among them were Joshua's relatives. He asked if Joshua wanted to avenge them. Joshua said with a hint of sadness that his parents died shortly after the snow disaster. His father, who suffered from heart disease, fell ill on the first day of the snowstorm and died at home due to the lack of ambulances. His mother died a week later. The thing is, Joshua didn't want to talk about it. He stated that such things affect mood and thinking. Alex then asked what about the rest of Joshua's relatives in the village. Joshua said the others were not his direct relatives and generally looked down on him, so Joshua didn't feel much of a connection with them. He admitted that he holds no grudge against Alex for the deaths of hundreds of Shu family members. He even admires the way Joshua chased them in his car the previous night. Then Alex decided to give Joshua a chance. He agreed to make peace, but stated that he was not interested in the village itself. The villagers were no threat to him, but Joshua was somewhat interesting. Joshua was incredibly excited and rushed to hug Alex, considering it an honor to receive recognition from such a powerful man. But Alex waved his hands, ordering Joshua to calm down. He laid out his conditions. Joshua would have to follow Alex's orders and fulfill any of his requests. Joshua was scared and wondered if Alex wanted something intimate. Alex was stunned by his reaction. Seeing Joshua hesitate, Alex pulled out a limited edition statue from his space and handed it to him. Joshua's eyes lit up at the sight of the rare figurine, which was worth its weight in gold for anime fans. Alex mentioned that he has many more of these figures, and if Joshua stays faithful, he will receive enough limited edition figures, pillows, games, and cartridges. Joshua, blissfully hugging the figurine, agreed to everything Alex wanted. Thus, Alex successfully recruited Joshua as his subordinate. Alex then asked Joshua to help him with something. Joshua readily agreed, feeling appreciated and wanting to prove himself. After this, the hero pulled out a snow SUV from the alternate space, which stunned Joshua. Surprised, he began to sincerely flatter Alex, marveling at his abilities. He wondered if his time travel abilities were related to his spatial abilities. Then the hero thought that perhaps he really did have such abilities that he had not yet discovered. But perhaps over time he will be able to improve his abilities. After driving for some time, they found themselves in front of a large building, which was originally a large gas station. Alex then tasked Joshua with clearing away all the snow. Wanting to prove himself, Joshua used all his strength, and with a loud explosion, the thick layer of snow shattered. Huge chunks of ice and snow rose into the air and scattered in all directions. Alex watched Joshua from behind, noting that while he had become a capable subordinate, he needed to remain cautious. When the deeply buried gas station was cleared, Joshua collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Alex was secretly happy, knowing that if Joshua became a top-notch resource gatherer, future tasks would become much easier. He handed Joshua a piece of chocolate, causing Joshua's eyes to light up. He eagerly tore open the wrapper and began to crunch on it. Meanwhile, Alex quickly moved into the newly cleared snow pit, intending to take all the accumulated oil into his possession. Joshua flattered Alex again, calling him amazing. Alex felt a little awkward, because the main work was done by Joshua. He then asked Joshua if he had ever had to use his abilities to dig up resources before. Joshua replied that he had, but in the extreme cold they could only dig up nearby resources. Their dogs were not suited to work in such weather, so they did not risk their lives by going further. Alex looked at Joshua as if he was a valuable asset. He thought that with Joshua's skills there would be no problem in solving any issues. He assured Joshua that as long as he remained loyal, Alex would provide him with a good life. Alex then presented Joshua with a backpack filled with supplies as a reward for his efforts that day. Joshua, holding a heavy backpack, was overjoyed. He promised to follow Alex's orders and carry out any tasks. As they drove back, Alex casually asked how Joshua awakened his abilities. To Alex's surprise, Joshua's face turned red. He stammered that after the death of his parents he wanted to part with life. Although he did not have the courage to commit suicide, he lay in bed, ready to starve himself to death. When Alex asked if his powers had awakened at this time, Joshua's face turned even redder. Joshua went on to talk about how he overindulged himself before his abilities manifested. This included many instances where he almost lost consciousness, but eventually his body underwent a strange transformation. Alex, covering his face in bewilderment, found the process of Joshua's awakening strange. He then dropped Joshua off at a river which was only a few hundred meters from their village. Joshua, puzzled, asked if Alex could take him across the river. However, Alex explained that his car was not suitable for driving on ice, so he did not cross. Alex knew he had to be careful because of Joshua's ice manipulation abilities. Joshua found the excuse unconvincing, but decided not to ask any further questions, remembering how cool Alex had looked during the chase the previous night. Before Joshua left the car, Alex called out to him, advising him to be especially careful in the apocalypse world, especially given the Shu family's reputation for their vegetables and food. Alex's warning had a deeper purpose. While not genuinely concerned for his family, he wanted to make them more cautious, and thus provide an additional layer of natural protection for his shelter. After all, such a tool in his hands was an irreplaceable thing for him. Returning to the village, Joshua excitedly reported the good news to the village chief, Connor, expecting praise. Instead, he was met with harsh criticism, with Connor scolding Joshua for making independent decisions that led to great losses. Joshua was momentarily speechless, feeling overwhelmed. He tried to explain that Alex had promised to protect the Shu family's city, and that seeking peace was the only way out given their lack of power. Connor began yelling at Joshua even more, questioning his right to make decisions, and ordering him to report all actions to him from now on. Joshua, who considered himself a hero, was scolded as a wayward child. The man said that Joshua was being too presumptuous, and then said that he was now the leader of the village and forbade the boy to act independently. After a while, Connor admitted that Joshua's intentions were not bad, but emphasized that he was too young and did not think through all the consequences. He stated that if he had not stood up for Joshua, he would have already been expelled from the village. Connor came to the conclusion that Joshua must atone for his guilt and henceforth follow his orders. Seeing that the guy didn't want to agree, he started to put pressure on him, and then Joshua had no choice but to agree. Connor expressed satisfaction that Joshua had complied, and told him to remember to never act on his own again. As Joshua left, Connor thought about the arrogance of youth, and thought that young people shouldn't disdain their elders just because they've acquired some skills. Connor then took out his phone and sent messages to the village chat, taking credit for making peace with Alex, the representatives of the various families, happy that Alex was no longer a threat, praised Connor's abilities and expressed regret for not supporting him as the clan leader sooner. They regretted that hundreds of people died because of Silas's mistakes, and praised Connor for his foresight and wisdom. Back at the hideout, Alex gave Julia and her sister a quick update on what had happened to ease their concerns, with Julia clapping her hands in approval upon hearing the news, and expressing relief that they no longer had to worry about being attacked. Scarlet, however, was used to such events and looked at her sister with a smile. Angrily, Julia said that it was not true, because she simply did not want to see such terrible scenes anymore. She understood that if the confrontation had continued, the people from that village would have died for no reason. Scarlet, however, did not bother to listen to her explanation, and simply said that her sister had vomited very badly yesterday. The girl then approached Alex to hug him, and enthusiastically praise him, saying that he was so strong that these little cockroaches could not threaten them. But Alex began to worry that in the future, well-trained organizations would be the ones causing the most trouble. Julia said that there was no need to always assume the worst. At least they had solved their current problem, and that was worth celebrating. With that said, Scarlet walked over to the bar for drinks, stating that if they were celebrating, they should have a few drinks. Julia also offered to cook some of her signature dishes, thinking to herself that she was a well-known social butterfly in the entertainment industry and had a good tolerance for alcohol. Alex laughed and said his alcohol tolerance was pretty average. Hearing this, they agreed to stop when they had enough. After some time, both women were lying unconscious on the sofa. Alex forgot to mention that he used to work as a warehouse manager and sold alcoholic beverages. Slightly tipsy, Alex approached them and began to fiddle with Julia, who was passed out. Suddenly, Julia opened her eyes and was surprised to find him lying on top of her. She asked how he could do that with Scarlet lying next to them. However, Alex ignored her and continued kissing the girl. A few days later, Joshua, on behalf of the heroine of one anime, unexpectedly sent the hero a message asking to take him on a mission, complaining that sitting at home was too boring. He also suggested creating a team of 5 people with superpowers. Alex was speechless, but in order to win the hearts of people, he reluctantly endured his disgust in order to chat with this fat man and extract some useful information from him. Alex was slowly becoming more and more intolerable. This guy probably didn't have a girlfriend, and he clearly had too much energy. Alex burst into a stream of curses, called him fat, and asked if he was bored out of his mind. But Joshua was not offended. On the contrary, he felt that he had become even closer to him, and said that he had guessed correctly that he was bored all day. Alex was speechless. People like that were on the fringes of society, so when they came across someone even a little nice, they were ready to give it their all. Even if Alex spoke rudely to him, Joshua thought only positively about it. Over time, Alex really stopped scolding this poor lonely man. When things got boring in the shelter, Alex went to the control room to carefully monitor everything that was happening and make sure there were no security threats. Julia was doing a good job of keeping the garden going, and it seemed that surviving in the shelter wasn't such a big deal. However, there was one issue that could not help but worry Alex: the problem of cybersecurity. This supercomputer controlled all the shelter's programs. Without it, the entire shelter would have been instantly paralyzed. If the network had been hacked by the best specialists, the shelter could have collapsed without being attacked. Meanwhile, Julia and Scarlet seemed to be arguing, Julia stating that Scarlet should help in the current situation, as she had been with Alex longer, and he would definitely listen to her if she asked him. Scarlet looked helpless. She knew Alex too well. He was such a cautious person that he didn't want to take risks even at the slightest danger, especially since they relied on him as a source of livelihood. If something happened to him, none of them could survive. But Julia was very worried that their sister Aurora could still be alive, and they didn't even try to contact her. After some thought, Julia declared that no matter what, Scarlet had to try. She said that all they have is their body. Scarlet looked at her questioningly and asked if Julia was planning to seduce him. An angry Scarlet stood up and said that it was not right to think that she did not know what they were up to behind his back. When she realized what Julia was hinting at, the girl said that she would never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, Alex, who had been eavesdropping at the door, suddenly entered the room and asked what they were doing. Julia, trying to act calm, grabbed his hand and said that they were just discussing family matters. Alex asked if they were discussing the fact that the girls still had living relatives whom she wanted to bring to her. Scarlet replied that after the storm she lost contact with her family and did not know if they were alive. Then Julia hinted that her sister had contacted her and was in danger, asking for help to save her. It turned out that Julia's sister had contacted her the day before. saying that she was in a very dangerous situation and hoped that Alex could find a way to save her. At first, the hero assumed that Julia's relatives wanted to take her to live with them, but she said that this was not the case. She said that her sister was really in danger, and Julia was the only one who could save her. He asked if they were going to put this responsibility on him, expecting him to risk his life to save a stranger. Then Julia dropped all pretense and clung to Alex, saying that she might be his only surviving relative, and he couldn't just watch her die. Since she was Julia's sister, then naturally Scarlet was also related to her. So Scarlet also moved closer to the guy and said that if her sister died because they didn't save her, then they would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Alex looked at his sisters helplessly. He noted that they both knew about the situation outside, and that his information was no longer a secret. He explained that he didn't know how many people were watching his supplies in the shelter, and that asking him to take such a big risk for a stranger didn't make sense. Seeing his refusal, the sisters panicked and began to cry, clinging to his legs. They begged, saying that if he agreed to save her, they would unconditionally fulfill any request he made. Scarlet whispered in his ear, asking if he had ever tried sleeping with two girls at once, and Alex's eyes lit up with interest upon hearing this. The sisters looked at him hopefully, waiting for his answer. Alex took a deep breath, about to refuse, but Julia continued, explaining that her sister, Aurora, was physically disabled and had survived so long by a miracle. She was in desperate need of help. Julia described her sister so pitifully that it was hard not to feel sympathy for her. Alex hesitated, then asked if they were talking about the genius hacker Aurora, whom he had heard about before. Alex thought that an 18-year-old genius hacker would be an ideal network engineer. Since she was the sister of these two women, her loyalty could not be doubted. Then Alex took both women by the hands and looked at them tenderly, saying that since she was their sister, he would not stand aside. Hearing his words, both sisters were overjoyed. Scarlet even thought that Alex must be in love with her, since he was helping them. Julia was also touched, saying that she did not know how to repay him for his kindness. Alex looked at them proudly, claiming that he was not as heartless as they thought. He claimed that he looked cold on the outside, but was warm on the inside, and truly cared about the people around him. The women blushed and admired this reaction from the guy. Julia seemed to fall in love with him even more. After a whole night of intense discussions, Alex agreed to save their sister Aurora. Alex then asked both women to discuss the rescue plan with him and tell him about the situation with their sister. Julia spoke seriously, explaining that Aurora was now trapped in the academy. According to her, the academy was an aristocratic high school offering a comprehensive education from kindergarten to university, usually educating only the children of the elite, but also accepting a few geniuses, and graduates from this school usually became pillars in both political and business circles. Alex couldn't help but wonder how the paralyzed girl survived in such extreme conditions. Julia continued to say that such high-level aristocratic schools have special food supply channels, and they store quite a lot of food in their warehouses. Aurora managed to hide in the cafeteria at the very beginning of the snow disaster, so she did not die of hunger. Alex was still hesitant. He asked why she was still waiting to contact them. In a crisis, a person seeks help from all possible people, but she decided to contact her sister almost 2 months after the apocalypse began. Julia was also surprised and didn't know why she did it. She suggested calling Aurora right now. However, she was unable to get through. Julia said she hoped she could contact her. Scarlet mockingly suggested that perhaps Aurora thought they were already dead, which was why she didn't take them seriously. Alex asked Julia how far the academy was from them. Seeing Julia's puzzled expression, Alex took out his phone and opened the map. Alex found that the academy was located in the Western Mountains area, about 23 kilometers away from the villa. With the current disruptions in long-distance communications, getting through was a miracle. However, it is possible that Aurora considered them dead, and therefore did not think of contacting them. Alex told the girls to follow him to the control room. After dialing Aurora's number, a sharp electronic noise was heard, indicating that the signal was extremely unstable and appeared to be subject to heavy interference. However, after a few seconds, the call was successfully connected, and the sisters immediately became worried. The girls asked Aurora to tell them about her situation as soon as possible, and assured her that her sister would find a way to save her. The voice on the other end was choppy and heavily distorted. They could make out that Aurora was in the school cafeteria and seemed to be in a very dangerous situation. Alex urgently asked for details about the danger she was in, but heard only fragments of phrases and alarming sounds. Amidst the chaotic electronic noise, a chilling, terrifying sound was heard. Something inhuman, like the roar of a giant monster. The call ended abruptly, leaving only the disturbing echo of a busy signal. At first, Alex thought it was a simple task, picking someone up from school. However, the phone rang with a terrifying monster noise, the sound of limbs and bones being torn apart, the kind he had only heard in zombie movies. The beeping sound echoed throughout the control room, suggesting that there might be monsters in the academy. Alex wondered if animals had mutated too, Seeing Alex's hesitant expression, Julia clung to him again, begging him to save their sister. Alex smiled slightly and assured her that he would save her sister and that everything would be fine. He admitted that the situation had become somewhat confusing and mentioned that he would have to call on 2 mutant allies for help. He decided that this plan was just perfect and quickly called Joshua. Joshua was eager to get outside and begin the task, and Aaron was also eager to agree. Alex assumed that the eerie noise could come from a mutated human or some other mutant creature, although it sounded scary. But considering that the paralyzed girl had been coping with it for over a month, it shouldn't be too difficult for them. 3 superhumans. Early the next morning, the sisters prepared a full table of delicious food. Alex did not indulge himself, as this could affect his mobility, but he needed to replenish his physical energy. In his space, food was prepared to replenish supplies in a timely manner, and all weapons and equipment were fully loaded and ready. Soon Joshua called Alex, saying that he was already at the river and asked him to hurry. Alex assured him that he would arrive soon. After hanging up, Alex told the women that for their safety they would have to stay in the basement for a while. Julia, not understanding, asked why they needed to go to the basement if the house was safe. Scarlett immediately understood everything and tugged at Julia's clothes, urging her to follow the instructions and not ask unnecessary questions. Scarlett knew about Alex's intentions. After all, the person they were saving was their sister. He was afraid that this could be a trap that they had planned together. Alex usually did that. Alex locked both women in alloy rooms so that no one but him could open them. Alex promised that if his sister was alive when they arrived, he would definitely return her safe and sound. Leaving the basement, Alex sighed. He admitted to himself that he did not want to be so careful in everything and constantly be wary of even the people closest to him. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, one could not afford the slightest carelessness. Meanwhile, Joshua had already come to the riverbank to wait for his partner. Seeing Alex approaching, Joshua waved his hand at him. Alex was surprised because they agreed to meet at another time. Joshua replied that he was just afraid he would be late. Then Alex reached out, summoned his SUV, and told the guy to get in the car. After they got inside, Joshua asked where they were going. Then the hero replied that they were going to the academy to save a person. He mentioned that this person was very important to them. Alex thought to himself that Aurora's computer skills were indeed very important. But before he could answer, Joshua began to chatter non-stop about trivial events in his life. He mentioned Sally from their village, who, according to Joshua, was secretly in love with him. Alex was annoyed. If it weren't for Joshua's usefulness, he would have wanted to throw him out of the car. He quickly changed the subject and asked what the villagers thought of him now. Joshua suddenly fell silent. He hesitated for a long time, not giving a clear answer. Alex thought to himself that he had almost wiped out half of the village's youth and population, and the villagers probably despised him. If it weren't for the fear of his strength, they would definitely take revenge. Soon a snowmobile appeared ahead. Alex quickly got out of the car to greet Aaron. He said Aaron seemed to be in good spirits. Aaron raised his hand and said that his physical and mental strength had improved significantly. After this, Alex introduced the 2 superhumans to each other. Surprisingly, it turned out that all 3 had special abilities, which was rare. Aaron couldn't help but ask what kind of enemy this was that 3 special ability users needed to combine their efforts against. Alex asked them not to worry and explained that they were just going to the school to save a student. He mentioned that he managed to contact her yesterday and that she was currently at the academy, but it seemed like something was wrong there. Alex explained that the sounds they heard indicated the presence of mutant creatures. Aaron expressed his doubts, asking if Alex knew what kind of creature it was that even he couldn't handle. Alex then assured them not to worry too much based on the sounds they had heard on the phone the day before. The mutant they were dealing with was not human. Even if it were a mutated human, it would most likely be in a state of rage. The sounds he made could not have come from normal human vocal cords. However, if the 3 of them unite, then no matter how terrible this creature is, it will not be able to harm them. With this determination, they headed towards the academy. Meanwhile, at the academy, snow had already covered the entire campus, and only the roofs of some tall buildings were visible. In the gym, a group of surviving students were exhausted from constant clashes with a terrible monster. Some began to blame Aurora, who was in a wheelchair. They complained about the increasing number of deaths and wondered why Aurora was still alive. The scary creature appeared unpredictably, and the teacher who protected them always took special care of Aurora. Gradually, all the students began to perceive her as a burden and even blame her for the deaths of their classmates. In desperation, one of the students wondered if they even had a chance of survival. After the snow disaster, out of more than 100 people, only about 40 remained alive. As they listed the names of their dead classmates, everyone felt like they were starting to go crazy. At that moment, the girl with wavy hair noticed Aurora in her wheelchair and felt a strong sense of disgust. She wondered why so many people died while Aurora remained unharmed. She expressed her displeasure by pointing at Aurora and accusing her of being a burden. Since teacher Valerie was especially attached to Aurora, she quickly became the object of general discontent. Some even suggested throwing her out to be fed to the monsters. Although the more adequate students knew that even if Aurora died, the monsters would not spare them. The boys decided that if they left her to be eaten by the monsters, then her sacrifice would at least have some meaning. They decided that next time they would simply not take Aurora with them. However, they understood that Valerie cared about each student equally. However, the number of students became fewer and fewer. Even if Aurora died, they could not be sure that they would not be next. Suddenly, a girl with a ponytail came out of the crowd. A strange smile appeared on her face. She approached Aurora and looked down at her. Aurora, seemingly frightened, hissed and asked what she wanted. The ponytailed girl, Catalina, leaned towards Aurora with a venomous look and told her to just go and die and stop dragging them down. She caused so much trouble to everyone that Catalina even felt disgusted to look at her. Aurora was stunned by this scene. Tears flowed from her eyes. Instead of condemning Catalina, the crowd around them began clapping and applauding. At that moment, a girl stood in front of Aurora. It was Aurora's best friend, Riley, who had been helping her all this time. Riley turned to Catalina, insisting that they were all classmates and that she should not go too far. Catalina, however, burst into wild laughter and accused Riley of being nothing but trash, saying that she didn't deserve the right to talk to her. Catalina stated that Riley only got into the academy because of her connections. An enraged Riley responded that money was worthless paper at a time like this, and questioned Catalina's sense of superiority. This angered Catalina even more, and she responded that nobodies like Riley had no right to speak back. She then turned her anger on Aurora, accusing her of being the cause of so many of her classmates' deaths, and suggesting that she end it herself. Aurora lowered her head and silently listened to the curses of her classmates. Riley continued to argue, claiming that Aurora was also a person and had the right to life, and the death of other students had nothing to do with her. Then the girl entered the conversation with an innocent look, admitting that although Aurora's disability made her a burden, Catalina was right. The students began arguing among themselves again, some accusing Aurora of moral blackmail because of her disability. They expressed their displeasure, saying it was time for her to find a place to die. Riley angrily retorted that she had been taking care of Aurora all this time, and none of the others had done anything for her, questioning their right to blame Aurora. Catalina mockingly replied that Aurora was a noble girl from a famous family, and Riley was just a student who got into the school thanks to connections. She suggested that if it weren't for Aurora's disability, she wouldn't even bother with someone like Riley. But Riley responded that Aurora was not at all like Catalina thought. Aurora was silent, covering her ears with her hands, as her head was splitting from the incessant screams. At that moment, a girl came out of the crowd. It was Stella, the secretary of the class committee from a noble family. She suggested that they should be more united at such a moment. She stated that although Aurora was indeed causing trouble, they would not abandon her. Stella hoped that Aurora would not hold a grudge against everyone, and sincerely extended her hand to her. Suddenly there was a loud ringing sound and the metal window was knocked out from above. Soon a monstrous hand several meters long extended through it. A clawed paw grabbed the student's head and lifted it up with ease. The students burst into screams of horror and ran away desperately. Before the student could call for help, he was quickly pulled out of the window. The creature, which looked like a huge cat, licked its tongue and then shoved the student into its mouth. When the students heard their classmates' shrill screams, they covered their ears. Everyone ran in terror towards the back of the gym, leaving Aurora behind, Riley struggling to push her wheelchair. When they got to the back door, they found it locked and unable to open. Soon the monster jumped into the gym through a hole in the window. It sat down on the floor and began to play with the student's corpse. Then it bit off his head with a crunching sound. The beast threw the unnecessary remains of the body aside. He then jumped up to the rest of the students and growled menacingly at the crowd. The students realized that the creature standing before them was highly intelligent and took the opportunity to attack them, while the teacher who was protecting them went in search of food. All the students were herded into one part of the gym, too scared to fight back. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly pushed Aurora's wheelchair into the open space. Caught off guard, Aurora fell to the floor. Riley wanted to help her up, but she was paralyzed with fear and couldn't move. The large, cat-like creature was indeed attracted by this action, and slowly approached Aurora. At this point, the man who had pushed her wheelchair, seeing an opportunity, tried to run towards the door. However, the creature, observing everything that was happening, bared its teeth and quickly struck the fleeing man with its paw. With one movement, he pinned the man to the floor. The blow was so strong that the man's entire body was affected, and soon he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Barely alive, he called for help, but no one dared to answer. At that moment, all the students scattered. Gathering her courage, Riley went to help Aurora up. The others realized that if the student tried to escape and was killed, Aurora, who lay motionless, survived the attack. It seemed like the monster was primarily targeting moving objects. However, the boys realized that it was unsafe, and the creature was just mocking them. Realizing that they couldn't just pretend to be dead, the students decided that they had to warn Teacher Valerie, or they would all die. While the creature was fiddling with the dying student like a toy, Vincent ordered everyone to run away. However, just as they were about to take the opportunity to escape, the dying disciple screamed in despair, accusing everyone of trying to abandon him. He was horrified when he realized that they were not going to save him. Even his best friend Vincent just decided to run past him. With an angry roar, he shouted that if he died, they would all go down with him. A sudden scream attracted the cat's attention. She spun around quickly and knocked down 2 more boys. The student, who had blood in his mouth, burst into a terrible laugh, declaring that if he had to die, they would all die together and become his funeral companions. While the big cat was distracted by these 2 groups, Vincent and 2 others ran out of the gym, relief written on their faces as they almost escaped death. The 2 guys accompanying Vincent praised him, noting that his clever strategy of letting the others distract the creature gave them a chance to escape. As he ran, he explained that the creature appeared to be a mutated cat. Cats play with their prey before eating, and unless they are very hungry, they are not interested in dead prey. Seeing Vincent running away, the other students also tried to escape, but the big cat's tail hit one of them hard, and this blow was fatal. Several girls fell down, experiencing emotional breakdowns, screaming in horror. At that moment, an angry cry was heard. As it turned out, Valerie's teacher had finally returned to the academy. She fearlessly rushed at the big cat with a sword. The cat let out a shrill squeal, dodging her attack. At the sight of the students' bodies, Valerie's eyes filled with immeasurable sorrow. Despite this, she decided to lure the creature out to avoid new victims. Valerie's teacher was a highly skilled swordsman. The big cat seemed to understand Valerie's intentions, and grabbing the student's body in its mouth, quickly disappeared outside the hall. Holding the sword in both hands, Valerie carefully walked towards the door, knowing full well that the big cat was smart and should not be underestimated. When she came outside, she found that the creature had disappeared, leaving behind only chaotic traces of massive paws. It seemed to have faded away, and Valerie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, even as a wave of exhaustion washed over her in the 2 months since the apocalypse had begun. More than half of the students had died. If it weren't for her accidentally awakened special abilities, she would have lost this deadly game of cat and mouse long ago, and everyone, including herself, would be dead. Then Valerie laid out the hard-earned food in front of the students and ordered the head boy, Vincent, to divide it among everyone. Then she found a corner to sit down, as she was extremely tired. At this point, Catalina pounced on Aurora again, asking why she was still alive and calling her the most useless of everyone present. She asked why she couldn't just die. Riley stood up for her again, indignantly replying that the monster attack had nothing to do with Aurora. However, Catalina was adamant, declaring that she simply could not stand Aurora. Stella tried to calm the situation down and took some of the food to give to Aurora. Before she could hand over the food, Catalina slapped her hand and snapped angrily, saying that giving her food was a waste. She claimed that the school's food supply was limited, and that Aurora would be eaten by monsters sooner or later anyway, so it was better to save the food for the others. Teacher Valerie, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. She was already used to conflicts between students, and was too exhausted to deal with this. While there were no casualties, she needed to conserve her strength and focus on the mutated big cat. Suddenly, the student, filled with despair, screamed that there was no point in arguing. She realized that they would all die and become just food for the monster. The creature would periodically come to select a few of their students for food, but would never kill too many at a time, as it preferred its prey alive. She came to the conclusion that there was no hope left in this world and no salvation in sight. Vincent looked at the food in his hand and insisted that there had to be hope. He believed that they were the future elite of society and could not just die. He looked at the snow-covered rooftops, hoping that they would be able to contact the outside world and that his father would surely send someone to save them. At that moment, the silence was broken by the sound of a car engine. The 3 men, following the navigator, arrived at the academy an hour later. Getting out of the car, Alex took out a gun and reminded the others to be on guard. Aaron said that with the campus covered in snow, it was impossible to tell where the person they were supposed to rescue was. Alex tried to contact Aurora by phone, but found that there was no signal. Alex then pointed out to the others that, according to the map, the school's territory was 3,000 acres and tall buildings should be visible above the snow. He suggested getting back into the car and slowly moving forward to search. Aaron then suggested that they split up to make the search more efficient and quicker. However, Alex shook his head, noting that Aurora had already survived for 2 months, so she could wait a little longer. He thought it was safer for them to stay together. They then continued to comb the area by car and soon discovered a visible spire, probably the school's observatory, at some distance from the dining hall and dormitories. Joshua guessed that they were most likely hiding in a lecture hall or a gym. It was more spacious there and there was enough oxygen for everyone. In addition, there was a risk of roof collapse due to snow. Alex thought about the situation, remembering that the gym and cafeteria had been mentioned during the call. But since there were several cafeterias and gyms on campus, searching might be quite difficult. While Alex was thinking, Joshua excitedly shouted that maybe they could get inside. He used his abilities to clear the roof of the observatory, and then climbed inside. Joshua invited Aaron to enter through the window, and they went on. At that moment, Alex felt a sudden chill behind his back, as if a beast was watching him. He immediately raised his pistol, preparing for battle. A giant creature more than 10 meters tall appeared on the snowy field, its eyes fixed on him, and it seemed ready to pounce on him at any moment. They stood opposite each other in silence for a few seconds. However, Alex did not feel any desire to kill from the creature. In the midst of his thoughts, Joshua and Aaron appeared, and upon seeing the monstrous creature, Joshua instinctively activated his ice abilities. Countless ice spikes rushed towards the creature. The attack was fast, and it was too late for Alex to stop it. The ice spikes slammed into the creature, causing it to let out a pained cry. Enraged, the creature rushed towards Joshua with incredible speed. Alex immediately activated his abilities, covering his body with a protective layer and increasing his speed. He jumped into the air and fired 3 shots from his pistol into the creature's head. Surprisingly, even armor-piercing bullets caused almost no harm to the monster, only bouncing off its skin. As the creature approached Joshua, Aaron stepped forward, his body emitting a golden aura and his muscles expanding, turning him into a massive muscle. Then he tensed up and rushed straight towards the monster. He delivered a powerful blow to the creature's head, causing the ice beneath it to crack. The beast backed away, emitting a painful meow. Realizing they were dealing with a mutated giant cat, Alex switched to a sniper rifle. The creature's defenses were unusually strong. Its skin resembled a steel armor, which made the light machine gun ineffective. After being hit by Aaron, the beast turned and lunged at him. Then Alex raised his sniper rifle and fired. This time the creature was unable to dodge quickly, and the bullet hit it right in the cheek. Now the creature was filled with a murderous fervor, and it was slowly approaching Alex. Suddenly the creature curled up into a huge ball and rolled towards Alex at high speed. As the mutated cat rushed towards him at incredible speed, Alex quickly opened a spatial portal, intending to trap her. However, Alex underestimated the creature. It sensed the threat and dodged his attack with a swift leap, then darted towards the snow pile. The hero cursed quietly to himself, realizing that he had missed such a good chance to catch the monster. Meanwhile, the cat hid in one of the snowdrifts. Joshua and Aaron rushed to their partner and asked if Alex was okay. Alex, without taking his eyes off the cat, warned them that the creature was cunning and advised them to be careful. Suddenly, the cat let out a piercing cry that sounded like a curse. Aaron, slightly puzzled, noticed that the beast seemed to be cursing them. Then they saw the big cat turn around and disappear right into the snow. Aaron wondered out loud how the creature had disappeared so suddenly, and Joshua, no less amazed, suggested that it might have spatial abilities. Alex thoughtfully lowered his sniper rifle and considered it unlikely that the creature had abilities, noting that if it had, it would have used them earlier. He also noted that he was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations and decided that the cat simply ran away. Approaching the place where the cat had disappeared, they realized that it had buried itself in the ground. Joshua said with a serious look that it looked like the person they were trying to save had encountered this creature that was strong and seemed intelligent. He wondered how ordinary people had survived until now. Joshua's analysis deepened Alex's thoughts. Given the creature's enormous size and the amount of food it required, it is unlikely that it could have survived this long feeding solely on the humans in the school. But there was one mysterious detail. The creature did not show hostility at first, and was provoked only by Joshua's ice attack. It seems that its intelligence developed to a level comparable to that of a human. They looked at the large holes and suggested that perhaps these tunnels provided air circulation underground, allowing the survivors to avoid suffocation. Thinking about this, Alex stood up and suggested that they go down and check. Joshua, alarmed, objected that this was the creature's territory. Then Alex looked at him and noticed that snow was Joshua's element, and if the cat dared to attack, he could use his powers to bury her alive. Joshua, embarrassed, replied that he had already forgotten about his abilities. They then descended into the cave, discovering a vast network of tunnels beneath the snow. This allowed them to assume that the creature had indeed lived here for a long time. The complex network of tunnels made Joshua afraid of getting lost. Then Alex took out a box of colored pencils to mark their path. At this point, Aaron smelled a faint scent of blood and determined that it was coming from the creature. Joshua, doubting, suggested looking for places where the scent was less noticeable. Alex told Joshua that if he was scared, he could go back. There were 3 of them, and if they encountered the creature, it would most likely run away. Alex then took out a glittering gold pistol, a golden deagle, one of the most powerful pistols in the world, and loaded it with ammunition. Alex then told Aaron, whose tracking skills were very strong, to follow the scent of blood. If the creature was hunting, it should be near living people, which should lead them to survivors. Joshua, still overcome with fear, looked at Alex warily. Then Alex, with a disdainful look, told Joshua to stand behind and not be afraid. If they encounter the creature, Joshua will have to use his ice powers to trap it while the others take care of the others. Alex's words seemed to calm Joshua down. Meanwhile, in the academy gym, Valerie vigilantly guarded the students for 3 days and nights. However, she was aware of the constant threat from the giant cat. After 3 days without food, she realized that hunger was a greater threat than the creature itself. While she was deep in thought, Vincent and Stella approached her. Vincent suggested to Valerie that they go and find food since everyone was starving. Stella added with a pitiful look that Valerie was their only hope for survival and that she could no longer rest. Valerie, trying to contain her emotions and reminding herself that the teacher should not lose her temper, took a deep breath and, despite her fatigue, struggled to her feet. She wondered what would happen if the creature attacked while she was gone, so Stella urged her to act quickly and return as soon as possible. Vincent, speaking calmly, assured her that they would do everything they could to protect the other students. Despite his disdain for Valerie's selfless attitude, Vincent admitted that it was useful to have someone like her around. Otherwise, without her, they would have died long ago. Stella desperately begged Valerie to save them, because without food they would die of hunger. Valerie, leaning on her long sword, decided to go outside and warn them to be careful. However, Vincent had his own plans. Over the past month, he had observed the creature's behavior, noticing that it usually only took 2 or 3 students at a time. So he chose a few people who could be used as a distraction if the creature attacked. As Valerie left the gym, she knew that the creature was probably nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Determined to meet him in a fight to the death, she was prepared to sacrifice herself if necessary. Meanwhile, Riley continued to care for Aurora, asking if her arm hurt. Aurora, looking with gratitude at her only friend, replied that in the current weather she hardly felt any pain. Riley gave her a resolute look, urging her to believe that they could survive and not to lose hope. At that moment, another burst of mocking laughter was heard from behind. Catalina expressed disdain for Aurora's continued survival, and suggested that if she were her, she would have ended it all by now. The rest of the students joined in the taunts, calling Aurora a burden, and predicting that the next time the monster appeared, it would be the end for her. Aurora remained silent, unable to object. Then Riley, unable to bear the ridicule, wanted to stand up for Aurora. But as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw a huge shadow outside the window. She stood up, pushed Aurora's chair, and shouted for everyone to run quickly. At the same time, a huge paw climbed through the window, and with a wild cry reached inside Vincent, and the others, although they were scared, had already foreseen this scenario. They grabbed several students to push them towards the monster. The students were instantly crushed. Meanwhile, the rest fled in panic. However, outside the gym, the monster did not notice Valerie standing behind him. Valerie rushed furiously at the monster. By the time the big cat reacted, it was too late. Valerie's blade slammed into the big cat's neck. At that moment, the beast let out a piercing cry. The students watching the scene were too frightened to move. Meanwhile, Valerie resolutely blocked the entrance to the gym, not giving the monster a single chance to get closer. At that moment, Alex and his partners approached the entrance. Their appearance attracted the attention of both Valerie and the monster. The girl's eyes lit up with hope when she saw the men, deciding that they must have come from outside to save them. She shouted for them to come and help. Joshua was about to take a step, but Alex stopped him. Alex watched Valerie with interest, noting her exceptional fighting skills and honed swordsmanship. It was obvious that her abilities far exceeded those of an ordinary person. However, he considered it more prudent not to get involved in unnecessary fights, since their main goal was to find the people. The big cat was a serious threat, and any rash actions could put all 3 of them at risk. Aaron, understanding the situation and recognizing Valerie's skill in fencing, thought it wise to keep his distance from her. The 3 of them turned a blind eye to what was happening and left the scene of the battle. Valerie was speechless, annoyed that they did not join her in the fight against the monster. She angrily shouted at them, asking why they didn't want to help. Despite her shouts, Alex and his companions continued to ignore her. Aaron soon threw open the door to the gym, causing the students inside to let out a surprised cry. However, when they saw the 3 newcomers, they felt relieved. Alex quickly noticed Aurora in a wheelchair. He expressed relief that they arrived on time. Vincent approached them and asked if they were Zishan's soldiers and if his father had sent them. Alex, hearing about this for the first time, asked which unit he was talking about. Vincent explained that his father, Diego, was the leader of the squad. Johnny found this funny. Given Vincent's unkempt appearance, he chuckled skeptically, but was intrigued. He asked to tell him more about the base. Vincent was surprised by Alex's interest. He guessed why they came from another shelter. The hero then asked how much Vincent knew about other shelters. Alex knew that there were several emergency shelters in Tianhai, and he suspected that there were higher-level ones that Vincent hadn't mentioned. Realizing that Vincent might not have valuable information, Alex decided to focus on Aurora. Other students, seeing Alex and his companions as potential saviors, willingly offered them money and help in exchange for salvation. They even made romantic proposals to Alex. The crowd of students began to whisper among themselves, not understanding why the boy was ignoring them. At that moment, the hero approached the pink-haired girl. Once the hero confirmed Aurora's identity, he introduced himself and prepared to take her to his hideout. However, then Aurora asked if he could do her a favor. The hero assumed that she wanted him to save all her classmates as well. She asked him to stop the ongoing battle as she was concerned for Valerie's life. At first, the hero did not believe that she was asking for so little. However, he agreed to help, knowing that this would earn her favor. He signaled to Joshua and Aaron and they headed towards the exit of the gym. Meanwhile, Valerie was engaged in a fierce fight with the big cat, whose body was scattered across the ground. Alex decided to take the creature with him for further study, and then signaled Joshua. Using his abilities, Joshua created a huge crack in the snow. It was very large and grew very quickly. As a result, ice and snow fell on the cat and separated her from Valerie. The girl barely managed to jump away from the place where the stones fell. Valerie, shaking with anger, turned to Alex and his partners. She demanded to know why they intervened. She was ready for the final battle with the monster and was furious that they saved her. Valerie said it was the last chance to trap this monster. Alex turned away from her and explained that their intervention was meant to help, and that it was Aurora who had asked for it. If it weren't for her request, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. Valerie, unable to contain her anger, screamed at Alex to stop. As she swung her longsword at him, Alex pulled out his golden deagle. The gun's strong recoil made him jump back and he shot the girl. However, Valerie swung her sword and split the bullet in two. Alex watched this, amazed by her skill. Meanwhile, the girl continued her attack, rapidly advancing towards Alex. In response, the hero quickly opened a spatial gate in front of him. Valerie, realizing the danger too late, felt herself being pulled inward by an invisible force. Joshua and Aaron rushed to help, but Alex gestured for them to keep their distance. After Valerie had been in the alternate dimension for about 2 seconds, Alex quickly opened the gate to let her out. Valerie lay on the ground, weakened as time in the alternate dimension had almost stopped, and staying there for a long time could be deadly. Alex stated that he tried to help out of goodwill, but received only ingratitude. He picked up Valerie's longsword, and jokingly remarked that he should keep it for himself to avoid further trouble. He noted that the sword was an unusual weapon, capable of splitting bullets, and thought that it might be useful in the shelter. Valerie struggled to her feet and demanded that her sword be returned to her. Then Alex turned to the crowd and asked if a few people could help Valerie rest. Valerie, now weak and powerless, was pulled into a corner, still asking who Alex was and what he was doing here. The hero explained that his friend's sister, Aurora, was the one Alex came to save. Hearing this, Valerie asked if Alex could take everyone with him. The students, taking advantage of the opportunity, began to fervently beg to be taken away as well, mentioning their influential background, hoping to convince Alex to save them too. Then Alex, losing his patience, raised his voice, declaring that he was only taking Aurora. He emphasized that he was only saving his family, and that the students should contact their families. The students became concerned, explaining that there was no phone reception and they were unable to contact their families. Watching the situation, Valerie begged Alex to save the students. The girl said that they are the future of the country. Alex, ignoring her pleas, said that he saw no difference between them and ordinary people. He noted that students, despite their high education and privileged background, would not be able to make a significant contribution to the development of society. He jokingly remarked that he was just a commoner and was only here to save his family. As Alex prepared to leave with Aurora, several students quietly approached her. Suddenly, one of them grabbed her by the neck, and the other one pinned Riley to the floor. Catalina looked fierce and threatened that if Alex didn't take them with him, she would strangle Aurora right now. Valerie tried to intervene, claiming that they were classmates and should not do this, but the students ignored her. Seeing the situation, Alex turned to Aaron and Joshua and chuckled as he noted that they dared to threaten him. The hero then took out 2 police pistols, and without thinking fired several shots, knocking down 4 criminals. The surrounding students screamed in horror and ran away. Valerie was also shocked, wondering how he could be so ruthless. Then the hero said that these children themselves were just ready to kill the defenseless girl. Ignoring the others, Alex walked up to Aurora, who was now clearly shaken by the recent events. But he decided that as long as she kept her sanity, it shouldn't be a big problem. After that, Alex extended his hand to her and said that they were going home. Aurora, coming out of her stupor, hesitantly asked if Alex could take her friend Riley with her. At first, the hero thought that she was just another freeloader. Aurora then explained that Riley had also been specially accepted into this school. Only the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy magnates were accepted here, as well as geniuses who were recruited for their talents. Riley was a mechanical genius who won numerous awards domestically and internationally. The wheelchair Aurora used was custom-made for Riley. Hearing this, Alex looked at Riley again and realized that his shelter could really use an experienced mechanic. He then looked seriously at Riley and asked her to explain what benefit she could bring. Riley's eyes lit up and she quickly responded, telling of her deep knowledge of automotive design and maintenance, her study of various types of firearms, and her skills in making bladed weapons. She promised that she would be able to modify cars and firearms, as well as handle any crafting tasks. Alex felt he had found a valuable employee. He agreed to take Riley with him for Aurora's sake. Riley, almost jumping for joy, quickly helped with the wheelchair. Meanwhile, other students began to crowd around, trying to promote their talents, offering themselves as drivers, translators, and so on. But despite the students' undeniable talents, Alex could not understand how their skills could be useful in a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Stella boldly stepped forward from the crowd, blocking Alex's path. She accused Alex of being responsible for the monster's escape, and demanded that he help deal with it before leaving. Alex, holding his gun at the ready, said coldly that he was very upset that the students thought that their arrival had ruined everything. Seeing Alex's firm position, the other students did not dare to say anything else. Before leaving, Aurora looked at Valerie and thanked her for taking care of him all this time. Although none of her classmates were particularly nice people, Valerie was a responsible and caring teacher. Aurora knew that Valerie would never abandon other students. After Alex and his group had walked some distance, Valerie suddenly had an idea. She offered to follow them, noting that she herself was badly injured, and the monster, most likely, was also not in the best condition, and might not dare to come to the surface for some time. Joshua quietly asked if it was okay for them to follow them like this. Alex mockingly noted that if Joshua felt sorry for them, then he should go and save them. A little effort from Joshua could bury them all alive right here. Joshua was shocked by this proposal, knowing that these people had done nothing to provoke him. Then Alex quickened his pace, declaring that when a man is poor, he takes care of himself. He could not afford to take care of these pampered children of the rich. They soon reached the surface. Alex turned to Joshua and told him to go with Aaron on the motorcycle. Alex then handed him the helmet and remarked that Joshua, who had the ability to use ice and snow arts, should not be afraid of the cold. Joshua realized that things weren't so bad and noted that he hadn't enjoyed riding in a long time. Meanwhile, Alex carefully placed Aurora in the front passenger seat and Riley in the back. Then they quickly left the academy. Valerie and her group, watching the vehicle depart, were stunned. Stella asked with a confused look what they should do now, since everything around was covered in snow. Then Vincent stepped forward with a smile, unlocked his phone, and said he would handle the situation. Meanwhile, inside the car, Aurora and Riley enjoyed the long-forgotten comfort and warmth. Alex waved his hand and 2 bottles of drinks and bars appeared in front of them. He noted that they must be starving and advised them to replenish their energy reserves, but not to eat too quickly to avoid indigestion. The girls accepted the food with gratitude and began to eat greedily. Once they finished, Alex started talking to them. He told Aurora that she was very impressive. She wondered how Alex could think she was impressive when everyone always thought she was a burden, and she noted that if Valerie and Riley hadn't protected and cared for her, she could have died long ago. Riley joined in, saying that they were good friends and there was no need for formalities. Alex smiled mysteriously and noted that Aurora was definitely unusual. Despite being disabled from a young age, she managed to survive for 2 months in a post-apocalyptic world under the threat of a monster. While once or twice it could be chalked up to luck or Riley's protection, the length of time it took was intriguing. Alex suggested that this might not be just a coincidence. Riley looked surprised, and Aurora's smile slowly faded, replaced by a slightly worried expression. She replied that Alex was indeed unusual, and asked how he had managed to survive and take care of her 2 clumsy sisters until now. Alex noted that it's not about intelligence. It's about him just trying to look at things from different angles. And he also said that earlier, during Valerie's fight with the big cat, Aurora only asked to stop the fight, and not to protect Valerie. This suggests that Aurora's goal may have been to protect the monster without harming Valerie. Alex concluded that the big cat was somehow connected to Aurora. Aurora's expression changed to a sly one, and she confirmed that Alex had guessed about 60 to 70% right. She explained that she was not the big cat's owner, although she never intended to harm her classmates. The big cat was actually protecting her. Riley realized that Furry was a stray cat that Aurora had been feeding, and the monster was a mutated form of Furry. Aurora confirmed this, explaining that Furry never attacked them because of their former bond. Riley didn't believe it at first, but now it all makes sense to her. She always thought they were just lucky. Alex's interest in the big cat grew when he first arrived at the academy. Finding Aurora was not easy, but the appearance of the big cat seemed incredible. Noticing the playful expression on Aurora's face, Alex asked if the cat had attacked them only because they had fed her, and she had felt grateful. The girl realized that nothing could be hidden from this guy. Aurora admitted that Furry's intelligence had developed after the mutation, and he even understood human language. Aurora also warned him in advance that they would come for them, and told him not to attack strangers thoughtlessly. Alex asked if the death of her classmates was also orchestrated by her through the big cat. Aurora denied any involvement, stating that although there were people among her classmates she disliked, she never wished them dead. Most of them died because they mistreated Furry when he was still a stray cat. Plus, Furry needed to be fed, and the situation was slowly getting out of control. Many of her classmates perceived Aurora as a burden, even deliberately pushing her away as a human shield. As the girl spoke, her face twisted into a sinister smile. She noted that these ridiculous fools never realized that Furry would never harm her, and every time she remained unharmed, the people became more and more outraged. Aurora watched with pleasure as the students harbored hatred towards her and eventually met their tragic ends. Riley fell silent, now realizing that it all did make sense. Aurora continued to reflect on how she eventually stopped caring about the people who bullied him. She noted that their deaths were more pleasant, and Furry played his part in eliminating them one by one. Suddenly, Aurora looked at Alex expectantly and asked if he thought Alex's actions were cruel. Alex stared at her for a moment, then remarked that if it were up to him, he would be a lot more ruthless. He chuckled and explained that he only came to save her because her sisters begged him to, and because of her computer skills, other issues did not concern him. Aurora found his reasons acceptable, acknowledging that in a post-apocalyptic world, those who have no value are inevitably discarded. Alex then turned the conversation to practical matters. He assured Aurora that as long as she followed his instructions and demonstrated her value to the team, Alex would take care of her. The girls, clearly impressed, continued to admire him enthusiastically. Then Alex thought about another question. He asked Aurora why she had waited until now to contact the outside world, and how she had solved the signal problem. Aurora smiled slyly and said that she was one of the best hackers in the world, and solving the signal problem was a piece of cake for her, especially with Furry's help. She added that she never expected her sisters to contact her, and Alex was her target from the start. The revelation made Alex feel deceived, and realized that the salvation he thought he was getting was a trap set by the genius girl, because there was no connection between them. With a hint of pride, she explained that her half-sister, whom she had long thought dead, was only good for the entertainment industry. She didn't even hope that she would save her. Then Aurora took out a mobile phone from her pocket. The phone had a unique design, suggesting that it was a custom device with powerful signal reception capabilities. Aurora said that one should not underestimate the performance of the phone, which was comparable to a supercomputer. Just one click of the finger, and all of Alex's secrets were revealed. Aurora suddenly took on a loving expression, declaring that despite the fact that he was only a warehouse manager, Alex was like an idol to her. Then the hero, panicking, asked what she knew. Aurora confidently replied that she knew everything, from the theft of the warehouse to the bank transfer records, from the construction of the shelter to the almost murder of the entire district, and the subsequent appeal to the Shu family's shelter. Her face turned red with emotion as she stated that Alex was beautiful when he killed so many people. Alex, speechless, thought that Aurora was a real yandere. He took a deep breath and asked if she had used her sisters to contact him and ask for help. Aurora nodded sweetly and said that she was sure that Alex would definitely come, judging by all their actions. Aurora noted that Alex seemed like a cautious person, and although she wasn't sure he would come, she was glad he did. Hearing this, Alex felt that he had always believed that he was in control of the situation. But now he had fallen into someone else's trap. Aurora's treachery terrified him, but he decided that having such a person as an ally was better than as an enemy. Smiling, Alex asked if the mutated furry cat was completely obedient to her orders. Aurora shook her head and explained that cats can only be friends if they are treated well, and that being their owner is almost impossible, especially if it is a stray cat. At that moment, a huge figure appeared in the rearview mirror. It was a mutated cat. Alex muttered to himself that the cat seemed to be very attached to Aurora. Alex couldn't help but feel delighted. The big cat actually followed them. Combined with his relationship with Aurora, he still had a chance to get the cat to side with him. Seeing Furry chasing the car, Aurora opened the window. Riley, initially scared of this creature, suddenly found the cat cute. Although Alex knew that stray cats were very difficult to tame and did not trust people very much, he kept his warehouse full of high-quality cat food and dried fish, so he pressed the gas pedal and drove towards home. The group soon returned to the shelter. Alex decided to thank his partners. He gave Joshua a pillow, which made him happy as a child. For Aaron, Alex brought 2 large barrels of fuel, just what he needed. Both Aaron and Joshua left happy, promising to help in the future whenever needed. After this, Alex led the 2 girls into the house. As soon as they entered, Riley exclaimed how wonderful Alex was, saying that the place was like heaven, and it was hard to imagine that such a happy place existed in a post-apocalyptic world. Alex patted Riley on the shoulder and said that if they behaved well and helped solve problems, there would always be a place for them in the house. Suddenly, Aurora blushed and asked what exactly was included in the help. Alex was speechless, thinking that the girl was very brave, but Riley did not understand the subtext. Then Alex knelt down, gently pinched Aurora's cheek, and said that for her age she was quite knowledgeable. However, its main task is to maintain cybersecurity at home. Alex, realizing his capabilities, admitted that, despite the girl's attractiveness, he is not one of those who falls in love with everyone he meets. Hearing Alex's words, Aurora felt an unpleasant feeling. She looked at her crippled legs and wondered if Alex was rejecting her because of her disability. At that moment, Julia ran excitedly down the stairs, screaming that Alex had actually saved Aurora and expressing her relief that she was alive. Julia grabbed Aurora's hand and scolded her for not contacting Alex sooner, mentioning how worried she was. However, Aurora abruptly pulled Julia's hand away, replying that it would have been pointless to get involved with her earlier, since Julia was just an actress who had achieved fame by exploiting the fantasies of men. She said that if she hadn't known she was with Alex, she wouldn't have gotten involved with someone like her. Julia looked visibly embarrassed, and Alex, sitting on the sofa, watched what was happening with disinterest. He noted that the relationship between these cousins seemed rather strained. He understood why Aurora, a highly intelligent computer genius, would look down on a celebrity like Julia, who was famous for her looks. At that moment, Scarlett entered the room. She asked when their little sister Aurora had managed to change so much. After meeting, it turned out that Riley comes from a highly educated family. Both of her parents are university professors. Julia complimented the girls, praising their strong genes and the beauty of their family. Alex then stood up and patted Julia, instructing her to prepare food to welcome the new arrivals. He also asked Scarlett to prepare rooms for Aurora and Riley. The girls went to take a bath and soon the food was ready. During the meal, Alex began to assign responsibilities. He told Aurora that she would be handling the shelter's cybersecurity, which he thought would be easy for her. Aurora confidently assured him that she had everything under control. Alex then turned to Riley, who immediately tensed and sat up straight, placing her hands on her knees. He noted that as an expert in mechanics, creating weapons and ammunition should not be difficult for her. Riley timidly replied that it was not difficult for her, but she required special equipment and materials for ammunition. However, making a bladed weapon, given the necessary metal and forging equipment, was as easy as pie. Alex smiled weakly and told her not to worry. After that, he asked the girl to come with him. He led Riley into a large room on the underground level, where he revealed to her a multitude of heavy mechanisms taken from his space. Riley was delighted by the sight of the advanced equipment and noted that these were no ordinary machines. Most of them are high-end imported equipment costing millions. She assured Alex that the equipment was more than sufficient, and that there were a few machines that might not be of any use but could be dismantled for parts. She flexed her toned biceps and assured Alex that she had everything under control. Seeing her enthusiasm, Alex felt genuine satisfaction. He then took out the long sword he took from Valerie and asked her to check it for any special properties, wondering if it might be some kind of ancient divine weapon. Riley's face lit up with excitement as she looked at the sword. She explained that it was a masterpiece of modern bladed weapons, personally forged by the greatest swordmaster Yuan Lin. While not an ancient divine weapon, it was the pinnacle of modern technology. It was made from adamantium alloy, a metal developed just 10 years ago, and the hardest material known to date. If made by a master, it could easily cut iron and even split diamonds. The sword was given to Valerie's master as a high reward for bravery while serving as a bodyguard, so it held great significance to her, perhaps more than her life. Holding the unusual sword in her hands, Alex felt a secret thrill, understanding why this woman could fight the giant cat with such ease. Having such a treasure for self-defense was just perfect. When it was time for dinner, Alex prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Aurora and Riley. He thought that they had not enjoyed warm food for a long time. Riley explained that the school was well equipped, with many expensive cafeterias and a warehouse full of ingredients, and even several large stores. Alex smiled, finding the concept of such an elite school to be beyond his comprehension. Riley looked at Alex with admiration and expressed her gratitude for him taking them out of there. She noted that without school supplies, they could have frozen to death. Alex looked at Riley and assured her that now that they were here, they had to prove their worth, and he would make sure they were well fed and clothed. After dinner, everyone relaxed on the sofa, and Alex turned on the TV. Among the few news that were still on the air, they received alarming news. Severe cold weather that had lasted for 2 months had led to global upheavals. Regions fought bitterly for resources, and the concept of nation-states almost completely collapsed, with some armed organizations quickly rising up, using force to control resources and even enslaving survivors. Alex tensed, realizing that the situation was worse than he thought. Julia pressed herself against him in alarm, expressing her fear and bewilderment at how the situation had suddenly become so dire. The hero, maintaining his composure, explained that such a situation was to be expected. He noted that previously these armed forces had shown a certain restraint, at least respecting the decisions of national leaders. However, realizing that the Ice Age was not going to end anytime soon, they began to act fearlessly, relying solely on their military might. Aurora added that this is similar to the rules and regulations of some organizations, Although they exist, not everyone follows them. Their very existence kept them from taking extreme actions, but now there is no order left. Alex nodded in agreement, realizing that the only result would be the transformation of local armed forces into warlords, signaling the approach of the warlord era. In such a scenario, the lives of ordinary people will become even more insignificant. The hero then took Aurora to the control room, which was to become her new workplace. Her eyes lit up at the sight of a massive supercomputer that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Alex patted her on the shoulder, placing responsibility for the shelter's cybersecurity on her. Aurora, frozen on the holographic screen, nodded meaningfully. The hero noticed her concentration and decided that having a highly intelligent computer genius like Aurora in the control room was ideal. Soon Aurora began to work, her fingers moving across the keyboard at a furious speed. Alex, who was standing behind her, couldn't understand her actions, but he felt that her experience was impressive. In just 2 minutes, Aurora had conducted a thorough check of the entire shelter network. After pausing her work, she shared the results of her analysis, showing that the system was once the most advanced personal network in the world, and still is. Its artificial intelligence was incredibly powerful, capable of fixing vulnerabilities on its own, theoretically leaving no loopholes in the security system. However, she noted that this was only true for ordinary hackers. High-class hackers could still find vulnerabilities. There have been thousands of network attack attempts over the past 2 weeks, and Aurora estimates that if Alex hadn't shown up, the firewall would have been breached within a couple of weeks, taking the entire vault out of action. Alex felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. It was clear that the shelter was most likely under surveillance after that incident. He asked worriedly if Aurora would be able to repel these attacks. Aurora smirked confidently and stated that as a world-class hacker, cybersecurity was her forte. While the attackers may be skilled, to her they were just amateurs. Aurora planned to start by installing basic security and creating a new encrypted network, since wireless networks were the easiest to hack. After a few minutes of efficient work, she triumphantly announced that she had completed the setup. Alex smiled and stroked her head affectionately, praising her for her impressive work. Aurora then returned to her tasks, ready to challenge any future invaders of their network. As a high-class hacker, she had to solve such complex problems. Alex, still cautious, advised her to protect their own network and avoid unnecessary risks. But he wondered what organizations were spying on them, Aurora assured him, with a smile that, judging by their previous attempts, they were not close to her level. Even if she fails to hack their network, she can at least cover her tracks to avoid detection. At that moment, Scarlet burst into the control room and, trembling with fear, reported that there was a monster behind the shelter door. As it turned out, it was Furry. He was lying calmly near the building. Alex and Aurora exchanged glances and giggled, noting that the cat seemed unable to let go of Aurora and followed her. Aurora bowed her head, explaining that he only trusted her and must be worried to follow her. Alex saw this as a great opportunity to tame the cat, which was very important because the people living across the river could be in danger. With these thoughts, Alex took Aurora out of the control room. Scarlet, pale with fear, pressed herself against Alex. Outside, a huge cat lay calmly in the snow, looking inside. Seeing Aurora, the cat closed his eyes and dozed off, looking tired and covered in a layer of snow. Alex thought that the cat must have been exhausted after the fight with Kevin. There were many sword wounds on his body. Now he is tired, hungry, and in pain, which means it is time to tame him. Having decided so, Alex prepared to take Aurora outside, intending to feed the big cat. When Aurora appeared, the cat was delighted, but when she saw Alex behind her, she cautiously stepped back. Noticing the cat's fatigue, Alex opened a portal to another dimension. Soon piles of cat food and dried fish tumbled out. He picked up the bag of food and began to tease the big cat, offering her to become his pet. The cat stared at the food. Alex was pleased, thinking that the cat would be easy to handle as long as there was food. But he was quickly proven wrong when the large cat suddenly stood up, her eyes becoming wary. Aurora, sitting in a wheelchair, smiled, noting that stray cats were much more cautious than domestic ones. She mentioned that it took her several months to befriend the big cat. Alex had enough time to establish a trusting relationship with this creature, but he was afraid that it could attack the village across the river. After some thought, Alex told Furry that although he didn't trust him yet, he could still provide him with food. In exchange, the cat must promise not to attack the inhabitants of the village across the river. The cat quickly understood Alex's request and nodded happily. Having agreed, Alex returned to the shelter, deciding that in another dimension there would be enough treats to feed the animal. But with such a large cat, these snacks would not last long, so in the future, he would have to look for other food. Returning to the living room, he heard the surprised and delighted exclamations of Scarlet and Julia. The girls called the guy to look out the window. Looking out the window, Alex saw that the big cat had disappeared. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw that the creature could change its size at will. The giant mutant cat that was over 10 meters long turned into an ordinary cat. At that moment, Riley suddenly realized something. She explained that if the cat had always been that size, there would not have been enough of their dead classmates to fill her stomach. Aurora also analyzed the situation, noting that Furry's appearance was always sudden, which was illogical for such a large size. It was impossible for him to be so silent that even a person like Valerie's teacher could not detect him. All signs indicated that he could always change his size at will. Suddenly, Aurora frowned in concern, noticing blood on Furry. Alex immediately bent down to take a closer look, and made sure that there was indeed a cut on the animal's body. Although the blood had frozen, the wound looked quite deep. It must have been inflicted by Valerie with her sword. However, Furry didn't seem to be too worried about the wound. As for a stray cat, such injuries don't pose much of a problem. Alex thought for a moment, deciding that he should prepare the medicine for Furry the next day, and take the opportunity to gain his trust. At night, Aurora and Riley slept in the same room. Riley, lying in a warm and spacious room, joked with Aurora about how they were freezing and hungry in a snow cave in the morning, and now they were in a heavenly room. Aurora smiled softly, saying that they owed their current comfort to Alex. Riley clenched her fists in determination, feeling that she had to prove her worth in the future and not disappoint Alex. Curious, Aurora asked what Riley had been doing that day. Riley responded excitedly that Alex had looked over the equipment and might need to make a weapon. However, he doesn't seem to have a shortage of conventional firearms, so Riley will focus on studying ammunition and explosives. Conscious of her duty, Riley spent the entire night pondering Alex's possible needs. She decided that tomorrow she would definitely find out what he needed. Early the next morning, Riley shared her ideas with Alex, which coincided with his own thoughts. Alex believed that the traps outside were too primitive. They could scare off Shu's people, but were insufficient for more organized groups. So mines and explosives were exactly what he needed. Riley confidently assured him that she would sort everything out. Meanwhile, after Alex and his group left the academy, Valerie led the students to the surface. Vincent, overjoyed, took out his phone to call his father, Diego, and ask for help. On the surface, the signal was stronger, and soon he contacted his father. Learning of their situation, Diego told them to stay put and not move, promising to organize their rescue. The students greeted this news with joy, delighted at the prospect of leaving this terrible place. Some tried to contact their families but received no response, leaving them fearing the worst for their loved ones. However, some students felt uneasy, wondering why Vincent's father, if he had the opportunity to save them, did not go looking for them earlier. While Vincent and the others waited quietly at the entrance to the cave, the mysterious base finally made its move. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard outside. Vincent, incredibly excited, rushed out of the cave entrance, shouting that his father had finally arrived. The other students also stood up and hurried after him, afraid of being left behind. Soon the boys came out of the snow cave. The first thing they saw was a dog team. The dogs were clearly unusual, looking like well-trained military dogs. At that moment, Valerie noticed that soldiers dressed in special uniforms emerged from the sleigh. Instead of approaching them directly, the soldiers were talking among themselves, looking at the group of students as if examining animals. An excited Vincent approached and asked if his father had sent for him. Then one of the soldiers lifted his helmet, revealing a somewhat haggard face, and happily confirmed that he was indeed Vincent's father. Vincent didn't believe it at first, and only after a few seconds did he vaguely recognize his father, a high-ranking official, usually looked quite plump. But this man in front of him had become almost unrecognizably thin. Embarrassed, Vincent hugged his father, but then expressed his displeasure at the delay in his rescue. He angrily shouted that his father should have come for him earlier, and complained that he almost died there. Diego looked embarrassed, suggesting not to discuss past affairs. He emphasized that the main thing was their safety, and suggested that they go home with him first. At that moment, a soldier approached them, and in a condescending tone asked what was in the school warehouse. He insisted that the supplies needed to be taken to the base. Only then did Valerie realize that something was wrong. The soldiers did not seem to be going to save them. They were more interested in the supplies. Vincent, without showing much zeal, said that there really were a lot of supplies under the snow, but there was also a mutated big cat there that they couldn't compare to. The soldiers conferred among themselves for a while, and the captain declared that it would not be difficult to deal with the monster. They assured them that they had experience fighting mutated creatures and instructed Vincent to go ahead, and they would handle the rest themselves. Starting to panic, Vincent said that he didn't want to go back into the dangerous snow cave, confident that these soldiers wouldn't be able to keep him safe. So he pointed to Valerie and explained that she had found all the supplies for the students. Valerie knew their location better. Valerie took a deep breath and took the initiative, saying that she would lead them there. The soldiers then followed her to the entrance of the cave. They assured them that as soon as supplies were found, arrangements would be made for them. However, the students became concerned. They felt that help should look different. Soon sounds were heard from the entrance to the cave. and a soldier stuck his head out and shouted to the students to come and help carry the things. Having no choice, the boys obeyed. The soldiers ordered the students to load all the things they found onto the sled. Some of the students began to complain in whispers, asking why they were being used as labor instead of being saved. They wondered why they were doing the hard work when Vincent's father was supposedly a leader. Vincent, equally embarrassed, had always boasted that his father was the top man at the West Mountain base, but the current situation suggested that his father's position was not as high as he claimed. He calmly explained that in the ice apocalypse, the labor shortage meant there would be no extra hands, and he assured everyone that they would be able to rest once they reached the base. Soon all the packed supplies were transferred to the sleds, and the soldiers quickly set off, leaving 2 soldiers behind. The students were stunned as they watched the sleigh disappear into the distance. They wondered if other sleds had been prepared for them, and they would have to walk to the base. Accustomed to comfort and luxury, the students found the prospect of walking tens of kilometers daunting. After listening to the students' protests, 2 soldiers ordered them to shut up. One of the soldiers shouted and ordered them to follow him if they wanted to survive, or crawl back into the cave. Another soldier added coldly that regardless of their previous status, their value was worthless in the apocalypse, and they must submit to survive. Throwing down the bag of energy bars, he turned and walked away. Some of the students were devastated and clearly unable to come to terms with this harsh reality. Then Valerie picked up the energy bars and urged everyone to gather their courage and follow the soldiers. She stressed that school food had been taken away, and that staying there meant certain death. Thanks to the teacher's moral support, a spark of hope was lit in the students' hearts. After 2 hours, they finally reached the entrance to the base. The giant iron door slowly opened, and following the 2 soldiers, the students hurried inside. After going down the stairs, they walked for some time. The soldiers then ordered them to go further down the stairs. Soon the students found themselves in a spacious room, where it was much warmer than outside. Excited, and at the same time scared, they wondered what to do next. Valerie reassured them that they had not come all this way to be harmed. At that moment, the door opened, and a group of people in protective suits came out with devices that resembled sprayers. After that, they began to spray the students with an unknown liquid. Following them, a plump, middle-aged woman came forward and loudly ordered everyone to line up for disinfection as a precaution. She announced that for the safety of everyone on the base, a full body search would follow and demanded full cooperation. Soon 2 medical workers arrived in the room. On the woman's orders, blood samples were taken from everyone for analysis. Then, under the guidance of soldiers, the students were led into the room. Valerie and the students found themselves in a spacious room. Soon a man in protective clothing brought in a large bowl of food. The students exchanged wary glances, wondering what kind of white viscous liquid was inside the cup. It smelled decent, and so, driven by hunger, the students grabbed spoons and began to eat greedily. The food tasted a little like yogurt, but was definitely not yogurt. They had barely had time to recover their strength when the door suddenly swung open, and Diego entered the room accompanied by a woman. Vincent, seeing his father, called out to him excitedly. The woman looked at Vincent. A sinister smile appeared on her face. Then she told Diego that his son looked strong. Diego responded obediently, confirming that this was indeed his son. The woman then, with her hands behind her back, loudly announced that the blood test results showed that everyone was healthy and had no infectious diseases or suspicious viruses. She noted that college students have good resilience, but stressed that they still need to be thoroughly cleaned. She then ordered everyone to line up, at which point the director pointed to Vincent and told him to come with her. Vincent's eyes lit up and he started bragging to his classmates that Alex told him that his father held an important position there and would take care of him. Unlike the rest, his classmates looked at him with envy. Diego then whispered in Vincent's ear, reminding him that these were unusual times and he had to follow the rules. He emphasized that Vincent could not refuse what the leaders asked of him. Vincent nodded, somewhat puzzled, thinking that he might be appointed to an important position. The director then put her arm around Vincent's shoulders and asked him to come with her. Everyone watched and envied Vincent as he received special attention. Vincent then followed the director through the shelter, marveling at the vastness of the base. Soon the director led Vincent into a room and told him to take a shower. Vincent, who had not washed for 2 months, was delighted at the prospect of a hot shower. He hurried to the bathroom and spent 15 minutes there. However, when he emerged from the bathroom wearing only a towel, he was stunned. The director stood before him, half naked, wearing only her underwear, and her eyes were full of seductive intent. Meanwhile, Valerie and the other students were given new clothes which they found rather strange, and they complained about the outdated styles and colors. At that moment, a woman wearing glasses who looked like a manager entered. She ordered everyone to follow her, saying that she would take them to where they would work and live. The students lined up and following the leader felt a growing sense of anxiety. After this, the girl took the boys into another room, when a large iron door rose, revealing a huge workspace filled with bicycles. To their amazement, they saw thousands of people pedaling energetically, their faces empty, numb, and exhausted. The stunned student asked what these people were doing. The woman with glasses looked over her shoulder and explained that this was now their workplace. Their job is to generate electricity for the base and connect the bicycles to the power grid. She informed them that each of them would receive a manual on the rules of the base, which they must strictly adhere to or face serious consequences. She warned them that their rations depended on the amount of electricity they generated, and advised them to work hard if they wanted to survive. Suddenly, one girl fell to the ground, cried bitterly, and grabbed the hand of Teacher Valerie. All the girls suddenly started crying, accustomed to a life of luxury. These young women had never experienced such difficulties, and instinctively looked to their teacher for hope. They remembered the better times at the academy, when Teacher Valerie took care of everything, protected them, and found food. But now the environment resembled the workshops of the lower classes of society. However, the female leader remained indifferent to their crying, advising them to save their strength to generate energy. She warned that otherwise they would not even have the strength to cry. Valerie consoled the students, saying that they should focus on their work. Then Valerie realized that this place was no longer a so-called official refuge. It had become a tool of some kind of power organization. It seemed that her previous thoughts were too naive. The director, seemingly satisfied, got dressed and left the room. Diego had been waiting outside all this time, and when the director came out, he approached her and bowed. The principal clapped her hands and noted that Diego's son had definitely inherited his talents from Diego. Diego responded with a silly smile and said that those days were in the past. The director then told Diego to put away the napkins and other items. She informed him that she would arrange for him to be given additional supplies. Diego was overjoyed and expressed his deep gratitude, thanking the director for her generosity. He told her to call on her at any time, and he would bring his son to serve her. After the director closed the door and left, Diego ran into the room, worried about his son's condition. Vincent lay on the bed, exhausted. Diego looked at his son with a pained expression on his face and asked if he was okay. Then he took a deep breath and explained that the rules of the game had changed. According to him, in order to survive, Vincent must be ready to accept everything, and over time he will get used to it. Vincent, with tears in his eyes, looked at his father and asked how everything could have turned out like this. He was interested in why Diego had not told him about the situation earlier, because he expected to continue living as a privileged official. Diego explained in a heavy voice that after the apocalypse all the rules had changed, the so-called position of boss had become useless. He began to talk about what happened after the apocalypse. Initially, people with high status came to the base. They respected each other, and the researchers assumed that the snow disaster would soon end, and everyone would be able to return to their former places and restore their former status and cooperation. However, scientists soon discovered that the consequences of the supernova explosion exceeded all expectations. An ice age had begun on Earth, which could last for decades or even centuries, meaning that previous statuses and personalities would cease to exist. At this point, a group of people with powerful special abilities awakened, widening the class gap. Those who controlled the military rebelled and seized control of the base, eventually establishing a hierarchy. Diego continued, explaining that wherever there are people there is a hierarchy. What happened to Vincent was the first lesson in the coming struggle to the death. Now they found themselves at the very bottom and had to obey the rulers unquestioningly in order to survive. Meanwhile, Valerie and her students had completed their first day of work and were finally able to rest a little, only then beginning to realize the gravity of their situation. After a whole day of cycling, the students were rewarded with only a bowl of some kind of protein paste. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they had difficulty adapting to the intense work and oppressive environment. They gathered around the teacher Valerie, complaining about their situation. They complained about their sore backs and wondered when this ordeal would end. Some said that they would prefer to die than to continue working in such conditions. Seeing the students suffering like this, Valerie felt deep pain, but she didn't know what to do. She thought that just being alive was already hard enough. She noted that even those who were traveling with them were once people of status, and the world where everyone would be happy and enjoy life simply no longer existed. However, she urged them not to be too pessimistic, because at least they were alive and could stand up for themselves. One of the students, filled with indignation, declared that they were the elite of society and asked why they had to work like slaves. Teacher Valerie realized that the students were still struggling to grasp the new reality and expressed her frustration by saying that as a mere teacher, there was little she could do. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and Vincent entered the room with a dejected look. Everyone quickly surrounded him, asking if his father, being the leader at the base, could keep an eye on them. They expressed their reluctance to continue pedaling their bikes and mentioned that even a clerical job would be better. Vincent replied with a grim look that everyone on the base had a role, and their job was to generate energy. Then Valerie approached Vincent and asked what he had done that day. Clenching his fists, Vincent explained that he had a better understanding of the current situation at the base. He said that their situation was now very dangerous, and from now on they would have to rely only on Valerie. After thinking for a moment, Valerie seemed to understand the meaning of Vincent's words. Being an expert in martial arts, and now also having special abilities, she knew that it was only a matter of time before she became an important person in the current hierarchy of the base. Vincent then passed on the information he had collected. He revealed that the leader of the organization was Roman, a former high-ranking official who controlled the military, and that many of his subordinates had awakened special abilities and quickly took control of the entire base, reorganizing its order to run the organization more efficiently. Roman divided the base into 4 levels. The first level was where Roman and his inner circle lived, enjoying the best living conditions. The second level consisted mainly of leading scientists and doctors, whose living conditions were comparable to pre-apocalypse standards. The third tier housed the armed forces, originally elite warriors, now powerful units with special abilities, living in a relatively carefree state. On the bottom tier was the bulk of the organization, doing the hardest work but receiving the fewest resources. They had no way out and were under close surveillance by a level 3 security team. Any act of disobedience was tantamount to suicide. The students were stunned by this revelation. One girl, overcome with despair, screamed, asking if this meant they were locked here for life. Vincent coldly replied that they were brought here to replenish the workforce, and if someone wanted to end it all, no one would stop them. He added that their lives are of no concern to anyone, and they can easily be replaced by other survivors from outside. At this point, a tall student angrily grabbed Vincent by the collar, accusing him of being the cause of their predicament, accusing Vincent of revealing their location, resulting in their resources being stolen, and them being captured and taken to this hellish place. Vincent simply stared back with an impassive expression, and asked him if he thought that staying at the academy would have saved them from being devoured by the cat demons. Vincent then forcefully pushed him away, and then turned to Valerie, saying that their only hope was Valerie's teacher. He emphasized that unlike them, Valerie was a person with special abilities, and such people enjoyed privileges, so Valerie should help them. Vincent's words proved to be the last hope for the students. They quickly surrounded Valerie, pleading with her. They stated that as their teacher, it was her responsibility to take care of the students, and they could not handle the hard work. Valerie responded helplessly that she was already keeping them safe, but there was little she could do about the division of labor at the base. She then turned and lay down on the bed, telling everyone to rest since they would still have to get up and work the next day, and reluctantly the students returned to their beds. The next morning, the loudspeaker at the door went off and everyone hurriedly got ready and lined up for the cafeteria. A woman in glasses, accompanied by several soldiers, took a megaphone and announced good morning to everyone. She praised them for surviving another day, and suggested that they thank their great leader Roman for allowing them to live happily ever after. All the workers applauded, chanting words of praise for Roman. Valerie thought it was blatant brainwashing. The woman in glasses continued speaking into the megaphone, announcing that the base had rescued another group of survivors the day before, and that they were now all one big family. She then invited the new family members to introduce themselves, and as all eyes turned to Valerie and the others, there was a burst of applause. Valerie felt fear. She was familiar with this kind of brainwashing. She knew that it was the famous herd instinct, and she understood that vigilance would not hurt. Valerie took a deep breath. Although she understood the situation perfectly, she felt helpless. At this point, the girl could only force her students to introduce themselves one by one. Then the woman with glasses organized the morning meeting. Throughout the morning meeting, Valerie noticed changes in the expressions of her students. They seemed to gradually accept the new group, and even begin to communicate with the staff. Valerie found comfort in this, believing that living in such oblivion was better than waiting for death at the academy. At that moment, a young woman in a black suit entered the hall, followed by 2 armed soldiers. The woman in glasses immediately addressed her with a flattering air, calling her Secretary Grace and declaring that it was a great honor for her to have her here. However, Secretary Grace didn't even spare the woman a glance. She picked up a megaphone and loudly announced that they had rescued a new group of survivors the day before, and asked if Miss Valerie was present. As Valerie stood up calmly, the students looked at her with worried eyes. Valerie slowly walked up to them, and then the girl in black introduced herself as Grace, the secretary of the leader Roman. She said that their leader would like to meet Valerie. Hearing this, the entire cafeteria was in an uproar. Everyone began to vigorously discuss the fact that the leader of the organization actually wanted to meet with the teacher, and even sent a personal secretary for this. Such an appeal was considered a quick way to high status. Hearing the noisy discussion, Grace's secretary raised her head slightly. Her gaze became stern, and at that moment, the cafeteria instantly fell silent. Then she smiled at Valerie and told her to follow her. After this, the girls headed down a spacious corridor, Soon, Valerie reached Roman's office, where she was met by a good-natured middle-aged man about 50 years old. As soon as he saw Valerie, Roman walked up to her with a smile and took her hand, showering her with compliments. He praised her for being such a responsible and wonderful teacher, thanks to whom many students were able to survive in such difficult conditions. Valerie was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected reception and did not quite understand the situation. Roman, still holding her hand, invited her to sit down and expressed a desire to receive her advice. Roman shared his vision of the base. Then he sincerely stated that he would like to use its power to maintain the base and preserve the new human civilization. Hearing this, Valerie immediately understood the nobility of Roman's intentions and readily agreed to help for the sake of the future of humanity. Roman's smile grew even wider, and he said that he would arrange for Valeria to be placed on the second level. Grace said she would take her there. The second level resembled a high-end office building, with spacious corridors and bright lighting. Meanwhile, Alex's main task during this period was to feed the cat. He prepared premium treats and even fresh fish for the cat, tenderly begging Furry to become his pet. He assured Furry that if he agreed to return with him, Alex would make sure he was well fed every day. He also promised a warm place with a cozy fireplace. Furry, looking at the warm and cozy atmosphere inside the house through the window, showed hesitation for the first time. Seeing Aurora inside, he definitely wanted to get inside, but something was stopping him. Alex noticed the change in his eyes and felt hope, so he stood up and slowly walked towards the main door. As he had hoped, Furry followed him cautiously. At this point, Alex was trying to lure Furry inside step by step. Soon, Furry actually followed him into the house. Alex was delighted. As soon as Furry entered the house, he began to create chaos without restraint, jumping and scratching everything, even the expensive sofa. Despite the chaos, Alex watched with a smile, encouraging the furries to feel at home. Scarlet noted with envy that it was a good thing the cat couldn't turn into a woman, otherwise she wouldn't have any place in this house at all. The furry was full of curiosity and jumped all over the house. It was only when Furry, tired from playing, curled up on a chair to rest, that Alex finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that establishing initial trust was very important in dealing with cats, and that if this process failed, it would be difficult to make up for lost time later. He tried to reach out to pet Furry, but before he could touch him, Furry turned around and hissed. They stared awkwardly into each other's eyes for a moment before Furry finally let his guard down and calmed down. Alex took another deep breath and petted Furry contentedly. Furry let out a contented purr, finally acknowledging Alex as his master. Alex felt completely relieved, thinking that he had never been so tired. After Furry became a member of a large family, the girls began to spend all their time with him. Julia and Scarlet even took him into the shower with them. Aurora and Riley allowed him to sleep between them. During the day, Aurora monitored the shelter's cybersecurity. Having discovered the important information, Aurora immediately informed Alex and proudly informed him that the person who tried to infiltrate their network had been found. She showed him the map. Their own location was clearly marked, and another flashing red dot probably indicated the location of the invader, who seemed to be on the southwestern border, a little over 30 kilometers from Alex's estate. Aurora noted that the invaders' technology was crude compared to theirs, and their equipment was not very advanced either. She noted that Alex could easily hack their system using his supercomputer, but the data on the intruder's computer was encrypted, so it would take some time to hack it. It was safe to say that there was a huge organization in that area. Given their closeness, conflict seemed inevitable. Alex crossed his arms and took a deep breath, resigning himself to the fact that what was going to happen would always happen. He stated that he was not looking for trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. He assured that if anyone dared to attack him, whoever they were, he would make sure they paid dearly. Before leaving, Alex told Aurora to continue gathering information, emphasizing that the more information they gathered, the better. He then said he was going to see Riley and headed to the machine shop. Riley greeted him with a smile. The guy said he came to see how her work was progressing. Turning around, Riley picked something up from the shelf and handed it to Alex. It was a silencer for a sniper rifle, explaining that it was extremely important to him. The silencer will solve the problem of loud noise giving away his location, and will allow him to hit enemies from 300 meters away, using his already increased firepower. Alex was delighted and complimented Riley, saying that she really knew him well, flattered and blushing. Riley shyly replied that he should try it and see if it worked well. She added that Alex can adjust and change it as he sees fit. In the midst of their conversation, Alex suddenly put his arm around Riley's shoulders and asked in a serious tone if she knew how to make mines, grenades, and other similar items. Her heart began to pound at the warmth of his hand on her shoulder. At first, the hero thought that it would be too difficult for the girl. However, she noted that, as an expert in mechanics, she considered such technologies less advanced than the new energy battery, and doubted that Alex was underestimating her. Feeling a little awkward, Alex realized that even geniuses need recognition. Riley then explained that the items were actually outdated and were combat gear from hundreds of years ago that would be of little use now. Basically, it's just gunpowder, and with the right materials, an average high school student can make it. Then she became serious, noting that times had changed. After the arrival of the extreme cold tide, modern high-tech weapons became useless, and aircraft carriers and planes were practically turned into scrap metal. Alex mentioned that their shelter was under attack, although they didn't yet know what kind of enemy it was. Most likely it was a powerful armed organization, so they needed to carefully prepare in advance and set up reliable traps around the shelter. Hearing this, Riley also became serious. Alex smiled and stroked her hair, reassuring her not to worry. He promised that he would take care of everything else and would protect her as long as he was around. He gently pinched Riley's cheek and she was shocked by the gesture, instantly bursting into tears. Alex continued by saying that he had always felt a special connection with her since he first saw her. He noted that she looked like his sister and felt a desire to protect her. At that moment, Riley felt disappointed, thinking that she was just a sister to him. Before she could think about it, Alex continued his affectionate gestures, gently stroking her cheek. He told her to help him with his work and leave everything else to him, assuring her that as long as he was around, no harm would come to her. Seeing Alex's determined gaze, Riley's heart sank. This was the first time a man had treated her so tenderly, and she was momentarily speechless. Leaving the workshop, Alex took a deep breath, feeling that he had stirred up the emotions of an innocent girl again. He thought that with such a valuable person as her, it was necessary to use friendly tactics and use his charm. After all, in this situation he could not do without a person who would supply him with weapons. Alex then sent Joshua and Aaron an urgent message. He informed them that they had discovered unknown forces that could have powerful military capabilities and were only 30 kilometers away from them. He warned them to be very careful in their actions, reminding them that the country had already collapsed and anyone who claimed to represent the state was a fraud. Most importantly, that they should never reveal their special abilities. Aaron and Joshua quickly responded, expressing gratitude for the concern for their safety. Meanwhile, Alex was thinking that it was still unclear what information the other side had, so Alex did not dare to recklessly leave the shelter. As long as Alex remained in place, no matter how strong the opponents were, they could do nothing to him. Given Joshua's position across the river, Alex realized that if those forces truly desired his refuge, Shu City would be right in their path. With this in mind, he quickly sent Joshua a private message, telling him that if his village ever encountered a danger it couldn't handle, he should call Alex immediately. In the midst of an ice apocalypse, Alex understood how valuable an ice user was, and how important it was to keep such a loyal and capable ally safe. Meanwhile, Joshua, having read the warning from Alex, looked a little worried. He muttered to himself that Alex was indeed something, noting that the large villa was right across from his poor village, and wondering why anyone would be interested in it. About 30 kilometers west of the city, in what was once a development zone with many buildings under construction, a tall, strong man and a girl with glasses emerged from one of the houses. The man complained about the incessant snowfall. He wondered if it would ever stop, fearing that if it continued like this, the whole earth would be covered in snow. The girl, Sarah, smiled weakly and replied that Jordan should stop worrying unnecessarily. She explained that they needed to focus on completing their mission, and noted that after 2 months of heavy snowfall, the moisture in the air had almost condensed. Sarah caught a snowflake in her hand and noted that even in the equatorial regions it was now 20 degrees below zero. She noted that it would only get colder, and snowfalls would become more and more rare. She believed that the end of heavy snowfalls was the Creator's last mercy to this world. The man, Jordan, not fully appreciating her mood, immediately sat down on the snow sled, while Sarah, on the contrary, harnessed a large dog. She took the device out of her pocket, reported the completion of the task received several days ago, and received new instructions. Initially, they were limited to the Sishan area, but according to new orders, they needed to conduct a special search elsewhere. Although the objective was not stated, Sarah thought that it was probably not a particularly important mission, and she figured that they would just do the necessary steps and then return to base. After a long journey, Sarah suddenly looked into the distance, towards the estate where Alex lived. She identified it as her destination and sat down on the sleigh, ordering everyone to be on the alert. The girl ordered the large sled dogs to move along the river. Then they suddenly came across the village of Shu. They were originally heading to Alex's house, but the sight of Shu village, especially the massive ice castle in its center, caught Sarah and Jordan off guard. The appearance of Sarah and Jordan alerted the sled dogs, whose barking quickly attracted a large group of villagers. After the battle at the estate, the villagers were on guard, and any minor disturbance would put them on alert. Sarah and Jordan are once again amazed that there are so many survivors in this cold apocalypse. One of the villagers, armed with a firearm, asked them 3 important questions: who they were, where they were from, and what they were doing there. Sarah explained that they were from a government organization sent to search for survivors of the snow disaster. She asked them not to be nervous, and then showed her documents. Acting Village Chief Connor examined the documents and, impressed by their form and behavior, decided to trust them. He quickly became hospitable and asked if they would like to come into the village for a visit. At his signal, the residents prepared food and drink, and the man also ordered them to donate part of their supplies to treat the officials properly. However, some villagers were skeptical, questioning whether this was the right way to treat them. Connor reassured them by saying that he needed to know who they represented. In these chaotic times, the village is barely surviving, and establishing connections with influential people could prove beneficial to the Shu family. Besides, they only offered a little food, which is not much. As everyone sat down at the table, Sarah and Jordan were struck by the bustling, well-organized community, which seemed unaffected by the heavy snowfall and appeared to be well provided for. They questioned the village chief Connor about how he managed the village so well. Sarah expressed curiosity about their achievements. Upon hearing the question, Connor said that it was due to their family's unwavering spirit of self-sufficiency and resilience, assuring that even a snow disaster would not defeat them. He proudly noted that as the village chief he played a big role in this. He mentioned that he always reminded the villagers to be prudent and prepared, so most of them didn't worry about food. Connor bragged that after the snow disaster in their village, no one died of hunger. Some of the village elders nearby were speechless at his statement, thinking that Connor was really not shy about taking credit for himself. They knew that he had been the village chief for less than a week, and that all the achievements actually belonged to Silas, and had nothing to do with Connor. Sarah casually asked how much food the village had stored. Connor, feeling more confident, replied that the village had historically supplied a third of the city's vegetables. Suddenly, as he was about to brag further, he realized that he shouldn't just reveal the village's food supplies, as it could lead to trouble if the authorities decided to demand them. Meanwhile, the slightly embarrassed guests waited for the man's answer. Connor then quickly changed his tone and said evasively that most of the grain and vegetables had almost spoiled due to the prolonged snowfalls, and the villagers were having a hard time making ends meet. Sarah, not one to be fooled, remarked that for such a large village, probably home to hundreds of families, maintaining a livelihood was impressive. Connor went on to claim that most of the village was doing well. He pointed to the ice houses they had built, attributing the success to his leadership. He claimed that these houses were a great solution to their housing problem, unlike other villages where houses were buried under snow, causing many to freeze to death due to the carelessness of the village leaders. Sarah and Jordan looked at each other incredulously, secretly surprised that they had never expected this old man to be so capable. Jordan remarked as he looked out the window at the ice castle that it was incredible that such a structure could be built in the conditions of an ice apocalypse. He noted that the craftsmen in the village must be very skilled. Connor smiled, bragging about the skill of the village workers and downplaying the significance of their achievements. Then, to appease the leaders, the villagers lined up and brought long-hidden delicacies from their homes. Sarah smirked, thinking about how rich the village must be. At that moment, Connor approached them and asked when the government planned to take action in connection with the snow disaster. Sarah and Jordan continued to eat and drink in silence until Sarah said indifferently that they had already made plans to help the victims and that they should be implemented as soon as possible. Hearing this, Connor and the villagers looked at the guests with hope. Because they were going through difficult times, he asked if any of the experts knew when the snow disaster would end. Sarah replied calmly that it should happen soon and that experts said the snow would stop soon, noting that it had been decreasing significantly recently. Jordan realized that with her calm and confident demeanor, the old man would be convinced by her words. Suddenly, Sarah asked if anyone in the village had noticed any strange changes after the snow disaster. Connor and the villagers were momentarily stunned, realizing that she was referring to Joshua. Luckily, Connor wasn't too stupid and responded with a forced laugh, claiming that everything was fine in their village and that they had never heard of such strange changes. Sarah and Jordan then said that their mission was to find resources, but more importantly, to find mutants and bring them back to base. She said that after the snow disaster, some people were mutated and gained unusual abilities. She mentioned that the government valued such people highly, and that they would be generously rewarded if they provided useful information. Connor wondered if he should tell Joshua about the situation, since he hadn't received any tangible benefits yet. Curious, Connor asked what the organization planned to do with these people. Sarah, now more confident in the existence of mutants in the village, replied that these powerful mutants would become the backbone of their organization and would be crucial to rebuilding the community in the future. She assured him that if he provided useful information, the organization would highly appreciate his contribution. Connor thought that promises were easier to make than to keep. He believed that Joshua was the village's treasure, and that without him, after the snow disaster, their village would have been doomed, and he thought that Anya could just give him away. Connor then pulled out his phone and offered to provide his contact information, saying that if they found anything unusual, he would immediately report it to the leaders. At this moment, Sarah's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Connor intently and asked if there was anything he wasn't telling them. Sarah's sudden change in behavior startled Connor, and his heart stopped in his tracks when he hinted that they were all law-abiding citizens and assured her that there was no lie in what they said. Sarah tapped her finger on the table and demanded that he make sure there were no mutants in the village, urging him to think carefully before answering. She warned that the organization was taking the matter very seriously and ensured that he would not get away with concealing information. Realizing that his lie was exposed, Connor was embarrassed, but quickly came up with a way out of the situation. He whispered to Sarah that they really knew about the strange man, but he was not from their village. He said that this man lives in a villa opposite their village and his name is Alex. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes lit up. The name matched the target specified in her special assignment, and she was incredibly happy about this coincidence. Jordan also realized that this was a great opportunity to gather more information. Then Connor told everything he knew. He described Alex as a ruthless devil whose house was surrounded by traps. A few days ago, they tried to borrow some resources from him, and he, without saying a word, killed hundreds of their people. The villagers, heated with indignation, began to speak out, claiming that Alex was definitely not normal and that his methods were extremely cruel. Watching the unbridled anger of the residents, Sarah thought that it did not seem like an act. Jordan asked if they knew anything about his abilities. However, Connor replied that they didn't understand his abilities or mutations. They only thought his abilities were beyond what a normal human could do. He mentioned that Alex's house was surrounded by traps, that he had a snowmobile and a sniper rifle. Hearing this, Sarah closed her eyes in disappointment. Understanding the mutant's abilities was extremely important to fight him, and without this information they had nothing to do. Soon Sarah and Jordan finished their meal and were about to leave. Connor walked them to the entrance of the village. He reminded them not to forget about their village. Sarah promised that for such good management of the village, Connor would definitely be rewarded after the disaster. As they boarded the sled, Sarah quickly pulled out her device to report to base about Shu City. She reported finding a large village with an estimated 2,000 survivors, which she estimated had significant food supplies, and no signs of mutants were found. Jordan, puzzled, asked why they were misleading residents with false promises of recovery and aid plans, and wondered if it was all nonsense. Sarah looked at Jordan with disdain and explained that if they hadn't deceived them, they wouldn't have treated them so well. Without a little intimidation, they wouldn't have given accurate information. Jordan chuckled, noting that the villagers seemed so simple and honest. He wondered if it was too cruel to deceive them in such a way. Sarah replied that she told them what they wanted to hear, and as long as they were grateful to her, she didn't care about the rest. Jordan was still not convinced and asked what would happen if the villagers found out that everything they said was a lie. Then Sarah confidently replied that they represented the government and anything they said would be taken as legal. When the time came, she would have a new script ready. After a while, Sarah and Jordan prepared to meet Alex. Jordan took out his binoculars to carefully examine the villa. He noted that their trip to the village had not been in vain, as they now knew that his house was surrounded by traps. Sarah couldn't help but admire the luxurious villa, noting that living in such luxury during the apocalypse was simply enviable. Jordan mockingly noted that there was nothing to envy in such god-forsaken weather. He noted that with such a large villa, Alex would not be able to stock up on fuel so as not to freeze, and the temperature inside would most likely be no better, not to mention the essentials. Sarah thought that if Alex really was the one who organized the devastation of the southern warehouse, then it was unknown whether he would have enough supplies or not. Sarah then ordered Jordan to take her to the shelter. She jumped onto his shoulders and Jordan jerked forward. Soon they both landed confidently on the wall of the shelter. Once inside, Sarah admired the shelter built by the wealthy Charles. It was not only luxurious in appearance, but also almost impregnable, comparable to a military fortress. However, she noted that there was no fortress in this world that she could not break through. Jordan, worried, suggested that they first try to negotiate, since breaking into the house in such a form could be dangerous, especially since Sarah's abilities were not oriented towards combat. Sarah was slightly annoyed and reminded Jordan to remember that even without her powers, she was still a special forces soldier. Jordan didn't argue, but warned her to be careful and to alert him if there was a problem. Sarah then assured him not to worry, stating that Alex would not expect anyone to break into the house like that. She then opened a portal and stepped through it, momentarily finding herself in another dimension that allowed her to walk through walls. Slipping through the wall, she found herself in the living room of the shelter. The girl was amazed at how much warmer it was here than at the base. The luxurious furnishings and household appliances made life here even better than in a fairy tale. Sarah was now sure that Alex must have abundant resources, be it food or energy. Just as she was about to continue her exploration, She was startled by a sudden scream. Realizing that the shelter and everything in it was unknown, she decided it would be wiser to return and report what had happened. However, not wanting to leave without making her presence known, she placed a military knife on the table as a warning to Alex. Then she walked through the walls and left the shelter. Seeing that Sarah had returned safely, Jordan immediately asked how things were going inside. Sarah replied that an important discovery had occurred that they should immediately report to the base. She mentioned that she would explain everything on the way. Jordan, surprised by their abrupt retreat, asked why they were retreating. He asked if she thought Alex was such a formidable opponent. After some thought, Sarah explained that it would be wiser to request reinforcements from the base rather than take unnecessary risks. Having accepted the command, Jordan did not ask any unnecessary questions and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Alex woke up from a sharp sound. Opening my eyes, I saw Furry the cat in an alarmed state. Furry's fur stood on end and he was meowing at the door. Seeing the cat's unusual agitation, Alex took out his gun. Then he stroked the cat and asked soothingly what happened. Although Furry understood human speech, he could not respond. He only meowed anxiously and looked around. Alex then checked his phone for surveillance but found nothing unusual. However, Furry seemed eager to get outside. As soon as the door was opened, Furry jumped onto the counter. He immediately drew Alex's attention to the military knife. Taking the knife, Alex examined it and realized that it was a military model, not from his collection. He wondered how someone had placed the knife and how it had gotten around the shelter's defenses so silently. While these thoughts were running through his head, Alex quickly opened the security footage and was stunned to see a woman casually walk through the living room, seemingly coming out of the wall. Alex was amazed by this ability, especially in a world that was increasingly filled with incredible and inexplicable phenomena. With the advent of mutants, he realized the seriousness of the threat that this woman posed. The hero understood that she had to be destroyed. Turning to Furry, Alex said that they were going to eliminate the intruder. He then armed himself fully, wearing a heavy-duty bulletproof vest. He checked the security cameras and noticed Sarah and Jordan getting ready to leave, knowing there were only two of them. Alex felt the need to eliminate them, especially the woman. Meanwhile, Sarah and Jordan were returning on the snow sled, and Sarah was absolutely delighted. She noted that the reconnaissance mission had been extremely fruitful. Not only had they found a resource-rich village, but they had also uncovered Alex's secrets. Curious, Jordan asked what exactly they found inside. Then the girl said that he, as an ordinary soldier in the team, was not given to know everything, however. Since she was in a good mood, she decided to share some secrets. She explained that the theft from the southern warehouse before the snow disaster was most likely related to Alex. She mentioned that the warehouse, which belonged to a brand with thousands of supermarkets, stored almost half of their goods, the estimated value of which exceeded tens of billions. Jordan, who hadn't fully grasped the enormity of the situation at first, was now genuinely shocked and asked if Sarah was hinting that Alex knew the secret of the theft. Sarah smiled mysteriously and said that the higher-ups at the base seemed to think so, and had sent them to inquire about Alex in the hopes of tracking down the stolen items. However, when Sarah entered his home, it became clear that the situation was much more complicated. His standard of living was exceptionally high, even more luxurious than the base leader. Without significant resources, no one would dare to live so extravagantly in these apocalyptic times. This led Sarah to believe that their initial approach may have been flawed. She assumed that an ordinary person would not be able to survive for so long in the apocalypse without being a powerful mutant. When you connect this to the theft from the warehouse, which was an extraordinary event, then everything began to make sense. Jordan was amazed. He asked if Alex had the ability to hide resources, and if she could be involved in the emptying of the warehouse. Sarah replied that this was just an assumption, but the likelihood of this is very high. Once she reported what had happened, even a quarter of the team's strength would be enough to destroy any resistance. No matter how fortified the house was, any defense would be practically useless against them. Jordan confirmed that Sarah's abilities really had limitless potential. He looked at Sarah with admiration, noting that mutated people are incredibly lucky. Seeing that Jordan was upset, Sarah quickly calmed him down by saying that when she became successful and got a high position at the base, she would certainly not forget about him. Meanwhile, Alex, riding on Furry, caught up with his enemy's sleigh. Then he took aim and fired his rifle. At that moment, Jordan noticed Sarah's head suddenly jerk and blood spurt from her temple. Despite the smile still on her face, she collapsed lifelessly onto the sled. Then Jordan instinctively pulled out his gun, but he couldn't find Alex. While he was hesitating, Alex had already reloaded his pistol and was ready to destroy Jordan with one shot. However, the moment the shot rang out, Jordan disappeared from the sled like a ghost, taking Sarah's body with him. Alex felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Jordan was also a mutant. Two mutants attacking at once meant that the opposing force had to be enormous. But no matter what, Alex couldn't let Jordan get information about him. Alex jumped off Furry's back, wondering what to do next. It was too late to turn to Joshua, and he remembered Furry. He then instructed Furry to find the man and promised a reward of 100 dried fish when they returned. At this point, Jordan also realized that the sniper was most likely that same Alex. He must have been following them. With that thought in mind, Jordan quickly pulled out his device and sent a distress signal to the base. At that moment, he heard a thunderous roar, and what he saw next made him scream in fear. Furry turned into a giant ball, rolling furiously towards Jordan and making a deep trench in his path. Before Jordan could catch his breath, Furry, who had paused for a moment, turned around and glared at him. The man then pulled out a gun and started shooting, but the regular bullets didn't seem to do any harm to Furry. Alex, holding his sniper rifle at the ready, fired at every opportunity. But Jordan, possessing extraordinary dexterity of movement, barely dodged the bullets each time. Alex guessed that Jordan's abilities were related to speed. Despite the current situation, Alex was not worried. Being a cat, Furry had the highest agility, speed, and endurance. Jordan was forced to withstand a combined attack from Alex and Furry. He had to dodge bullets from afar and avoid a huge beast up close. Using his abilities took a significant amount of his stamina, and he soon began to weaken, and thanks to the increased lethality and accuracy of his bullets, Jordan barely managed to dodge a shot before Furry immediately pounced on him and bit into his shoulder. Facing death, Jordan punched Furry in the eye, trying to bring the beast down with him. But Alex quickly fired another shot, hitting Jordan right in the forehead. When both mutants were dead, Alex approached them. Suddenly, Furry rushed towards the bodies lying on the ground, meowing. Alex looked closely and saw that the woman's body was surrounded by a golden glow. As Alex reached out to touch her, an indescribable feeling rushed through his mind, as if some instinct had awakened. It seemed as if he had absorbed the woman's strength. Realizing that mutant powers could be absorbed by each other, Alex hugged Furry with delight. After absorbing Sarah's power, Alex looked at Jordan's body with some confusion, wondering why, despite the fact that Jordan was also a mutant, he did not feel any energetic shift. As Alex touched the bodies, transported them to another space, and cleaned up the bloodstains at the crime scene, he reflected on how the world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Having dealt with the two mutants, Alex hurried home. As soon as he entered the living room, Aurora informed him of an important discovery. Based on the analysis of the devices found on the two people they brought in last night, Alex learned that they belonged to an organization called Sishan Base. The organization was massive, with thousands of survivors, a strict hierarchical structure, and a powerful military force, including an elite group of fighters apparently made up of special forces and people with supernatural abilities. The regular soldiers didn't pose much of a threat until another woman appeared who could walk through walls. A smile appeared on Alex's face and he patted Aurora on the head and praised her, saying that she was truly amazing. Aurora proudly replied that it was nothing. She said that a little more time and Alex would be able to hack the entire base network. At that moment, Scarlet entered the living room, telling Alex that he had to come to the lab for an important discovery. She was eager to show off her scientific achievement, which she had been working on all night. They went to the microscope and the girl explained that the activity of the cells of the two people they had brought was 10 times higher than that of normal people. And what was unusual was the way the glycogen responded to the release of energy, especially in the brain cells, from which she concluded that the source of their supernatural abilities was most likely in the brain. Alex suddenly realized this and briefly recalled his discovery. He noted that this could explain why he felt such a strong effect on his brain when he took that woman's power. Scarlet felt a little angry, feeling that her important discovery deserved more than just praise. She stressed the importance of her research and explained that until now it was believed that mutations in humans occurred under the influence of gamma rays, although the probability of this was extremely small, and many mutations were negative. However, understanding the principles behind these mutations could potentially make it possible to turn normal people into mutants through cell transplants or other means, a claim that intrigued Alex. The girl then picked up a sample of Jordan's cells and explained that this man was most likely an artificially created mutant. He had only local cell mutations, completely different from the woman's natural mutations. There were many malignant cells in his body, which indicated that he was a defective product. Hearing this, Alex breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this was an artificial mutation, which meant that the so-called elite squad of the base was most likely made up of defective products, so they were much easier to deal with. After this, Alex went to Riley's workshop, where he asked her to make a list of materials needed to make explosives. After looking through the list, he came to the conclusion that it would not be difficult to obtain these items. Alex then went to the underground training ground, wanting to test how much power he could achieve after absorbing the woman's power. He drew his bow to its limit, and the arrow, endowed with supernatural powers, hit the target and shattered it into pieces. Alex was even more shocked when the sound of the target shattering reached his ears only after he heard it, indicating that the arrow had exceeded the speed of sound. Amazed by such a significant improvement, he looked at his powerful arms. Alex never thought that absorbing the power of one mutant could increase his abilities faster than months of intense training. After Jordan successfully sent out a distress signal, the Zishan base immediately went into a state of emergency. The information department promptly notified his immediate team leader, Arthur. This was the first time the base had received a distress signal in its entire existence. They confirmed the direction of the signal, but could not act rashly without Roman's permission. Determined to save his subordinates, Arthur hurried to the first floor to receive instructions from Roman. But upon arrival, he was stopped by Secretary Grace, who informed Arthur that Roman was already resting and that they would have to wait until the next morning to resolve all issues. Arthur became visibly alarmed, explaining that 2 of his subordinates were in danger and had sent a distress signal to the base. He insisted that he urgently needed to meet with Roman and ask for support. Grace smiled, saying that she understood Arthur's feelings, but stated that they could not disturb Roman's peace. Arthur then became angry, stating that his crew would not have sent out a distress signal unless they were in mortal danger, and any further delay could result in their deaths. However, Grace remained calm, explaining that Roman's rest was vital to the safety of the entire base, and stressed that at Zishan base, the leader's well-being was of the utmost importance. Arthur persisted, asking for an exception to be made for him due to urgent circumstances. So Grace said that she was simply following orders and could do nothing more. Arthur returned reluctantly, realizing that it was their duty to obey orders. Meanwhile, Grace watched them go with a sneer, her smile fading as soon as they were out of sight. Meanwhile, Roman was sitting on the bed with 2 girls who were adoringly clinging to him. They talked about how difficult it was to get so much done every day. Roman enjoyed their flattery, posing as a leader burdened with the care of his people and base. He considered it his duty to care for the future of thousands of people, believing that small difficulties were nothing in comparison. After the night ended, Roman called Grace to inquire about the noise outside. He wanted to know if anyone had been looking for her lately. Grace informed her that it was Arthur, whose subordinates had sent a distress signal to the base. Then Roman brushed him off, noting that these were just 2 special forces soldiers asking for help. He allowed a reconnaissance group to be sent, but ordered that none of the commanders be sent there. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Arthur had already gathered several people, including Valerie, who had recently joined. Grace soon entered the room. She informed Arthur that Roman had agreed to send a group on reconnaissance, but would not provide personnel at the level of group commander. Arthur had to agree to send a few soldiers to investigate the situation. After the group had dispersed to their rooms, Valerie noticed 2 familiar faces, Chrissy and Millie, her students. Valerie called out to them. Millie, seeing Valerie, beamed with joy and greeted her, saying that she was glad to see her again. Valerie was surprised and asked how they ended up on this floor. Then Millie smirked and explained that they had their own abilities. As long as they served Roman, they could live on the elite, like Valerie. Otherwise, they would end up on the 4th level, like their classmates. Valerie was puzzled and asked what Millie meant. Millie wanted to say something else, but Chrissy stopped her, advising her to say less to avoid unnecessary trouble. Valerie wanted to ask more questions, but Millie said she had nothing to tell her. Millie mentioned that ever since Valerie abandoned them, many of their classmates have been taken away one after another. With tears in her eyes, Chrissy said that none of them returned. Having said this, she quickly turned around and left, apparently afraid of being involved. Valerie was left confused. She didn't understand why the students mysteriously disappeared after she was transferred to another floor. The girl assumed that they were assigned to new positions. As Valerie was heading to her room, Vincent suddenly addressed her. Vincent said that if Valerie wanted to find out where her classmates had disappeared to, she should go with him. Following Vincent into the corridor, Valerie learned that recently, due to special work, he had been periodically called to the 2nd level. On one such occasion, Alex accidentally saw 2 people in protective suits carrying a long bag across the area. This bag most likely contained one of the missing students. Deciding to get to the bottom of the truth, Valerie told Vincent to first return to the dorm, while she secretly followed the man. Taking advantage of the moment when someone was changing clothes, Valerie knocked out the employee and quickly put on his suit. Having mingled with the workers, she headed into the room after the other workers. There were 2 men standing at the entrance with weapons in their hands. The worker leader laughed and noted that this was the 8th failure in recent times, noting that the bodies were still having a hard time adapting. Valerie was overcome with confusion and fear, wondering what they were trying to adapt to. While she watched, the man placed the man's body into the instrument chamber. Seeing this, Valerie was horrified but tried to remain calm. They then untied the bag and placed another dead body in the next cell. Then they activated the control panel. Soon the sound of a body being burned was heard from the car. After this, a white viscous liquid slowly flowed out of the pipe. Valerie felt sick when she realized that the substance was the same thing they had eaten on the first day. They were actually making food from the corpses for the people on level 4. She heard one person playfully say that they were out of banana flavoring. Taking the cup of white liquid in his hands, he noted that it was rich in protein and nutritious. He added that if you don't know what it's made of, it's quite effective for replenishing energy. Having learned the secret of the white liquid, Valerie could not resist and rushed to the bathroom, where she vomited. Now she realized that the missing students must have been disposed of in the same way. At first she thought they would be able to feed themselves on the base, leading a hard but safe life. But now it seemed like this place was a real hell. In despair, Valerie decided that she could not stay here any longer. She needed to find a way to take the children and leave. But at the moment she felt completely powerless. Meanwhile, the base, led by Arthur, sent a special forces unit of 30 people. Following the tracks, the team quickly found Alex's hideout. On the orders of Commander Arthur, the group formed a tactical line and carefully followed Alex's tracks. Suddenly, one of the soldiers felt a strange sensation near his leg. Before he could react, there was a powerful explosion. Arthur only had time to shout out the soldier's name before he was blown to pieces. In the post-apocalyptic world, all comrades were like brothers, so the death of his brother right before his eyes filled Arthur with rage. He immediately ordered his soldiers to open fire on Alex's shelter, but their bullets left no marks on the walls, not even a scratch on the glass. The commotion outside alerted Alex, and he quickly rose from the basement. Realizing that the Sishan base had sent a command, he immediately activated the defense device. At the end of the voice command, a protective screen instantly enveloped the entire shelter. From the inside, Alex could see what was happening outside, but from the outside, nothing could be seen. Watching the fully armed team outside, Alex muttered that a worthy opponent had finally appeared. He considered it best to use a shelter designed to withstand professional military personnel against such an enemy. Soon Arthur ordered the senseless shooting to stop and decided to first disarm the ground traps. After some time, one of the soldiers discovered a strange device buried in the snow. At that moment, Aleka decisively pressed the button of the remote detonator. The power of the anti-tank bomb was astonishing. It instantly killed the soldiers closest to it. Arthur's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He was confused about who this enemy was and why he had something that only the elite troops had. This scene made many people think about retreating. The second-in-command quickly stepped forward to convince Arthur to return to base and receive instructions to avoid further losses. Deputy Commander Jace was still prudent and already felt that this enemy was not someone they could handle. However, Arthur categorically rejected this proposal, stating that they were a rescue team sent to the site. If they had to go back for backup, it would ruin their mission. Arthur insisted on continuing the attack, arguing that the hideout must have weak points and that they needed to gather more vital information about the villa. Meanwhile, Julia watched the proceedings with a worried expression on her face. It seemed to her that they looked so professional that they could not find a single flaw. Alex, however, did not panic at all. He was very confident in the shelter, which he checked every day. There were no external vulnerable points. Julia was still worried and suggested that they might have to take the initiative and attack to stop the search. Alex replied that attacking them was actually quite simple. He just wanted to know what other methods they could use. After conducting an investigation, the soldiers came to the conclusion that the villa was a formidable iron fortress made from the most modern materials. Its only drawback was that it could not carry out an offensive operation. They looked helplessly at the villa. Noting that such a structure was not surprising to see in a wealthy area, they explained it was the fear of the rich before death, which led to the creation of this iron turtle. Having cleared the traps around the house, they decided to wait for the attack. At this point, Arthur was suddenly struck by inspiration. He suggested concentrating the explosives to blow up the corner of the house, and then rushing inside and finishing them off. The deputy commander estimated how much explosives would be needed. Arthur chuckled, saying that on the battlefield, even the most fortified bunkers could be blown up with enough explosives. He doubted that a villa could be more fortified than a military bunker. If they concentrated all their forces, they could definitely do it. Soon, each fighter laid out his explosives in what he considered to be the weakest spot and prepared to detonate. Seeing this, Alex immediately rose from his chair and promised to teach them a good lesson. Having placed all the explosive devices together, the leader decisively pressed the detonation button. Then came the explosion, and everyone thought that if it did not level the building, it would at least create a breach. Everyone eagerly moved forward to inspect the aftermath of the explosion. But when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. There was a deep hole left in the ground, but the main building appeared completely undamaged. Under the wall, everything was covered with black material, meaning the villa was an alloy fortress. Team leader Arthur was stunned. It seemed like they really needed to go back and ask for backup because the weapons they had weren't enough. They needed to call in a demolition team with more explosives. At that moment, Deputy Commander Jace's men brought in a box. Opening it, Arthur saw a heavy sniper rifle capable of destroying a tank with one shot. Jace took confident aim at the glass of the shelter, declaring that even if it was bulletproof, it would hardly withstand his shot. Just as Alex reached the second floor with his sniper rifle, a loud shot rang out, startling him. A creaking sound of friction came from the outer glass. Alex came closer and saw a small scratch on the glass. This was serious. If they fired millions of rounds, the glass could crack. Meanwhile, Jace, holding a heavy sniper rifle in his hands, suddenly fell silent. After 2 seconds of silence, he burst into tears, stating that he had used the gun to penetrate bunkers before, and wondered why it couldn't penetrate this villa. Arthur came to console him, admitting that the villa's defensive power could be even more formidable than their base. They decided that they should go back and report to their superiors, as they were almost out of weapons. Then Arthur immediately ordered a retreat. Alex, watching from the second floor, saw that the team was preparing to retreat. He immediately ordered the windows to be opened, then he mounted the sniper rifle and took aim. When the retreating soldiers noticed the open window, one of them reported to Captain Arthur that the window on the second floor of the villa seemed to be open. Without thinking, the soldiers started shooting. However, their bullets disappeared before reaching Alex. The hero grinned, noting that this sniper rifle should definitely end up in his arsenal. As they opened fire, Alex pulled the trigger too, aiming at the soldier carrying the box. Now that Alex himself had opened the window, Arthur ordered everyone to open fire on him. In the blink of an eye, the warriors raised their weapons and opened fire with fury. However, Alex, holding a spatial shield with one hand and calmly aiming and shooting with the other, accurately hit each soldier in the head. Several soldiers fell before they realized why their bullets couldn't hit him. Arthur then suspected that Alex might be a mutant, and Jace next to him also wondered if Alex's ability was immunity to all attacks. Arthur immediately ordered a retreat, realizing that if Alex really was a mutant, then they would not be able to deal with him with one command. All the soldiers turned and ran. Arthur shouted to his comrades not to worry about their dead brothers yet and to quickly find shelter. Meanwhile, Alex spotted the 2 team leaders through his scope and took aim at them. But before he could fire, Arthur and Jace instantly disappeared from their positions, barely escaping his attack. Alex was familiar with this scene. A similar move had caught him off guard during the fight with Jordan. He wondered if the two were like that man. Mutants transformed by modifications and possessing almost identical abilities. He realized that only 2 people seemed to have special abilities. Then Alex came up with a plan and fired another shot, this time aiming not at the head, but at the soldier's legs. Several soldiers, unable to dodge in time, fell to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. Their comrades, seeing this, desperately wanted to rush to help, but Arthur stopped them, saying that rushing to help now would be suicide. Keeping his cool, Arthur immediately came up with a countermeasure and ordered his team to throw smoke grenades. Instantly, everything around the wounded soldiers was covered in white smoke and blazing flames. Alex could not help but praise the soldiers for their professional discipline. Then he grinned evilly and changed the direction of the spatial gate. The next second, all the bullets that had been stuck in the alternate space suddenly gushed out like a strong storm, instantly killing the soldiers. The soldiers were shaking and saying that this man was not a man, and that they could not resist him. The young soldier, completely breaking down, shouted to Arthur to give a distress signal and ask the base to send a battalion. Arthur then grabbed the soldier by the collar and told him to be quiet, saying that they had come to save others, and asking for help would in itself ruin their mission. The soldiers looked at their captain with frightened eyes in complete despair. They believed that Alex was an invincible enemy and felt powerless to resist him. The SWAT team found themselves in a difficult situation, but Deputy Commander Jace tried to calm everyone down, saying that the fact that Alex was hiding inside and not coming out showed that he was still afraid of their strength. He urged them not to lose heart. Arthur, looking worried, seriously pointed out that Alex's aim was no worse than theirs, and that they could be shot at any moment. They couldn't just continue to hide. Jace then drew a plan in the snow explaining his strategy. He noted that the villa had blind spots. If they could break through the few houses in front of them and move through them, then while they were out of Alex's sight, even the best aim wouldn't help him. Alex, standing on the balcony, guessed about their escape plan. Meanwhile, at the Zishan base, Roman received a report from his secretary Grace. He frowned thoughtfully after reading that 12 soldiers had died, and Arthur and Jace were ineffective and had caused great damage to the base. Grace then suggested that they should be severely punished to set an example for others. Roman thought for a moment. In the past, he would have executed Arthur and Jace without hesitation, but now the base was short-staffed, and they did bring important intelligence. He decided that it was not their fault. The enemy was too strong. However, he was interested in the origin of this shelter, since he had not heard of it before. He asked if there was any information on this matter. Grace then handed Roman a tablet with a map of the city, on which several important places were marked. The most likely suspect in the theft of the warehouse and the occupation of the villa was the warehouse manager, Alex. The original owner of the hideout was billionaire Charles, who was rumored to have spent $1 billion on its construction 10 years ago. At the time, it was considered just funny news, but now engineers claimed that the shelter's defenses could exceed the defenses of the Sishan base. But how Alex captured the shelter remained unknown. Roman couldn't help but notice that the young man was truly the chosen one. Such a lucky one in his eyes for him. Alex was just a small figure. Roman picked up the report again and read it carefully. It stated that the manager of the southern warehouse had an innate ability to be invulnerable to bullet attacks. Suddenly he realized what the matter was. The place where Sarah had run into trouble was just a few kilometers away from Alex's villa. He speculated that Alex might have driven her out of the shelter to kill her, given her ability to walk through walls. It was likely that she had discovered some secret that would shed light on Alex, giving him a reason to kill her. And the biggest secret in the apocalypse was resources. A sharp glint appeared in Roman's eyes. It seemed that the warehouse's billion-dollar resources were most likely at Alex's disposal, hidden with the help of some abilities. Excited, Roman exclaimed that this explained everything and that they had to capture Alex. Grace, slightly stunned by this discovery, did not forget to flatter Roman, congratulating him on finding a huge amount of resources for the base. Roman nodded in satisfaction, clearly intending to take credit for the potential discovery of the resources. He began to fantasize about the upcoming prosperous life. As if the resources were already in his hands, he thought that if they got these resources, they could feed the base for decades. Throwing the folder on the table, he ordered that Valerie be brought to him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Roman gave Arthur and Jace's teams instructions, ordering them to temporarily head to the village across the river. Joshua quickly called Alex and told him that something terrible had happened. Alex immediately guessed that the soldiers might have gone to the village. He advised Joshua not to panic and to remember that these people are not the so-called government. They are rampaging through the city, collecting resources without any regard for morality or law. He said Joshua must be careful to hide the resources well, and even more careful about his own safety. Joshua was very worried, but assured Alex that if he wanted to run, no one would catch him. Alex advised Joshua to take care of himself and those around him. Suddenly, the hero's tone became icy. He reminded Joshua that he had always treated him like a brother, and assured him that if he ever decided to betray him, he must remember the consequences. Joshua quickly assured Alex that he could count on him. Alex initially wanted to call Joshua to the shelter, but then changed his mind. He needed more information about the base, and he asked Joshua to try to find out as much as possible about the movements of the soldiers. However, Joshua did not want to agree, noting that undercover work was not his strong point, and the soldiers scared him. Then Alex assured him that he was asking not to fight them, but just to scout the situation a little. If he managed to get important information, a reward would be given for this. Joshua's face immediately lit up at the promise of a reward, and he assured Alex that he would do just fine. Meanwhile, the village elder was busy with the soldiers, arranging their lodgings for the night, and asking all the families to provide them with food and drink. When Joshua approached the headman from behind and called out to him, the headman turned around and scolded him, asking why Joshua had not hidden in the house as he had ordered. He warned that if the soldiers found out that Joshua was a mutant, they might take him away, which would be a disaster for the village. Joshua smiled in response and stated that sooner or later his abilities would become known. Even if the villagers kept quiet, he couldn't be sure that the people from the neighboring villages wouldn't blab. They might think he was hiding something and would become wary of him. He decided that it was better to admit it now and use the opportunity to get closer to the soldiers. After some thought, the village chief found Joshua's proposal reasonable. He brought Joshua to Arthur and the others, introducing him as his grandson Joshua, who is a mutant. Hearing that Joshua is a mutant, everyone looked at him in surprise. Arthur came up and asked what Joshua could do, and the guy pointed to the snow houses and explained that Alex had built them himself. He then demonstrated his ability by lifting a sheet of snow into the air with a slight gesture. Arthur, excited, grabbed Joshua by the shoulders and exclaimed that he was simply amazing. He noted that he had no idea that such a talent could live in such a small village. Overcome with joy, he turned to the village chief and told him that he should prepare more food and drink for the soldiers, as Arthur wanted to have a good time with Joshua during the feast. Thus, Joshua gathered important information and immediately called Alex to report that a group of terrifyingly powerful mutant soldiers had gathered at the base, ready to attack the shelter at any moment. With a hint of cunning, Alex also asked Joshua if he had ever considered joining the Sishan base, suggesting that following him might not be the best route. Joshua smiled and replied that he trusted his instincts and sensed the soldiers' ill intentions, especially from the way they looked at the villagers as if they were livestock. He couldn't imagine being part of such a group. Alex then firmly assured Joshua that he would never regret his choice that day. He told Joshua to keep an eye on their movements and report any news to him. Meanwhile, Alex, thinking about countermeasures, reflected on the complexity of working with explosives. He noted that the main problem is organizing the explosion. The base had enough explosives for 10 shelters like his, but to plant the explosives, you had to get to the shelter first. But Alex wasn't too worried about that. After all, this was his home territory. Gathering all his women into one room, he informed them of the situation and ordered them to move underground. The women were understandably nervous, but Alex reassured them so they wouldn't worry. He had already assessed the base's strength and decided that they could not threaten their security. After handing out the tasks, Alex went to the control room to check on Aurora. He asked how the task assigned to him was progressing. Aurora looked a little dejected and explained that she had been trying to hack into the base's network for the past few days, but to no avail. It wasn't a lack of skills, but the fact that their internal network was local, making it impossible to break in without direct access. Alex was not surprised by this outcome and consoled Aurora, saying that he did not blame her. As long as they ensured their own safety and prevented invasions, that was enough. If they managed to resist penetration, that will be great, and if not, that's okay. Alex then visited Riley's workshop. Despite the large amount of work, the girl was very glad to see him. The hero then asked her what she would do with the shelter if she were a demolition expert at the Sishan base. Riley responded without hesitation that it was common practice to use TNT explosives with detonators for buildings, especially for older buildings. Alex then asked how much explosives it would take to make a big hole in their shelter, considering its strength. Riley scratched her head and said that she didn't have an exact idea of the strength of the shelter, but judging by the materials and thickness, it would take at least 500 kilograms of explosives. Alex thought about the quantity, noting that such a large volume would be a very visible target when transported, and wondered if they could be blown up early with a sniper rifle. However, Riley shook her head, explaining that TNT was very stable and could not be detonated by bullets or direct combustion. It had to be detonated with a detonator. Alex thought for a moment and came to the conclusion that he would have to implement the second plan. He then asked Riley how the task he gave her last time went. Riley then showed the bomb with the detonator, noting that it was not difficult for her. The most difficult thing was to create a set of combat equipment from the latest technological materials. It was so strong that it could withstand most sniper rifle bullets. The hero thanked the girl for such invaluable help. However, she was puzzled why Alex asked for a costume in the style of the Sishan base soldier's uniform. Alex replied that this detail was very important, and that the girl would understand everything when the time came. Meanwhile, at the Sishan base, they quickly assembled a top-level team and headed to the Shu family city. Arthur and the others had been waiting at the entrance to the village for some time. Valerie, who volunteered for the mission, was not there to fight Alex, but to prepare her students for escape. Seeing the battalion commander, the man hastened to admit his failure. They set out as a rescue team, but ended up losing 12 soldiers and failing to save anyone. The man did not blame them, attributing the failure to organizational miscalculations and underestimation of the enemy's strength. He then pointed to Joshua and asked who he was. Arthur quickly introduced Joshua as a mutant who could control ice and snow. Valerie, standing behind Arthur, immediately recognized Joshua as the mutant who helped Alex take Aurora last time. However, she decided not to reveal his identity as her priority was to escape the base with her students. The man looked at Joshua carefully and asked if he could really control ice and snow. Joshua nodded nervously and confirmed that all the ice houses in the village were built by him. The guy then patted Joshua on the shoulder and promised that after this operation he would recommend him to the top brass, and maybe he would even get a chance to become a group leader. Arthur then began to deploy the operation. From the information they had, the enemy had very accurate shooting, so when the demining and explosives team was in action, they used smoke grenades to obscure Alex's line of sight. Given his ability to ignore bullet attacks, their goal was to blow up the shelter rather than engage him in direct combat. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Alex was calmly reading a book. Seeing the thick smoke outside through the surveillance system, he closed the book and put on a special combat suit made by Riley. Then he ordered the women to stay in the basement and not go upstairs. Standing on the second-floor balcony, the hero looked at the thick smoke and thought that it seemed like they were afraid of him, but it was actually a good strategy. Alex looked confident, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. As it turned out, Arthur first ordered the sappers to dismantle the traps around the villa. Soon Arthur announced the start of the explosion. Their method was simple. Instead of painstakingly disarming each trap, they used their own explosives to detonate them. Alex couldn't help but admire their skill, noting that they really knew what they were doing. When the traps were cleared by the explosion, Arthur gave the signal to the sappers to move out and ordered everyone else to be ready to cover them. The sappers, each carrying heavy explosives, methodically placed them under the walls of the shelter. From inside, Johnny watched their every move. They needed to get to a safe distance to detonate the explosives remotely, and they couldn't risk being blown up. Alex realized that he had probably overestimated them. Soon, Arthur received a signal on the radio that all the sappers had approached a safe distance and were ready to detonate. Arthur's lips curled into a smile at the thought that Alex wasn't as capable as they thought. Then Arthur pressed the detonation button and everyone prepared for the explosion, but no explosion occurred. The scout, who was watching the events through binoculars, widened his eyes in shock. The mountain of explosives disappeared in an instant, and the explosion and flames seemed to be sucked into the ground. The wall received only minimal damage. Arthur screamed in disappointment, unable to believe that Alex had spatial abilities. Valerie, who was watching what was happening, realized that Alex was truly special. She came to the conclusion that Alex would have to find a way to cooperate with him. After some thought, Arthur came to the conclusion that Alex's ability was related to space, which made remote bombing ineffective. Any amount of explosives sent would be instantly destroyed. Arthur still thought Alex's defensive abilities were outstanding, but suggested that he might not be strong on offense. He suggested that with 4 team leaders and their abilities, it was unlikely that one person's abilities would cover both offense and defense, so they didn't need to rush. He said they would leave a few men to watch the shelter to make sure no one escaped and return to base to devise a strategy. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Alex decided to go down to the basement. He was met by Scarlet, who hurried to inquire about the situation. She asked what kind of explosions happened recently. However, Alex reassured her that they would never be able to reach them. Remembering the scene of absorbing the recently detonated explosives in another dimension, Alex muttered to himself that he wanted to see how much more explosives they could bring back. The girls then gathered around Alex to ask about the situation. Alex calmed them down with a smile, saying that they shouldn't worry too much. The explosives they brought this time were already used up. Moreover, Alex has already figured out what to do with them. At this point, Joshua suddenly sent him a message that the noise coming from Alex's house scared him to death. He first thought that the villa area had been razed to the ground. Many soldiers had returned to the village, and some had gone west. Alex immediately realized that they had indeed returned for the explosives, and asked what the remaining people were doing. Joshua complained that as soon as they returned, they began to demand food and drink. Alex could not help but worry about Joshua. He reminded the guy to always be careful with the soldiers, and in case of danger to come to him at any time. Joshua was deeply touched and assured Alex that if it really came to this, then he would definitely come to him. After hanging up the phone, Alex thought about the inevitable conflict between the base and the village. He hoped that the conflict would be resolved quickly. Meanwhile, Arthur returned to the base with his men to deliver more explosives. Captain Tyler and most of his men remained in the village. Tyler informed him that they planned to stay in the village for a while. He told the headman to make room for them and prepare food for 65 people. The village chief still did not understand the seriousness of the situation, and agreed. However, Joshua felt uneasy when he realized that the soldiers were consuming a lot of food, with some of them eating a huge amount of food. He was afraid that if this continued, the village would eventually become empty. The village chief still fantasized that the soldiers would only stay here for a few days and leave after dealing with Alex. He was counting on a big reward, and casually asked when they would be able to subdue Alex. Hearing this, Tyler's eyes became cold and he warned them not to ask about things they shouldn't. He told the village chief to take care of their food and shelter. Tyler's impressive voice and physique made the village chief apologize. After Tyler left, Connor stood up straight and sternly ordered Joshua to hurry up and build more ice houses to accommodate the important guests, reminding him to put in his best effort. Joshua remained silent in response to the village chief's order, knowing full well that in the eyes of the villagers, no matter how strong he was considered a useless fool. The next day, Arthur brought a large amount of explosives. Tyler, who had turned into a giant ape, along with many soldiers, arrived on the reverse slope. Soon Arthur and Tyler threw a huge bundle of explosives towards the shelter. Watching the explosives flying, Alex suddenly opened the spatial gate. He couldn't wait for this grand show to begin. Suddenly, a huge gate appeared above the shelter, and a stream of energy poured out of it. The explosives that were supposed to hit the shelter were instantly reflected back along almost the same trajectory. Arthur and his men were caught off guard. The man instinctively shouted for everyone to take cover. They immediately fell to the ground, covering their ears with their hands. A huge explosion created a mushroom cloud. It engulfed many soldiers in a wave of fire and threw them back hundreds of meters. This method, initially just a daring experiment for Alex, proved successful, allowing him to continue using it against them. Meanwhile, Arthur and his group were lucky that one of the mutant girls created an ice barrier in time, which blocked most of the explosive impact. Arthur, confused, looked at the picture that opened up before him. The entire hill turned into a deep hole, and many Special Forces soldiers were burned to the ground. Enraged, Arthur pounded the ground in rage. He soon realized what had happened. Alex used the blast energy he had absorbed yesterday and released it, reflecting the thrown explosives back at them. While he was thinking, a bullet with special abilities was fired towards Arthur. Arthur turned his head sharply and barely avoided a bullet that whistled past his ear. Turning towards the shelter, they met Alex's eyes. His fierce gaze sent shivers down their spines as befits their leader. Arthur immediately warned everyone to take cover. However, Tyler, not being a nimble mutant, got shot in the forehead but did not die. Instead, he simply pulled the bullet out of his forehead with his bare hands, cursing and looking towards Alex. This shocked the hero, who noted that Tyler's defense was comparable to a tank. As Alex was about to take aim again, several snipers disappeared from his field of vision, and at the same time, 2 well-aimed bullets flew in his direction. Alex quickly opened the spatial gate, absorbing the bullets. He scoffed at the attempt to sneakily attack him with a sniper shot. He then immediately changed the direction of the bullets and sent them back along their original path. 2 snipers from the base were soon killed by bullets that were fired by them. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in front of Alex's window, as if something was rushing towards him at a speed that even his eyes could not follow. Before he could react, a loud explosion came from below, and the entire shelter felt a strong vibration. The self-checking system immediately sounded an alarm. The damage to the walls amounted to 0.28%. Arthur looked at Alex with icy eyes, demanding that he come out and fight him one-on-one. Alex sighed internally, realizing that ordinary strength was unlikely to be enough to harm Arthur. But as long as Alex remained in the shelter, he could do nothing to him. The defeated Zishan base team had no choice but to return to the village. Connor greeted them with a polite smile and asked if the captain had won. The villagers also looked worried, thinking that the huge explosion must have blown Alex to smithereens. However, the mood of the base team was already at its limit after the failure of the mission, and the flattery of the villagers was more like mockery. Tyler coldly ordered everyone to shut up. Then the head of the village realized that the soldiers' behavior did not resemble that of victors, after which Arthur came up and ordered more food to be prepared for them, stating that they had spent a lot of energy. Having said this, he headed towards his temporary residence. The villagers did not dare to disobey, constantly nodding in agreement. But when the soldiers were out of sight, the villagers could not help but murmur among themselves, saying that it seemed the soldiers had failed, and despite their numbers, could not cope with Alex alone. Tyler, who has exceptional hearing, heard these comments. He even offered to teach the villagers a lesson, but Arthur stopped him, noting that they still had some value, providing food and shelter. Arthur offered to deal with them after he dealt with Alex, and then take them all to the base to spin their bikes to generate electricity. Meanwhile, when the soldiers from the base retreated, Alex returned to the shelter. Scarlett rushed to him with concern, asking if Alex was okay. Alex replied with a smile that the ones who were not okay were the soldiers. Soon Julia carefully prepared the food and brought it. During the meal, Alex asked Riley if it would be difficult to repair the wall if it was slightly damaged. Riley thought about it, and said that, having studied the alloy that the walls of the shelter were made of, it could be said that it would require special materials. Even if Alex can get these materials, he will have to go outside to repair the wall, which is currently impossible. Alex replied with a smile that he just needed to know that the wall could be fixed, and there was no need to rush. He still had plenty of time. However, Julia looked worried, and asked how long the battle would last. Alex handed her the drink and assured her not to worry, as Alex loved nothing more than a war of attrition. Seeing this, the other girls also took a drink. They decided that they should add a little fun to the atmosphere. After that, they all went out to eat together, but a sudden phone call disturbed the peace. Aurora picked up the phone and turned pale. She couldn't believe it was her. The message was from Valerie, who said that she and her students needed help, and hoped that Aurora could connect her with Alex. Seeing Valerie's name, Alex wondered if she had joined the Zishan base. He then asked Aurora if sending messages over the phone would risk infecting their hideout's network with a virus. However, Aurora confidently crossed her arms and assured him that the phone's level of protection was no less than the supercomputer in the control room, so it was impossible to hack it. Then Alex nodded and sent a message to Valerie, asking what she wanted to talk about. After receiving Alex's response, she immediately called him, saying that she had come to discuss cooperation. Her students were in danger at the base, and she needed Alex's help. Alex responded sarcastically, and asked what kind of danger there could be in a shelter like Zishan, and noted that all the students were from privileged backgrounds. Valerie was a little embarrassed, and explained that she was not joking. Their previous status and position were now worthless. She sincerely wanted cooperation. Alex, who was part of the team that attacked the shelter, could help her. However, to do this, he had to agree to help his students escape from the base. The hero was puzzled, wondering how there could be a danger to life in such a large shelter, and why Valerie could not protect a group of students. He did not immediately agree to Valerie's terms, but asked to provide him with all the information about the Western Mountain base. To show her sincerity, Valerie shared all the information she knew with Alex. Experiments in artificial mutation were indeed conducted at the base, but so far with a very low success rate. Alex noticed with horror that the base looked like hell. They were turning the dead people from the 4th rescue capsule into a protein solution. The hero then smirked dismissively, stating that there were quite a few people left alive. Even if only 5% of the population survived, it was still a significant number. He noted that there were thousands of survivors in the village across the river, but suggested that they would eventually be captured for experimentation. Riley, meanwhile, was worried about her classmates when she found out that they went to the base. She was happy for them, however. The more she found out, the more scared she became. Now Alex understood why Valerie had turned to him for help. but he told her that the base was too heavily guarded, and that it was impossible for his abilities to save those privileged students. His power was for self-defense, and expecting him to go save people was overestimating his capabilities. Although Valerie was somewhat disappointed, she understood the principle of reciprocity, and asked if she could offer something valuable enough to make him take a chance. Alex then chuckled slightly and replied that his willingness to act depended on the value of what she had to offer. He offered to contact him again when she had something worthwhile, and then ended the conversation. Turning to Aurora, Alex asked if installing a virus into the base's network could completely penetrate their system. The hero decided that they needed to use Valerie to counterattack the base. Meanwhile, Arthur, having been rebuffed, gathered people for an important announcement. He was going to discuss with his partners a plan for revenge against Alex. He gathered his most trusted subordinates in his room to discuss a strategy to combat Alex. Arthur shared his thoughts, noting that although previous attacks had failed, they had figured out what Alex's special abilities were. Conventional weapons were useless as they were absorbed and reflected back. Fortunately, Alex's capabilities were limited. He did not dare leave the shelter and could only threaten them with sniper fire. Arthur explained that there were blind spots in the shelter's defenses, and that not all corners were covered by windows. He planned for the mutants to take turns attacking these blind spots, while the villagers dug tunnels for underground explosions. The attacks on the surface were meant to distract Alex, while their true goal was to dig tunnels and blow them up from below. Valerie was horrified by Arthur's plan. She expressed fear that if the villagers were forced to do hard labor in the extreme cold, many of them would surely freeze or die. It seemed to her that they were being sent to certain death. Arthur coldly replied that Alex didn't care about their lives. Alex had already killed hundreds of their villagers, and without them, the villagers would have even less of a chance against Alex. Certain sacrifices were necessary for final victory, and military discipline required following orders and using all means to destroy Alex's hideout. Valerie clenched her fists in anger, shaking with emotion. She protested that they were innocent villagers and that she was not a soldier. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Shelley quickly intervened, explaining that it was a desperate measure. She noted that Alex had a lot of resources needed for the base. In these apocalyptic times, they could not afford to show mercy to others. Protecting themselves, and those close to them, was already a difficult task, as was protecting Valerie's students. However, Valerie's sense of justice did not allow her to put up with such actions. Nevertheless, she knew that she could not argue with Arthur. Confronting them directly would not only be suicide, but also a danger to her students. Shelley continued by stating that digging tunnels is not the same as being cannon fodder. The villagers are used to farming, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them. Valerie then stood up and asked Arthur to prioritize human life and try to avoid casualties among the villagers. After a whole night of discussions, they came up with a battle plan. Arthur called the villagers together. Then he picked up a megaphone and shouted about the killer across the river. He explained that they had spent a lot of effort and resources, but this man turned out to be extremely cunning and treacherous. Now they needed the help of the villagers to dig tunnels and destroy Alex. However, the villagers were not convinced and began to whisper indignantly, complaining that they had to do hard work after they had already provided the guests with food and water. The village chief tried to calm them down by explaining that the organization was thinking about long-term peace in the village. The villagers were confused, thinking that they were living in peace with Alex. However, the inhabitants grumbled with discontent because there were no more disagreements between them and Alex, and they were again being led to war with him. Valerie watched this scene, thinking that Arthur's decision could lead to the death of many innocent villagers. After some time, having received information from Valerie, Alex was slightly surprised. He had not thought about an underground explosion, but given the lack of earth-moving equipment and severe cold, the implementation of such a project would undoubtedly be very slow. Alex decided not to worry about it in the short term. Alex had already developed a counter-strategy, planning to play along with their plan. He then quickly changed the subject by asking Valerie which room she was staying in. Valerie was puzzled, wondering if Alex was going to come and find her. Alex smiled mysteriously, making it clear that this information would determine whether she and her students would be able to escape. The next day, the warriors of the Sishan base moved to attack in accordance with the attack plan. Alex watched what was happening on TV with a smile. Scarlett and Julia sat next to him and gave him a massage. Julia also brought water for the guy. Their competitive behavior made Aurora and Riley jealous. Riley then broke the awkward silence by noticing that Arthur was quite menacing, and his attacks went beyond the usual weapons. Alex said that this was not surprising, since they were the best forces in the Western Mountain Base. He added that they should value their comfort inside while they can, given the dangerous world outside. Julia then expressed her concern about their plan. Although they knew the enemy's plan, staying inside all the time was not a long-term solution. They could not know how the enemy's work was progressing. Alex looked towards Aurora and asked her to explain to her sister what was going on. Aurora looked at Julia and proudly explained that sound traveled faster in solids than in air, and being in the basement allowed them to feel it better with the help of a sound wave receiver. She could accurately analyze the distance to their construction using a computer. Julia seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that they didn't need to do anything but wait. Alex nodded with a smile, admitting that all their efforts were in vain. Now they just needed to rest and conserve their strength while enjoying the spectacle. After several hours of assault, Arthur and his team decided to take a little rest. They went back to check on the progress of the excavation site. Soon a man was carried out on a stretcher. After a quick examination, the military doctor shook his head, stating an acute heart attack and an unlikely survival. The young man, a villager, unable to contain his anger, threw down his shovel and screamed furiously, accusing Arthur of treating them like animals. Arthur coldly replied that they were doing it for them. He then pointed a pistol at the peasant, declaring that if anyone dared to disobey the order, he would be treated as a deserter. Meanwhile, Valerie urgently called Alex, begging him to come up with something to minimize casualties among the innocent villagers. Alex smiled and noted that this was all within his expectations, but wondered where the rest of the special forces had gone, since there seemed to be fewer attacks on the shelter in recent days. Valerie replied that, due to the increasing number of casualties among the inhabitants, Arthur left several people in the city to maintain order, although in fact, this was done only to suppress a possible uprising. After that call, Alex came up with a new plan. Several days had passed since their last skirmish, and Arthur and his team had probably let their guard down. Alex decided they needed to be brought back to their senses a little. A few days later, Alex, dressed in a special combat suit made by Riley, prepared to take Furry out for a walk. The shelter had a back door known only to Alex, leading into a 3-kilometer underground tunnel that ended at a tombstone in the hills. Taking a snowmobile, Alex headed straight to the village. The guards at the entrance to the village quickly noticed Alex's figure. Mistaking him for the returning captain because of the captain's armband on his battlesuit, they decided that he had simply returned a little early. Then they lowered their weapons and saluted him. The next moment, Alex quickly dealt with the guards with his sword. He silently destroyed them and removed their bodies to another space. Although he and Furry were able to defeat them, Alex chose not to make any unnecessary noise. However, the smell of blood alerted the military dogs, who began to bark furiously. Well-trained dogs would not bark without reason, so sensing danger, the fighters rushed outside. Seeing Alex hiding, they opened fire, but to their horror, their bullets seemed to be sucked into a strange funnel. Then Alex, holding his sword in front of him, began to furiously hack and cut his enemies. The commotion quickly alerted Arthur. Meanwhile, villagers at the construction site heard gunshots and wondered if someone was setting off fireworks. However, Arthur, upon hearing the shots, immediately became serious and ordered his team to return and investigate. By this time, Alex had already taken Joshua and made his escape, Joshua expressing concern that the snowmobile tracks were too obvious. However, Alex, not at all embarrassed, confidently sent the snowmobile into his space and noted that anyone with a brain would eventually find this place. He admitted that he would be discovered sooner or later, but he didn't worry about it, adding with a meaningful smile that he was actually looking forward to them coming for him. Returning to the village, Arthur became enraged when he saw the bodies of his Special Forces soldiers scattered everywhere. He thought his strategy was sound, but instead his base was infiltrated. He realized that there must be a traitor in his ranks. Otherwise, Alex would not have dared to leave the shelter. Shelley noted with suspicion that they kept a 24/7 watch on the shelter, and not even a fly could escape without their knowledge. She wondered if there might be another way out. Tyler, fist-bumping, assumed there had to be another escape route. He assumed it was an inside job. Someone had leaked the timing of the operation, allowing Alex to attack their base. Arthur's eyes lit up as he realized that their plan to dig tunnels was about to be compromised. There was no point in continuing the excavation. At that moment, a soldier rushed to them to report that during the count of the villagers, they discovered that the local mutant Joshua was missing, and there was no trace of his body. In addition, Captain Valerie did not return to the squad. Hearing this, Arthur became even more furious. Gritting his teeth, he said that it seemed they had more than one traitor, and decided to immediately follow the snowmobile's tracks. The village chief lamented in confusion the deaths of so many villagers while digging the tunnel, wondering how he would explain it to everyone. Meanwhile, upon entering the shelter, Joshua was almost stunned by the sight that opened before him. Alex prepared a room full of anime-themed figurines, tapes, and pillows, and told Joshua that he would be living there from now on. Joshua, beside himself with joy, jumped onto the bed and hugged the pillow tightly, expressing his readiness to go through fire and water for Alex, not retreating even in the face of death. Alex then went to the control room with the information provided by Valerie. Using the equipment at hand, Aurora quickly hacked into the base's network, confidently informing Alex that she could paralyze the base's network at any time and interrupt the connection between the Scent troops and their base. Alex then patted Aurora on the head, praising her for her good work. He said that once they dealt with the base's leading forces, the threat they faced would be greatly reduced. He then turned to Valerie, stating that if she was of use to him, he would naturally fulfill his promise to her. At that moment, an image of Arthur and his team, who had found an emergency exit, appeared on the monitor. Alex smiled slyly, realizing that the show was about to begin. Meanwhile, Arthur and his team followed the snowmobile tracks, which eventually led them to a cemetery, and then disappeared. Tyler was furious after the deaths of many of his comrades and vowed to tear Alex apart when they caught him. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed into the distance, shouting that Alex was there. Without thinking, Tyler rushed forward, screaming that he would tear him to pieces. Then Shelley tried to stop him, urging him not to be impulsive and to come back. However, by this time Tyler had turned into a monkey and vowed to make Alex pay in blood. Alex, however, did not feel the slightest panic. He raised his sniper rifle and fired several shots. At that range, Alex would never have missed, but he took special aim to lure Tyler closer to the trap he had set. Just as Tyler was about to reach him, Alex quickly stepped on the detonator he had buried earlier. Instantly, a snowstorm several tens of meters high arose, blocking their view. Shelley stood frozen in horror as she watched her comrade get buried in the avalanche. Tyler watched the wave of snow come at him, unsure what to do. At that moment, Shelley, Arthur, and others ran to his aid. At that moment, Valerie appeared in front of them, and Furry next to her. Arthur angrily accused Valerie of betrayal. But Valerie, not wanting to waste words, screamed that their paths were diverging, and that they could not make plans together, and then swung her sword at Arthur. The Furry standing behind her suddenly pounced on Shelley. Shelley was mostly good at defending herself, and she was going to block the Furry's attack with an ice wall, but she clearly underestimated the strength of the Furry's claws. In an instant she was killed. While Arthur deftly dodged Valerie's attacks, a powerful explosion suddenly thundered behind him. When the dust settled, he saw Tyler, impaled on the ground by the thorns, lying on the ground, unable to fight. Tyler looked at Arthur helplessly, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Alex, holding the sniper rifle, fired another shot, destroying any chance Tyler had of getting up again, then shouted to Joshua that it was his turn now. Joshua appeared behind them out of nowhere. Raising both hands, he instantly blocked the retreat path of the remaining Special Forces soldiers. At this point, Valerie did not linger in the fight with Arthur. She jumped on Furry and took advantage of the opportunity to flee the scene, dragging Joshua along with her and running away at high speed. Arthur was annoyed that he had failed to kill the traitor. Meanwhile, Alex stood on top of the hill and looked down at the Special Forces soldiers stuck in the ice and snow. Arthur, with a disdainful look, told Alex that he would not be able to lure him into a trap. Alex laughed coldly, noting that the real show was just beginning. He said that they had already fallen into the most primitive trap. He then instantly activated the dimensional gate, releasing all the TNT he had previously stored in another dimension. At the moment of the explosion, Arthur ordered everyone to dive into the snow, and this really saved them from serious injuries. After the explosion, Arthur and his team emerged from the snow. Before they had time to come to their senses, one of the soldiers suddenly shouted to the captain to look up. When Arthur looked up, he saw that a powerful avalanche had fallen on them. All the soldiers were instantly buried under the snow. Alex soon returned to the control room, thanking Aurora and the others for their help. It was because of their experience that Alex was able to deal with the enemies so easily. Aurora had accurately calculated the location of the avalanche using computer modeling, and Riley's explosives were designed with the right power, combined with Alex's strategy of luring the enemy into a trap. Their coordination was flawless and perfect, which caught the enemies off guard. Alex noted that the enemies were too stupid and greedy. They did not even suspect that they themselves would face reprisals. He admitted that this could not have been done without the significant help of Valerie and Joshua, who led the enemies step by step into the abyss. Valerie began to worry when she noticed that Alex was using all of his powers against Arthur, fearing that if they could not confirm Arthur's death, it would be difficult to ensure a safe retreat. Alex, however, was full of confidence. He assured Valerie that he had already set up infrared devices in advance, due to the thickness of the avalanche and the temperature dropping to minus 80 degrees Celsius. Arthur had no room to maneuver. Alex said that in less than 10 minutes they would be frozen to death. That evening, Alex prepared a sumptuous dinner to treat everyone. Scarlet couldn't help but feel emotional. It seemed like everything was coming to an end. After the Sishan base lost its main fighting force and the Aurora virus revealed all the secrets to those at the very bottom, they would bring about their own death without requiring further intervention. Scarlet also expressed her feelings, noting that Alex could not have imagined that so much could happen in just a few months. It all felt like a dream, and she feels lucky to have met Alex. Alex looked at Scarlet affectionately and noted that just as the once dominant dinosaurs could not escape the fate of extinction, this extreme cold wave was just another evolutionary step in a long history. For their survival, they should all be eternally grateful. So Alex began a seemingly shameless life with 5 women and a chubby man. As it turned out, Arthur faked his death by lying under an avalanche for 2 days. Miraculously surviving, he found himself in immense grief. His entire team was destroyed, and Arthur felt responsible for it. By an effort of will, Arthur returned to the Zishan base on foot. After learning the whole story, Roman became furious and scolded Arthur, outraged that he had entrusted him with half of the base's elite soldiers, and he returned alone. Roman reminded Arthur how valuable the genetically modified mutants were, selected through numerous experiments and capable of defeating 100 ordinary soldiers. He blamed Arthur for their deaths, asking how he dared return to base. Arthur didn't react to this in any way. He admitted that by allowing his comrades to die under the avalanche, he himself was more to blame than anyone else, but he attributed everything to this damned Alex. Arthur suddenly knelt before Roman, begging for any punishment, even death, and asking to be given a chance to atone for his guilt. However, he insisted that he would not rest until he personally dealt with Alex. Roman thought about killing Arthur on the spot with a cold gaze, but he would need this strong warrior in the end. Then he spoke in a calmer tone, admitting that they too had underestimated the enemy's strength. He admitted that Alex was too cunning, so he couldn't completely blame Arthur. Roman decided not to hold Arthur accountable this time, but warned him that if he made a similar mistake again, he would be punished for all his crimes. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Arthur to return to the cabin. However, when he was left alone, he realized that he had underestimated Alex. The catastrophic defeat has left the base greatly weakened, and Alex needs to quickly replenish his forces. Otherwise, if others learn of the significant loss of forces, it will inevitably attract their greedy eyes. With this thought in mind, Roman quickly called Grace and asked about the test results of the survivors he had brought. Grace looked at the tablet in her hand and reported that the test results were not ready yet. However, the party consisted of young and middle-aged people with very good physical characteristics, which indicates a high probability of obtaining mutants. Roman snorted in relief, noting that awakening mutants is not as easy as it seems to her. He noted that not everyone can become like Jordan, and emphasized that it is urgently necessary to replenish the forces of the base. He told Grace to hurry with the experiments. If the manual catalysis didn't work, they would have to implant Jordan's cells, as they couldn't allow the base's overall combat power to drop too much. When Grace heard this, horror flashed in her eyes. She doubted whether it was worth rushing into this matter, noting that if the experiments were carried out in a hurry, the success rate might not even reach 30%, which would lead to more unnecessary casualties. However, Roman didn't care. He waved his hand dismissively and said that what he needed now was fighting power, not manpower. He explained that there were still many survivors in the city, and finding and replenishing their ranks would not be difficult. But if they lose their strong military force, they will not be able to influence the situation in the city. As he spoke, Roman's expression became more and more ruthless. His goal was the entire city, not just surviving in a small part of Sishan. This was the first time Roman revealed his ambitions. Even his longtime secretary Grace was stunned, but still nodded and promised to take care of it. After Grace left, Roman's face became worried as he wondered what to do, noting that they couldn't handle Alex. He wondered if he really needed to ask others for help. However, the commander-in-chief of the district was indebted to him and promised to help. Roman still hesitated to use the missile. He still believed that Alex was just a troublemaker on his territory, and if he eliminated him, his authority and the authority of the base would not be shaken. Roman believed that thanks to this trump card, other shelters would be unlikely to dare to harbor ill intentions towards the Sishan base. However, he did not want to use this plan unless absolutely necessary. Roman was torn apart because the tough approach had not worked, so he decided to convince Alex to make peace one last time by offering favorable terms. Roman then immediately called the Minister of Information and ordered him to contact Alex immediately. Roman thought to himself that if the negotiations failed, he would use the missile to level Alex's hideout to the ground. Finally connected via video link, Alex addressed Roman directly, expressing his admiration for his reputation. Roman then remarked that it was indeed surprising that Alex was still alive, but hinted that his luck had run out. Alex waved his hand and advised Roman to stop interfering, noting that he had already dealt with all the elite people he had sent. Alex teased Roman, wondering why he should bother him if he had no real power. He suggested that Roman give up his meaningless fantasies and let him go quickly, because he is a man who loves peace and does not mind peacefully coexisting. Alex suggested that they agree not to interfere with each other in the future, speaking in a condescending tone. Roman looked displeased. He advised him not to misjudge the situation. He warned that he was sparing Alex because he valued his talent, and not because Alex could not deal him a devastating blow. He stated that if Alex was willing to comply, he could make him second in command of the base. However, to show his sincerity, he must hand over all the supplies he has. Hearing this, Alex laughed. He ridiculed the idea of making Roman second in command at the base, suggesting that Roman must be out of his mind. The hero continued to mock the man, offering him to become his subordinate. If something happens, he can use Alex's help. Roman instantly became furious, called Alex an ignorant fool, and stated that his end was near. Alex, still maintaining a smug expression on his face, threw a challenge at Roman. Roman's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He warned that with just one phone call he could send a missile to level Alex's shelter to the ground, and he asked if he was sure his shelter could withstand a precise missile strike. Hearing this, Alex was shocked, doubting that Roman was serious. However, he quickly came to his senses and told Roman not to scare them, hinting that Zishan most likely did not have missile potential. Roman laughed and called Alex a commoner from the lower levels. He insisted that with one phone call he could destroy the shelter, but Alex remained unconvinced and asked that if they had such great power, then why had they waited until now? Roman stated that his patience had its limits. He hoped that Alex would not be too stubborn to understand him. He appreciated Alex's talent, so he had not yet amazed him. Then Roman offered Alex two options, either to obey, or he would raise his shelter to the ground. The choice was Alex's. Alex, outraged by such arrogance, carefully said that if Roman was really capable of calling a rocket, then he had to prove it. If he was really capable, Alex would not interfere and would follow him. Roman's face darkened. He dismissed this assumption as a joke and stated that it was impossible to verify. He warned that his patience had limits. Alex noticed the old man's angry face and suspected that the missile threat might be true. However, upon reflection, he decided that Roman had a strong ability to deceive, making it difficult to understand his true intentions. Then Alex thought about it and said that he needed to think about it. Noticing that Alex's tone had softened, Roman warned that there was no point in delaying. He gave Alex one day to make a decision. If Alex did not comply within 24 hours, Roman would raise his shelter to the ground. Then he ended the video call. Roman took a deep breath, closed his eyes and prayed, putting his hands together. He hoped that Alex would be wise enough to choose surrender, since the opportunity to use the missile was rare, and in that case, a precious opportunity would be lost. Meanwhile, Alex stood up and stretched. Aurora expressed doubt, wondering why. If Roman really had missiles, they weren't used earlier. That would mean all his soldiers died in vain. Then Alex explained that Roman himself definitely didn't have any missiles, but there were several missile bases in the neighboring military district. Considering that Roman had been in Shishan for so long, it was entirely possible that he had connections in the capital. However, as long as there was even a small chance that he would use missiles, they couldn't risk their lives. Alex decided that it was better to first figure out how to defend themselves. Scarlett's eyes lit up and she asked if they were going back to the apartment complex, their original home. Alex nodded in agreement. For now, they could only go back there. Everyone agreed with Alex's decision, deciding that safety came first. Only Joshua had a hard time leaving. Having moved here a few days before and having eaten and drunk his fill, he did not want to leave the shelter and return to the apartment. Valerie suddenly stood up and reminded everyone that they had to fulfill their agreement before leaving. Then Alex looked towards Aurora. He took the SIM card from her hands and handed it to Valerie. He said that they still needed Valerie's help at the Zishan base, as the virus Aurora had previously implanted could help her bypass the base's identity recognition system and find a way to save her students. Then Valerie decided to continue hiding at the base. The girl went undercover to plant a virus in the base's system. She overheard a conversation between two subjects. Because Valerie's betrayal angered Roman, her students were subjected to transformation experiments. After the soldiers left, Valerie took out the SIM card Alex had given her. This SIM card, specially modified by Aurora, not only had a strong signal reception, but was also able to bypass numerous server encryptions without being detected by the base. Valerie sent a message to Alex, urging him to hurry and get his students out of the base. She informed him that the students were now in great danger. Alex immediately responded to this by advising her to try to get into the network center and insert the chip Alex gave her into any computer. This would allow Aurora to control the entire base network, which could help in their escape. Valerie was slightly taken aback, realizing that this task would not be easy to complete. The entire base was stuffed with surveillance systems, and the entrance to the information department was heavily guarded. However, deep down she knew that this was the only chance to save her students. She sent a message to Alex, assuring him that there was no need to worry, and that she would definitely fulfill her promise. She hoped that Alex also remembered his promise to her before leaving. Alex, without hesitation, replied that it was not a problem. Valerie then turned off her phone, removed the SIM card and began mentally planning her route. The information office was about 500 meters from her current location. She took a deep breath, her gaze hardened, and she muttered to herself that she never thought she would go back to her old job. When Valerie was a bodyguard for a high-ranking official, he underwent systematic professional training. Meanwhile, Alex and the others were heading towards the residential complex area. Immediately after contacting Valerie, Alex expressed anticipation of a confrontation. He noted that Valerie's role was extremely important, because knowing both themselves and the enemy, they could be sure that they would not be in danger. Understanding all the cards would give them a significant advantage. Aurora focused on her laptop, wanting to check if they really had the ability to deploy the missiles. In such a post-apocalyptic world, the value of possessing such a strategic weapon was enormous, and the threat to them was incomparable. Aurora then held up her computer to show Alex that she had successfully hacked into the base's surveillance system. Alex nodded in admiration, realizing that the unknown forces were the most worrisome. If they understood the enemy's capabilities, they could easily counter his actions. At that moment, Riley, who was sitting behind the wheel, took a deep breath, and Alex, worried, asked what was bothering him. Riley nervously explained that although they were safe now, Valerie's teacher was in a dangerous situation. Her mission was dangerous, and if she was caught, it would be disastrous. Alex thought to himself that he didn't care about her life. Their communication was just a deal. Nevertheless, he smiled and noted that the teacher had her own destiny, and that there was great merit in the fact that she saved her students. Higher powers would be on her side. Riley nodded in relief, trusting that Valerie's kindness would keep her safe. Alex, holding back his laughter, decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Soon the hero and his group arrived in the Yahello area. Aaron and Elsa were already waiting for them downstairs. When everyone got out of the car, Alex looked around and noted the eerie silence, suspecting that everyone was frozen to death. Then Aaron and Elsa approached them with smiles, urging them to quickly go upstairs. Aaron had heard about the explosion in the villa and was worried that something terrible had happened to Alex. Soon they all went to the building, to Alex's former apartment. Returning to the long-abandoned shelter, Alex and Scarlet looked at it with nostalgia. Alex doesn't think about how much time has passed since the ice apocalypse began. Meanwhile, Elsa said that she had cleaned the rooms for the guests early in the morning. At that moment, an old friend, Julia, approached her and invited the girl to play mahjong. Soon, Alex also took off his gear and sat down to chat with Aaron. Alex took out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Aaron, and they began to smoke. The hero spoke first, asking if anything had happened in the area during his absence. Aaron chuckled and explained that the situation was the same as when Alex left. After Alex left, people initially considered the area safe and came to Aaron, begging for sympathy. However, as the apocalypse dragged on, Aaron refused to help them, and when they tried to force themselves on him, he took the opportunity to deal with them. He realized that in the conditions of the apocalypse, protecting himself and others is the most important thing. Aaron continued that not everyone was dead. There was a group of survivors in the area. At first, Alex didn't believe him, not understanding how they didn't die without supplies. Then Aaron took a drag on his cigarette and said that Carter and his group from Building 18 were still alive. Alex looked at him incredulously, noting that he hadn't expected them to last long. Alex, curious, asked how they managed to survive. Aaron shook his head, saying he wasn't sure. He advised Carter not to get involved with anyone to avoid betrayal. Aaron said they were still afraid of Alex, so they wouldn't take any risks. The man noted that he often saw shadows of living people in Building 18, which means that many of them still survive. Then Alex replied that he urgently needed to visit this old friend. Aaron also asked with concern if Alex's shelter was in danger now. Then the hero described the whole situation to Aaron in detail, which almost made him drop his jaw in surprise. He was surprised that they were willing to use missiles against civilians. Then Alex took out some food from another space and noted that it was unclear whether they were bluffing or really had such capabilities. For safety reasons, Alex decided to temporarily return here and hide. As soon as safety was confirmed, they would return back. Aaron didn't take it as a joke. He thought that since they were already there, it was better for everyone to stay for a while. He offered to let Alex move in next door, acknowledging that the house originally belonged to Alex, and he could not consider himself its owner. However, Alex patted Aaron on the shoulder, noting that they would not be delayed. Alex thought about it and decided that they needed to settle things with the base once and for all. The conflict had reached a point where it could no longer be resolved. Roman most likely wanted him dead, and until Alex gave in, Roman would try to do everything to kill him and take everything he had. Alex sighed helplessly, wishing he could just live quietly in the shelter without being disturbed. Aaron, seeing Alex's gloomy face, tried to comfort him. He noted that having too many good things often led to trouble. He threw up his hands and added that even other people were constantly pestering him. People will inevitably covet what Alex has, and there's nothing he can do about it. Then Alex stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the base. He was thinking about the idea of wiping the base off the face of the earth. Suddenly, Aaron said seriously that some time ago very strange people appeared in the area. There were about 100 of them. Then Alex frowned, noting that the more people, the greater the threat. Aaron continued, explaining that at first he thought they were there to steal supplies, but then he realized they had no ill intentions. He tried to establish contact with them, and found out that it was a religious organization, or more precisely, a snow-worshipping sect. Alex laughed, noting that even religions arise in times of crisis. He compared this to the historical practice of people attributing natural disasters to supernatural beings, such as rain or plague gods. Aaron reflected on the past and admitted that at the time he did not take them seriously. But looking back, one can say that these people really were unusual. Their leader recognized Alex as a mutant at first glance, and bizarrely claimed that he could help him unlock the potential of his abilities and become even stronger. Hearing this, Alex became serious, intrigued by the mention of unlocking the potential of power. He thought that nothing in this world is free, and wondered why they help without any reason. Most likely they are scammers. Aaron nodded, agreeing with his friend's opinion. Since Alex had warned him that you can't trust strangers easily, he had outright refused this group. They probably decided that he wasn't that easy to contact and didn't persist, and then he didn't know what happened to them. After that, Alex thought for a moment. He realized that now the only people left in the area were Aaron's family and the people from Building 18. Perhaps the survival of Kevin and his group could be linked to these people. Thinking about it, Alex decided to go and check everything himself. Aaron immediately offered to accompany Alex, but Alex refused, saying that it was not necessary. Despite this, Alex still put on a bulletproof vest and dressed in combat gear. Seeing that the man was ready to fight, Riley and Aurora came out and asked where he was going. The hero replied that he was going to meet some old friends. There was an eerie silence throughout the area. No signs of life were visible. At the foot of one of the buildings, Alex saw hundreds of snow mounds in the snow, similar to graves. Approaching the entrance to Building 18, Alex pulled out a pistol and fired 2 shots into the air. The sound of gunshots reminded the residents of the house of the fear they once experienced under Alex's rule. Carter, looking out the window towards the source of the shots, immediately recognized Alex and felt a chill run through his body. He was afraid that Alex had returned to hold them accountable for the child they had failed to protect. Carter's wife and child approached him, expressing concern about Alex's return. They couldn't let him destroy them again and decided to face him face to face. Carter explained that if Alex found out what happened, they could all die. He took a deep breath and decided to go downstairs and talk to Alex. He warned his wife to stay and protect their son if anything happened to him. Soon Carter came down the stairs and soon found himself at the window in the corridor. Seeing the emaciated man in front of him, Alex expressed surprise that Carter had managed to survive so far. He noted that it seemed like there were even more people in the building. Alex asked Carter how he managed to survive. Carter swallowed hard and replied that it was all thanks to the seeds Alex left them. Alex was shocked by this turn of events, because he had casually mentioned the seeds and could not believe that they could germinate, especially given the low temperature. It looks like there might be a mutant in their house. Alex, ready to act at any moment, prepared to kill Carter if anything unusual happened. Seeing this, Carter suddenly fell to his knees, admitting that they had failed to protect the child Alex had entrusted to them. He sincerely apologized and asked Alex not to harm innocent people. Carter bowed his head, ready to face death as punishment. At that moment, a man's voice came from the snow cave next to Alex. He stood up to Carter firmly, stating that Carter could not be killed as it meant the loss of hope for all of them. He offered to take Carter's place, noting that he had lived long enough. Other people also rushed to Carter's defense. Alex, who was watching this scene, felt an unexpected excitement. He fell silent, seeing a glimmer of humanity in their desire to protect Carter. Then he smiled awkwardly and assured them that he had not come for their lives. Carter, shocked, humbly admitted that the child Alex had entrusted to them had died, and asked if Alex was seeking revenge. Alex, speechless, realized that this whole melodrama was connected with the child he had almost forgotten about. He considered the child a burden, and would have gotten rid of him himself if he had not been afraid that he would be haunted by a feeling of guilt. Their fear and anxiety stemmed from the belief that the child was important to him. Alex came to the conclusion that death could not be reversed and admitted that they had done their best. He assured them that he would not hold a grudge against them. Hearing this, Carter sighed in relief. However, Alex, still puzzled, asked how they had managed to survive until now, noting that it was nothing short of a miracle. Carter, deciding not to hold back the information, said it was a long story, and invited Alex to see for himself. Alex agreed to come in and take a look. Carter took Alex upstairs and told him about the recent events in his building. He said that they had been trying different growing methods using the seeds Alex had given them. Despite all their efforts, the results were disastrous, and they even considered sending a detachment to search for food. Just when they were in complete despair, a group claiming to be from the snow worship sect appeared nearby. A glint flashed in Alex's eyes. It seemed like these weirdos were involved in the matter. Carter admitted that their leader promised to give them unusual abilities to help them survive. Having no other choice, they decided to agree, since the only alternative was death. However, he expected that all that was required of them was faith in the snow god. Nothing more was required. Alex was skeptical and never believed in the concept of free help. He could not help but ask Carter about his special ability. Carter pointed to his forehead and explained that he had planted a seed there that had caused his entire body to feel like it had been thrown into an icy cellar. After some time, he became unbearably hot and soon lost consciousness. When he woke up, he discovered that a strange power had appeared in his body. Carter rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms covered in protrusions like seed sprouts. Carter explained that these were all food seeds, his ability being to grow plants from his own flesh. After the plants absorbed his flesh and blood, they not only gained vitality, but also grew faster. Alex looked at Carter and said that despite this, the nutrients obtained from one person cannot provide for the food needs of all people. Carter weakly replied that this was indeed a big problem. But fortunately, they had a professor who was a leading expert in agronomy. Carter then brought Alex into the room and cryptically warned him to mentally prepare himself as the scene inside could be frightening. Alex laughed, saying that he had seen a lot since the apocalypse and was not easily alarmed. Carter smiled awkwardly and opened the door. Despite his preparation, Alex was still shocked by the sight that opened up. The room was filled with piles of corpses, on which plants were growing vigorously. Carter went on to explain that these corpses were collected from around the area to provide nutrients for the plants. It was a reluctant choice. The hero smirked, noting that although the bodies would no longer be of use, this way they would be put to maximum use. Alex curiously asked if they had made snow-covered graves outside. Carter nodded sheepishly, admitting that they had piled the bodies up for storage. Then the hero carefully examined the lush crops. Furry also sniffed them with curiosity, but it seemed did not find any differences from ordinary crops. Carter mentioned that they have 3 more of these growing rooms. Alex became worried when he noticed that since the crop was growing from the nutrients contained in Carter's body, if this continued, Carter would eventually die. Carter then mockingly remarked that he would rather do something to ensure that his wife and son could survive. Alex admired Carter's actions, finding them admirable but a little crazy. However, he quickly cast aside his sympathy and looked sternly at Carter, wanting to be sure of his abilities. Despite having seen many modified mutants with powers inferior to natural mutants, Carter's method of gaining his powers intrigued Alex. The hero understood that his ability was very useful, although weak. He wanted to understand what methods the snow worship sect used to awaken abilities in ordinary people, and how these abilities could be developed. Carter didn't refuse, and under Alex's watchful gaze, rolled up the sleeve of his hand filled with seeds. He clenched his fist and began to apply force. Alex noticed a white light appear on Carter's forehead. A moment later, the veins in his arm bulged and a seed burst through the skin, growing into a wheat sprout about a dozen centimeters tall, and as the seed grew, Carter's complexion grew paler. Alex quickly stopped him, showing that he already understood enough how it worked. Alex was speechless, noting that this ability was simply using one's own flesh and blood to water plants. If abilities could be rated, this would be the worst. Worse than even artificially created mutants. Carter quickly rose to his feet and called the professor to quickly transplant the wheat sprout. Meanwhile, Alex began to think. The artificially stimulated abilities of the snow worship sect were completely different from naturally awakened mutants. Although it was unclear what side effects this entailed, it was certainly causing great harm to the body. Fortunately, this ability was not of an aggressive nature. If she had posed a threat to Alex, they could have killed Carter on the spot. Soon Alex turned to leave. After he left, Carter was glad that everything went well. The man knew that their lives depended on Alex. Meanwhile, Alex suddenly thought that if the Sishan base learned of his location and used missiles to bombard the area, everyone would be in danger. Since the hideout in the villa was exposed, Alex needed to urgently find new housing. This hideout would be too easy for an organization like Sishan to hack. Alex thought about the current situation with Valerie. If she successfully implanted the chip into the base's information department, he would be able to understand every step of their plan. This would allow them to move into active operations. Meanwhile, work was underway at the base to replenish the soldiers lost during the campaign against Alex, and the young people kidnapped from Shu Village were closely monitored by armed soldiers, leaving them no opportunity to resist. One of the villagers, clenching his fists, shouted in frustration that he would have to bear the consequences of the defeat, and claimed that it was unfair. Another man burst into tears as he recalled how their wives and children were killed, and he accused the soldiers of being more cruel than Alex. In response, 2 shots rang out and both men were shot in the head and killed instantly. The soldier who fired the shots warned the men to be smart. He explained that this is what happens to those who don't obey the base. The base had sent soldiers to deal with the enemies, and now that there were many casualties, they needed to replenish their forces. The soldier advised them to meekly agree to the experiment, since they still had a chance to survive. Perhaps they would even be able to successfully awaken their abilities and live a prosperous life at the base. The alternative was to die now or agree to the experiment. Meanwhile, Valerie, hiding nearby, watched this scene and thought that most of these people would die and their bodies would be processed into protein substitutes. When she remembered this, she began to feel sick again. Then she suddenly realized a serious problem. All the main sections of the base seemed to be on the 2nd level, guarded by soldiers. Due to the limited underground space, the departments were mostly interconnected, however. Security on the 2nd level seemed to be less than secure. The main danger was believed to be on the 4th level, and therefore the main defensive forces were concentrated there. Apart from Roman's personal security, the rest of the floor was mostly guarded by patrols. Since everyone was busy with experiments now, even more guards were distracted, which gave Valerie the perfect opportunity to sneak into the information department. As she walked, Valerie observed her surroundings, realizing that this time she absolutely had to succeed. Valerie quietly approached the entrance to the information department and was about to open the door when suddenly someone's hand touched her shoulder from behind. At that moment, the girl realized with horror that she was caught. She realized that she had no choice but to attack first, and so she clenched her fist, preparing to attack. She turned around with a start and saw her student Ian. She was ready to strike, but when she saw Ian, she realized that the soldier was one of her students. Then she asked if he had become one of the members of the special squad. Ian admitted with a bitter smile that he was the only successful experimenter out of all the students taken on. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a dark red scar on his chest, similar to the scar from the grafting of a strange plant. Valerie, worried, grabbed Ian by the shoulder and asked about the other students. Ian confirmed that all the kidnapped students were dead. Although Valerie had expected this outcome, she was still deeply saddened. The girl realized that it was not safe to stay here and pulled Ian to a secluded place. They found a corner to avoid observation, and Ian began to pour out his frustrations to her. He spoke of the inhumane testing methods at the base, with subjects tortured in every possible way, including electric shocks, dousing with water and cutting with knives. If these methods did not work, it meant that the person had no abilities, and then mutant cells were introduced into his body. Ian said that if they could withstand the rejection reaction, they could gain power. However, this will come at the cost of irreversible damage to the body. The strength acquired as a result of postnatal modification was obtained at the expense of one's own life. Valerie moved closer to him to hug him, and then looked into his eyes, genuinely asking if there was a way for him to leave here, if he would cooperate. Ian stood up abruptly and clenched his fists, saying that he didn't want to stay there another minute. He'd rather blow up this horrible place. Then the girl said that she'd need the guy's help. Valerie, who was following Ian, headed towards the entrance to the information department. Ian quickly found a reason to send the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. He reported that the lower levels were currently experiencing a major labor shortage. When the way was clear, he used his personality to help Valerie open the door to the information department. For someone with Valerie's abilities, walking through the door and inserting a tiny chip into a computer was a simple matter. Meanwhile, Alex decided to call Roman to tell him about his decision. Roman began the conversation in a calm tone, demanding an answer from Alex. In response, Alex laughed contemptuously, telling him that his answer had not changed. Furious and pale, Roman warned that he and his refuge could be reduced to ashes. After that, he immediately hung up. Alex remained calm, knowing that Roman was losing his patience. This confirmed that the missile threat was almost certainly real. Alex took a deep breath, resigning himself to the fact that he might have to give up the shelter. After all, he had enough supplies, and as long as people were alive, that was all he cared about. At that moment, a message from Valerie arrived on his phone. It said that the chip had been successfully inserted into the base's computer, and she hoped that Alex would keep his promise to help her and her students escape. Without saying a word, Alex headed to Aurora's room and reported that their plan had succeeded. The girl immediately jumped up and down on the bed. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she said that she would start working immediately. Soon, Aurora moved to her workplace in a wheelchair. A few seconds later, Aurora proudly announced to Alex that the base's network was now under their control. Alex was a little surprised, as he had expected this to take some time. Aurora explained with a hint of arrogance that it was not difficult to hack the base. If it were not for the use of an isolated network, she would have penetrated the base much earlier. She boasted that the technicians at the base had nothing to compare her skills to. Alex leaned closer and asked if their actions would be detected if the intrusion was discovered and the network was shut down. The closeness made Aurora's heart flutter, and she explained excitedly that she had been given supreme authority over the base, which was akin to the gaze of a god's eye, meaning that Alex could see their every move, while the base could not detect their presence. Hearing this, the hero smiled even wider. Now they could find out everything about the base. Alex pointed to the screen and ordered Aurora to quickly display all the information related to the missiles. He wanted to check whether Roman really had the abilities he claimed. Aurora acted quickly, and soon received information about the missiles. It turned out that they did not have the authority to deploy them. She confirmed that Roman had approached the neighboring one with a request to place missiles. The region agreed to launch them at exactly 12 o'clock. Alex and Aurora were amazed. It turns out that that region had significant power. Alex was surprised by Roman's connections. Then Alex quickly asked Aurora to check if they had sent the coordinates of the shelter. Aurora worked quickly, and found out that they were still going through the approval process. The coordinates had not yet been sent, as they required satellite coordination for accurate targeting. Smiling slyly, Aurora suggested an interesting game. At first, Alex didn't understand what she meant. As it turns out, She suggested to Alex to change the coordinates of the missile's target to the Sishan base, as a result of which they would bomb themselves. Alex was delighted with the idea, but doubted its feasibility. He figured they would probably triple-check the coordinates before sending them out. Aurora then laughed and explained that she could intercept the information they sent using packet sniffing, and then resend it after making changes, and no one would notice. Alex was still concerned that even if the coordinates were successfully changed, the base would not be destroyed with a single missile. While thinking about this, Alex called out to Riley from behind. A girl with a deep understanding of engineering physics looked over the structural drawings of the West Mountain base. After examining the design and materials, Riley concluded that the shelter was intended for nuclear defense during wartime. Situated hundreds of meters underground, its materials and thickness were greater than those of conventional military structures, and a single missile would be insignificant for fortification at that level. It would have taken a dedicated bunker buster to have any effect, and even then it would have been nearly impossible to destroy with a single shot. Alex was afraid that attacking with one missile would over-alert them and ordered Aurora to change the coordinates as she suggested. He insisted that no matter what, the missile should not be aimed towards his shelter. Alex also wanted all information about everyone on the base, especially the number of mutants and weapons, to be thoroughly examined. Having given the orders, he left the room. Riley, somewhat confused, asked Aurora what exactly Alex was worried about. She thought that if the coordinates were successfully changed, the problem with the missiles was solved. Aurora, thinking and looking at the screen, said that judging by the expression on Alex's face, this time he might be going to take the initiative into his own hands. Meanwhile, Alex went to a room on the 20th floor with a plan to use the opportunity to completely destroy the base. He seriously thought about the feasibility of this plan. Alex couldn't hide forever. The threat of a sword hanging over his neck was very irritating. And most importantly, if Roman had the opportunity to contact other forces to attack him, Alex would never be able to find peace. Destroying the base seemed like the only way out, and there was only one chance. Even if it didn't destroy the base completely, it would at least cause a huge panic. Alex acquired a large supply of explosives. He planned to use the chaos to his advantage by planting explosives inside the base and causing a spectacular explosion. Even if the explosion does not destroy the base, it will certainly cause significant casualties among those inside. Having adopted this strategy, Alex returned to Aurora's room. He instructed her to gather all available information about the base's military forces, weapons, and mutants. Aurora was surprised by Alex's aggressive plan. He calmly explained that first they needed to gather all the information to assess the real strength of the base. If the gap in forces was insignificant and the chances of success were high, they should think about attacking. Alex believed that it was better to strike first than to wait for them to be attacked. However, if their forces were too great, the plan could be revised. Aurora laughed, recognizing in him the Alex she knew. Receiving the information was a piece of cake for Aurora, and she quickly turned to inform Alex that the information was ready for viewing. Alex sat down in the chair and began to study the data. Currently, there were more than 520 ordinary soldiers in the base, 50 awakened fighters, 6 of whom had obtained their abilities naturally. Alex focused on the information about the base's mutant captains. The first of them, Arthur, had enhanced abilities and was codenamed Superman. He had 10 times the fighting power of a normal human, and his speed and strength reached 5-star level. Alex took a deep breath, acknowledging Arthur's impressive abilities. As a melee mutant, Arthur had an impressive build and skills that could be taken on if Alex kept his distance. The second mutant, Edward, had fire-type abilities and was codenamed Fireman. He could produce high-temperature flames from his body. The third mutant, Shelley, had a control-type ability codenamed Ice Block, where she could create solid ice crystals for combat. The fourth mutant, Sky, had the powers of a beastman codenamed Toxic Beast. He could transform into a giant monster with immense strength and a corrosive fluid in his body. The fifth mutant, Tyler, also possessed the powers of a man-beast codenamed Ice Monkey. He could transform into a giant frost ape, greatly increasing his physical strength and resistance to cold. The sixth mutant, Chloe, had psychic powers codenamed Witch. She had the ability of deep hypnosis, allowing her to hypnotize others through brainwaves or even cause brain death. Her ability to optimize through eye contact. Alex encountered this classification of mutant abilities for the first time, which at this stage seemed quite general and allowed abilities to be classified only by their manifestations. His cosmic abilities did not fit into any of these categories. Alex thought about his own powers and noted that while Joshua had excellent close combat abilities and his cosmic abilities provided a nearly invincible defense, Aurora's information made it clear that they were not entirely invulnerable. Alex looked over the information several times, memorizing each person's ability type so as not to be caught off guard in any encounter. The most pressing question was how to quietly enter the base, plant explosives, and ensure a safe exit. Riley then suggested discussing the plan with everyone instead of thinking about it alone. If they are going to take action, it is better to involve everyone and gather ideas that might be useful. Alex agreed and soon gathered everyone in one room. He outlined his plan, emphasizing that he had a rare opportunity to destroy the Sishan base once and for all. He explained that although he does not seek conflict, he will not tolerate being bullied. The battle seemed inevitable and he needed everyone's cooperation. Aaron, as the oldest, was asked his opinion first. Aaron agreed that reconciliation was impossible after the base had brought them so much grief. He believed that it was better to strike first than to wait to be attacked. He was ready to fully support Alex because it was he who saved his life. Alex then turned his gaze to Joshua, who seemed to be hesitating. He asked if they could win when faced with the army, weapons, and mutants of the base. Alex responded calmly, assuring Joshua that there were only 6 mutants, and that it would not be difficult for them to deal with ordinary soldiers. It reminded him of the many villagers who had died at the hands of the base. Joshua, scratching his head, said that he didn't get along very well with them. Alex, noticing Joshua's cowardly behavior, thought that although he was stubborn, Joshua seemed even more stubborn. Before Alex could say anything else, Joshua was quick to express his support, saying that if Alex decided to fight, he would support him until the end. Joshua added that he had no reason to live in this apocalypse if Alex's plan failed and he died at the base. Alex felt more confident after hearing the words of encouragement, and said that in that case, they needed to start implementing the plan. The 3 of them formed a single team, ready for action. However, Joshua still voiced his concerns, suggesting that the operation be carefully planned. Alex laughed, making it clear that he wasn't going to die anytime soon, and that it was time to discuss strategy. Aaron noted that he had undergone professional military training and could provide specific recommendations. Alex then turned to Aurora, asking her to tell him about the situation at the base using the information she had gathered. Then Aurora led the men to the computer. Meanwhile, Alex took out his phone to contact Valerie. Since Valerie's role was vital to the success of the plan, Alex sent her a message instructing her to hide with her students in a safe place until midnight. Alex assured her that she would have a chance to escape, and they would meet outside. Valerie responded immediately, agreeing to hide, but asking to be kept informed of the plan so that they could coordinate their actions both from the inside and outside. Alex sensed her excitement and reported that they had successfully taken control of the base's network, so communication security would not be an issue. She will find out the specific plan in due time, but for now she needs to take care of herself and her students. Alex decided not to reveal the entire strategy in order to avoid unnecessary disputes. He wanted to make sure nothing would go wrong, so he asked Aurora to conduct a detailed analysis of the base's structure. The girl said that if everything goes smoothly, the missiles will hit the base exactly. The hero patted Aurora on the head and praised her for her excellent work. He then decided that it was time for the final battle, as there were 30 hours left before the missile strike on the base. Riley estimates that they will likely need heavy bunker buster missiles to take out the shelter. While these missiles may not destroy the base in one hit, they will certainly cause significant shaking. Alex wondered if it would be helpful to turn off their power during the explosion. The loss of a light source would paralyze the base's operations and cause even more panic. However, Aurora warned that while she could cut power through the grid, the power restoration plan would be manual, and standard bases usually had emergency lighting, which would not allow enough time for a full penetration. However, Alex had his own plans. His main goal was to create internal turmoil. Valerie would take the opportunity to escape with her students from. Meanwhile, Joshua continued to worry and asked what would happen if they successfully infiltrated the base. He wasn't sure they would be able to destroy the entire base. Even if they managed to destroy the leader, Roman, he will quickly be replaced by someone else. With thousands of people inside, it was impractical to kill them all. However, seeing Alex's serious expression, Joshua suddenly fell silent. He looked at Alex in shock and asked if Alex really agreed with such a plan, doubting if they really planned to destroy everyone. Alex explained that his goal was to destroy more than 80% of their combat power if possible, with the ideal being to destroy them all. Alex then revealed a detailed plan, saying that he had stocked up on thousands of kilograms of explosives. The plan was to infiltrate the West Mountain base and plant it. An underground explosion of this scale would undoubtedly be significant, as would its consequences. Riley noted thoughtfully that external and internal explosions had very different consequences. Even if the base structure could withstand the blast, the people inside would not be able to withstand the impact. The explosion would also destroy the base's life support systems, including air circulation and evacuation systems, and would use up large amounts of oxygen while generating intense heat. All these factors taken together would make the probability of a successful internal detonation very high. Joshua, now inspired, thought Alex's plan was brilliant, but he expressed concern about how to get into the base without getting lost, and asked if there was a way around the direct approach. Alex pointed to the computer screen, emphasizing the need to memorize the internal structure of the base, as it was a matter of life and death. He then took out 2 sets of white combat suits from his space. Alex told them to wear these suits, which were supposed to help them blend in with the crowd during the chaos. He also said the explosives were placed on the second level, where the base's main forces and various life support systems were located. The most important thing is that their arsenal was located there. Blowing up the armory would mean getting a double advantage. Moreover, Furry's agility was unmatched by any other mutant. If something went wrong, Furry could instantly transform into a mutant and get them all to the surface in the blink of an eye. Once they were on the surface, things would be easier, as far as he knew. There was only one snowmobile at the base. Alex sternly reminded Joshua and Aaron that the most important thing was to save their lives. Meanwhile, at the base, Valerie, with Ian's help, reached the 4th level. She told the students not to sleep and said that Alex would return at midnight to tell them something important. The students unanimously agreed, as the constant disappearances of their comrades had made everyone worried. Valerie became their only hope. Having calmed the students, she left the dormitory. The next morning, over a hearty breakfast, Alex and the others discussed their battle plan. Alex reported that the missile attack was scheduled for 12 o'clock and that they would reconnoiter the area an hour before it. If the missile hits its target, Valerie will lead her students out amidst the chaos. Alex stressed that they should wait for Valerie to emerge before taking any action. If Valerie manages to escape, it will mean that chaos is already reigning on the 4th. If Valerie doesn't show up, it means they're in trouble and they'll have to abandon their plan of attack. The rough plan was to blend into the crowd during the chaos, plant the explosives, and then escape. If at some point something unpredictable happened, escape would be the priority. Hearing this, Joshua nodded vigorously, agreeing with the plan. Aaron thought about it and asked if their actions depended on Valerie being able to save her students. Alex smirked, saying that while it might seem that way, he didn't care about the fate of Valerie's students. If Valerie could get out herself, that would be enough. Alex pointed out an important aspect: if a fight breaks out inside the base, the large weapon systems will not work. Ordinary soldiers were no problem for him. The greatest danger was posed by 6 mutants. If they encountered them, Alex planned to use a divide and conquer strategy, but only as a last resort if they were unable to escape. Flight was clearly the first option, and he warned them again that they shouldn't run into any mutants. By evening, the group was ready to leave. Aaron and Alex said goodbye to their women, and Joshua stood alone, feeling a little out of place. Scarlett, unable to hide her concern, offered Alex to take her with him, but Alex refused. Since there were already enough emergency medical supplies prepared, he advised the girl to wait patiently for their return. After saying goodbye, Alex and the others headed towards the base on a snowmobile. Meanwhile, Aurora informed Alex that the base confirmed the time of the rocket launch and said that it would definitely happen at midnight tonight. She secretly changed the coordinates, so there was no need to worry. Alex instructed her to continue to monitor their every step, and he slowly drove to his destination. Soon they arrived at the base. Alex parked the car some distance from the base and took out the box. There were 10 syringes inside. He handed a syringe to Joshua and Aaron, explaining that these were special stimulants designed to excite the body and nerves, significantly increasing combat effectiveness and somewhat reducing the perception of pain. After the injections were administered, Joshua asked if there would be any side effects. Alex then assured him that even if there were side effects, they would not be significant in the short term. Their main task is to save their lives, and they will recover after completing the mission. Meanwhile, the attack on the base was approaching. The group waited in the vehicle for the missile to strike. Meanwhile, back at the base, Valerie headed back to level 4, reminding her students to wear the warm clothes they had so they wouldn't freeze. Then the students realized that teacher Valerie was really going to take them away from there. Vincent ordered everyone to remain quiet and assured them that he would not harm them. All they have to do is follow Alex's instructions carefully and wait for a convenient opportunity to escape. At the same time, Roman nervously looked at his laptop, waiting for news that Alex's shelter had been bombed. He consoled himself with the thought that although the launch of the rocket had cost him a lot, the prospect of getting rid of Alex made it seem worth it. From his point of view, Alex was an even bigger threat than the other major powers in the city, since he had once dealt him a painful defeat as a high-ranking official. Roman could not accept the fact that he was being humiliated by a man he considered trash. Then he called the team leader Arthur to him. He informed him that he had already dealt with the person with whom Arthur had been unable to cope, reminding him. Arthur was surprised to learn that Roman had a way to deal with Alex. He noted to himself that Roman had risen to his current position largely due to the power of his family in terms of combat readiness. Roman could not be compared even with a top-class soldier. At this point, Roman was full of confidence. He told Arthur that mutants are not invincible even now in the post-apocalyptic world. The power of the military remains indisputable. Roman then turned the computer screen to show Arthur the plan of the house. Roman mentioned that the head of the neighboring region owed him a big favor, so he contacted him to get a ground-penetrating missile. Hearing this, Arthur was delighted and decided that they would finally be able to avenge their fallen comrades. Then Roman called Arthur to stand behind him and announced that they would see Alex fly into pieces. Arthur was naturally delighted, because many of his brothers had died at the hands of Alex, and now he would finally be finished. However, he noted that using such a powerful rocket just for Alex seemed a bit wasteful. In response to this, Roman said that in the past his powers were almost the same as Alex's, but now they controlled weapons. Suddenly an idea occurred to him. He suggested that if they could secure the commander's support, the city would become theirs. It was almost midnight, time was passing, but Aurora still did not look up from the screen, afraid of missing some important information. Meanwhile, in the headquarters command center, a man in military uniform pressed the launch button. The heavy rocket left the silo and flew straight into the night sky. At this moment, the Sishan base's information department detected an unidentified object approaching them at high speed. They realized that the missile was flying straight at them. Alex, who was in the snowmobile, saw the bright light of a rocket approaching the horizon and falling on the base like a meteor. With a loud roar, the rocket fell, creating a huge explosion that nearly shook the area within a 10-mile radius. Even a snowmobile parked 3 kilometers from the base almost overturned from the shockwave. Alex immediately informed Aurora that the plan to change the rocket's coordinates had been successful. Inside the shelter, Aurora had already prepared for the next steps. She immediately turned off the base's power supply system. At this time, chaos reigned inside the base, as if it had experienced a strong earthquake. A sudden power outage plunged the entire base into darkness. Roman did not understand what was happening, and suddenly collapsed to the ground, weakened to the point of trembling in his knees. He was perplexed as to what was happening, and how this could have happened. That's when the information department called. Roman was puzzled, wondering who dared to attack them with missiles. He wondered if Alex had betrayed him. However, the man quickly pulled himself together, realizing that his priority was to quickly restore order at the base and ensure his own safety. He immediately ordered Arthur to call in the special forces for his protection, to make sure that those on the 4th floor did not cause any problems, and to send troops to strictly guard her. Roman knew that the western mountain base was built securely and could not be penetrated by just a few missiles. As long as they could stabilize the situation, the advantage would be theirs. Meanwhile, the strong shaking caused the soldiers guarding the base to panic. They hastily tried to contact the command center using their communication devices, but Aurora had shut off the underground power supply, leaving them unable to contact anyone. At that moment, Alex flew into the building at high speed, instantly knocking down 4 people. Before the guards had time to react, Alex and his 2 companions had already exited the car with weapons in their hands. In just half an hour, all the guards at the entrance were destroyed. Then Alex looked at the entrance of the base. He was not going to stop, but now everything depended on Valerie. At this point, the students on the 4th level also screamed from the sudden shaking. Valerie understood why they were told to wait until midnight. Fortunately, the shelter turned out to be very strong, and despite the strong shaking, there were no signs of destruction. Valerie then ordered the students to follow her quickly, as every second counted. If the base manages to restore the power supply system, they will not have a single chance of salvation. The hall on level 4 was in chaos. The soldiers were momentarily confused, took up their weapons, and ordered everyone to quickly return to their rooms. However, in the pitch darkness, they did not dare to shoot thoughtlessly, especially since they had not yet received an order from above. Watching the chaotic scene outside, Valerie secretly rejoiced that they finally had a chance to escape. Valerie had already memorized the entire escape route, so she didn't run aimlessly like the others. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she led the students out of the 4th escape pod. Several shots were heard from inside, but fortunately they managed to escape in time. Despite all the shooting, they couldn't stop. Valerie also knew that the base's military was formidable. Once the power is restored, it will not be difficult for them to suppress such large-scale unrest. As they passed the stairs, they suddenly encountered 2 soldiers guarding the area with weapons. Seeing the situation getting worse, the soldiers were about to raise their weapons to stop them. Valerie didn't hesitate. She activated her ability, swung her sword, and rushed forward. The 2 soldiers didn't even have time to understand what was happening before they were quickly beheaded. Valerie knew that the appearance of these soldiers meant that the higher-ups of the base had begun to restore order. If they don't leave now, new soldiers will definitely appear. The students ran up the stairs. Soon a bright light appeared ahead, and the students rejoiced, almost reaching the exit. At that moment, Valerie extended her hand to shield the students. An ominous figure appeared ahead, and the familiar click of high heels was heard. The stranger coldly addressed Valerie as a traitor. When they looked up, they realized that there was a squad of armed special forces standing in front of them, with Grace standing in front of them. The girl noted that their leader Roman was truly wise when he guessed that some would try to hide in this chaos. She ordered the soldiers next to her to fall into line, stating that the Zishan base was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. The only outcome for those who tried to escape would be to become food for the lower classes. Grace accused Valerie of not appreciating the good life she had been given, and risking it for the sake of worthless test subjects. Upon hearing this, the students turned pale, and some began to feel sick at the hint that they were using people as food. At that moment, Valerie extended her hand, urging Grace to consider that they still had a chance to talk. Grace, however, coldly replied that there was nothing more to discuss. A traitor is a traitor and cannot be forgiven. Just as Grace gestured for the men to fire, one of her soldiers was shot in the head and killed. He fell, shot by Alex, who appeared behind them with a silenced sniper rifle. Grace's face instantly turned pale and she loudly ordered her soldiers to return fire. In the blink of an eye, the entire narrow passage was under fire. Valerie forced the students to press against the walls as she rushed forward with her long sword, knowing that Alex and his team had arrived to help. With such support, Valerie's self-confidence grew. The base's soldiers were attacked from both sides by powerful mutants. After Alex opened the spatial gate, all their shots became meaningless. In just a few minutes, the passage is filled with dead bodies of soldiers. Valerie, having come to her senses, looked at Alex with gratitude and thanked him for his support. Alex simply replied that he had only fulfilled part of the deal. He knew that without Valerie's risky return to the base as a spy, he would not have had the opportunity to change the rocket's coordinates. Helping her save the students was only natural. He then told Valerie that there was no time to waste, and that they needed to hurry and get the students out. Valerie quickly calmed the frightened students and urged them to move faster, stating that they would soon be free. At that moment, Valerie saw Grace curled up in the corner. Valerie looked at her intently and asked if it was true that it was Grace's idea that led to the death of her students. Grace's face showed fear and she begged him not to kill her, explaining that she was just a secretary and that all the decisions were made by Roman himself. Filled with hatred, Ian walked up to Grace. The experiments he was subjected to modify a human were like hell. He didn't respond to Grace's pleas. Instead, he pulled out his dagger and slit her throat. He said that people like her did not deserve pity. Valerie then sincerely thanked Alex for keeping his word and helping save the students. Then Alex informed her that the guards at the entrance had been dealt with and there was no time to waste, and he instructed her to quickly lead the students out. Alex then took out 2 backpacks from another room, which contained energy bars to restore their strength and some fuel to keep them warm, and told them to hide in the area southeast of their current location, assuring them that he would come meet them later. He then said that Valerie could not leave with the students yet, as they still had unfinished business. Hearing this, the students became frightened and began to beg Valerie not to leave them. Then Alex smiled and said that the base's warriors were too busy to pursue them now. But if the students go with them, they will definitely be chased. Valerie knew that from the moment she decided to join Alex, there was no escape route. She asked what they should do next. Alex replied that they just needed to blow up the entire base to solve the problem once and for all. Valerie felt the rejection, knowing that there were thousands of lives inside. But if they didn't fix the problem, she and the students would eventually face retribution, and they would be the ones to die. After thinking for a while, Valerie made a decision and agreed to help Alex. Valerie then ordered Ian to lead the students out. Finally, Ian looked at Alex and the others and told Valerie that she had to protect herself. He then led the students out of the base. Alex then handed his phone to Valerie and told her to act quickly and get them to the designated location. This place was the second level where she always lived and with which she was well acquainted. All 4 put on their helmets and ran towards the designated place. Alex and his team quickly reached a location that was ideal for planting explosives. Alex signaled Aaron and Joshua to begin the operation. Seeing this, Valerie became worried, noting that the amount of explosives would not have any effect because the strength of this place was very high. Alex calmly replied that it was explosives specially made by Riley. After that, he activated the spatial gate, and the next second, piles of explosives appeared in the corners. Valerie's eyes widened in shock. Alex chuckled and noted that he had always been frugal and never wasted a single grain of rice, and now they would try their own medicine. Having prepared everything necessary, Alex gave the signal for a quick evacuation. On the way out, Alex attached explosives to every door they passed. As they reached the corner, Valerie suddenly stopped. She suggested using this opportunity to directly eliminate Roman. She believed that without their leader, the base would certainly plunge into chaos. Alex also stopped and explained that even if they killed Roman, someone would quickly take his place. He noted that the problem was not with Roman, but with the database system itself. Valerie couldn't object, because she also believed that Alex had noticed everything correctly. Alex continued, saying that the only solution now was to destroy the entire base. During the conversation, their unusual behavior attracted the attention of the Special Forces. They were all dressed in Special Forces uniforms, especially Valerie. In the conditions of insufficient lighting and chaos, no one would notice anything unusual. However, one of the Special Forces soldiers noticed their strange behavior, especially the cat next to Alex. The base had never heard of anyone keeping a pet. The soldier raised his pistol, shouted that something was wrong with these people, and ordered them to be seized. Alex had no choice but to immediately activate his ability. He fired quickly, and the man didn't even have time to react before his head was instantly pierced through. Seeing that their comrade had fallen, the special forces raised their machine guns and began firing at Alex and his team. By this time, Alex had already opened the spatial gate. Valerie was amazed that after tracking him for a whole month, the base's warriors were unable to destroy his shelter. Soon a man appeared in the crowd and shouted that it was a spatial ability, and that the man was Alex. Everyone stopped shooting and retreated, dispersing. At this point, Alex smiled and muttered that it was already late. Then he shouted sharply the signal for a counterattack. Suddenly, all the bullets fired at them rushed back like a hurricane, hitting almost everyone. While Alex and his team retreated, grenades flew out of the spatial gate. Dozens of grenades thrown by Alex caused a huge explosion. The heroes understood that they could not stay there for long. If the base's power was restored and they were surrounded, it would be very difficult, as the dimensional gates could not protect from multiple angles at once. Just then, Alex noticed that the light above his head began to flicker, indicating that the base's electrical system was about to be restored. Then he ordered his partners to run to the exit immediately. At this point, news of Alex's infiltration and Valerie's betrayal reached Roman, and enraged, Roman immediately gave the order, declaring that Alex must be destroyed. Donning a special suit, Roman cursed Alex, calling him an arrogant brat and declaring that the advantage would be his. Arthur, filled with rage, immediately took his team to take revenge on Alex. His eyes were burning with murderous intent. He was determined to settle the score with Alex once and for all. However, after the power was restored, chaos reigned and people discovered explosives scattered everywhere. Arthur then quickly called for bomb disposal experts and then went outside to chase Alex. Meanwhile, on the way out, Alex and his team encountered numerous troubles. No matter which direction they tried to escape, they came across heavily armed soldiers. The soldiers did everything they could to delay Alex and his team, buying time for Arthur. Faced with the onslaught of soldiers, Aaron stepped forward, activated his ability, and took control of the situation. His muscles bulged with astonishing speed, instantly tearing through his tough battlesuit and turning him into a muscular giant. The next second, he rushed into the crowd, and the bullets no longer caused him any significant harm. Aaron, like a bulldozer, cleared obstacles in his path, sending flying all the soldiers who tried to block his way. Alex didn't expect Aaron to use his body to deflect the bullets, so the man chuckled and assured Alex not to worry as it was nothing to him. He was well aware of his powerful self-healing ability, and if the injury was not fatal, he could quickly heal. Suddenly, several Special Forces soldiers appeared in front of them. Among them, Alex recognized Arthur and Jace. Upon seeing his enemy, Arthur instantly became enraged and declared that Alex would not escape. Aaron then stood in front of Alex and his team, taunting them and stating that if they wanted to get to Alex, they would have to get past him first. As the 5 modified humans confronted Aaron, Alex watched with concern. Suddenly, at the moment of impact, Aaron swung his hand sharply, sending all 5 flying. With one movement, he slammed them into the wall. Seeing this, Alex laughed, noting that these modified mutants were simply delusional in thinking that they could fight a natural mutant. Aaron looked puzzled. He was a little disappointed, because ever since he gained his powerful strength, he had not had a single chance to engage in a serious fight with anyone. Alex said that in any case, they better not take unnecessary risks. As they retreated, a voice was heard from ahead. A tall figure was approaching them, carrying something resembling a barrel on his back. Alex immediately recognized the man as a mutant named Edward, who was listed in the files under the codename Fireman. Alex quickly opened the spatial gate, and then Edward spread his arms, and suddenly a huge fireball rushed towards Alex. Although the dimension gate completely absorbed the fireball, Edward's attack did not stop. Alex realized that he was being detained because the activation of the dimensional gate prevented him from moving. The temperature of the fireball released by Edward could instantly reach 1,000 degrees Celsius. If Alex had closed the gate, everyone would have been engulfed in flames. But if it had remained open, the Special Forces soldiers would have been able to catch up with them. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Alex called out to Joshua, asking him to sort out the situation. After Alex's words, the spatial gate suddenly erupted with a huge amount of icicles, which the man was barely able to dodge. Edward stepped back in disdain, calling it a trivial trick. He pulled out a canister from behind his back and began to pour its contents onto the ground. It was a fuel he had specially developed that when ignited became as powerful as explosives. He filled the entire corridor with a black, oily substance, stepped back a few steps and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a wave of heat burst out from under the ground, engulfing the entire corridor in flames. Edward stood in the middle of the flames, unharmed, and even the hem of his clothes was untouched by the flames. Confidently stating that their team leader would arrive soon, he said that they would not be able to hold out for long. Luckily, Alex had already prepared a large amount of ice when the ice was released. The collision of ice and fire filled the entire corridor with steam. Edward was momentarily stunned to realize that they actually had a mutant who could manipulate ice and snow. Taking advantage of the moment, Joshua held off Edward while Alex and his team quickly retreated through the steam. Suddenly, a terrible gust of wind sounded ahead. Aaron did not have time to see what was happening, as a giant fist fell on him. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to block the blow, causing a loud explosion that sent Aaron flying back several meters. He barely managed to stay on his knees when he saw this. Alex was amazed that Aaron, known for his physical strength, was in such a state from one blow. At that moment, Arthur appeared in Alex's field of vision and invited them to begin the performance. Then the hero went to Aaron, worried and asking if everything was okay with him. He covered it with a shield so that nothing could hurt him. Aaron was sweating all over. But thanks to the stimulator, he didn't feel much pain. He said it wasn't that bad and shouldn't be fatal. Arthur, standing about 10 meters away from Alex, examined his spatial abilities. Having learned a painful lesson from the previous one, he knew it was better not to approach too hastily and risk falling into Alex's trap. He decided to wait it out, knowing that they had nowhere to run. Meanwhile, Joshua hurried to Aaron and asked if he was okay. Aaron, sweating, said he was fine but felt like he'd been hit by a train. Then Alex took out a stimulant from his space and, without thinking, injected it directly into Aaron's hand. Throwing aside concerns about side effects, it was extremely important for Aaron to quickly restore his fighting strength. At this point, Furry approached, visibly outraged by the situation. His fur stood on end and he growled threateningly. Valerie also took a fighting stance, ready to fight, but Alex stopped them, advising them not to rush, since at the moment the opponents could not reach them. However, Arthur continued to move forward. After their last meeting, he learned that Alex's spatial space was not capable of attacking on its own. As the standoff continued, Arthur began to taunt Alex, implying that without the protection of his sanctuary, he could only surrender. However, the hero said that it was too late to give up. He had hoped to get it over with quickly, but things had reached such an unexpected stage that it seemed his plan had been too idealistic. At that moment, a woman in a cloak appeared behind Arthur and quietly called Alex by name. At that moment, it seemed to him that an invisible force was pulling him into the abyss. It was Chloe, whose ability was to hypnotize through eye contact. However, the next second, Chloe closed her eyes, crying out in pain. She screamed about the incredible pain in her eyes. Alexei grinned and showed that his space could reflect psi waves. Taking advantage of the momentary clouding of reason, everyone, at Alex's command, quickly climbed onto Furry's body. Then they quickly ran towards the exit of the corridor. Joshua barely managed to grab the animal's tail. Then Alex opened the dimensional gate and threw the grenades out of space. Arthur and his team were just beginning to come to their senses when they were instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The corridor echoed with continuous explosions. Joshua worriedly asked Alex if the explosives they had planted had dissipated, fearing that all their efforts would have been in vain. Alex replied that there was no way she could have been disarmed in such a short time. He assured Joshua that once they got out, they would blow it up. While Furry ran towards the base exit, Arthur and his team took cover behind the walls during the explosions. Suddenly, Arthur crashed through the wall and shouted to his team to hurry up and give chase. At that moment, another mutant, Sky, stepped forward. The next moment, he turned into a 2-meter-tall humanoid creature. He grabbed Chloe with one hand and Edward with the other. After this, he set off in a furious pursuit of Arthur. Seeing that they were about to be overtaken, Joshua quickly ordered Alex to throw more grenades to delay them. However, Alex stated that he is not one to take advantage of other people's vulnerabilities. He noted that if they like to stalk, then let them stalk. Joshua and Aaron were speechless, finding Alex's statement unconvincing. However, they knew that Alex was always willing to use any means to achieve his goals, and that he must have his own reasons for not rushing to use his spatial abilities. A few seconds later, Furry jumped out of the opening and they found themselves on the ground. Arthur and his team also rushed to the door. He understood perfectly well that under his supervision no one would be able to escape, especially in the vast, snowy terrain. He noticed that Alex's space was only invulnerable in one direction. If he avoided that side and attacked from all other directions, he would not be able to escape. At this point, Joshua realized the gravity of the situation. Without the narrow corridors of the base, Alex's spatial defense could not block Arthur's fast attacks. He asked Alex what they should do next. A cold smirk appeared on Arthur's lips and his eyes filled with a thirst for revenge. He said mockingly that without the protection of their shelter, they had nowhere to run. In response to this, the hero only grinned. Then Alex took the remote control out of his pocket and pressed it hard. Seeing this, Arthur panicked and asked what Alex had in his hand. Just 2 seconds later, a dull sound came from behind and the ground shook violently. Before they had time to come to their senses, a wave of heat rose from behind, and then fire burst out from the entrance to the corridor. Arthur's entire group was suddenly blown away by an explosion. Joshua's eyes gleamed as he watched the destruction. The base was destroyed, and they all smiled in relief. Arthur clenched his fists and growled in anger, cursing Alex for what he had done. In response, Alex mimicked him, noting that he should really be thanking Arthur, reminding Arthur of the large bundle of TNT he left behind when he attacked the hideout, and saying that Alex had returned it all to him. Alex even added a little more as a return gift, noting that Arthur's explosives had proven quite effective. He provocatively stated that if it were not for Arthur's generous gift, they would not have been able to make such powerful explosives themselves, especially in the snowy desert, where it was impossible to collect materials. Arthur turned and looked at the destroyed base, feeling a chill in his heart. The base he relied on had been destroyed by their own explosives. The man felt an urge to go back and save people, but after such an explosion it was unlikely that there were any survivors. Arthur's eyes were almost bloodshot with rage, and he swore that Alex would pay for this in blood. At this point, Alex suddenly extended his hand and said that they needed to think this through carefully. He noted that they had 4 mutants on their side. He hinted that even if Arthur was stronger, it would end in mutual destruction, and even if they couldn't kill Arthur, they were confident that they could destroy all the other members of his team. Alex emphasized that Arthur attacked them first and it was self-defense on their part. Then Arthur coldly replied to Alex that there was no point in talking about nonsense. He stated that either Alex or he would die that day. Hearing this, Alex suddenly laughed darkly and asked if he was Arthur's only target. Arthur said they needed to stop chatting. He didn't know what trick Alex was planning to pull next. Then Alex stepped forward and told Arthur that since he was his target, he shouldn't risk the lives of his team. Alex looked at Arthur defiantly, challenging him to a one-on-one fight. This proposal shocked everyone. Valerie quickly pulled Alex aside, pointing out how strong Arthur was. However, Alex ignored Valerie and continued to address Arthur, stating that a fight between them would be mutually destructive. He offered to fight them one-on-one, stating that if he won, Arthur would let them go, and that would be the end of their war. If Alex loses, Arthur can do whatever he wants with him, but he must spare his brothers. Joshua and Aaron looked at Alex skeptically, remembering what Alex had explained to them before they set out. Alex said that all the special forces at the base were well-trained soldiers with abilities, and their combat coordination was unmatched. Alex planned to challenge their leader to a duel. The thing is, Arthur, who had a high opinion of himself, most likely considered Alex a coward who relied only on spatial abilities. Since Arthur didn't fully understand Alex's abilities, he had to accept the challenge. Then the hero asked again if Arthur was ready to accept his challenge. At this point, Chloe warned Arthur that Alex was very cunning and could set a trap, advising him to be careful. Arthur, realizing that Alex might be up to something, still did not lose hope. Alex was right. His side was severely weakened, and Arthur knew that Alex's fighting prowess was formidable. The other special forces were likely no match for her. After some thought, Arthur accepted Alex's offer of a one-on-one duel. At the same time, Alex stipulated that no outsiders should enter the valley where the duel would take place. Meanwhile, Chloe did not lose hope and warned Arthur that it could be a trap. Arthur brushed her off. Soon they arrived in the valley. Chloe, who was watching the fight from above, declared that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. On the other hand, Joshua and his companions were noticeably worried. Alex had said in the car that he wouldn't fight one-on-one unless it was absolutely necessary, which meant that even Alex wasn't confident in himself. Chloe, watching Joshua and the others try to keep their composure, smiled mockingly and shared a secret. She explained that some powerful mutants, like Arthur, have the ability to absorb other people's powers. While everyone else has a fixed level, Arthur can level up by killing other mutants and taking their powers, making his abilities potentially superior to theirs. This revelation left Aaron and the others alarmed. Chloe said that their boss would definitely win and take Alex's power for himself. Joshua gritted his teeth and muttered that it was impossible because their boss never entered into battles he wasn't confident in, and he wouldn't risk his life this time. Chloe, speechless from such logic, replied that Arthur would definitely return here with Alex's head. Meanwhile, in the valley, Alex looked at Arthur, who was ready to fight. He noted that his abilities were more of a supportive nature, and against combat types like Arthur, they were disadvantageous. He suggested that maybe they wouldn't have to fight. Arthur told Alex to stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Then Alex, with a helpless expression on his face, said that he hated fighting, but he was forced to do it. His dream was to simply survive the apocalypse. Arthur, irritated by Alex's evasiveness, demanded that he stop beating around the bush and fight him. Then the hero once again asked to spare his friends if he lost. He also asked to release the cat they had brought with them, a proposal that enraged the man. Arthur attacked Alex furiously. Without thinking, Alex activated the speed to maximum. He opened a spatial gate to block Arthur's path. However, after several battles, Arthur already knew this tactic of using spatial gates well. He smiled, recognizing the old trick. As long as his speed exceeded Alex's ability to switch gates, Arthur believed he could win. But when he moved, he suddenly found a massive truck falling on top of him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, wondering if Alex's ability included throwing objects. Alex smirked and indicated that this was just the beginning. He then pulled out a whole mountain of cars, trucks, sports cars, and even excavators from space. It contained everything that Alex collected in his free time. Originally intended for collecting, they were now perfect for attack. Arthur, pulling out his combat blade from behind his back, thought that if he couldn't dodge, he would have to face his enemies directly and destroy them. He then split a truck weighing tens of tons into two pieces with his blade. Seeing this, Alex became even more delighted. As if throwing out garbage, he continuously released various objects from the dimensional space. Although Arthur had excellent close combat abilities, he found this attack unpleasant. Dodging and speaking at the same time, he noted that Alex's little tricks would not harm him. When Alex laughingly retreated, he replied that if that was the case, then Arthur should not shy away. As Arthur desperately dodged and fought his way through the debris, he realized that he would not be able to get to Alex. Since the gate area was quite large, it was not easy for Arthur to get around it, and he could not use firearms at that moment. If he could get within 3 meters of Alex, he was confident that he could kill him instantly. However, Alex's objects became more and more varied. Arthur could cut ordinary objects. These light lace materials were a serious obstacle. He didn't believe that Alex had an endless supply of throwables. It seemed more offensive than dangerous to him. However, Arthur suddenly noticed that Alex had thrown out a large number of iron barrels and logs. Realizing the danger if the barrels contained flammable or explosive substances, Arthur suspected that they were filled with gasoline. Despite all his attempts to dodge, he was unable to avoid the splashes. Sensing impending danger, Arthur decided to move away. At that moment, Alex pulled a gun out of space and fired at the ground near Arthur's feet. Flames shot into the sky, engulfing Arthur in a sea of fire. Although Alex knew that such an intense fire would not be able to burn Arthur to death, the special military-grade combat suit he was wearing was unlikely to be vulnerable to normal flames. Meanwhile, Arthur was thinking that this fire was not causing him any harm. However, it could obscure his vision, rendering his high-tech glasses unusable. Arthur then jumped to his feet and shouted towards Alex that his sneaky tactics could not touch him. He acknowledged Alex's strong defensive abilities, but stated that they could not cause him any real harm. Having finally escaped the ring of fire, Arthur found himself under a pile of iron barrels flying at him. This time the barrels were filled not with gasoline, but with a milky white, unidentified liquid. When the barrels fell to the ground and burst, Arthur, despite his agility, was unable to avoid being caught in the sticky white substance. Realizing it was durable latex paint, Arthur growled in anger. He yelled at Alex, condemning his stupid antics instead of a real fight. Then he suddenly saw something flying towards him. The man instinctively covered himself with his hands from another portion of paint. Enraged beyond measure, he tore off his clothes and vowed to finish off Alex. Arthur decided that if he could hold out until Alex ran out of items, he could split Alex's head in two with one blow. However, at the moment when he made out Alex's faint silhouette, hundreds of iron barrels rolled out in front of him. All the barrels were open, and the cold wind spread the gas that was inside them. When Arthur inhaled the dust, his eyes filled with intense fear and his face turned red. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. Alex, noticing this, calmly stated that everyone has a weakness, and no one can be perfect. He noted that even their invincible Captain Arthur has a weakness, an allergy to seafood. The hero added that the powder was made from more than 100 ground types of seafood, and Alex assured him that at least one of them would cause an allergic reaction. Now the entire valley was filled with seafood powder. Arthur held his breath, unable to believe what was happening. He couldn't understand how Alex had discovered his weakness. Realizing that things couldn't go on like this, Arthur gathered all his strength and rushed towards Alex, ready for a desperate fight. Seeing this, Alex activated quadruple speed and started running, teasing him as he went. Even though Arthur tried to break through the endless stream of objects and grab Alex, his caution was obvious. He kept a safe distance from Arthur. Just 2 minutes later, Arthur's face changed color. Clutching his throat, he collapsed to the ground in agony. Seeing him lying motionless in the snow, Alex examined him from afar. Then he moved away to a distance of several tens of meters. After that, he took out a barbecue grill from the space. He slowly began to cook sausages to replenish his energy reserves. After about 15 minutes, Arthur, who seemed completely defeated, suddenly stood up, roaring in rage, declaring that he would fight him to the end. Arthur furiously attacked Alex, and then the hero began to run, noticing that Arthur's actions were explosive. Arthur, who as a super soldier always carried anti-allergy medication with him, hoped to fake his death in order to lower Alex's guard and take the opportunity for a surprise attack. But he did not expect Alex's caution. Anti-allergy medications relieved the symptoms only temporarily, and with the valley still filled with sea powder, Arthur's condition rapidly worsened. His physical condition deteriorated, and his consciousness began to cloud. Arthur could not imagine that his unrivaled close combat skills would give way to such low tactics. Finally, Arthur collapsed, unable to rise again. Seeing Arthur trying to repeat the trick, Alex kept his distance, warmed himself by the fire, and continued to eat and recuperate. Half an hour passed and Alex regained his strength. Looking at Arthur lying motionless on the ground, Alex muttered to himself, wondering if Arthur could really be dead. Thinking about this, Alex took out his gun and shot Arthur straight in the head, making sure that he was really dead. After that, he asked him if he was alive. Alex felt a surge of delight, hardly believing that he had defeated the base's top fighter. Alex then pulled a massive truck out of space and slammed it down on Arthur. Arthur's frozen body was instantly cut in half. Alex finally breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Arthur was finally dead. Seeing this, Alex pulled out a sword from space. After that, with a quick movement, he decapitated Arthur. Only in this way did Alex finally feel completely calm. Satisfied that Arthur was definitely dead, Alex crouched down to examine his head. Suddenly, he felt a strong gust pull his right hand towards Arthur's skull. A powerful force surged from his palm into his body, exciting him like an electric current. The sensations were incredibly refreshing. He quickly absorbed all of Arthur's power. But Alex didn't know that Arthur had also absorbed the power of 3 mutants, meaning that all of these powers now belonged only to Alex. Suddenly, Alex's vision became blurry, as if something was about to burst out. He blinked hard, and the overwhelming power that filled him momentarily clouded his mind. He saw nothing and only felt a sharp but unclear feeling in his eyes. Looking at the large truck pressing down on Arthur, he instinctively released an unknown force from his. The space in front of him began to spin like a spiral. After this, there was a loud explosion. The truck spun and flew into pieces. Alex was delighted, wondering if this was a new ability. He touched his right eye and realized that it might be the legendary divine power that allowed him to bend. Alex realized that by absorbing Arthur's power, he had developed a new ability that compensated for the lack of his previous offensive capabilities. After using this ability, Alex felt like his energy was half depleted, indicating that the ability consumed a lot of energy. According to his calculations, at this rate, he could use it up to 3 times in a row. Despite this, the effect of a surprise attack from a medium range was astounding. With one blow, one could flip over a large truck, making this power even stronger than a sniper rifle. Alex looked towards the valley with an ominous smile, curiously waiting to see who would be the first to fall victim to this ability. Meanwhile, outside the valley, after waiting for almost 2 hours, everyone began to worry. According to Chloe and the others, killing Alex should have been easy, so the battle lasting so long was unexpected. At this point, Joshua and Aaron exchanged glances and slowly smiles appeared on their faces. This delaying tactic suited Alex's fighting style very well. The more time passed, the more it showed that Alex's strategy was working. At that moment, Aaron and Joshua's headphones crackled, and hearing Alex's voice, they felt great joy. While holding Arthur's head, Alex used his radio to warn Joshua and Aaron to watch their expressions and not attract attention, telling them to wait for his signal before destroying all remaining forces. Hearing Alex's voice, Aaron and Joshua couldn't help but feel happy. Their boss had indeed won. Having suppressed their excitement, they calmly prepared for the attack. Alex did not return the same way, but silently approached the enemy from behind. After surveying their formation and thinking, he decided to deal with Chloe first, given her powerful ability to control the crowd with mental hypnosis. Alex's right eye, which possessed divine power, slowly activated. At that moment, the space around Chloe's neck began to warp. She suddenly felt discomfort and was about to call for help, but an unknown force suddenly tore her neck apart, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Everyone present was shocked, not understanding what had just happened. Then Alex rose from behind the snowdrift, held Arthur's head high and shouted that their captain was dead. At first, the warriors at the base could not believe that their captain had actually been defeated. Then Alex commanded the attack, ordering to destroy them all. Joshua had long been ready to strike. Valerie took the brunt of the attack, with Aaron and Furry quickly following behind, rapidly attacking their opponents. Alex ordered them to spare no one. At this time, the team, left without a leader, was at a loss. Their strongest captain was killed by Alex. This led to a decline in morale and a sharp decrease in combat power. Meanwhile, Alex's men quickly and thoroughly dealt with all remaining forces. At that moment, the hero ran up to them, planning to first absorb the abilities from the corpses. However, this time he did not feel any improvement. After thinking about it, Alex understood the reason. It must be because the level of these mutants was too low, much lower than Arthur's. Alex then called Joshua and Aaron, but after trying to absorb the power, they both shook their heads. They did not have the ability to absorb other people's abilities. At that moment, Furry suddenly came closer and sniffed Edward's body. Then in one fell swoop, he bit off his head, swallowing it whole. Alex, confused, asked Furry if he could absorb their powers, to which Furry nodded slightly. In that case, Alex decided to leave these people for her as a snack. Immediately after that, Alex approached the entrance to the Zishan base. He opened a dimension and dumped a pile of objects such as trucks and machines out of it, effectively blocking the exit. Valerie was speechless, doubting the need for such caution. Then Alex calmly took out the detonator remote and said that they needed to complete the finishing touches. He then detonated the explosives that had been planted in advance, so that even if the tunnel had not collapsed, it would still have been reliably filled with all sorts of metal debris. Even if someone had survived, It would have been impossible for them to break through the heavy scrap metal and get out. Having said this, Alex took out a snowmobile and told everyone to go with him. He said he would take them to an interesting place. Soon the group set off through the mountains on a snowmobile. Alex opened his phone, which displayed a structural map of the base. They soon discovered 3 figures on the outskirts of the base in the mountains. Valerie was amazed and asked how Alex came up with this idea and how he did it. Alex smiled weakly and explained that while studying the structure of the base, he discovered a special passage connected to the first level. Thinking that her students were mostly killed by Roman, a thick, murderous intent gradually flared up in Valerie's eyes. She shouted at Roman to stop. However, Roman never expected that Alex would discover their location so quickly. A recent massive explosion almost destroyed the entire base. Roman immediately ran out of the evacuation passage, not even having time to take care of his wife and children. He refused to believe that, having barely escaped, he was still destined to meet Alex. Seeing Alex getting out of the car and approaching, Roman turned pale. The 2 loyal guards, not yet realizing the situation, raised their weapons, intending to fight Alex to the death. Realizing that the situation was beyond saving, Roman quickly raised his hands and began to beg, explaining that by killing him, he would upset the balance in the city, and as a result, Alex would be in even greater danger. Hearing this, Alex thought for a moment. He had not thought about this question. But then he stated that Roman, as a desperate fugitive, had no right to discuss the terms. As he spoke, his partners had already surrounded the 3 of them. At that moment, Valerie clutched her sword tightly. Dozens of her students had become Roman's test subjects, and she regretted that she couldn't dismember him on the spot. Roman quickly tried to explain that in the apocalypse, in chaotic times, it is necessary to take strict measures, otherwise everyone will end up in a dead end. Then Roman tried to offer cooperation, suggesting that with Alex's talent and strength, as well as his connections and brains, it would be easy to seize power in the city. Alex grinned and replied that he was not interested. After saying this, he activated his divine power, and Roman's neck instantly twisted. The next second, his head was torn off his neck. The 2 guards, instantly petrified with fear, fell to their knees in despair and began to cry. Alex coldly stated that a man like Roman could not dominate the city. Then 2 of Roman's loyal subordinates took out their grenades, intending to die along with Alex, at which point, still fueled by adrenaline, Alex quickly pulled out his pistol and shot both of them in the knees, causing them to fall helplessly to the ground. Despite this, they desperately threw grenades towards Alex. Then Alex opened the spatial gate, absorbing all the explosive energy of the grenades into another space. The soldiers were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Then Alex slowly approached one soldier, released the absorbed energy, and he howled in horror. In just a few seconds, the soldier was burned to a skeleton. Alex then grabbed the other soldier's head with his right hand. After that, he activated his ability again. The next moment, the soldier's head exploded. Alex looked at his right hand with satisfaction, noting that his control over the power of space was becoming stronger. After this, Alex released a flame, burning the bodies of the 3 men until nothing was left of them. Valerie, who was watching Alex's actions, was speechless, doubting the need for such large-scale measures, because the base had already been destroyed by Alex. Alex explained that Valerie did not understand the significance of Roman's status in the city. His social connections were beyond their comprehension, and if anyone found out that Alex had killed him, they might come after Alex for revenge. Alex didn't want to get into any more trouble. Valerie rolled her eyes, claiming that in an apocalypse, what Alex was talking about was practically impossible. Then Alex declared that he would not leave the slightest trace of possible danger. He then asked Valerie if she had thought about this outcome before coming to the base. If she had, perhaps her students would not have died in such numbers. Valerie's heart sank as she realized that Alex was right. She did indeed bear inevitable responsibility for the tragic deaths of those students. At that moment, Alex prepared to return. At that moment, Valerie caught up with him and asked about her students. Alex didn't say anything, planning to take Valerie to her students first. The students, following Alex's instructions, hid in the village closest to the base. They quickly found the students, and after dropping Valerie off, Alex told her that, as per their agreement, Alex would give her a place to stay for the night, and some food. First, she should go to the city of Shu, where there were many vacant houses and where she could learn to fish to feed herself. Valerie couldn't resist asking if Alex was going to drive them there. However, Alex looked at her and quietly said that he had fulfilled his promise to her. Moreover, to express his gratitude, he had fed her and arranged a place to stay for the night. If she wanted more from him, she would have to bring with her enough goods for the exchange. Valerie, with an embarrassed face, objected that they had already become good friends, and such conversations seemed too serious to her. Alex smiled in response, noting that even friends should clearly settle scores in order to avoid offense. In conclusion, he said that they should leave things as they were and meet at Shu village. Valerie nodded helplessly, and then stated that they would go there themselves. Watching Valerie walk away, Alex wasn't particularly worried about the fate of the students. He felt some sympathy, but as for Valerie, a highly skilled fighter, Alex admired her greatly. He planned to force her to join his team sooner or later.